We were lying in bed and she just said, I can't have this guy out there knowing that he took a whole neighborhood for like about $25,000.
We all want a fence?
We knew him, and it was like, oh, perfect. Frank's gonna do our fence. No problem. You need money. We'll get it to you.
This is gonna be such a pain.
He collected the money and realized he was gonna be in the hole. He took off.
50 homeowners at one time?
How could we have been so stupid?
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money.
Ridiculous.
I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too.
Unacceptable.
God, I love my job.
We kind of wanted to start a brand new life in a brand new home, you know, start off with a nice family, you know, try to get everything all done up with everything being brand new.
When you buy a new house, does it come with a fence? No. Does it come with a garden? No. I guess this is an opportunity for contractors to step in, knock on your door and say, hey, you looking for a fence? You looking for a deck? Good little business.
Michelle!
Hey, how are you?
Nice to see you again.
Thanks for coming.
Adrian, nice to see you.
This is where you're going to see all the bad guys come in, because it's business galore.
So tell me about it.
Fencing.
Well, we hired a contractor to do our fence. He worked for our builder previously.
This is the guy that goes around when you have complaints. You have a couple of pop screws, a couple of things you don't like in the trim or the walls, and he'll fix it up.
People, you know, they got close to him on a personal basis. He was
Always driving around in the truck.
driving around in our neighborhood, you know, we'd go by, we'd wave at him.
He got to all 50 of them, and they said, okay, let's do a fence. He gave them a deal they couldn't refuse.
In order to do our fence, he came around to all 50 homes and required a deposit. And of half of the price,
Pretty much half the deposit.
$500 approximately a house. Some people paid more, some people paid the full amount of the fence, and nobody's seen or heard from him since.
Just tell me it's not all cash, that everybody paid by check.
90% of these houses paid cash. No paper trail, no chance in, really, hell, trying to go to court to get any money back.
And it's a lot of money, especially for some of the people in our area that are living on pensions, disability, lots of new families. And it's a new house, so it's a constant expense.
Think about it. You have no paper trail. The judge is going to say, no paper trail. It's your word against his.
He did that to a few people where he really put them on the spot, saying, if you don't give me the money now, then your neighbor's not going to get their fence, and you're going to be responsible, and how are you going to feel if you slow down the project of the fences? And he gave a few people a guilt trip. And a lot of people left him standing in a driveway, drove to the convenience store to the bank machine, came back and handed him the cash.
Michelle had fire. She was lying there in bed with her husband saying, you know what, something's got to be done about this. He's just going to be moving on from street to street taking people. And she was right.
I said to my husband, like, we've got to do something because he's just going to get away. Nobody can even get a hold of him.
But she at least had the get up and go to knock on everybody's door in this neighborhood and say, hey, we got taken. Did you get taken? What's your name? Did you pay cash?
So we took leadership of our street and got everybody's information, contracts, how much money, and started on filing a complaint.
But if the people stood up and said, hey, I've had enough of this crap, things are going to change.
You know, it's not about the money now. It's about stopping this guy in his tracks from doing this again to other naive homeowners.
Ready to take a look?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
I might as well see what I have to fix.
These are your neighbors.
These are some of our neighbors, yes.
How you doing? I take it everybody's been taken here, yes? So who all paid cash here? Put up your hand. Who paid checks? Put up your hand.
He was scratching off on the checks. People were writing it to the actual construction company.
He scribbled out his business name, put in his personal name, and initialed these people's checks.
Nobody you paid in full?
Cash?
Check in cash.
And there are a few people who paid the full amount up front because they just had the money and they figured get it over and done with, and then we don't have to worry about it.
You know, obviously it's not done.
As you can see, he's stopped halfway.
Did he put these on?
I put those on just for safety reasons.
Smart move.
Yeah, I didn't want any kids or anything falling in.
You call these holes?
That's less than a foot. Looking around, I see holes that are not even the right distance apart. It's as if they just picked up the auger and just drilled one here, drilled one here.
When they first came, the one kid didn't even know how to use
Yeah.
the measuring tape, and we had to show him.
I don't want to see the concrete out of the ground like that. What happens is when they bring the concrete up on top of the ground, the frost will grab it, pick the pole up out of the ground. You ever seen the poles come out of the ground? Your fence shifts up? That's why.
He was totally unorganized, didn't have any paper to write on. He was writing numbers on his hand.
It's definitely not that good. We don't want to see drywall screws at all in the hangers. We don't always see that this is twisting and pulling it out. We see no nails whatsoever in the top into the 4x4. So unfortunately, this fence would only last a couple of years and pretty well fall down anyways. Was it surveyed? Are they deep enough? Is it built properly? In this case, it's not even not built properly. It's not even built. The only fence that looks good is the one the man finished himself. Let's just hope that's in the right spot.
And that I have an issue with that. I don't think it's in the right spot either.
I will find out.
That's my concern right there.
I will find out. Number one, I'm going to bring in the right people. I'm going to bring in a surveyor and survey this whole area.
But just taking a look down, if you look straight down. Yeah.
I bet you could have built that better.
Oh, yes, definitely.
We're going to fill in the old holes, bore all brand new holes, and obviously go buy a whole bunch more new wood and do this again. A whole day of pulling poles. 90% of these houses paid cash.
How could we have been so stupid?
These guys are just setting up for survey. Let's pull out this panel. We're going to be drilling about 450 holes here. You want to make sure you locate all utility lines and mark them. Call before you dig. Before we do anything more, let's try and make it safe. Let's get in the survey, guys, because that's number one to see if they've even got the holes on the line here. Now you know what, I have to say it. Survey says?
Okay.
Let's do it. On the money.
Yeah. We've set the iron bar on a 1 meter offset, just back here.
Okay.
And
So if we ever screw up, we know to come 1 meter off.
That's right, you can go right off of that. This is right on the property line.
Okay.
The last one we measured to is out there, and it's getting like 9 inches off line. So this guy's got more land than he should, and these people don't have enough.
So what are you going to do now? Are you going to set up your, you're going to bring your tripod to the other side? Is that the idea?
Well, on the lines that we've done already back here, we're going to set up and do the sidelines.
Okay.
So,
And then move down?
Yeah, that's right. So you can start at that end.
All right, so then we don't waste time. You get this side done, and we'll start
That's right.
working on this.
We'll just do it like a machine, from one end right through to the other. That's good.
Well, we surveyed all the properties, and we know that all the fences are out of line. So they're not on the property line. You actually have less property, because you're on this side, right?
Yes.
You'll have less property than you should have by about 8 inches. So does that matter to you?
Yes,
Well, it will
does.
matter in the long run if we have to sell.
That's
Right.
the point. That's the point. Because if somebody checks the land survey when you go to sell the house and they say, hey, the fence is on our property, we want that extra 8 to 10 inches, we want you to move it.
That has to be on the property line. The government laid down the lines, and that's where it's got to go. It's got to go.
You will have a gate that swings this way so we don't disrupt your downspout. For me, building a house is bigger than this. How about I move the top to the back? But 50 families is huge. I'm going to do my damnedest to talk to him and try and convince him to let us fix it. I got a lot of people I've got to deal with and calm down and put fires out. It's a small amount of money to everyone, and I mean a small amount, because all I'm going to do is take on what they didn't pay. So in other words, if it's $1,000 and they paid $500, I want $500 and I'll finish it. We have to, because these people have lost.
Oh yeah. I got no problem with that.
But is this going to be easy? No, not a chance. We're going to bring the Bobcat up, and we don't want to damage anything on the outside that we're going to have to fix. So as we bring the Bobcat in and it wheels in, we don't want to ruin the grass. Once we get going straight, we'll be okay. What I want to do is pull out at least 3 poles. Let's see how far they're in the ground. Let's see how they're cemented in. It'll tell us.
Nice try, A for effort there.
That sucks. Get the shovels. Man, this is gonna be a pain. This is even more depressing, because it looks like all of them are 2 feet in the ground. We want to be a minimum 3 feet. But we've had some cold winters here, and I'll tell you, we've had the frost down 40 inches easy. So we go 4 feet, we're guaranteed. And make sure we cone the bottom of the hole. So when the concrete is filled in there, it's impossible for it to lift. The ground is holding it in place. Never, ever bring the concrete up over ground. Always bring it within the ground level itself. I worked out the materialist and I fell over.
Well, it's 3,500 or 4,000
Linear feet.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 454 by 4s. 10,000 1x6s by 5 feet. 10,000. A whole day pulling poles. So I figure out the material costs. We're in the range of $40,000 to $45,000 in material. He was charging them $50,000. What does that tell you?
He wasn't serious.
Not a chance
He
in
was
hell.
messing around.
Not a chance in hell. This is going to be such a pain. How many would pull so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't count them, Mike. I don't want to know. And this poor guy over here is now the enemy.
Like I said, I'm just a victim like everybody else.
That sucks. Get the shovels. Man, this is going to be a pain.
After Frank disappeared and took everybody's money, you know what? It kind of brought the community together because we had a common goal now.
I personally believe that this is a blessing in disguise.
I didn't know my neighbor behind me until all this started.
We get to know everybody more. Everybody get together.
Everyone is, kind of bonded tighter because now we got issues, right? So now we got to bond tighter to, fight this guy back.
Another case of man versus machine. They've got an hour on us. We just started digging this one out. We'll see if they can. See if they can get it out there.
You know what? I'll try to dig it out with the forks like I was doing earlier.
Yeah, get out. Let's just dig it out.
Yeah, if we get this out, you're definitely buying the first round.
We gotta win this one. I'm tired of losing.
They're getting a little scared, aren't they? Let me get a picture of it. You got all the tools. You should be done already.
Fight for my dead cool hands, buddy. I think we're gonna revert to some cheating here, boys.
What we want to do first of all is come 8 feet off the existing cedar fence, which is by far a superior fence than really the one we're putting up. It's what I'd like to do, but that's a lot of money, and nobody has that kind of money. So we'll come 8 feet off. We'll definitely mark where we're going to join in properties, and then we're going to balance out the posts so they're equal. I don't want to go 8 feet, 8 feet, 8 feet, and then 2 feet. So we want to balance it so it looks good. We have to think as aesthetics as well as proper structure. Probably take just in setup time to mark all this. Just this area, not way down there, just this area. Let's say it takes 2 hours. 2 hours of setting it up right makes it real easy in the end. I dig them properly, I can fix the old, and it's gonna look damn good. We have a big rock under there. Surprise. Our poles aren't that far to the ground. These are 10-foot poles. When you turn and look at the 10-foot poles that way, they're way out of the ground. So when we shook that fence, it was very loose. Further we go in the ground, we serve a couple of purposes. One, we don't have to worry about frost lifting it. Two, structure, we have an incredibly strong fence. So let's go the extra distance. We have the machine, do it.
About 4 feet, plenty enough.
Right now, we've just drilled everything to 4 feet. Object is to get the other holes filled, especially the ones like this one here that we have to drill in. So I want this full nice and tight so I can get that pin down exactly where I want that hole. So from there, we'll put the poles in. We're gonna put some caution tape up. That's gonna let everybody know where the holes are. Nobody's gonna fall in them. When we're getting ready to cement, as we're setting them up, I'm gonna cone the bottom of the hole slightly out. What that does is acts as an anchor. It cannot lift. So the frost in the wintertime can't grab it and lift that post up. It stays still.
My question is, he's got an extended fence. I got an air conditioning standing right there. And we just barely squeeze by with the air conditioning, so hopefully Mike can help us out and solve our problems, and with a double fence, and maybe it'll work out for us.
I cannot force him to take it out, but I'm gonna highly recommend he does, because now he's infringing on his neighbor. Peter.
How you doing?
Nice to see you, buddy.
Good.
Aretha.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Let's go take a look at your fence and we'll discuss the issues.
We're still cool, right? You know, there's no harsh feelings. I mean, the only issue we had was the whole fence thing here.
Frank came knocking our door in the morning saying that, you know, we're not going to sign you if you guys can't decide on the extra standard defense or whatever, right?
His AC, he wanted to make sure he can get by his AC, and we wanted to make sure that our door was enclosed for our daughter's safety.
So pretty much what he did was he just kept on playing me and Peter, you know, talking bad about his wife and his family, and then went probably over there and did the same to me. You know what I mean? So he just played us, and I was getting ready to go out in the morning, and he stuck me, and I had to sign a contract then.
What I would have done in the first place is I would have put a fence in right across here with a gate here and a gate here. That way the fence continues, you have your own property, and then I would have put a fence at the front with a single gate so you have privacy here. Rather than doing this and making this a big problem.
That's what we wanted to do initially, was to put two separate gates in and just one mutual gate at the back there, but unfortunately it didn't work that way.
I'm gonna recommend it to everybody that wants this gate down here. Instead of doing that, stop it here, which I will do for everyone, and then all they have to do in the future is build it from house to house. Nice and simple, and anybody and almost everybody can do this. And you're handy. I mean, he hired you, didn't he? You're the guy he ripped off.
He had a few of his own people, but he actually had one of our neighbors who wasn't working at the time. He asked him, you know, do you want to help out?
I nothing else to do. It's in my backyard, right? So why not? Make an extra buck, right?
So he had told him, to begin with, I have no experience building fences. Oh, don't worry, you know, I have some guys who've been working with me for 3 years coming out. And, you know, as long as you know how to follow directions pretty good, you'll be good. And it ended up just being you and some other guy.
Yeah, that was it. He says, do you know how to swing a hammer? Yeah, there you go.
It was the first time he built a fence, so, you know, nothing against him. He should have been showed by who hired him how to build a proper fence.
My direct neighbors, the ones I talked to, you know, they were like, you know, hey, what's going on? You know, where's the guy and stuff like that, right? I was like, man, I have no clue.
People were knocking on his door all the time, and he was being harassed, and he couldn't deal with it anymore, he said, and he had to quit because, you know, it was getting too much, you know, with all the neighbors and what Frank was doing to them.
The distant people in the neighborhood who just saw my face and, you know, had no idea. Well, they didn't come out and say it, but I can read faces. Like, I can tell, you know, there was some kind of, you know, animosity.
When it comes to Frank, he had nothing to do with it. He got taken along for the ride just like the rest of us.
Like I said, I'm just a victim like everybody else.
You get paid anything?
No.
You're kidding me.
No, not at all.
He's a real dog, isn't he? Okay, so our 4x4 is 3.5 inches thick. So what I've done is I've gone 1 3/4 inches off our center point. So I'll make sure now that my string stays on this side so that when I'm marking for the 4x4, it just touches the 4x4. Right. Now we'll bring it over to the other one. We can determine the exact distance away from our pin. Gogi's a new member of the team. She's an apprentice carpenter with some skills, with a hell of a lot of desire to learn, and I like that. That's exactly what I want to see. It took me 15 minutes, but that's perfect. And if you look down that line, it's straight. Okay, I'm fussy. 900 feet, I want to be able to look from this sand right down and not see another post. In other words, I'm looking at one 4x4 and everything should be in line. The crown will be where the bow is.
It looks like that to me from this side.
I totally agree. So here's what we're gonna do. I totally agree. I want you to put an X on the inside of the crown. By the time I'm done, you should be able to look right down the 4x4s, as long as we accept and put the crowns in the right way. Because if the crown of the lumber, say this is the crown, if I have it on this side, it will want to bow this way. So if I keep my crowns in line, in other words, I keep my crown on this side, it won't bow because we're holding the fence together. Now, this may take an extra 10 minutes of our time to actually go through all these posts. In total, maybe an hour or two, but they'll never move. To me, this is a simple job. Make sure it's level, make sure it's proper, make sure it's deep enough, and for years to come, everybody's gonna say, that fence is still standing. Okay? Good. We have the concrete coming in at 130, so I'm gonna take down all the fencing on this side so we can now work over there. I'm gonna split everybody up, take out as much fence posts as I can, much fence section as I can. The more we look at it, the more we realize that nothing is on the line, and it doesn't surprise me in the least. Anna, nice to meet you. I'm Mike. I'm gonna build you a fence so you can play in your backyard. Is that okay?
Good one, with no nails sticking through it.
You're paying now?
I got, yeah, contracts here.
Looks like everybody's on board here. That's nice to see.
I think so. We're probably about 85% finished. Missing the lattice, missing a few boards.
Thanks, buddy.
This is good. All right, thank you.
See you at your end soon.
Excellent.
Okay.
So it kind of tugs on you to start all over, right? But after you sit down and you think about it, you want a fence that's going to last. You don't want something that after the winter is going to be popping up and you're going to have to replace anyway.
I tell you, if it rains, it's just going to cost me a whole lot of pain and a whole lot of time. Let's get the poles in the holes. Get these poles in the holes, please. Every pole you see lying down, we got to get them in the hole. That one, it's coming fast. It's going to screw every one of my holes. Imagine all these holes are drilled 4 feet deep. The rain's going to come, wash it out. It's starting to spit now. So I'm going to have to pull every pole after the rain, ream them out, put them back in, and reset everything. This has just added a whole day to my project due to Mother Nature. Mike, stop, clean up right now. Yep.
You're like a magnet for lightning right now.
Yeah, we're gonna stop. We're gonna pick up everything we can right now, haul it all this way. Let's get everything off the properties and clean up. Let's get 4x4s if we can, get them in the hole. If not, let's get those black covers and hit every hole you can.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna rain. Try and get all the material in as quick as we can.
It's raining.
That is perfect.
I think we're out, guys. That one's out. We had a bit of rain last week and put us down for a few days. Rather lucky, not a lot of the holes got full of water, but right now, any posts you see out of the ground, we've had to take them out, pull out some water, get down, get that muck out of the bottom because I need that room to move the pole around. Besides, we don't want to leave the muck in. Most people would. I'm not going to. The guys are right on it, so we have the concrete coming in about an hour and 15 minutes. And we're gonna get this right back in a place where we were ready last time before we got caught by rain. And we'll get these cemented in today. 4x4s directly to the end.
Damon will run, Adam will run, and I'll run. Okay. And you and Micah can be first relief.
Sure. We can put all these 4x4s in, continuing to go down. Then we're gonna start working backwards.
Everybody else, stand at the hole, and then you just direct the concrete in with the shovel, right?
This is my access point to get in here. I'm gonna be able to truck through all the time, bring in material, and as we close off each section, we will not have to go back that way again. Dan, shovel this side, please. That's it. Okay, keep going. Let's get that concrete a little more wet, please. Yep. I'm using a 6-foot level so I can take full advantage of my pole height. Okay, nobody hit that pole. Okay, start with my right. Good, thank you. Keep our string, we're gonna need it again. Have a whole lot of fencing to do. We've probably just done, once they're cemented in, 2/3. Excuse me, 1/3. We have 2/3 to go. It's a whole lot of fencing. This is a corner post. This is where they tie in, so we will have the T with the string. This is a crucial post. 6 meters of concrete should do, I'm gonna guess, 60 poles. You know, I said there was maybe 2/3 left. I was wrong. There's 450 4x4s total. So, if we've only done 60, what does that tell you? We put a dent in it, that's about it. It'll be a long day. Pull that down. Dean, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How's it going, Mike?
We're cementing away, as usual.
Concrete.
Well, you're not using air and trained, are we?
Yes, we are. With fence posts like this, the groundwater is going to get down into there, the moisture. And if the frost goes deep enough, we're going to have a tendency for freeze thaw down there too. So when that water wants to expand, it's going to go into the little air bubbles that we've air and trained into it.
So we have 25 MPa here.
25 MPa with air, and it's what we call an ultra mix. So we actually have what we call a mid-range water reducer in there. And that's helping you, you know, and helping the workability of the concrete without adding a lot of water to it.
Everything is going to be the same. This will be the one that marks everything. Our hanger goes in place center with the post. Here's our T, our vertical one, and then our horizontal.
How's your bubble, Holmesy?
I'm good. Always mark the top. That'll screw us up.
Okay.
We're different here.
This one here?
I can see it. So right now we're off, aren't we? So
Yes,
we
we
mark
are.
the bottom.
Yeah, we marked the bottom on this one, and that one.
You know what? Let's just redo it. Okay, let's bring it back. Mark an X right here. Okay. Okay, we have to step down. 3 inches good for you?
Yeah.
Now the final test. Actually look down and see how straight that is. It's perfect. Look down that. Is that straight or what? That makes me very happy.
We're gonna make a fence now, Holmesy.
Okay, I'm watching you.
Okay.
Ah, that's what I wanted to see.
You gotta check the crown, or you don't last around here.
Just go ahead and cut, put them in, then go back, screw. Okay.
That is perfect.
You know what? That's not bad.
You're gonna split the cost with me, so it's not gonna cost me much extra.
Good job. Do you teed across the front like that?
The guy doesn't want to pay.
I'd like to take care of it.
How do I deal with this? I'm used to dealing with one family at a time. Cut, put them in. It's perfect.
Got a little bit of wood for us. How much is this?
A lot and a little. That's a whole lot of fencing. Did you see that load out there? That's half of it.
Holy cow. You're talking about 5,000 fence boards there.
We're gonna put in the 1x6s today. We're gonna show how to do the proper lattice and proper tops. I think what I'd like to do is take the middle and some right-hand sides and go right down as much as we can, because we can always walk around there, but I want to leave this side open so we can walk through. Had a few complaints already. The fence is not high enough. We want it higher. Go figure. Everybody's become friends, and now they want to block off each other. I like the 6 foot. Look at it. I get on the other side. It comes up to here. It's 6 feet, but this is semi-privacy. You're going to see your neighbor. I mean, think about it. contractor comes in, screws them royally. And this is true. He's part of the ugly, okay? He's not the bad, he's the ugly. Takes everyone's money, fully intentional, gonna take their money. Everybody gets together, starts talking, they contact me, and we come in to help. But now, everybody's fighting that they can see their neighbor. Because the boards are staggered, you can see through the fence on an angle, and we want that because as the sun rises across the sky, we want that sun to come through the fence and help our grass. Hi, neighbor. You know, say hi to your neighbor. Nicely wrapped. We're gonna see better boards underneath, obviously. We're gonna look through these and make sure we don't use these guys or we'll rip them down. See a little bit of a rip on the board. I don't like that. So let's pick and choose the ones we don't like. We will send back. Okay, we can see because of the grading that we're gonna have to cut some of these boards. No choice in it. You know what? Makes for one hell of a lot of cutting.
One down, 999. How many boards? I don't even know.
10,000 1x6, possibly have to cut about 9,000 of them. That's a lot of cutting. Now, this is another important reason we want to make sure that our 4x4s are level, because our first board is going to be right against it. But we will put this in without worrying about it, and we will level our second one. Totally for fence boards. Nice tool. Something else we'll do is we're going to take our time and not just grab boards and throw them up and fire like crazy. We're going to make sure the side we see is a nice side.
So I'm just going to keep going with 57.5, which seems to be working good on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I cut this one at 57.5. Just put it up there and see if you want it higher. Because I think maybe 57 might be more realistic. Or what do you think?
That's not bad.
Okay.
As long as we can get in there with a weed eater. That's much better. I put it up to 95.
Okay, are we gonna fire the barbecue up yet? I can just put it right here. Put the cooler here. We got shade now and everything. Look at you're sweating. You probably want to stand in the shade.
A couple of chairs and sit here. Have a beer. Your cards. Play a game. We better get up another section so we have more privacy.
We need more privacy.
Dwayne, it's on your shirt. Not mine. Is this yours?
Yeah.
Looks like you know what you're doing. You're on the money.
It's good?
Yeah.
Perfect?
Yeah. Good job. Do you teed across the front like that?
Yeah.
You've built fences before, haven't you?
No.
I know fence builders that don't do that, and that's the way to do it. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. All you have to do is total your material cost, less your gate.
Yeah.
Is that your
I'll
gate?
get all the receipts anyway.
Okay.
Well,
You know, you figure it out, whatever, $100 of material. And then just take it as a linear footage, measure everything, and these people, you can divide it by 50. That's what they owe, that's what he owes. And I'll honor that because that's fair. So I spoke to your neighbor.
Yeah, good.
He's actually not a bad guy, and I've reasoned with him and said to him, I believe you should pay half of the material.
Cool. The guy doesn't want to pay.
I believe it should be $350, $400 maximum.
All right. Well, he wanted to pass his door side entrance for his kid, you know? His kid come up to the side entrance, could go right in the backyard, didn't have to worry about him. I said, okay, no problem, I agree with that. You're gonna split the cost with me, so it's not gonna cost me much extra. So I went ahead and did it. I trusted the guy.
Appreciate it.
My pleasure. And hopefully we keep the peace.
Definitely. That's most important.
We'll cut cripples for the end.
Yeah.
Nail them in, right? We'll put a little bit of glue on that before we put that and make sure we do a little bit of glue across that top. Especially, most importantly, is the top one. 11 inches, and then our top plate will give a half and a half.
Should we leave a little bit of play, go 11 1/4, 11 1/8?
No, what we want to do is if we find, because many times when they cut the lattice, and I like this because this is more than semi-privacy lattice.
You're right on 12 here.
So what we can do is grab that at the end, and we'll find that we can, like an accordion, we can pull it a bit and reduce the height. Okay?
Oh, that's good to know.
It's a trick, Mr. Moore. Now we
really
just
good
reduced it by
almost 1/4 inch.
Right. When it comes to my top piece that we have our groove 2x4, unfortunately we cannot seem to get these in 10-foot lengths, which I would prefer based on 8-foot sections. We cut off the other piece it gives us.
Absolutely.
And then cripple.
Yes.
Each piece gives us the 2 cripples, right?
Yep.
So we can't get them in 10s, so we're gonna have to cut some 8s to create our end pieces. So what I want you to do is take your piece, look down it. I want to see every top piece with the crown in it this way. I want the crown on this side. You know why?
Because once it goes down, well, it'll just hug the...
Correct.
It'll hug
We
the
put this in
lattice.
place, it holds it tight. Imagine if we had the crown upwards, right? Over the time, that's going to continue to rise upwards, and that lattice is going to fall right out. That piece has to be replaced. So you're going to look down all these beautiful babies that you're going to cut. We know we want to keep this one for the top because the crown's in the right direction.
Gotcha.
If we think ahead and we do all this, it lasts forever. So the point is that homeowners, in this case, spend their money properly. If we find ones with the crown on the underside, they're the ones we cut for our pieces.
Save for the cripples. Cool, man.
Okay? This is a lot nicer than the less privacy lattice or the semi-privacy lattice.
I'm real tight here, so you can take an 1/8 if you need it.
I'm trying to get my fingers in these holes. There we go.
So this one's leaning this way a little bit, so that means we got to cut this piece shorter so it pulls it straight. 78 and an 1/8.
That's a smart move. $10,000 1x6s.
We accomplished what we were looking to do, and our main thing too was to stop this guy in his tracks and let him know that we were serious.
The thought in your head thinking that, this guy's getting away with it, that's the biggest thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're all getting our fence, we're all happy now that everything's getting completed, but there's that piece behind, in the back of your head thinking, it's like, this guy got away with all this money, and he doesn't even care.
We're now going to build a gate, show how to do it properly. We have a great package called Instagate. This is absolutely brilliant. The metal angles on the corners works for me 100%. Someone was using their head when they designed this. We're going to bridge from one side of the house to the other side of the house. We're going to glue our contact at this point, nail it, make sure we are 100% level, which we are, and that's exactly what I want to see. We're going to also use a heavy-duty construction adhesive on the wall and Tapcon our 2x4 into the wall. So we have 45 3/4. I'm going to make it 45 3/8. The glue is just a little extra insurance for strength. Always glue it and screw it, and you'll never have an issue. All right. Good. Cover one side and then overlap the other side. Gives you privacy. We are good. Look at that. Swing's nice. We are good. This is the part we want to stay neat on, so all our screws are going to be nice and level across and not up and down. We stay neat. You know what? That is perfect. So we only have to build 51 more to get the latches. Put the latches on. The next 10 minutes, the concrete truck comes. We got to get the rest of the poles in today. So gratefully, we had a couple of construction guys that heard we were here, offered their help, and they're coming in to help us help these people. So this is great. We'll just start knocking off this fence.
You guys ready to work?
Let's do it. The idea is to leave 2 sections open near the fence so we can get through and just knock off everything we can along this way and, of course, continue the center fence.
Watch. We just arrived on site, so we just want to get our tools out and get everybody equipped, and then we're going to start nailing some fence boards.
That's a smart move. I like that.
big panic here is the concrete's here, and the concrete truck can't stay here. So we're trying to get as many posts in as possible today.
You think you want to be a construction worker? Try getting in on this. See if you can keep up.
We're done.
Woohoo!
We're all done. We're gonna party it up.
Yeah,
we
we're
need to celebrate this whole thing. Like, you know, it's finally done. It's over. Now all we need is just to celebrate and enjoy it.
We're having the fence completion party.
Good. Good.
That's for sure. A nice big barbecue, a few beers. Sounds good to me.
Well, that castle may need a bit of work. It's not very rigid. But you know what? It works for the kids. All right, let's get out. I love my job. I love building. I love making changes, fencing, decks, houses, additions. That's what I do. I love it. 52 houses of fencing is a little monotonous for me and a little too much, and I'd rather leave that to the fence and deck specialists. But for me, who was going to help these people? Well, you know what? You feed them, you let the kids play, and everybody's just smiling.
That's it. That's it. Great turnout. Happy everybody showed up.
The law states outright that as long as the contractor does something on your home or in the area of your home for you, it is a civil matter. If there's a dispute, financial, work, it doesn't matter. You must hire a lawyer and go to court. Who on this street is going to hire a lawyer by losing $500? No one.
People shell out a lot of money for their house. You know what I mean?
And all the things that go along with it.
All the things that go along with it, you know, and then somebody taking your money without anything being done, that's a big hit to the wallet, you know? So for Mike to come in and help us out, really did a lot.
Oh, nice and fresh. Oh, you made my day. Thank you very much. I need 2 beers, please. Well, I'll give one to someone else. Right in front of you is 52 families that got ripped off. This is one street. We know he took 2 other streets. What does it have to take before someone says, you got to go to jail? There you go, sir. Can I get something on it for you, or? You do it?
Thank you.
You sure?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Gentlemen.
The government has decided to investigate him, and that couldn't make me happier. Why? Normally they wouldn't, because under the circumstances, again, like the police, it becomes a civil matter. But in this case, 52 families on the same street were taken by the same contractor. So I'm kind of hoping that he gets what he gives, because I do believe in that. I do believe you do get what you give. Oh, sorry. Jeez.
If Mike hadn't stepped in to help us out, which is amazing that he did that, I don't know where we would be. We would probably still be sitting saying, what are we gonna do?
This is for you, Mike.
No way.
You deserve that after hard work you did. You deserve that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Should I open this now?
Yes.
This is exciting.
Wow!
He does it the right way.
Did you see that? That's a body massage.
And for the service team, because I worked there.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
When Michelle got on board, she really got the whole street involved and got everybody on board.
Michelle and Adrian. I mean, I don't think we've ever been this close before.
Thank you for helping with our fence, your friends Buick and Cadillac.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Oh, we got you them Jackasters? We love food.
Thank you, everyone.
I already had one, but I'm just gonna have one more. I didn't eat today. We have dessert?
We have dessert, come on.
Oh, that's very nice of you people. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to eat this, and I'm gonna have to.
Yeah. By all means.
Very nice. It's nice when everybody gets together and does something, eh? Well, honestly, for me, this is a very big day of ironing. Whole street gets together, calls me. We come in to put in fences. They all like each other, all getting along, everything's going happy. All the fences go up and knock everybody off. All of a sudden, nobody knows anybody anymore. And now, we're gonna go back out and have a street party, all together, to come back to all separate. I had 2 burgers, but don't tell anyone, okay? Okay, it'd be our little secret. Cool? Here you go. Thank you.
We were very excited about this place. It was supposed to be our dream house. As the renovations went on, we were happy, but we started to have a few concerns at how long it was taking.
Take the whole room down, please.
Every time we'd call the contractor, there was always an excuse and always an explanation.
This whole thing here is a cover-up.
When we finally moved in, it sort of hit us like a slap in the face.
$170,000 out of their pocket for this crap? Yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. Marie and Alex. Simple addition. Expand the house for the 2 daughters. Here's the problem. Price just over $100,000, right price. Climbs all the way to approximately $170,000 in total costs out of pocket. And everything's wrong.
We had no running water on our main floor.
I have a big hole in the ground for a walkout.
We frankly couldn't unpack because there wasn't a single room in the house that was finished where we can actually put our furniture into.
And we do feel trapped, like we can't do anything.
It's a beautiful day.
Mike is our only viable option to try and make things right.
Nice to see you again. See you.
See you.
Marie, all right. Let's take a look.
I'm actually a little frightened at what more he's going to find right now.
I see we have an addition.
Yes.
You hired a contractor? Tell me the story. A friend of the family is a contractor. He's done work within the family. So I guess he's a trusted person by the family.
Well, we hired the contractor about 15 months ago. Initially, this was supposed to take 6 weeks.
They look around a bunch of houses. He brings them to this house and he says, this is the one to buy. This is the one that I can fix for you. So it becomes a friendship. It becomes a great fit. Basement, first floor, second floor.
Exactly.
It works. Or it's supposed to. So we're seeing that the kitchen is slightly finished. This cabinet is right on level. Very high on the right-hand side. Wow.
We were constantly worried with the younger one because we would find her trying to put cement rocks in her mouth, nails in her mouth.
What do we have here?
That's for heated tiles.
That's for heated tiles.
Yeah, that's the...
She found some unfinished wires on the wall that she was about to start chewing on.
That is live. Do not play with that line, please.
It's just been really difficult in here.
Okay, this is good so far. I'm feeling really good. Let's go downstairs. Well, the plumbing looks like a spaghetti factory. Right from the beginning, I see that this line is lower here. The idea is this should be up higher. to race the water down that way. I put my money on if I cut this pipe right now, we're gonna find a whole bunch of things we don't want to see in there.
We got all our permits the way we were supposed to get.
We're very happy about that. Before the drywall went up, we had inspectors come in and they looked at everything, the plumbing, everything I needed to, and we passed the inspections.
One issue, two issue immediately. The floor has been compromised by cutting this out and running the new plumbing line. I see over there, and I don't even want to go over there, but let's take a look. We see the footing obviously was put down unsquare at the beginning. I can totally see it from this side. This is not how we put a door in. We do not bring it up to the floor joist. We actually bring it down to the base. This should have been filled with concrete or some sort of concrete curb. Is this supposed to be temporary?
No, this is going to be the basement door.
It's supposed to be there. Okay. I see no type S on the block. It's a parge they'll put over the outside. Minimum code requirement with a liquid foundation coating. They put the liquid foundation coating right over the cinder block. Not allowed.
So how do we find out? Because we were told we passed inspection.
You know, how many times do I go to a job site where there are no permits? Here there are permits, all proper permits, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, structural. That's 4 permits. They got them. They did their homework. They did it right. They trusted this man. Who told you that?
Our contractor.
Contractor did. Okay. New bathroom?
New bathrooms. Unfinished, still leaks.
What do you mean it still leaks?
I just wanted to take a bath and lay down in the bath, and I was in there maybe a minute, and my mother-in-law started screaming, "There's water coming out of the pot lights."
Let's continue. I'm getting very depressed right now.
So this is our master ensuite.
Now this is cute. This is really cute. First of all, this is not how we support a tub. Okay? You do not install the tub this way and then just throw a skirt in front of it. Did you see what I just did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've had plumbers come in and show that to us. He told us it was fine to use. We haven't touched it. We're too afraid. Every faucet in this house leaks. And we don't have a shower, so right now we have to tub bathe with this little red container.
What's that?
I think that's our heating vent.
That's your heat register. And I guess that we're gonna heat half the tub. Once this is in place, I take it comes right here. We're gonna heat half the tub and half the bathroom. That's really cute. Is the toilet's right here, tub's right here. Let's look at this. How is this door gonna open?
This is incentive to stay thin.
Visually, I can see a lot wrong right from the beginning. As I start to open up, will it become a can of worms? I think so. Got a good feeling on that, which gives me a bad feeling on what I have to do to fix it. Oh my God, you know what? I've seen enough. I'm gonna phone the government right away. I'm gonna find out what's been passed on this, what's been done, and I got a real bad feeling about your foundation. I already know we're gonna have to dig up the outside to see what they've done. The footings are incorrect, the structure's incorrect downstairs in the basement, your bathrooms are incorrect. Now I'm really scared. I'm not gonna promise anything. I'm just gonna do it. Does the toilet work? Now what are we gonna do about that? Rip this down and do it again?
Nice.
Oh my God, you know what? I've seen enough.
We do feel trapped.
I see over there, and I don't even want to go over there. What's that? Did inspectors come in and see this?
It's just been really difficult in here.
Oh, nice, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's pull the tub, pull the floor, inspect all the plumbing. I'm gonna drop the ceiling downstairs to see both bathrooms.
Clear? Yep, we're good, man. Definitely shouldn't be able to do that. I don't see any screws in the drywall on the bottom half here.
We have wood on the wall behind the drywall?
Yeah. They didn't screw the drywall into that, actually. That was just floating.
Really?
Yeah.
Take the whole room down, please.
Okay. Nice. Like these, maybe. I don't see many screws. Let's take a breather. Yeah, man.
This is depressing.
Some more surprises down here?
Oh, yeah. So what they did, here's the addition. They put on, I guess, it's a steel I-beam in here, and I like that idea rather than having a jack post. Look at this countertop.
It's not level around here.
By about 1.5 inches at least.
It just feels like you're this way, and then you're...
Well, you can see the dip on this beam, and that is heavy. That's what should have been jacked up. He came and he jacked up this area. Look at the hump in the floor. And this is where it humps. Well, this will show you why, because it's just pushed right up at this point. Now, what are we gonna do about that? Rip this down and do it again? It's the easiest thing to do in an old home, especially if you're gonna drywall over it. Level it from the basement first. We are gonna have to open this. We're gonna have to drape everything in plastic, and by the end of today, clean it up again.
Right, okay.
Watch yourselves, we're gonna have all kinds of crap fall down. How many times do I gotta see this? You're doing a renovation, you're gutting, you're putting in new plumbing, we see it all the time. What do we have in here, plumbing? What do we have here, an outside wall? What do we do not have is insulation. There we go again. We have vapor barrier up in the wall with insulation tuck tape on one area because the drain goes up into the wall, right? And that's just vent. So we're doing that to the vent, but not the copper. That's funny. We're up, a nice angle, we're up there, and then this runs down.
Sloping down.
And that's not supposed to run down, that has to be up.
That's right. If it's gonna leak, it's gonna leak from that hole.
That would never pass inspection.
No.
We have a kink line here too. Right there, see the kink?
I'll tear out, we'll just start from scratch again.
We're gonna have everybody in here today. John McRae and his guys, we're gonna dig up the foundation. Unfortunately, we gotta move the air conditioner to get the tractor in. We're gonna get this tree down as fast as possible. Can't believe that didn't fall and take the fence out, leaning totally into the neighbors. Murray, this is the tree here. It's nothing serious. I know you're used to taking down 100 at a time.
I think we can just get up in that main crotch and just take it out piece by piece and throw it back over into here and then walk it out.
A lot of properties, all they've got is this type of a tree, which is fine, as long as you maintain them. But in this instance, where the tree was and where they did the digging, they took the root system out of the one side, so made it very unstable.
So you just tie it, cut it, and pull it?
You got her.
Now, this is a truck to have. All in one. Two guys, rip it up, cut it up, shred it up. I want one. Johnny.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
You too.
Well, I seem to call you a lot, eh?
Well.
Look at this. This is just a little depressing.
I can imagine.
I don't know why they didn't form the stairs in the first place. There's no type S. You can tell they just sprayed the liquid foundation coating over it.
What we have to do is get right down to floor level on the inside so that we can reset all this weeping tile and bring it all over to here. Gravel on it, patch the wall, drainage board, backfill. Yeah, no patching. It's so not necessary these days, you know. The industry has really stepped up with product development. People want to use the basements. It's part of the house these days.
Hi, Mike. How are you? Great. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
All the footings were laid on square, and the cinder block then went on top to square, and they went off the footings. Now, if you see it like this, fine. We're probably going to see the rest of it outside. But when you see it this thick, is it the same on the other side, on the outside of the wall?
Do you know what the soil bearing capacity is like? It may be worth getting a geotechnical engineer to tell us, because if we find that we only need an 8-inch wide footing, then having a 1-inch projection on one side isn't a problem.
It was open to the elements for the winter. We do not see any cracks in the block whatsoever, which tells me it didn't move.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
So if they can say it'll be fine, I'm laughing, and all we gotta do is pour concrete. We're gonna pull out all this plumbing, so whatever you say, I'm not gonna touch it until you give me up a plan.
I'll do a few hand sketches with the remedial work. We can send a copy to Mike, and he can build right from our sketches. We don't need a full set of drawings.
Look at this. It went right over the tile. I'm telling you, I'm getting so frustrated. Look at this freaking crap. Are we even tied into the ceiling?
We are not tied in. And since he cut these plates out on either end, these are two separate floating walls. And as you can see,
it's not even attached.
I think that's why he had plywood out here to strengthen this whole wall.
The floor's all wrong. I mean, everything's all wrong. I'm really getting frustrated here now. That means we're gonna gut this bathroom. We're gonna drop this wall. We're gonna redesign the two of them. And I got a really bad feeling downstairs. Oh, it's 2 bathrooms. That's wonderful. Let's look at the third one. It is a GFI. So far, I am seeing that the electrical appears to be fine. So we see the electrical, and whoever did the taping was good.
plumbing, outside wall, no insulation. This bathroom gets gutted. I'm gonna put him in a hotel. And I'm gonna rip this place apart. I'm gonna put it back together. If you're gonna do it right the first time. I can't say it enough. So I stole you out of an apprenticeship program, did I?
Yeah.
How long you in for?
It was 4 months in school and then 480 unpaid hours. And after that, it's work from then on.
And how do you feel about this business?
I love it.
You
It's
love
so
it?
much fun. It's really empowering, especially for women.
So how long do I have you for? 100 hours?
100 free hours. That's
100
right.
free hours?
Yeah. The actual course name was called Women in Enhanced Skill Trades.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
So it was good. 22 women in one class. It was awesome.
Tight squeeze. You do what you have to do with this plumbing, and we're gonna raise this floor. Corinne is gonna help you today.
Thank you very much. Usually I'm by myself. It's a pleasure to have someone nice. All new plumbing in the basement, right up through the kitchen. All new plumbing in the kitchen, all new plumbing in the bathrooms. It has to be done. If I was an inspector, I would not pass. It doesn't pass. That's all raw sewage. See the water flowing already? It's all flowing down this way. Just very upset at this guy right now.
Because all the plumbing's wrong here. It all runs this way. We're gonna tie in, we're gonna go over, we're gonna run downstairs. The plumbing that leads to in here, if all this plumbing is wrong, I'm gonna bet this plumbing is wrong. No insulation in the wall there, no insulation in the wall here. Where's the sink? Sink's in the center. Stove, dishwasher's here. Okay, we're not vented. It's not a surprise. Plumbing in the center, that saves me from ripping all this down. I'm gonna put him in a hotel, and I'm gonna rip this place apart. I'm gonna put it back together. A couple things I'd like to show you. Good positive thing here is that all your vents do go up through the attic and out through the roof 100% proper.
Oh, good.
However,
We thought at least the work he was doing was good work.
the structure has been compromised, so we're gonna have major structure fixing across the center of this house. We're gonna be raising your floor in the basement.
It's either malicious intent, or he didn't care enough, or he just didn't know enough.
All plumbing to do with drainage, ventilation is incorrect from the basement right up to the top of the house.
Nothing he did was right.
We have to bring in a soil specialist to make sure the footings that were done incorrectly will hold the way it is. If not, we have to underpin absolutely everything on the outside.
I mean, I don't think it's malicious, but it's certainly the other two. He didn't know enough, and at the end, I'm sure he didn't care enough.
I have gutted completely this bathroom up here. I was blown away by what I saw. This one was also being gutted. This one's being gutted. I'm going to leave you this bathroom right now for the next, I'd say, half an hour till you can beautify yourself, pack, and I'm getting out of this house, okay?
You all right?
Oh, yeah, no, it's just mind-boggling how somebody could be so bad and not realize it.
To Mike. Very, very nice. Thank you so much. I'm honored. Put that in my truck. See you soon. This is why we open this crap up. People wonder why their pipes bang. What, am I the only one ripping apart here?
Sorry, okay.
Doesn't anybody remove this stuff?
No.
He drywalled over it.
Yes, when I took this wall off full of tiles, this wall decided to come with it.
Never, ever finish anything with leaving the old stuff up. How do we know what's in the wall? You know, that's a good point. Is there mold in behind that? Is there bad electrical in behind that? Has another contractor been previously in 20, 30 years ago and hit something in the wall? You want to go and put a brand new bathroom up and cover it up? Not a smart move. A double top blade, but then even secure it in. Right. It's garbage. Let's take this down. I build a bathroom that can outlive you if you do it right. It'll outlast you. But do it wrong, you're gonna be doing a new bathroom every 5 years. It's just the way it is. What we want to do is an outside 2x4, two 2x4s, and back to standard, which would be 3 32 inches out. So what they did is they're 16-inch on center coming up, cut out for the taps, and put in a 1x, what is that, 3?
And they cut that one as well.
Yeah. This whole thing here is a cover-up. It was a brand new bathroom, but everything was old. So they just drywalled over it and made it look brand new again, right? Keeps the costs down, makes everybody happy. Remember, looks are deceiving. That's just so pathetic, it's ridiculous. I come in, open it up, and say, who the hell did this? Everything here is ridiculously stupid. Oh my God. Here we go again.
Now I'm realizing it was sloppy from the beginning.
I don't know how he lives with himself.
We have to bring in a soil specialist to make sure the footings that were done incorrectly will hold. I have a concern with the footings. Let me show you. Yeah. Obviously, they started off totally unsquare with the footings. Now, we've dug down to the other side. They had a wider footing here, so I think we're fine with this. But you can see here, we have no footing. It's more on the outside. So they run square and then tried to square with the cinder block. So Dave has recommended you to do a soil test.
Okay.
And we can do it right on the spot?
Yes.
We'll find out today what we're really gonna have to do. I'm only hoping we don't have to support this house and take out that foundation and put in a new one. Well, it hasn't shifted and it hasn't cracked, which tells me more than likely the soil's good. I'm just using construction common sense.
You can see this is what you're sitting on, this brown material here. It's sort of a clay, part silt, part clay.
Worst case scenario, that would be it. Secondary is an underpinning. We may have to underpin all the footings in here. Do you like clay or?
Well, clay's, yeah, this actual soil type really is not the main issue here. It's how strong it is.
Take it as it comes. That's all I can do.
We're going to use this, I call it a pocket penetrometer, which gives a strength measurement. Okay. And then we got this 1.5 tons per square foot, which is 3,000 pounds per square foot.
So we're lucky.
You're lucky.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm a happy guy now.
Yeah.
This means we don't have to underpin?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So we're good?
So we're good.
We can see the weeping tile right there. Obviously, it's too high. We want that weeping tile down by the footings. We want to make sure it's level across the back. That way, water can flow level right through to the drain that's supposed to be in the staircase. They've already fixed this side and brought it down, so by the time I get to the corner, we'll find that piece that they have in there and tie back in. Everything here is ridiculously stupid. It just really is.
I'm gonna put one coat of Hydro Shield on, and then I'm gonna put some fabricated mesh on, and then another coat of Hydro Shield. With the two coats, it turns into its own membrane, which allows elasticity and movement if there's any shifting or cracking in the foundation later on. And then we put some 6mm poly over top. Then we put our drainage board on top.
Bring it up as high as you gotta bring it. Doesn't matter. We'll raise the height of this floor. I already know that to go over top of this, we're gonna be pouring at least 3 inches.
You want running water down here, just like a hose bib or something?
Yes, let's make sure we have water for if we have to mix any concrete or we have to put out a fire. How you like working with Corinne?
I like her a lot.
She's a good worker?
Yeah.
I heard good things about you.
Yeah.
Good.
You want to be able to walk on it without any bolts in it? Good.
Mike. Just gonna keep calling you up here, man. I'm sorry. Just wanted to show you a couple of things, like these. These are all not attached on the outside walls here. We got a couple of attached there.
This is the only one that's actually attached.
These ones aren't, and all the way down that side.
The funny part is really how could you screw drywall to it, right? You know, if they're all moving, how do you put drywall up there? Well, for them, it was get it up, screw it, didn't matter if it moved, bring it down and tape it. So it's gonna be held by plaster and not proper screws, no good. So good catch, just make sure you get some screws in there. Say the tub does that.
Okay. Take this angle.
Yep.
Make it yourself.
45.
And maybe we could have something here.
If we did that, we would have to be symmetric. So in other words, we'd have to come out far enough to the point where we come across and come back in, because we can't just do it'd be too wonky. When you're doing a bathroom, you want to think of everything, not just the functions of the bathroom, tub, toilet, sink, etc., shower stall. How can we lay it out? What is the best design? We have a square bathroom. Anytime there's a square bathroom, let's center the door. It gives us wall space to use. By bringing the door to one side, it eliminates putting anything on that wall right there. So by centering it, we have toilet, we have sink, and now we've displaced the room to get the tub and shower in, and we can open up that shower door.
It'd be interesting anyway.
Ceramic tile wall here, glass over the tub. This looks good. This may work. This may be a very unique look. What we're gonna do is just take the 2x4 and bend it this way and peel the screws off. We'll pull out everything in this area. We'll frame our doorway and then just cut out the drywall and then repair the other side. Peel it off the back, but we won't have damaged this side. This side should be really good. Like that, Damon?
I do like that. That's a nice little trick. I do like it perfect.
Works for me. I'm not gonna go far on a flat tire. Do you have a problem? $170,000 later, and here we come and take it all down and do it again. Can we make this work over the tub?
Definitely. Well, as long as it's got a watertight trim.
Okay, so we're gonna have a 5-foot tub here.
Okay.
So now we're probably gonna have to take the fan, put it in this location. I need you to pull out these wires that run across here so we can get 2 studs in here and fix up this outside wall. We gotta pull out this really, really bad boat one. Shower stall with a neo angle. Bathtub. They really want this tub, and we've been fighting all morning on how we can incorporate it.
Well, that pot light's gonna have to get moved so we can try to center it off over the tub also?
Right. So this one's gotta be moved. Fan obviously has gotta be moved. This one here probably works.
This is incorrect. This should be GFI protected. As we can see, it's not. In most new homes, you'll end up having one GFI and one bathroom. And then off the load of the GFI, it would pick up the other bathroom receptacle. This homeowner would have been, under the false pretense thinking they were protected properly, and definitely not.
We took all the plumbing out of the house. Okay, right from the main pipe coming into the house, the drain pipe, and the water service pipe. So you have 2 pipes coming in the house. So it's almost a little bit easier than a reno because you're not attaching to anything that would be existing. This will be my house now and the plumbing. I'll take responsibility for it, and it's nice to do it from scratch. It is.
Inside.
Yes, our weeping tile is going to come from this side, and from here our connection is just around that corner there,
okay.
Nicely covered up. They're going to connect here, and then we're going to have a 4-inch floor drain right here.
Which will then run inside.
And we're going to have a dedicated line to the inside, to the sump box on the inside.
I'm not gonna go far on a flat tire. Flat on my other vehicle. Here's the exercise.
Okay, let's go, guys. Get the gravel in. Let's go. Let's go.
Got 2 guys shoveling, 2 guys moving, 3 guys downstairs pulling. We put it in the buckets, slide it down. Assembly line will have that stone moved in probably 20 minutes.
I never want to see rock skin in my life.
We were just trying to get as much drywall up as possible in tight quarters, and it's going okay. Not bad. This is our one of our last pieces of just normal drywall, and we're almost ready to tape and tile. We're doing a detrus system on the floor. It's a waterproofing system. This is going to keep any water that gets on the floor out from the wood. We're going to thin set it down, and there's a layer of fabric there that'll bond to the floor, and the top layer will actually move. So if the house moves, everything moves separately. So your tiles will stay. You will never get cracked grouts. Trim that, and that's the way I want to see it. That looks good.
Do you have a problem?
He's run a 2-inch, which I thought was a vent pipe, going in the old chimney. I looked from the attic, I looked from the first floor. I can't determine without opening up this wall now.
Pull it out,
Yep.
break the wall,
Okay.
find out. By the way,
Yes.
nice haircut.
Thank you, Mike. We got outside wall. These pipes will be frozen by November.
Nothing attached to anything. Man, this drives me insane. We can see how the floor slopes down. I mean, by code, we have to have a watertight floor with a drain. Look at this. I think this is fake. Oh, okay, so that's phony. No membrane in the floor whatsoever, and yet we have it here, creating a curb, okay? So was the idea to put a curb here to stop the water from coming out, but allow it to go through to the ceiling downstairs? Yes. So what is that? It's just a little con job is all it is. It's just another room, just a laundry room. Just more work I have to do, that's all.
It's same product as we use on the walls and stuff like that. What it comes with is a pan that's already sloped towards your drain, and it comes with the drain. So here, the drain will slip right inside, and it will drain. It'll actually be flush to this here, so it'll actually drain down into it. So the pans are great, and it goes with the curb as well, and it all ties into the Curdy system that you see on the walls here. So it makes a totally waterproof system. It's great.
And you gotta love the rain, eh? Is it okay to lay over the muck? Not really, eh?
No. You gotta watch nice. Just like catch the block with the cement, you know?
It's called hydraulic cement. And what it does is dries up no matter how much water it's, you can put it right underwater and it will dry 5 minutes no matter what. You can't stop it. So on a day like today when the footing is so wet, after the big rainstorms that we have, we're gonna mix this into the first batch. So the first course of block we put down, this will set very quickly. Then we can put the weight of the extra block on top of that without a problem. Traditionally, you can only lay 4 feet of block at a time. You have to let that set up and then you can go on top of it. Because of the sheer weight of the block, it'll squeeze all the mortar right out of the block itself. But we only have a 6-foot wall to go here, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Is we're going to put down that solid base down there. By the time we get 2 or 3 courses up, that'll be set just like poured concrete, 5 days old. And that'll give us the strength that we need so that we can put the block right up to 6 feet today.
Now that's what I call a footing. This was a temporary support to get the beam in so we could do the footing. This is now gonna carry the load. I've already made it tight, which made this one nice and loose. So now I'll pull that one. Gotta go up more. Okay, somebody else is gonna take a whack at this. Corinne! Okay, I'll help you out. Okay, there we go. All right, you know what? I just wanted to bring you over here for a reason. You put in your 100 hours for the apprentice program?
Yes.
You're full-time, my dear.
Yay.
I love you. We're gonna work out this fine. Okay, Mike, your turn. That's it. We have leveled it. Yeah. Now, who said this was gonna be easy? We gotta bring in a police officer to block off the street and control traffic, turn this truck around. This is no small job.
Mike, we'd like to do an air test on it before you put it into the form.
I like that. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay.
7.4. We're good to go. This is 32C2. This is what the Ontario Building Code calls for outside exposed concrete.
That's nice and strong because minimum code requirement on a foundation wall is 15. Is that correct?
15 OBC wall mix is what you can use on a foundation wall.
Well said. So since we have the 32 outside, we're going to use it inside. Now we have air in this concrete. Do we keep pumping air for the basement?
Normally we wouldn't put air in the internal concrete, but in this case, it's not going to hurt it.
You wearing no special boots? Go.
Oh, yeah.
I see you have the drip edge on top of the door here.
Yes.
You've used the starter strips on the inside so that we have it finished on the bottom, which is, we never see guys do this, and this is the way it should be done. So we're wrapped at least 3 inches on the other side.
If moisture does get into the wall,
Behind the pucks.
behind the pucks, it travels down the cavity, down to the drainage track, and out the hole.
Nice.
We're sanding the walls so that they become straight somewhat. The walls were really bad to begin with. We sanded off, well, the styrofoam used to come out to here, so we sanded off 1 inch. So we're right at the borderline. We can't do anymore. We put the chalk line from corner to corner and snap it. So once we do sand it, it does become a straight corner. We're doing our best here to try to bring it straight.
This is the double header at the top of the stairs that run up to the ceramic tile doorway up there. The wood's a little rotten. It's not a big deal. It was a knot in the wood. I'm going to take a piece of wood to help displace the weight load on top of this undisturbed flooring. This is original, so as far as I'm concerned, this will hold it. All we really want to do is stabilize this load so it doesn't sink anymore. All right, that's enough for me. We have $7. Oh, I got a headache. Well, this is what I call hell day. It's the last day. It's the day we give the house back to the homeowners. And we bring in around 20, 25 guys like we have here. Boom. Scaffolds come down, out they go. In comes the soffit guy. He's gonna get at the soffit, fascia, downspout, east troughs. And believe it or not, by end of day today, this is gonna be completely sodded, a tree in the end of the backyard, all the garbage in the bin. I've got about 100 vehicles on the street right now, and I'm trying to coordinate everyone. I gotta drop off the sod, the earth, get rid of the garbage, make sure everything else is doing well. How are we doing downstairs? We had the sump pump in, everything looks totally professional, drain in the floor, sump pump goes out to outside, water comes in, water goes out. Got the electricians in, hooking up all the lights, minor repairs. We've moved the register, we're gonna get a pedestal sink in. The tiles look really good. Open concept, looks bigger. I like it. We have 7 hours. I think we can do it.
Got a blue spruce to go in the corner and Virginia creeper to go all the way along the wall so it'll climb up the wall and cover it. I gotta get up on that roof, and with the telescopic pruner, I can take all this dead out of this tree.
I'm gonna need a big bin.
You need a big bin.
I got a bad feeling we're gonna need another bin.
Trash compactor.
Yeah, I think we filled this one up enough. I'd love to take this kitchen out and do it again, but I can't. You know, all I can do is try and put a little bit of lipstick and mascara on it and make it look proper. Finish off the trimming. No backer here. There's not even a piece here. I'm gonna take the full lengths and rip down a gable and put it up against the wall. I'm gonna take 2 other full lengths and put it on the sides of the cabinet there. We don't have an end gable here, but at least I've got a board here. We'll rip it to fit, we'll put it on. Talk about ass backwards. He couldn't even do receptacles right. I've got holes in the wall over there that were buried by boxes that we're now looking at going, he didn't just screw up the structure, the backyard, the debris everywhere. Concrete was buried under the ground that we had the jackhammer get it out of here. Bin after bin, get the garbage out. Oh, I got a headache. So what the engineer wanted was to help stabilize the outside load, cripple it into the floor. In other words, what I'm gonna do is tie all the floor joists together with a vertical and a horizontal, and it helps lock up so the floor doesn't sink in this area. It helps stabilize the load from the outside in. I have 1 horizontal, 1 vertical. I'll screw it in. Toe screw it there. Screw it here. I'll continue out wherever I can get a 2x4, and I will. Wherever I can get a 2x6 in, I'll do the same thing.
stucco guys brought the stucco within an inch of the concrete, or left me an inch of concrete. I built the existing door jamb out with a piece of 2x4, and I just want to cap this off. I already spray foamed the heck out of it all the way around in here, just to stop the airflow, insulate it.
Hey, green side up, eh?
That's what we've been doing wrong.
Man, look at that. It's like putting paint on a wall.
Right. Making up the downpipes now. Large square, better water flow, great for letting leaves out. Don't plug up your eaves trough. The bigger downpipe you can get, the better.
We're using latex melamine in the laundry room here, and actually all the bathrooms. Mildew will grow better on oil paint. So we're using a higher gloss latex with a mildewcide in it, and we should have no issues.
The guys are just flying inside. The painters are in the living room now. Bathrooms have been done. They're just waiting for now to Dan get up there, get the toilet and the sink in, go up and get the second coat on. Then we start pulling out and cleaning up. We've probably got a good 2 hours of cleaning. So I was hoping by 5 to be done to start cleaning, so I could give it back at 7. Maybe 8, maybe 9. So I was hoping by 5 to be done to start cleaning, so I could give it back at 7. Maybe 8, maybe 9. I actually chose to start in the backyard for a very valid reason. I'll shoot it. Look at the length of your backyard.
Oh my goodness.
I had no clue.
I brought in my landscapers and we ripped out so much stuff. I couldn't believe what was buried in the back. We graded it, put down some sod. They've been working for 2 days straight on this.
That's crazy.
Brought in my foam and stucco guys. They've got all the foam and stucco up, your downspouts, east trough. From the outside, we had to dig up the whole foundation, completely do a proper waterproofing. And Joe Umbrello, a wonderful man, he came in and he did the concrete here and also inside. We rose this whole floor 4 inches higher than the existing pad over there. First, I brought in an engineer who brought in a second engineer. First engineer is for structure. Second engineer is for a soil test to see if the weight load is good enough that I didn't have to underpin the foundation wall. We got away with that. We got lucky. It wasn't that we got away with it that I didn't want to do it, but the ground was solid enough to hold it. We had to pour 3 new footings, one in this place, this location, that location. We had to go down 2 feet in the ground at this point. Because you remember how bad this was, didn't you?
That was just all
We had 4 different levels of flooring in this basement.
Now you have 2.
Now we have 2.
Right from the footings up, structurally, it was all wrong. You now have a sump pump that pumps outside. You have a proper floor drain. You have 100% in this whole house new plumbing. We completely took it all out.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Should I have to tear out everything? Do I have to take everything down and do it again? Only if it's wrong. As you can see, your island,
there's no slope.
There's no slope.
It's not. It's been leveled. We brought
I
it
don't have
up.
to walk like this anymore.
We finished off your cabinets. We finished off your other side. You have a little bit more room.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I walked in here, we had no room.
Yes.
This is great.
It's usable, it's safe, and everything's working without leaking. When I opened up the drawings on the job site that were stamped by the government, permitted plumbing, structure, electrical, HVAC, the permits were there. What was done was not done to plan. I had to get the laundry room. All the plumbing was on the outside wall, uninsulated. We built a sub-wall on the inside and ran all our plumbing in the sub-wall. There was a laundry room up there that wasn't in the plans. The bathroom, both layouts of both bathrooms were not the way they were in the plans. The contractor, unfortunately, made it totally phony. He had a rubber base all the way around the baseboard once we pulled it off. This floor requires a drain. There was no drain. Homeowners can see this. If the plans say it should be done this way, they can see whether or not the walls and bathrooms are designed a different way. This is the attic access that you did not have before. For some reason, they closed it in. We checked everything up there. We're happy with everything up in the attic. It's one thing that was good. The gas guys, the ventilation guys, and the electrician were the only good people in this house. Obviously, the contractor took over everything else. But you have to trust yourself to say, okay, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this. I'm gonna have to watch the money. I'm gonna have to make sure that everything goes the right way according to plan. This was 100% gutted. I moved the wall in. I built a proper 2x6 structured wall. I had to fix all the rafters in this area because somebody tampered up here and nothing was screwed in.
What?
Nothing. You must check out your contractor. You must. You must make sure they're licensed, insured, and know what they're doing and have been in the business for years. You must make sure you'll follow through with everything that's supposed to be done. They went over the lath and plaster, broke this area from here onto the other bathroom.
Right.
Don't ask me why, but they did as much cover-up as they could do.
I can't get over why he spent so much time trying to cover things up and lie to us to our face when we question him on some things, when he could have just done it right from the beginning.
It looks great.
And the shower works?
It works.
I know, I can
It's
just
tested. It's not gonna leak.
Sweet.
Awesome.
I made a few changes in here. If you notice, your door's moved over. Because it was in the wrong location. We've now opened the door to the toilet so we don't see the toilet.
Oh, it works.
Okay, look at your shower stall.
Oh.
It is awesome.
You're never gonna see what we do until you actually watch the show.
Right.
I'm afraid.
Your tub's not gonna rock, and it's totally safe. It's totally not
Good.
going to leak, and I think you can
No
now have a
movement back and
shower
forth? Wow.
and a bath.
And it's not resting on a little piece of styrofoam?
I put in a pedestal sink
Beautiful.
rather than the cabinet. It did not work for me. If you look at this, it looks rather big, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
much more airy.
In
We
the
can actually
shower.
walk into our shower now, open up the door and walk in.
I feel like a weight lifted off my shoulder.
Are you ready to come home?
Yes. Seeing people actually enjoy what they're doing and what they did in a month, I feel sorry that the team had to do so much work for the faults of one man.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. The family is back. They're happy. Their lives are now, they can move on. They don't have to look back anymore. They don't have to deal with the contractor, and I recommend they don't. Forget about yesterday and move on with today. Keep smiling. We'll see you soon.
No kiss from me.
Okay, thank you. We've lost a champion. We've lost a superior contractor that's been in this business for years. It's gonna be awful hard to replace that man. Great job, everybody. Great job. Did you cut your hand?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a team, you know that? It's a team.
Every guy wants a big garage. They don't care about the house. Every guy wants a big garage.
We're high, low, high.
Well, it's not our fault the floor's not level. I'm like, well, yeah, you poured it.
That looks like hell.
Well, it's not really our fault the roof's not straight. I'm like, you built it.
It's finished, it's passed, it's wrong.
Just do what you said you would do. That's all I want.
Yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. Oh, my money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. Dave, Nice guy. Lived across the street, had a dream. I like that spot on the corner. Nice big backyard that we see here.
Walked into the backyard and thought, this is really cool if you could put a big garage behind the house, because every guy wants a big garage.
I would like to build a shop in the back for my photography. Sign. That's what I call parking. The garage is built, reserved for me. It's a square box, 12-foot high ceilings. Dave says to the contractor, I thought we were going 18 feet.
His advice was, we have a permit to build a structure that's 12 feet. Let's go ahead and do that. When it's finished, we'll raise it to 18.
Mistake number one. How you doing, Dave? Nice to see you again.
Jacked it up without having a foundation in here, so he's jacking it up on dirt, basically. Gets it up, starts building the work around. It's all wobbly, it's all shaky.
Ceiling caves in, falls down. Obviously, they've made a mistake in trying to go higher up in the ceiling.
Like he could have killed somebody.
Oh, we have bathroom?
Yes.
Kitchen, nice. Poured separately?
Yes.
From that point on, all hell breaks loose.
That was the first stop work order. That was the big one. That was the one that lasted the longest period of time. That's the one where you got to go to talk to committees of people that know nothing about anything and try and convince them about what you should or shouldn't be able to do.
What a strange way of doing this. I mean, I see a step up in the front entrance here, step up in the bathroom.
If they continue to work while the stop work order is issued, like, they're in jeopardy of losing like a license and being charged. So they gotta, you know, they kind of gotta respect that.
Things started to happen. Stop work orders one after another.
What's with the sand?
When the snow thaws, the water runs right in through these cracks.
So we're getting down and underneath the curbing. Where do we have leaks in the bathroom?
Just this area here. As you can see, like right down the floor area.
Okay, so we have a simple bathroom, shower, toilet, sink.
Everything's workable, despite the fact the showers never really used.
Why?
A lot of stupid things with the city happened. I said, I want to put a slop sink in my garage. You know, clean out paint trays, all that kind of stuff. I want to put that in. And they're saying, well, you want to put that in your garage? You can't put that in your garage. I don't need a shower in my garage, but the city said, you got to have a shower to do this. Why would I want a shower in my garage?
That's interesting.
Then they come back to you later and they say, well, why do you have a shower in your garage? It's like, because you told me you wouldn't give me the permit for the sink without the shower.
5 years later, it's to this point here. Roof, how are we doing? We leaking?
Yes. Roof is leaking. Most obvious areas in the back.
Well, you have a gradual slope this way, but I can see all these areas here, these white spots were puddles. We're gonna see a leak right downstairs here.
When push comes to shove, you're like, well, you know, I got all these problems. Like, yeah, the floor's not level and my walls are all out of square, and, you know, what are you gonna do about that?
All along, water sits there, there. Obviously still there. Here's where you're leaking, right?
Yep.
No, this is not the way we do this. This is very thin roofing. That's very, very thin. It went from a $50,000 job, 50 grand for a garage. That's a lot of money, to 80,000. To imperfections, to leaks, to problems.
You gotta kind of take care of this. This has got nothing to do with the city. This is your problem. This is your poor workmanship, and this is the guys that you've brought in here to do stuff that, you know, are showing up in the middle of the day and then leaving an hour or two later. And at this rate, they're never gonna finish.
This is one layer. I can tell by walking on it. I can feel it. Why add on and then slope the roof this way when the roof was designed to slope this way? And this is probably just wrapped around the edge, which it is. It's not the way to do it. That looks like hell.
That was the first sort of sign of like, hey, what's going on with my roof?
All right. Well, I've seen enough of this. We have a lot of work to do. Let's go back downstairs. In the long run, Dave had no choice but to actually talk to his lawyer about suing the contractor.
Kind of the worst part of the settlement is you gotta bring somebody back that you're not comfortable with, that you've just sued and won, and then hope, hey, he's gonna do a good job for me. Well, no, he's not gonna do a good job for you.
I want to check to see how low your flooring is compared to your foundation wall. Because if it's a lot lower at this point, we are going to have to dig all the way around this place and waterproof the foundation. I have options. I can raise the floor on the inside, which means I got to move all your cabinets, everything you have inside. We're definitely losing your roof completely, and that is going to have to be re-slope. We're probably going to have to build up and scab on top of the existing rafters and create a proper slope. Love to give you a new garage door, much higher, reframe everything, bring up the curb so we have a proper watertight system. I'm going to take the roof off. I'm going to open up the walls. I'm going to inspect this. I'm going to see whether or not I can raise this floor, waterproof the outside, and I'm going to turn this into what should have been done in the first place. The more I do, the more I get stunned every day. That's ridiculous. That looks like hell.
Tiny leaks turned into big leaks, which turned into more problems, more water.
That's very, very thin.
You gotta kind of take care of this. This has got nothing to do with the city. This is your problem.
When things go bad, relationships go bad. Contractor with government, homeowner with contractor, homeowner with government.
I got a call from the contractor. We got a stop work order. Everybody's got to go home because they want the fireplace taken out. And I'm like, what fireplace? There's no fireplace in my garage. Why do I have a stop work order for that? He says, I don't know, but it's against the law for me to work, and we're sending everybody home.
Oh, another day, another dollar. How you doing, Robbie? Good to see you. It's really an investigation day. I can't see how we're going to, do everything at once. We've got to figure out how we're going to do it. We're going to pull the roof and see what's been done, and we'll find out from there. It appears to be sloped well coming across this way, and then obviously we see it sitting in this area, and I'm sure the more water that comes up here, the more that sits. We got all kinds of puddles.
What we might do is start ripping just on the perimeter a little bit just to see what we're going to be up against.
I think we got an easy pull up here. This is the good part about guys doing things wrong. Oh, come on. Oh, look at this. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Looks like just 15-pound felt paper.
Torch down to tar paper. Tar paper is very flammable.
You could have burnt the place down.
Holy cow. All right, obviously this is going to be easy. 5 minutes. I'm pretty damn sure of it.
Good idea. We should save it as a rain tarp.
Yeah, really.
Look at this. Ants.
You know what? The more I do, the more I get stunned every day. And I shouldn't be surprised. I just shouldn't be. This is the exact leak downstairs in the room where we saw the ceiling, right? So we see that this has been a water area that's been penetrated over and over again. And it's only, what is this, ½ inch? Not a smart move on a flat roof. Look at the rot. Look at the rot. We have no choice but to take a photo plywood. I believe it's ½ inch, very flexible. But look how it's cut everywhere. It's just cut. He's an animal. Well, here's one thing that wouldn't have passed, and I'm really afraid of the structure now, just based on what I've seen. I'm not afraid it's gonna fall in. I'm afraid what I have to do to fix it. We have an R30 bad insulation right here. We do have a breathable space. No holes in this beam whatsoever, which means it stops airflow. So no wonder we have so much problems with the sheeting. Okay, so he has a double header. Oh, we're definitely got wet in there. Definitely got wet. This should have been tongue and groove. This is why we're gonna see it go so bad. But because it's so wavy, it's because it's not breathing. It's trapping moisture within the roof itself. It's not breathing. So it's killing all the wood on top. And I can't believe he hasn't flooded way worse than he already has. We see 2x10s, we see 2x12s with a scab on top. We see different layers. Obviously 2x10s on that side with ripped 2x4s on top. They tried to create a slope. This is gonna take me a while to fix. And this is just the roof, which scares the hell out of me. How much money? $80,000. Pissed is what I'd be. I want at least a 5-degree slope. Insulation was somewhat correct. I mean, it's not that bad, but when it can't breathe, it's gonna rot all the wood. Now, it says 3/8 plywood. We've ordered 5/8, 75 sheets of tongue and groove. Leave this roll for walking for now. Pull up those two. One roll, leave it. Okay. I'll tell you, this is one reason I don't like bat insulation. Anytime you're gonna have a void like this of about 3 inches on the end, that's massive heat loss. So if you're gonna insulate, insulate everywhere. The idea was to rip all their 2x8s down and create the slope, but nobody used the chalk line. 1 3/8, 1 7/8, all in one section. They just cut by eye. So that's gonna make it go like this. I got a whole bunch of finger work there. A lot of minor things cause a lot of major things. At least they could have used tongue and groove. It wouldn't be so bad. What I can do is just pull all this off, leaving obviously the 2x12s in place because these are fine. Fix all the insulation and then just re-slope it. A little bit of mold. Not a surprise to me. I'm going to slope this roof. Isn't that unbelievable? Torch down to tar paper. Tar paper is very flammable.
You could have burnt the place down.
Just do what you said you would do. That's all I want.
The trick to insulation is making sure you don't pack it too tight that it sits fluffy. The way this was done, not only is it just packed down, but we have all kinds of voids in the center and on the edges here. And it was insulated right to the outside, so we'll make sure we cut those pieces and fill these voids and fluff everything to sit properly and meet properly. All we want to do is insulate to this point. That allows the soffit to breathe up and above, because now, instead of going from what I'd say they went up 6 inches to 0, on a 30-foot span, it's not enough. We're going to go up 10 inches to 1.5 inches. That's going to give us that breathable zone right across the whole top. So we need a string, a chalk line, a skill saw, and extension cord, please. So we're going to be from 0, 4 9 1/4 to 5 1/2 up. So let's chalk line that from that point to the top corner. Okay, so rip this, and then I want you to use that as a template. The crown is always on that side when you put it down as a template.
Okay.
Okay, and then keep marking, keep cutting, keep going. Now, if you notice, what did we do? We cut the top side and not the bottom side. Right. This way we stay nice and true with all the rafters, and the top side is what we want to sheet with. Right. I like that angle. It's going to work. Every one of them will go into place. We get it sheeted, and we have a breathable zone all the way through the top, which allows the bottom sheeting to breathe, which is what we want. We actually notice quite a bit of mold on the underside of some of the sheeting. So this way, we got that run straight down. The existing 2x12s are fairly level and true, so that works for me. Now we're going to have a run that way.
Got our plate on. We gave it a slope. It's quite a significant slope here. And what we're using is ring shank nails to hold it all in. These are nails that are actually ridged so that they grab into the wood. They don't pull out like you see some nails. We're using PL and nails. PL just helps it's an extra bonding. So what it's going to do is grab onto the other piece, grab onto this wood, and just hold it all in. Then the nails, extra insurance.
Let's cut them all at 24 5/8. Here we make sure that we have airflow coming up, coming through underneath, right through to the other side, which allows all the sheeting to breathe. Really the idea with the safety rails is it's a warning. You even come close to it and touch it, you know you're too far. And when it comes down to it, do I want any of my guys falling off this roof and getting hurt? No. It's been a hell hole trying to adjust to total imperfections. However, the guys are good and they were able to do it. Now we can drastically see that nice 4-inch drop from one side to the other. Nice and true, exactly how we want to see it. We're just getting ready for the roofers. We're going to sweep this off, get the safety rail back up again.
We don't want to get any heat or flame down to the wood deck. We put down this first, and it covers, sort of fire blocks those seams on the protective board, so we don't have any chance of a fire. It's not 100% fireproof, but it does keep the heat and the flame away from directly being in contact with the wood.
Now, this looks light, but let me tell you, at 15 pounds minimum a sheet, it's not light. This is a very smart product to use. It's a fireboard, so when they torch down their first membrane, nothing's gonna light on fire.
What we do is we offset the seams about half a sheet, similar to plywood when you're sheeting a roof. That way it doesn't sort of telegraph through on the base roof. Just flattens out the surface a bit.
We're just digging around the foundation, and soon we're gonna be pulling off all the siding because the last thing I'm going to do is cover this up with a new siding. So that does not work for me, but we'll expose it and see if there's any rot or mold or anything. Never cover it up. Not a smart move. Pull it down, investigate, go new. So as we're digging, we're seeing that they have the seal gasket here, and they're just using a plastic that runs underneath the bottom plate. I never want to see wood within 6 inches of earth. We see the plastic membrane that's here, and unfortunately, it's only on the corner and not all the way through. This is the highest point of the place, and this should have been right across it and a waterproofing on it. So we know that the foundation is 4 feet deep. We don't have to dig all the way down to the footings, right? In this case.
No, not at all. What we have to be concerned about is the top 2 courses of block, which is above the concrete floor on the inside. And what I'm proposing that we should do is we're going to dig it up, prime it. We're going to apply a blue seal onto the wall, drainage board, weeping tile, 1 foot of gravel. And the weeping tile is going to be continuous right around the whole structure, and we're going to run it into the valley behind the property.
We got a little bit of a storm, I think, coming. They're calling for 70% chance of rain, so we're gonna try to get as much of the base on as we can because that will give us a watertight seal. It's basically a roof at that point, it's just not granulated.
Rain is coming, so we're hurrying, trying to cover this roof as quickly as possible.
Good job, Mike. Good job, buddy. Way to go. Way to go.
Rain is coming, so we're hurrying.
I'd be pissed if this was mine.
I got another stop work order. You can't put drywall up in your garage. And I'm like, oh my God.
He didn't give up. He pursued. He kept going.
I went to my local politician. He couldn't have been more useless. He actually sent a letter to me on his stationery saying, I have no opinion about the matter. And it's like, wait a second.
5 years to build this thing is totally unacceptable. Going through hell not only with the contractor, but honestly with the government.
I'm getting nowhere with these people. They're not answering my calls. They're not returning any of my letters. They want me to build showers instead of sinks. It was stupid.
Stop work order after stop work order to the point that he's got to go see the mayor himself.
He says, I have drywall in my garage. Nobody came around and told me to stop. And I'm like...
And then even the mayor says, what's this all about?
So he calls the guys that's getting all the stop work order. He's like, come on up here and explain this to me. So sure enough, this guy trudges upstairs and he sits down. He sees me. His face just goes pure white and he sits down and he's like, yeah? He's like, why can't Dave have drywall in his garage? Rambles on and on and on about why Dave can't have drywall. And he's like, that makes no sense whatsoever. Sign off and let him put drywall in his garage. This is ridiculous.
How we doing up here, gentlemen?
Doing good.
Looking good. Look at this, eh? Strong, flat, and sloped. I'll tell you, one thing I love about these guys is not only do they do it right, they overdo it, and that's what I want to see. But look how this works. With the flashing on the outside that has the upturn and it's underneath, obviously, these 2 layers, what's going to happen is when it rains and the water's rushing down, and even if it does want to come this way, it holds the water here, directs it down to the bottom where the east trough is, but look how they've cut a precise 8-inch strip that comes right across, waterproofs from this point to the flashing, and then with the top layer that comes over, they'll cut it approximately 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch short, so when they heat it down, they see that bleed come out. They want to see that bleed. If they don't see the bleed, how do you know it's watertight? You don't. This whole procedure makes it perfect, and this is what we want to see. Money well spent. what we're doing here is we have to cut out 18 inches of concrete slab at the garage door as well as this door because we've got to dig around the foundation. So I'm going to measure right off this and mark it up with a straight edge, 18 inches. I'm going to do it just a dry cut to give myself a scribe line so I can visually see the line that I want to cut. I like things straight. And if you don't give yourself a nice guideline, you're going to be all over the place with this saw. So we'll do a dry cut scribe, and if you notice, I'm gonna keep my wood on this side, so if I damage concrete, I'm damaging stuff I'm taking out and not the good finished stuff. Now, I didn't harm anything on this side, and I have a nice scribe to cut with. Now we'll hook up the hose and cut it. Now there's two reasons to hook up the hose to the saw. One, will keep the blade cool and prolong the life of the blade. Two, we're gonna keep a hell of a lot of concrete dust down. Now we barely raised any dust. I can jackhammer that slab out. I'm telling you, as soon as we cut it, it snapped down. You can see the drop here. See that? Just pushed right down. How can that push that low?
There's never good news. It's never like you come here and he's like, hey, Dave, you know, we over the roof. There was a pile of money up here. Like, there's never good news when this stuff goes on. It's always just, how much is the bad news bad?
First of all, I want to pull it all down and inspect it just to make sure we don't have mold, we have proper insulation because we had to fix a lot of the insulation on the top there.
I'm curious to see what's behind the wall here when he takes that off. Like, will there be mold back there? I don't know. It doesn't look promising.
Everything's coming off on the outside to redo it, but we don't have wood touching earth. You know, this concrete foundation should have been higher than the grade. Wet concrete always travels to dry. So that's why we'll travel inwards because it's dry, right? So same. Like if we stop it from coming in, it does get wet, it will wick up and breathe out the top and allow it to dry. If you trap it 100%, it won't.
When you go a step beyond what it's supposed to be, you've got even less trouble. Because I'm sure a lot of the stuff here was done to code, and it was done the way legally it could have been, but it's not maybe the way it should have been.
We're just chalking a line. We have to mark the splashing out on the underside so that we can degranulate it. And what degranulating means, we're going to take the surface off here so that when we go to bond the flashing, it's rubber to rubber, not rubber to stone. Our slope of the roof is actually going this way. And the reason why we 45 it is so that, you know, the water that's coming in behind this flashing will get diverted down the slope of the roof. As opposed to having the flashing like so, where you've got almost a dam for the water to sit up against. You know, any vulnerable points on roofs, whether it be slope roofing or flat roofing, are usually in the protrusions like the chimneys and vent stacks. And what we want to do is minimize the possibility of a leak. And this is one of the areas install methods that we use to help minimize that.
I'd rather do that than pull this concrete out, which would take a week. Look at this, eh? Strong, flat, and sloped. We have so much happening today. We've taken over the whole street. We're spraying the foundation wall. Hold up a sec.
I'm doing this for about 45 minutes now. That's how far I got.
This floor is super MPA. It's super, we should be way ahead of this. Let's go over to the doorway here. This appears to be about 8 inches thick. So what I want to do is snap this out so that we see inside, not just the foundation wall.
Okay.
Okay, this will be a lot easier to break off because you can hit it from this side. Don't hit this floor anymore because I don't think I'm going to take it up. Because the floor is lower than the outside level, we're going to put up a spray foundation coating. And it's just really like putting an elastic rubber band around your foundation. Once it's dry, we'll cover it up.
This system is monolithic. It's one wrap. It's waterproof and vapor barrier all at once. You cannot make a mistake because once the membrane is dry, it will dry to an ocean blue color all the way around. In some places, you'll see that it'll dry up almost transparent. So you go back and you touch it up until you get that ocean blue color.
Well, this is a good sign. At this point, I see proper insulation. I don't see any condensation or any worry of mold. So far, I'm feeling good. We see a proper gasket seal at the bottom. See, this looks like a lot of damage, but it's not. It's just the lumber itself. We are seeing the black, but we don't see any mold, which makes me extremely happy. Damn, I'm feeling good. This is good. This is extremely tough concrete.
So what happened is water was getting in here somewhere. It was washing this out a bit. And you can see I can get my arm right underneath that. So that's going to create a weak point in the concrete.
Let's take a hammer, go around the room, knock on the floor, see if you find any other hollow spots.
Mark them.
We'll deal with that, mark them, we'll deal with that as we go. And I want to bring in the laser level to see just how bad this is out. This is the high point. What do you got?
6 inches bang on.
6 and almost a quarter, so that's pretty level with the middle. Oh, I'm telling you, they have no idea how to level a floor. Well, when I phoned up Dean, the concrete specialist, he says we need a minimum of 4 inches on the floor in order to go over top of this. So I'm happy with that. And what that tells me is by putting the laser level, it shows me where the highest point is on the floor, how bad the floor is out and what we have to do to get a minimum of 4 inches. 5 5/8. Will we have to break down the middle area to hit the bathroom door is the whole ticket here. Everything else is high except the bathroom door. So that's our worst case scenario, is to raise this height here.
Everywhere else is okay.
I'd rather do that than pull this concrete out, which would take a week of bins of guys of pulling it out to put in a level pad. It will go over top of it. I'm not concerned about this. It's getting that 4-inch minimum. Very simple. We're gonna leave that overhang, right? That's good, I like that.
See that? It's a corner. It's not as bad, but you see a gap here and you see a gap at the end.
Oh my God. For guys that don't know how to stud, we probably have a crown out, a crown in, a crown out.
I don't think this will be too hard coming down. Looks like those guys are having a pretty good time over there, so.
Take it down.
Okay, bud.
Thank you.
They call this sheathing tape, which bonds 2 dissimilar materials, or in this case, 2 similar materials. And now we have a weatherproof seal. And we've just stopped here. We got to do a little framing here. We just want to get the siding guys started right now.
We're using a concrete composite siding. Great product, hard to install, but in the long run, you're gonna love it.
Vinyl aluminum sidings are a lot more flexible in terms of installation, a little more user-friendly. This is definitely not a do-it-yourself type of product. Definitely need quite a bit of experience and training to install it.
Because we have to lay a new concrete floor over an existing concrete floor, we have to scarify the floor. In other words, grind it down. We need something to bond to or adhere to. That's a workout. I'm getting ready to put the curb in place. The new curb, which is going to be higher than the outside grade. Okay, it's right on the 1 inch, perfect. And of course, it's not level. It's a difference of 5/8. So we're higher here, lower on that side. By wearing these red glasses, I can see the line much better. Because if you look in the wall right now, you really can't see it. When I put on the glasses, I can see the line. Cool tool. Nice. Should be level. That's what I want to see. Outside just the way we are. Right there. We're going to put rebar into the existing foundation. And what this is going to do is lock this curve that we've now created in from being pushed out at all. We're going to put quite the weight load of concrete in here, and I don't want this to be pushed. So let us sit 20 minutes?
Yep, we're good to go.
Nice.
Good to go.
Wow.
We're good to go.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's pour it.
What we have to do to get the new concrete to bond to the old concrete is put down an acrylic bonding agent, and that has to be done within 20 minutes of us laying concrete. So what we're doing is we're just going to lay this liquid down and brush it in with a brush. Okay, we've done some of the area there already. This has got to be wet before the new concrete comes. Otherwise it forms a vapor barrier between the old and the new concrete, which we don't want.
What's the MPA we have here?
It's ultra horizontal, 25 MPA, and then we got the polypropylene fibers, the Novamesh HPP. That goes in the concrete.
And this dissolves.
That dissolves and it mixes through. Here's the old fiber that we were using, and there's some of that in there too. But basically, by using these, it's given us that structural equivalent to having a welded wire mesh in there, which is really good for the concrete if it's in the right place.
That is brilliant.
And basically, once this thing disperses, that's all through the concrete.
Look how hard it is, too. Man, hard.
And they're solid, they're hard.
That's like a ton of rebar in there, but it's not metal.
Polypropylene, and it's a hard plastic in here. Almost like a toothpick.
Thank you.
Stop, please. I just noticed as I got down on my knees that we had a slight hump in the floor, so I pulled out the laser level to just make sure that we have that mark on the concrete. It's 2 3/16 above our line.
8 3/4.
I thought it was high there. It was a little high, so now they're raking it back. They'll float it out again, and we'll double check it again. We want it perfect. We have the opportunity. Let's make it right. That looks way better. That's absolutely perfect. That's what we want to see. Let this set up a bit, and then we'll get the pads out so we can walk across it. Start hand troweling it to perfect it, but we're pretty well on the money for levelness. And you can see it, you know, it looks level.
don't want to shove it too hard.
Getting a headache.
Looking good. Here we go, last day. The circus. All the painters are here, the cabinets are going in. New countertop in the kitchen, new trim around the doors, finish it like the other person said he couldn't. Working on the outside, finishing the caulking, the siding, the eaves troughs, downspouts, cleaning up the property. Sean's created a nice little ramp on the inside, perfect in case he wants to drive his vehicle in to load up or his motorcycle. You notice there is no wood on the jambs. We've reduced it in, and we have all our wood behind the drywall so they can anchor the garage door too. This is actually gonna look good, you know, because normally you see the wood all the time, right? Now we're attached to the drywall. It's gonna look good.
It's gonna look clean.
Yeah.
That's the main part. It looks clean. We're caulking the windows. Water can't get past the siding, between the siding and the window. It would create quite a problem if it did. So we've got a nice color matched caulking that matches the same color as the siding. We're just gonna seal everything up.
Because the countertop is a U-shaped countertop and so big, I've asked Sean to order the countertop 1/4 inch short, that once we get it in there, we can maneuver it and then just caulk the top of it. Okay, we're just starting to get tighter. Are we clenching that tile or something?
It's just really tight. It's like rubbing all the way along here.
Nope.
No, I don't want to shove it too hard.
Because these tiles are here, it's not like we can slide that whole top in. We can't. So that's why I asked for a 1/4 inch short. Unfortunately, the countertop company made it a 1/4 inch bigger, so they made it exact. Okay, let's pull the top out, please. We already striped this. Well, let's try it. Now go to that end, do that end, and we'll fit it. Let's try and drag it more on the ceramic. That's right. Stay away from the wall on this end. Yeah, more than likely, everything's on square. There's no doubt in my mind. I just want to see if I can get it back just a bit more.
The whole thing?
Yeah, just so I don't have a huge gap here. If I have any room, I'd like to try and get it in. Now just push on that in if you can. Ready? That's what I wanted. That's what we want to see.
Well, we're almost there now. We just have the sink to put in. We're gonna do a cleanup and give this back to Dave. A little bit of plumbing. Nice to do a little bit of plumbing once in a while, being a plumber.
I totally respect this man to not give up. All right, let's go get him. He kept going, and this man deserves someone to step in and say, hey, we can fix this. This man deserved everything that we came in to do.
Hey.
Are you ready?
I am indeed.
Okay.
How are you?
Just a little.
Yeah.
Just a little. Sorry about that.
No problem. Who said I'm going to stay here till Christmas?
Oh, we fixed your stairs, eh?
I noticed. They're beautiful. Great. It's
Well,
all
that-
the little things that add up to something.
Well, that was minor compared to this.
Oh, geez, look at this.
Not bad, eh?
Oh, it's great.
Well, for me, what do? We walk in, it starts with a roof. Wow. Obviously, started with your roof, pulled your complete roof, restructured the whole thing, then did down a triple layer effect. Actually, it was 4 with the protection board. Not just a small roof, but a huge roof. Worked our way down to investigating, obviously, structure, foundation, dug up all the foundation. All new weeping tile all the way around, all new double coat water system with the blue seal and the outside plant and product. The structure's an important issue, we fixed that. The roof's an important issue, we fixed that. The foundation, a major important issue, we fixed that. New curb, brought it up higher.
Yeah.
So everything worked out just perfect with the garage door. Obviously, new eavesdrop, downspout, all the way around. The siding. You know what? This was so much work to do this siding, but I really like it.
Yeah, it looks fabulous. It looks
Not only
great.
does it look good, the longevity of this product is phenomenal.
It looks fabulous. I wouldn't even believe this was the same building. It looks great.
It does look different, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's like you put a brand new building here.
We damn near did. We damn near did. Are you ready to go inside?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Oh, a garage door opener. Oh, look at that.
So let's talk about what we've done inside here.
It's great.
You know what? It makes a difference when the floor is level, doesn't it?
It does.
The leveling of the floor on the inside, I think, was more of a pet peeve than anything to Dave. We fixed that. We did a lot of investigation to see just what we could do with this floor. We brought in specialists big time just to determine, can we do this? So once we brought it up, we created the curb for you so you can drive in and out on your bike or your van, right? If you're gonna load up, at least you can get up over that. You have the sensor control on the garage door, so it's safe. This is a thermal door. This is not a cheap door. This is a very good door. It's winterized, so this way, when it's closed, you're warm. Now that the floor is up, we had a hell of a time today working with your cabinets because we had to reconfigure them. I bought you new countertops, sink, taps.
It looks fabulous.
Pretty good.
Well, you can't tell you had any troubles at all. You make it look easy.
Well, now it's easy, it's done. But the floor's brought up to the bathroom floor, so that works for me. Everything's nicely trimmed out.
Yeah.
We even went to the extreme of getting proper plates for all your speaker wire holes, because that was driving me insane.
Yeah, that's cool.
Again, this terminal over here.
Yeah.
So we put up that. We had to totally raise the height of this, so cut off your cork board, bring it back up again, and get it back into place.
And I see you put a cabinet in over here.
Well, that was kind of ugly. So for me, you know, that was just didn't work. So it just dresses it up a bit. Not only that, do you remember the hot water heater was here?
Yeah.
So we neatly tucked it in the corner, ran all the plumbing properly.
It gets a lot more space in here.
Yeah. Does it work?
Absolutely does. Absolutely does. It feels great to be back inside.
So the job started off right. Supposedly hired a professional contractor, got all the permits. As a matter of fact, he educated himself so much that he talked to the government to see how big of an area he could build, how he could build it, what his interests were, talked to the neighbors. You know, he did all the proper things.
Well, I know everybody usually does the big hug and kiss for you at the end, and that just wouldn't work for us. But
No.
I wanted to say thanks so much, and I appreciate everything you've done, and we've taken a bit of time to put something together here for you.
Why a world of hell? Why? Oh, look at that.
So this is just our little thank you. This is
Oh
everybody
my
that was involved
God.
in like putting this together from your end.
That's my crew.
That's your crew. That's you and the crew.
Oh, am I ever impressed. Thank you. Thanks. You're a good guy. Automatic door.
Perfect.
Yes.
Alrighty. Who's next?
I recognize him. I've seen him on TV a couple times.
fast. No, you gotta go faster.
I know, Mike, it won't end up running good.
Some people wrote it here, so you pick a spot that you like.
I'm doing good, I can hear it.
Great.
You know, we wanted the kids to be able to come down here and watch TV and have a playroom and have their friends in. So it was really going to be more of like the family room down here.
In 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you'll have the whole thing done.
$25,000 worth of crap.
And it just sounded perfect.
The plastering sucks, the corner bead sucks, everything to do with structure sucks here.
Now, not only did you just do a bad job, but you're a thief now.
I can't wait to take it down and see what else they did.
We've spent so much time and so much effort and so much anger on this that, you know, enough is enough.
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. I love my job. Bruce and Diane bought this house, moved from a home that they actually renovated themselves. Took them years, but they loved it.
Moving here was really more about being in a neighborhood, into an environment where the kids could go outside and play with other kids.
This is a nice layout. It worked out well for the kids. They liked the neighborhood. Decided to do a basement renovation.
And originally it was my intention to do the basement myself, but you know, kids are the priority, and I didn't want to lock myself into a basement job for 8 months every weekend, and I'd rather spend the time with the kids and with Diane.
They've already done the renovations on the other home. They did not want to do it on this one. They thought they'd hire someone.
I saw an ad for a company, and had a very intriguing name. It was all about basements and things like that, and so I went onto their website.
Everybody can go on the internet now, and they can find anything and everything on the internet. But contractors on the internet, that's a different story.
And the website showed fantastic photographs of like 15 years of service.
Claims to be the best basement finisher. That's what his business is, finishing basements. However, he doesn't do the work anymore. Diane.
Hi, Mike.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see
Hey,
you
it's
again.
cold out there.
Yeah.
Bruce,
Hey, Mike.
nice to see you.
See you too.
His idea is to charge contractors across the country a monthly fee to be part of the system that when they get hired by this well-known company, supposedly, they've got business.
And I made a call, and sure enough, within 48 hours, I had a guy here.
What he's done is he's created a web base right across the country of hiring subcontractors that he doesn't know.
You want to take a look? Sure, let's go. All right. Diane and I met with him. He had a fancy laptop, did a design for us right there, was talking about, you know, design elements for basements, things like that. It was all really encouraging, had all kinds of great ideas.
And they said to the contractor, we want a basement like Mike Holmes does. Contractor says, don't worry, we work for him. I don't know this guy. I don't know any one of them. I have a list of guys that I use. They're not on it.
So originally, we had sort of got this into sort of like 3 zones. One was we have entrance from our garage here, and because we don't have much of a front hall closet, we wanted to make the entrance, you know, Diane would come in with the kids in the wintertime, come down here, put your boots and everything like that into like a cloakroom or what have you.
There's days that I work from home or we work at night from home. So we really required a home office down here. Plus, you know, we wanted the kids to be able to come down here and watch TV.
Over in the next area, what we wanted to do is have a media center, sort of our television built in here.
The whole renovation was based on putting their TV inside a wall with a surround sound system. This is what Bruce wanted. He wanted that stereo room, the guy thing, the toys, the converters, sitting down, drinking a beer and watching the game. So they moved the steel post from here to here.
And you can actually see here, they just cut it off on the floor.
It's right at the point of the tie-in. So they
Right.
moved it over here to help pick up the load, square channel to help displace the load.
What they ended up doing is they just actually
recycled the post, so they cut it off, and then they reinforce it. Unbeknownst to us, they welded on a big 5-inch piece of steel onto the bottom of the existing I-beam. They welded in a bunch of rebar along it as well.
This is finger joint strapping is what this is. This is actually very dangerous to be under. I can see you're holding up the 2 pieces of wood.
Yeah, the whole thing has fallen off.
It's already fallen.
I came down to talk to the guys that were mudding and taping. They were the ones that told us that this bulkhead had fallen on them. And he knew about the kids, and that's when he said to me, could you imagine if this had fallen on your kids?
If I remove this post here, you can see how the whole thing was just supported by a couple of screws up there.
Let's just take this down, okay?
This is the moment we've been waiting for.
This is how you build a bulkhead. That bulkhead must weigh 150 to 200 pounds. That's upsetting. They got 2 little kids. And if they were down there at the time it fell down, This is totally unsafe. $25,000 worth of crap.
The 2 guys that came to mud and tape said, you know, they started looking around and said, this is the second job that they had worked with the general contractor on, and the work was shoddy. And they walked me around before my husband even came home and started saying, here's all the problems.
Jesus. Okay, that's not gonna work.
And it's pretty scary when, you know, somebody that you hired is telling you what's already wrong with your basement.
That's unbelievable. Okay.
They were pretty amateurish. It was apparent that even the way they did some of the work.
Like, there's no way that that's gonna pass, okay? So it sits there, and I guess it gets tied in to the bulkhead that was falling down. We got a metal studded wall in front of a 2x6 structure. Why'd they do this?
I'm no expert, but I've done a bunch to know that it's not right.
All right, you know I'm getting it. Let me just take it apart, redesign this, and we'll put it back together again. From what I see, everything in there is crap. Starting off with the framing, the finishing. Keep smiling.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mike.
We'll see you real soon.
Thanks again.
Okay. Man, won't be hard to take this down, that's for sure. Let's take it down.
The first thing that goes through my mind is, do I go up and see the kids and Diane, or do I go down into the pit of despair?
Well, obviously, we can see right out that we have a lot of problems, and I don't think we're gonna waste any time. We'll just pull down all the drywall. I already pulled down the bulkhead because it was totally dangerous when the homeowners were here, so that's the bulkhead there. Pot lights just hanging by wire. Structure, you can see the cut on the floor here. There was a steel post here. They removed it, put it back there. Moved the plumbing back, just the way they did everything, all to get this TV in. All 1x2 finger joints screwed in with drywall screws. It was only held by 2 locations. This one here, one on the end, and obviously this here, right? So let's just grab some tools, start taking down the drywall, remove all the metal studs, and again, we'll pull all this down, open it up, and redesign the room. Oh, isn't that cute? That's cute. Aww. The kids left me a note. You gotta love it. We'll keep that up for a while. It's definitely not how we build bulkheads. So they put up the square channel and weld a 1/2-inch steel bar right across the top. Like, that is really gonna do anything. It's on both sides. It's called the cover-up board. Okay, this is the cover-up board. It covers up everything that's wrong. That's a milk bag. That's how they close off the return air there. When you can pull things down with your hands with not much effort, it's not good. You know, these guys are responsible for all the waste that goes to the junkyard, spending money twice, which just does not work for me. But all this stuff that was purchased, now we're throwing it to the junkyard, brand new. That is sad. Okay, no insulation around the pot lights, which by code, we don't want insulation around the pot lights. But this is a fire-rated bad insulation, so it can actually go around here. What's the idea of soundproofing if you don't soundproof? At least they didn't notch the structure to run the plumbing, but you can see they forced it up on that side with the 2x2s, but just notched around here. Who says you don't put a screw through there? Oh, so this passed inspection, did it? I don't think so. 12 inches from the box must be clipped. It's too tight too, eh? I don't want to see it that tight. I want to see a little bit of a flex line here. That way, if you ever had any problems, you can pull it back through. 12 inches up with a clip and a little bit of extra.
A little bad reception in this house.
Yeah,
just screw through it.
You know what's cute about that is that's the new cable line that runs to the TV. Like it's gonna work.
The TV?
Oh, the TV doesn't work.
How were they were gonna move the steel beam? Those are the engineering drawings.
Since we know this wall's not holding anything, we can take it down. Okay. We should write books on how not to do a basement. All their studded work has been screwed to the ductwork. Right across, everything that wraps around is screwed up to here. Now it is the cold air return. We know it's the cold air return. You're allowed to do certain things to the cold air return. Oh, come on. It's not the way it's done. You don't screw to the ductwork. It looks like somebody's removed some sort of structure here. There's nothing picking up the bottom of the stairs other than a 2x3. What we wanted was the double, which in this case is a triple. That should have been here, underneath the stairs. Comes away so easy. Sloppy, very, very sloppy.
One guy could take this down in half a day. What's wrong with that?
How much?
Under 10.
Under 10. Over 25,000. What? That's what they charge. For what? For what? That's what I said. Imagine, you can actually go on the internet and hire a contractor, really without speaking to them. I find that very strange. What the hell's wrong with this picture? Is this a pattern that the contractors come in, take the biggest amount of dollars they can get, do the little bit of work to the point where it's no good, the homeowners are freaked out, the smart ones fire them. Now that we have everything out, it's just part that I love about my job is that I get to investigate and see who's done what and how long it's been this way. Let's start with the small stuff. Do you understand the importance of vapor barrier? For every hole in an outside plastic wall, we'll give the equivalent to 1 cup of water per season in moisture for every hole in the plastic. The electrician came in, cut it right across the bottom all the way around so he could run the electrical, but nobody put up any tape on. This 2x6 wall is part of structure. What is it holding at the window? Nothing, right? We see nothing. 1, 2, 3, there's nothing at point. Nothing picking up point loads, okay? They even cut it out here and for some reason tended to move it over. See behind that void?
Yeah.
Okay, such as the corner. Now we did pull out insulation. It was not enough in the corner.
It's freezing cold.
Freezing cold.
Yeah.
And a draft.
And a draft, yeah.
When they put up this wall, they screwed everything to the ductwork. There's holes glowing in all the ductwork. We gotta fix all that. They screwed to the elbow that comes off the main trunk. Everything you designed for this basement was because of the TV. You wanted it in the wall. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's funny. That cable line, that was new cable line. Well, we found 4 screws in that line from the drywalling into the ceiling. 4 screws went right through your cable line. So by the time it was all done and you go to sit down and turn on your TV, you're not gonna get cable. The structure of your stairs from downstairs, there's nothing supporting the one side on the inside. There's nothing supporting it. It's actually held up by the 2x3. We see a triple header support here, a triple header support here. Okay, the funny part is that these 3 should have been here, okay? Because here's your stairs right here. Here's the bottom of your stairs.
Yeah.
That 2x3 is holding that side of the stairs. It is not for structure. Even though they say you can, it's not for structure. Minimum is 2x4. Let's go to 2x6. Not a 2x3, especially at a stair level. Here's the most important. Now we can see the areas that they cut out to put in the ductwork above and back through again. I'm gonna have my guys come in, take it all out, because all the structure that they cut out is totally tied in correctly. We've cut 1 floor joist here, 1 floor joist here. These are continued tied over to the triple beam over there, and then run up over top of the I-beam here. Now, because of the span, it's not so bad, but because the second one is cut out and then a 2x6 was put in with a joist hanger here, a 2x6, not a 2x8, which nothing holds aside.
Well, when they took this out, I mean, they told us about their jump test.
Yeah, yeah.
They said, oh, you know, we know that this is going to be strong because we did a
over
jump
there by
test.
Oh yeah, well I don't know. I came in and I said, well, what are you doing? You know, are you not going to structurally support it anymore? And they said, oh, we jumped up and down on it, and yeah, we performed the jump test, and there was no movement whatsoever downstairs.
After checking all this out, I brought in my level and I checked the whole basement, and you are dropped 1/2 an inch at this point. And that steel I-beam, when it was put in, is perfectly true. So what they did was weaken the load, and this bent this is dropped 1/2 inch.
They told us, oh, listen, they over-engineered, you know, residential homes, you know, 5 to 10 times. You know, we probably don't.
Is that
even
right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I see half-inch steel channel bar welded to the side of the I-beam, like that's going to do something. And they did it to both sides of the beam. And who the hell in engineering is going to allow you to do that like that's going to do anything? So have no fear. We're going to fix everything. I'm going to redesign it, and you're no longer allowed to come down here until I finish. So keep smiling.
Great, sure.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
I'll be back
Thanks.
tomorrow, and we are going to continue.
Excellent.
Great.
Don't come downstairs.
Nope.
Frosto.
Yeah. You know, that's frost. Look at my nails. That's snow. That is perfect example of where mold is going to build behind the wall. For sure, mold will build behind this wall. A 2x4 structure is holding this house up with a knee wall that's approximately 32 inches. We're no longer allowed to structure with 2x4. It must be 2x6. So because they went 2x4 on top of it, the government said we want a 2x6 construction. I'm glad the government did it. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed the builder that came back in here screwed up a top plate, built the wall on the floor because they're lazy and don't want to do standard cuts by measuring. They just want to make it all one size, and you can see by looking up right across how it goes up and down like a toilet seat and not structure the floor. This beam cut with a 2x6 running across, not on structure, just tied into the blocking here. One joist hanger, at least he's got a joist hanger. So we have this area that's structurally held up with these two beams right on this 2x6, and nothing in this area. So that whole void continues down with no support. And they did a bounce test. That's funny. Oh yeah, they almost cut through that. Yeah, look at you dumb buggers. Two of them jump on the floor. We perform the jump test. We're gonna have to double all these up. What a pain in the butt.
They took a single joist hanger and made it into a double. Which wouldn't work. These are engineered to hold one at a time. That's why they make doubles and singles.
Take out these two, please. Pull this pod light, pull out the braces.
Yeah.
Cut a piece that we can get up in, and then stand up and vertically get it in.
Okay.
So that's where they had their water softener drained into. So now what they had was sewer gas coming up through the pipe, through here, into this connection, draining into the water softener. So now you got sewer gas with your drinking water.
This is not as strong as the I-beam.
Is this hollow?
It's hollow. It's very strong, don't get me wrong, but it's not an I-beam. I-beam is, you know, it's designed to take that weight load.
Right.
It's either I take it all out, or I just, you know, get them to cut out this point, get in a temporary pull. Ah, what the hell, you know what, we're gonna take it out. Pull it all down, okay? We're obviously gonna now have to fix structure, not just around the windows, but make sure this 2x6 wall is actually carrying load. See this area right here?
I can see that.
That's a beginning of mold buildup.
Right.
Now make me drop this whole wall and do it all again. Let's just get it all out. Get it out of the way. Take it down, please. Get it in the garage.
No problem, man.
sir.
Instructions for their nailer.
Oh, good. That'll come in handy when we use screws.
Well, we'll keep the beam and use it for something else, but definitely not what it was doing here. Just looking at it, how was I going to feed it in? I looked down the vent, went perfect location, slipped it in the vent, bring it back up and in, and what we're going to do is adhere it to this beam here, and it's called sistering or laminating, one or the other. Or you usually say sistering. I'll get it in place, screw it up, and what it's going to do is beef up this end as a double beam. We'll do the same thing with this one. I'll get as long as I can. I think I can get a 7-footer in this one. Get this one across, carry it up over the beam, screw it in place. Anytime you have an open structure, in other words, you want to cut out floor joists, you must have a double and a double with double joist anchor. Come on. Screw into this one with glue as well. So we're gonna hit the side, we're gonna hit the floor, we're gonna hit the beam with it, and then put in my doubled up, and then put in joist hangers. I tied it so well there, I'll cut smaller ones, I'll come across here. Even though the floor joists run this way, I can now come off with a double on this one, pick up the load on this guy. I should have my tool belt on, and then bring in 2 singles, which carries the floor load here of just flooring and tiles. All day to pull all this out, fix structure, to get the ductwork back in. What should we do first before the ductwork goes in?
I know it's not the drug test.
No. If we're going to soundproof the floor, let's get above the ductwork, okay? So we'll do that now, and I'll just connect it again. We'll turn on the heat. We now have heat in the rest of the house. I noticed you're using an expansion fitting on the duct on the main trunk.
We put it in one that's easier to, once we put all these fittings in, to tie the duct up.
Because you're going from one side to the
One
other.
side to the other, yeah. And it's also good for noise. It's a canvas connection. The noise won't, the vibration won't travel through the canvas.
And you made that up today too, or you buy this?
No, I made it up in the shop.
In 2 hours, you made all this stuff. I love it. And you taped up everything else. You were here taping up everything.
Yeah.
Make it right.
Hey, I like that. That's a good saying. I like that. All our eyes see is the eye candy. What's behind everything? That's my world.
You know, you engage somebody to come in and probably touch the biggest asset in your life and fool around with it, and you really have no idea other than the person who's showing up, you know, what they're all about.
It's a cutoff, so they just cemented around it to hold it in.
Is that right?
Yeah, you'll soon loosen that.
Okay.
Well, we're free. Like that was holding a lot.
No kidding.
Ed, you want to cut that? I can go up just slightly higher and then bring it back down on it. I have 83 and 7/16. That's as good as my chop saw. We're good. It's all yours. Now she's back to normal. Imagine that, all that work just to put it back the way it was.
Absolutely no nails holding this in. Well, you can see how good this was doing. I took it down with one hammer. Oh, look at that. That's a top structured plate, supposedly. It was about a ½ inch off of the other plate that it's supposed to be tight to.
normally, we would want to make sure we have a plastic in behind the wall. As long as I'm using the spray foam system, I'm not worried about doing it. If wood touches concrete, code states we have to have a minimum tar paper because we don't want the moisture to bleed through and rot the wood. So, always build your wall away from it because the walls are never perfect anyways, and I'm talking about the concrete foundation wall. Build it away from it. Now we can spray foam in and around it and give that R value in behind it. It's just smart, that's all. Now I chose to put the wall here. So I have a nailing edge on the outside, I have a nailing edge on the ceiling. I put in 2 nailing edges to catch this wall to secure it. Before I actually put this plate up, I'm gonna level this wall. My crown's on this side. I don't wanna put my level on the crown. I want it on the opposite side of the crown for accurate reading. "71 inches. This is a big mistake everybody makes. When they make a tie-in from a partition wall to another wall, whether it's structure or not, they always forget the block in there. And the problem being is once it's drywalled, we have movement on both walls, right? So if I were to take a simple 2x4, now we have a secured corner. It's totally strong, and we eliminate any possibility in the future of that cracking where it's tied in with plaster. Okay, give me 85.5 minus. 85.5 minus is minus the 16th, okay? By taking the wall and going off 16-inch on center right across and judging where a door can be, we can actually allow the door to be within the 3 studs of 16-inch on center and continue it. So our wall is perfect, and we will cut the drywall over the door and not at the edge of the door where it tends to split from the door opening and closing the weight of the door. We have a full piece of drywall around it. I never want to see you set up a door where we didn't have a continuous bottom plate. That piece has to be perfectly straight. If it's not, and our door at the bottom lines up on a slight angle, your door's screwed. By tomorrow morning, here's what we have to have done. All insulation pulled, excluding around this panel, right? Think of how the spray foam can tie into the vapor barrier behind the panel. Lose the stairs. I want you to bring out this 2x6 to the end here. Right. So we have a 2x6 wall. Then I want a 2x4 studded wall right in front of it, right across. So you're gonna build a knee wall up to this point. So let's visually think of absolutely everything for spray foam on the outside today. So tomorrow morning, they come in like clockwork and hit it. So we're gonna make sure we hit all the voids in the back and fill that directly up. Obviously, we want that thermal break on the outside. How much do we need in a 2x4 studded wall here?
Where this is exposed to the outside, directly outside, there's gonna be an R20 in here.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna put an R12 down here. We're really gonna concentrate on making sure this is sealed very well, and also the plates are sealed totally, encapsulated, so there's a continuous break all the way down to the bottom.
This is gonna be the office. So she has 2 choices. She can put the back cabinet on this wall with her chair and desk, or she can put the back cabinet on this wall with her chair and desk. I think she's gonna choose this one. So if that's the case that the cabinet's there, we really don't want telephone and everything behind the cabinet, right? Can we put telephone here, receptacle, just in case? That way it gives her the choice. I'll tell you what, if they're on the internet through cable, we'll have to bring cable and a Cat 5 just in case.
Well, even if they have it on the phone, and if they ever decide to go to cable, we should give them that option.
Okay, go ahead, Frank. Now, this is just a storage room. They'll access it by here. We're gonna move the furnace switch, right?
Yep. Okay. Right now, this is a dedicated line. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave this one here.
Yep.
Because I believe they had a fridge that was down here.
Yep, so we'll use this for the fridge.
Yep, that's the one.
I'm gonna do a bulkhead on the corner here. So I'm gonna bulk this in. I'm gonna have an access panel to get to the meter as well as the shutoff for the drainage in the garage.
Okay.
So I'll build the bulkhead and we can probably put the switches right in here. Sure. I am going to be building a wall here. Okay, I'm gonna be building a wall up here, closing this in. I'm running in heat and air return for the kids in here to keep them warm. So I want, obviously, I want a light here, I want a light there. Well, 6 pot lights here plus 1 here, base light.
Well, six will be fine in that area, because that area here is going to be used as a living space.
Cool.
Done?
The reason I'm coming out around here and coming across is I want the closet here for coming down the stairs. Using this closet here to make sure they don't tread across to use the other closet. But the main reason I'm coming out is so I don't have an angled bulkhead here. So that I come directly out here, finish off, that way my bulkhead's nice and straight and up. I have nice, clean, square joints and not angles. Or, you know, stick outs. I hate that. I hate that little bit of a jut out here. Someone walks by, hits their head, someone taller than me. You can see that the finish was going to be here, but that created an angle here. So let's bring it out, get more wall space here. I have the room here, why not use it? Imagine that. Didn't have to move the pole, didn't have to move anything. Just the proper design, and it totally works. What do you want to call it? Laziness? Don't know. I don't know. Wrong way. That I do know. So we're just finishing up the flooring, actually. We put down 1-inch foam, tuck tape all the joints, 5/8 tongue and groove plywood, and the whole floor is this way. That way we have a thermal break from the concrete up. We have the blue spray foam all the way around the room. We have mold-free drywall and water-resistant drywall. I think we got a pretty good job here. Just want to make sure on the outside we, once again, spray foam the edges so we seal it. Do it before you put down the plywood so the plywood even helps bond to it. Why don't you come over here? Push the light bulb. Holy cow, you can walk in here. You're a freak. When I was a little boy, I used to hang around in the closets, believe it or not. A little guy like me, I'd find a little hole like this and I'd be up there and I'd hide. This is my little hideaway, right? So what I saw, we'll keep this, I'll fix up the doorway. We'll keep the door. I'm gonna build a wall across here. I'm gonna close in all the pipes. So this is gonna be a closet. But in the back of the closet will be a secret door that opens in to the little kids' room. So now they go in through the closet, open the little door, and they have their own little paradise.
We are doing a first coat plaster in this room. It's only going to be 1 coat. This is a storage room, so what I'm trying to do is just do a really nice, neat job. Put it on thin, take off the edges, less sanding, and a nicer job. Now wires.
We have a closet here. You come down the stairs just like they wanted. This will be an area that, as far as I'm concerned, will be the entrance from the garage. Hang up their clothes. I don't think we're going to cover in the ductwork because it's inside the closet. We've studded insulated, obviously, with the spray foam. We'll make sure we get some green bat insulation and stuff all the corners again. 1, to protect the spray foam, and 2, also to give the soundproof insulation. So we'll do the whole outside. We have a nice little storage room in the back here. Actually, it's quite big. This is going to give them everything they need for storage. We're not going to drywall the ceiling because this gives them the opportunity to run anything in the future that they may need for upstairs. And it is a utility room. Oh, it's really coming together. We'll have the door open in. We have the water softener here, not hidden in that little thing under the stairs, which was ridiculous. Try and fill it with salt. Come out to a very wide open area. If you notice, we lost the closet that was here because that didn't work for me, so we got rid of that closet. We're gonna have the TV on the wall right here. If you notice, we continued our bulkhead, and a very strong bulkhead, may I say. We continued that bulkhead right across here to covering all the ductwork pipes, allow me to run wires, possibly in the future, if necessary, up through the bulkhead. I like it. Nice office area right here. We have 2 choice cabinet walls, so that full 101-inch cabinet can go either along this wall here or this wall here. You know what? They're gonna love this. Okay, Adam, pull it through. Honestly, it's always nice to run your cable and everything before you drywall, but in this case, we just found out that we need 2 lines run in case they convert it to a dish for the HD.
All right, we're through.
Adam's gonna pull it back through, and then I'll tuck it up through, right across, and down the wall. Coil it up in the other room, so in the future, when they put the dish on the wall, I just run it outside and hook it up. This whole basement was about the TV. So I've arranged somebody to come in and install the TV so it's done properly and let us know how he wants the wires run, everything else. It just makes sense to coordinate with each other. So with the TV in place, I'm gonna do 2 wall mount speakers on each side of the TV and a center speaker. We're gonna have 2 wall mount speakers that direct sound both ways with a bass in them. So it's never direct to your ears. As you're sitting here, it's not directly into your ears. It surrounds the room with sound. This one in the ceiling, that gives it the back sound. Pretty wild system.
We're just insulating the ceiling. First of all, it's for sound. This is going to stop any sound from traveling from the basement to the other floor. Next, it's fireproof. So we want all these joints as tight as possible because we don't want fire traveling anywhere up through there. If there's a gap, fire will get through it.
I'm gonna spray the ceiling, and Pete is gonna roll behind me to just give it a nice a roll texture. I like back rolling in general. It gives better coverage and a nice smooth finish. It actually looks really great.
How can we finish the edges here? Can we wrap around?
Yeah, just to the end. Just under the nose, eh?
Beautiful. Those 2 guys laid this carpet 2 hours. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Perfection.
We're doing a chalkboard for the kids. We were going to put it right on the wall, but Craig and I were talking and we thought this would be a much better idea, putting a piece of plywood, good one side, and painting the whole front face. That's what Craig and his boys did here. So I'll just finish screwing this down and then we'll trim it out.
Is that it there?
Yeah, that's it there. Surge protection. We're
The
gonna
whole
end up,
house.
We're gonna surge protect on this end, and then for the electronics, we're gonna surge protect on that end also.
And there you go. Green light. Done.
Basically, we're going to cut the hole. This should be the right size for the exterior of the frame. Exactly. So once we've got that hole cut out, this is going to fit in behind.
Will be good.
I checked this on the back of the TV. So the top line of this is 1/2 inch below center on the TV. So if we mount this bracket 1/2 inch below your line and make it center and level, it should put the TV center of the TV. So as long as we get 4 lag bolts into solid wood, it's more than enough to handle the load.
I really like the way these go in.
We're good?
We're good. Okay, we're gonna keep the plastic on these just to keep the speakers clean. I'll pull them off after we clean the place up and put them back in place. I'm gonna be jealous, I know that much. I can tell this is gonna be gorgeous, and I just may not give it back to them. I just may say I'm moving in.
Well, it's a fantastic TV, and especially for a basement type application like this where lighting is somewhat limited, this is the environment that plasma really shines in.
I'm coming with a case of beer tomorrow. I'm gonna be tired after today, but tomorrow, hopefully there's furniture in here. If not, I'll bring my own chair. This is cute. Look. Cushion against the wall.
Oh, you gotta keep
I suppose it is the new age, and eventually you will be able to work solely on the internet and dealing with contractors and permits.
We'll get them.
The homeowners did hire someone off the internet, and what happened? It's all wrong, it's ridiculous, and we had to come in and fix it.
Oh my gosh.
This is not our house.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
Now, I know you see what's at the end there, but we're gonna have to try and ignore that for a minute.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
right.
We'll do a little bit talking about what
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Well, you know what we did? We actually gutted it and took out that jack post that was in there, took out that beam that was in there, brought it forward, put it all back to normal.
Well, it's kind of hard to justify to your wife and say, you know, I gave this guy $15,000, and I look around and I go, what do we get for like 15 grand? It's $1,500 worth of material.
I had to bring my HVAC guys in to reduct it. They actually made up all new duct work.
We trusted the guy, and yeah, and then when it all went to hell in a handbasket, you realize, you know, I don't have any leverage anymore. You know, he's got money, and I can't fire him now because then I've lost all that money, and that's what ultimately happened in the end. And I should have stopped it long before.
I removed this closet. It was totally unnecessary. We took out the silly water softener where it was put, and we got it now in the utility.
What you really have to do if you're investigating somebody and you're dealing with a general contractor is get the reference of that individual.
Your electrical panel. In behind that, we have put on a surge protector to protect your whole house.
Oh, fantastic.
This is something I'm going to recommend to everyone because the logic behind it is if lightning ever hit or anything like that, it's going to protect your telephones. It's going to protect absolutely everything in here.
I don't care about the company. The company's one thing, but I want to make sure that the guy who's in my house, who I'm giving my checks to, that's making his representations, is the guy. That's the reference I got to check.
Before the finishing, obviously, we had taken down everything else that the bad guys have done, and it was pretty bad. For sure. But we also took down all the 2x6 walls that were put up by the builder because they were not good enough, and we redid all of it. And we spray foamed this whole place. You see how warm it is?
Yeah.
And we've had the furnace off for hours.
Yes. Yeah.
Totally warm down here. So by losing this closet, we've now opened up this area as far as I'm concerned and then brought it into this area. So we make sure we give you a rail, dressed up the stairs. So that bumper will bump against the edge. Okay, so now you have a full closet to use. We've kept your ductwork open rather than trying to close it in.
Yeah.
And I see that it goes down underneath, so you must have...
Back the way it was. Look at the height we have.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh my gosh.
we didn't have that silly beam going on there, right?
Well, the 1x2s that they used to hold up your old bulkhead, there was like 3 vertical pieces on the whole length. Wait till you see what we did to do proper bulkheads. We could hang off it. That's our own weight.
Yeah.
Here's where you can see how we did the floor. We see the foam, we see the plywood.
Oh, yeah.
We give you a separate outlet for your fridge in case you want to keep it there. There's also a separate outlet for the pump now as well. This is a much bigger storage room.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
We went to the extreme and drywalling back in here just to a finish coat of primer for you, okay?
There's the filter and the...
There's
Oh,
your
there's the water softener and everything out back in this room.
Where it should be. Totally
Yeah.
where it should be.
Yeah, perfect.
I've made this area your office. You really made it clear to me that you wanted to be able to see the kids, so I thought if they're down here playing with the TV, which we'll talk about in a moment, I gave you 2 options. You can now put that, and this is the way I've designed it, you can now put your back cabinets on this wall or that wall. So it's totally up to you. I've designed it that way. Well, you ready to see this thing?
I think so.
Oh my gosh.
No, I mean,
That's
not
in
to
the
do with the
wall.
rest of it any injustice, but I'm just trying to take in the space. It's just unreal.
That's great.
Now, how does it look? Does it look bigger?
Huge.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
This is really the ultimate system here. I'm glad that we picked it up together and put in something that you're really gonna like.
Yeah.
That's the biggest TV I think I've seen.
That's a 50-inch.
Holy crap.
What I'm gonna do is give you just a little bit of taste of this.
I can feel my circle of
Great.
friends growing as I stand here.
What do you think?
I love it. I'm envisioning my office right now.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, you know what? I have another extra special thing that I had to do for you. Peace of mind, we have a closet, right?
Oh, isn't that great?
I love it.
I got you a safe.
Oh my gosh.
Cool.
And let me tell you something. I don't care who breaks in here, try and get that out. Come on in. Now, wait a second. I was gonna put a door here, and I keep thinking kid. They get excited. You open the door, you hit the other kid. So I chose to use curtains.
Perfect.
You're gonna have your coats in here. That's
Yeah.
their little hideaway, okay? So to me, everything was designed to be safe for the kids. Come on.
Great.
We also
Oh my
ran
gosh.
Oh my gosh, this is
Out of
amazing.
control.
Good looking
This is
So I went and I picked up a few things. We
my
have
gosh, this is
built our
amazing.
own chalkboard, and with this we put on 10 coats of magnetic. So we made it magnetic and a blackboard as well. So you just paint over top of them. We created this just for the kids to play with, so they can put on anything they want, draw on it. We give them a table and chairs, and of course a TV with a DVD player.
No?
Oh my gosh.
You think they'll like it?
Yeah.
They're gonna die. They're gonna love it.
So come on in. Just walk in. Come take a look.
It's okay. It's okay. Come see. Come on. Look. Is this your new playroom? Come on. There we go.
We got you a table and chairs.
Very pretty. Hey, look, the chairs are your favorite color. You like purple.
What do you think about this, Eric?
Your own TV. We have your chalkboard. You can also, it's magnetic, so you can put up all kinds of magnets on the board. You can write on it, and I put up that wonderful note that you made me when I first came in the house. You can erase it.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
All of us sat in here, all my guys, and we thought, okay, what can we do? Well, you know, you have to think of
I'm gonna put
kids.
it away.
Right. So we had to put up the board, because that's, you know, otherwise they draw on the walls, right? This would keep them drawing on the board. I'd want a TV.
Yeah.
I'd want the table. You know, so now they can bring in all their toys, and this will just
All their
be
toys, all their friends.
Go to
whole
your,
neighborhood.
you can say, go to your room.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, our dad, you know, I'll be in my room.
Give me 5. Come on. Thank you. Return. Ready? High, low. Way to go. It's nice to see the kids playing in a room like that, eh?
Yeah.
They like, I mean, even when we were in there having dinner, they're like, oh, I want to go down to the room. I want to go down to the room. First, I want to say thank you.
No problem, buddy.
Awesome job. You led
Thank
it
you.
well. Very good, Dana, man. Very good, Adam. Where's Cran? Where's Pinky? Way to go, Pinky.
Thank you.
Another job well done.
We're just very happy with the house, and we're hoping to get the basement finished to add some space.
All interior walls this way will come down, but I may be able to keep this.
We were starting to have some concerns about the renovation. There were some things that looked kind of sloppy.
If the outside looks bad, what have they done with the electrical and what have they done with the plumbing?
The water's going in the ground, and it's just going to come back up as a terrible odor.
We are expecting a baby. And with the outlets sparking and that kind of thing, I got really worried that the house isn't safe.
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. Tom and Rebecca bought a house, brand new home. They have a baby on the way, so the idea was to do a basement and make it really usable for a future family. They brought in about 5, 6 different contractors, and they were all in the ballpark around $15,000, and one of them was actually a lot cheaper.
This contractor we ended up choosing stood out for us because he seemed quite professional. He put it in writing.
His quote was very detailed, and he gave us a guarantee.
And he returned our calls, and he seemed to have no problem answering questions, so he really seemed to stand out as the most professional.
I understand why the homeowners will, you know, see 5, 6 different contractors, get approximately the same price, and now they're judging at who's come in their door as to who wins the job. I understand it, but they've got to check them out. If they don't check them out, they're just pulling at straws. Tom.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Rebecca.
Hi, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Come on in.
Come on
I
in.
hear we have some basement problems.
We do. The only time we saw him was in the morning. He would come and he had the access code for the house, so he would let himself in and he would let these 3 workers in.
What is wrong with this picture? Contractor comes in, as kind as can be, sells the job, starts the work, brings in other people, he's barely there, and all these other people look like students.
So this is supposed to be finished.
I hate this right away.
And we didn't really know there was major problems because they put the drywall up and everything looked okay. It's only when they started doing the finish, when they started doing the plaster of the wall, that we could see what a horrible job the finish was.
So this is the laundry room.
And this is the furnace room, which was unfinished.
Oh my.
One day I was home sick and they didn't know I was home, and I heard music in the basement, so I just came down to see how things were going. Came down and they were standing on our couch with music blasting, playing the air guitar. And we actually didn't want the laundry room here. We wanted this to be an office or a guest room, but the contractor said we had to have it here because this is where it already existed.
I guess he didn't want to get a permit.
No.
Did you have a permit?
No, we didn't have a permit.
One day we heard a vacuum running and we thought, oh, that's good, they must be tidying up down there. A few days later we realized it was our vacuum, our home vacuum, that they'd gone into our second floor, into our closet, got our vacuum, and was using our vacuum to vacuum up cement and drywall. So they burned the motor out of the vacuum.
Is there any problems in this room?
We're trying not to use the washer and dryer because we have some concerns, because in other rooms in the house, when we plug things in, it sparks and sometimes the power cuts out. As well, they took our ladder, and then since they didn't have a ladder, they pulled our couch out and used our couch as a ladder, so it's covered in cement and paint.
We have no power to the dryer. See this wonderful tile job that was done in the baseboard. I mean, look at the gap here.
Yes, so.
I guess he didn't know how to level floors. This is disgusting. I'm seeing the walls wavy like crazy.
This is just indicative of the whole basement. The finish is just horrible.
And they went into our closet and got some guest towels and ripped them up to make rags to wipe up grout.
This is the bathroom.
This is the bathroom.
They had to crack the floor to move the shower and the toilet a small distance.
And that tap doesn't go right to the wall over there, but he said that's how it's supposed to be.
Oh my God, this is poor. We can tell that the electrical was not done to code. That's got to be clipped. It should have been drilled up higher here and clipped near the box, meaning just a staple holding the wire. Stationary, not like this.
And this door doesn't close either for some reason.
That doesn't surprise me. It's 14 feet off the floor, too.
Well, a credit card was activated from our home, which was not activated by either of us.
Somebody activated that card and it wasn't the homeowners. Somebody went out and bought a computer and it wasn't the homeowners. Somebody slipped that card back.
What we also noticed from the filing cabinet is that all the paperwork related to the renovation has gone missing.
How did they just go missing? They just disappeared? And why did they just disappear?
If I had to guess, I'd say someone was trying to get rid of any paper trail that they were here and that they were responsible for the renovation.
Little does this contractor know, the homeowners have the original documents. These were just photocopies. Well, we see an awful lot of receptacles.
Yes.
I think people complain they don't get enough.
Yeah.
Look at this. Every single one of them are poorly done. That's a fine door installed over there.
Half of the doors here are used, and you can notice here that the doorknobs are actually bent in. So
And these are the ones we upgraded to pay for.
Well, it swings in.
It swings both ways, actually.
With the price being so low, it doesn't surprise me to see used doors, used door handles, and totally installed incorrectly. They're never going to work. They're going to fall off. They're jams. But they're paying for a new basement with used products. I let the door go, and it moves on its own. That means the door's hung and level. Visually, I'm used to going into seeing jobs that are not that bad. This one here, right from the beginning, I can tell that we're taking it all down and doing it again.
My main hope is just to know that it's safe and that we're going to be able to enjoy the basement knowing that it's not a fire hazard and that we don't need to be worried about our safety or the baby.
I have to completely gut this basement. You do know that.
We're hoping that's what you're going to say.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible. Surprise? No, it's not a surprise. You see it wrong in front of you? It's definitely wrong underneath it. My God, you know, I haven't even seen another room yet, and I don't like this. This is not good. This is, We are walking into a basement that was finished by a contractor that states to be one of the best out there. Wait till you see this. There was no permits, obviously. We've just got all our permits and all our stamps here, what they want. Normally, we usually go into the house and we have to open up to see what's wrong. Well, this one is right in front of your face, so there's not going to be open up. It's going to be take it down. That's the way to put on a door jam. You see insulation?
I do see insulation and vapor barrier, which is a good sign so far.
This is called a clean out for your stack. What this does is if you ever have a blockage, you open this up, you run a snake down it. What didn't we see? Access to the clean out. They drywalled over it. So when a plumber comes in and he's got to find this clean out, where the hell is it? Leave all this up. We're just taking the drywall down for now to see all the studding, see if we can maybe use it. Sink is tied into the bathtub line.
Yeah, whenever the builder gives you a rough and three-piece, have a sink on one side,
yeah,
and then a bathtub on the other. So there's a trap in the ground now, and there's a trap above ground. So you have water in this trap, water in that trap, and air in between. So when you go to drain the sink now, you have a fluctuation of pressure in between the two traps, and the water will never drain properly. The water will come back up, drain down, come back up, drain down.
When we stud around steel post columns, we want to make sure that they're within the wall. Because what do we see here? It was drywall over that, right? None of this is any good. All interior walls this way will come down, but I may be able to keep this. We'll leave the plastic up for now, just in case we get all the drywall down, keep the insulation clean. Then we'll investigate whether or not we want to keep this up. 40 minutes. Not bad. Looks like we'll be going home early. Aha!
This is how you want to do a wall. But that's insane.
Number one, we did not do this. This is a heat line that was tied into upstairs that was removed. There's a duct that leads upstairs somewhere that no longer has heat going to there, and this was closed in. Number two, we have central vacuum that is not even hooked up to anything, not even capped off. So imagine turning on the central vac, and all it's doing is sucking up air from this point, which gives you no draw from the area you're using. Number three, we have a totally illegal junction, not only close, not even close to being done right. All loose wires, we can see, I just hit that, and it actually just shut off the light in there. This was hidden, not a way to stud the wall. Never mind the electrical, never mind how many locations we found that they could have moved the bathroom to. Why does everybody choose to put it where the ductwork is? On all the electrical, do you see any staples anywhere? Do you see any staples at all? Mark, have you found any?
No, I haven't found one.
And this is code. As a matter of fact, it is code B. What is it?
It's 12 inches.
That's what I thought.
Away from the box, yeah.
Why? Because in case somebody pulls this by accident,
Exactly.
it doesn't create a short.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's here. You're only allowed 12 per circuit. We gotta see this. An extension cord buried in the wall. There's all kinds of cables up there. What the hell's up there?
Well, Mark thinks that might be the stove.
It is no, it's the fireplace.
It is? Yeah.
There's the fireplace right there. So we have an extension cord. At least you can get to it from the fireplace. That's still not the way we do things. When I was talking to a homeowner, they were turning on switches upstairs and lights were flickering everywhere, so they've really tampered with the electrical here. We're gonna have to determine what they've done. It'll be a lot easier when we get everything down. But why do you think that would happen? Why would lights flicker?
Loose neutral. Well, we've seen it in the washroom.
Right.
How the connection was loose. Could be the same thing. In a switch, they probably tapped off of the
An
basement.
upstairs line.
Yes. In terms of their breaker tripping, they double fed the circuit somewhere. So while the switch is on, once they turn on that other switch, it blows the circuit, which is also popping their main. So it's a pretty big dead short.
We have an illegal junction point over the doorway. We have another illegal junction point here, another point here, And you're gonna have to break open upstairs to get to the line, to run a new line where? Direct?
Yeah.
Problem being is the two junction points here were the lines upstairs in the wall, the receptacles. So in order to eliminate this so we can drywall it, we don't have to have an access panel to get to it, we've got to now go upstairs, break the wall, pull out the line, run a whole new line to the panel, or at least to an area that is accessible, such as the furnace room. Okay, do what you gotta do. Try not to do too much damage.
All right.
We'll fix it.
Shut in.
Well, at least they didn't cement it down and made it easy for us.
Yeah.
Leave us the garbage. And this just drives me insane. You're gonna love this. We don't have to investigate, we have to take it down.
Oh, man. Not again.
I have a piece of lumber in my hand, and I just decided to read it. Someone's name, I won't mention the name, as a matter of fact, I'll cover it out. Built first basement ever. So they decided to sign the wood that states this is their first job ever. Here's a very, very good reason not to allow anybody in your house that does not know what they're doing. We have a shut-off tap that leads to outside that was concealed. Here's the worst part. Follow this over, and what do we find? Plumbing that used to be down and stapled to the floor joists. These floor joists are 2x8, 12-inch on center, which I like. Here's the problem. They took the plumbing so they could drywall the ceiling and notched all the floor joists all the way down. Do you know what this does? This now gives us a problem with structure, notched all the way down. Who cares, right? You're not gonna see it. We're gonna put up drywall. I'm surprised I didn't put a screw in one of these pipes because it's right there. Not to mention we have pipes just doing what? Banging every time you turn them on, but they cut structure to run them.
Very nice.
No sill gasket. So we see someone in here that's been in the business for years, but no new common sense. I love my axe. No new techniques. Whole lot of hiding things, though. Is it on sill gasket? If it's not, take it out.
Well, I have snips, but you know what? I like to see that better, so. Shut in.
Oh, that wasn't even set.
Nice.
That's really cute. We'll see where they broke the floor. When we get it cleaned up, we'll break the floor and follow the route and see what they did. Yep. That plumbing is wonderful. Imagine having a shower in there and filling up the ground underneath it all the time. Wonder what that smell is. It's funny when people say to me, my bathroom stinks, Mike. You know, we really don't know. We do the little checks, but we actually have to gut it to find out why. That's a great point right there, because the water's going in the ground and it's just gonna come back up as a terrible odor. Well, I almost don't know where to start, but we might as well start with the whole point that visually, when I first walked in here, we could see many things wrong right from the beginning, right? So we decided to gut it without even playing with it, but let me show you what I did find. Let's start with a few. We'll start with this end and work our way through. This is underneath your bow window, so no insulation in the ends, which totally drives me crazy. We had water on the wall, that once we took everything down, we had water on the wall. Wow. Because of improper insulation under that window that they took out. Pipes to the outside. This is to your garage. The shut-off, totally closed in. This shower tray was not even attached.
This almost looked like a testing ground for them, was our basement on doing like plumbing and possibly electrical.
We disconnected the duct line to the second floor to put in a bulkhead right here. Here's where the bulkhead was.
Oh. Right.
This was in their way, so they broke it and closed it all in.
Right.
We had hidden junction points in the ceiling, probably 7 junction points electrically that you are not allowed to do.
In the contract, he specified that he wouldn't tap into any old electrical lines. He would create all new lines, and he specified he wouldn't hire any subcontractors. He put things such as, he would put a special GFI outlet in the bathroom, just numerous things that he put in writing but didn't fulfill.
You had a clean out in the floor over here. They tiled over it.
Oh.
Right.
You see that gap across the top there? No insulation. That will create a condensation zone, which creates what? Mold.
We just knew from what we saw on the outside that looked absolutely horrible that what was going to be underneath was probably going to be worse.
So what do we see? We see nothing but crap, and then we find this wonderful piece of lumber here that reads, first basement ever. So they decided to sign the lumber and put down it was their first basement ever.
Oh, yeah. Every possible worst scenario I've imagined. I've just been so scared about what a horrible job was done down here. So when I came down here and saw that it had been gutted and it was gone, I have felt such relief to know that we could start from scratch and it would be safe.
We'll fix your heating, we will properly insulate this, we'll properly finish this, bring it back and show you what it should have looked like.
Great.
It looks 100% better right now.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
Sound like a deal, right? 15 grand worth of crap down here. This is wrong. Everything possibly wrong is wrong. Just keep playing. We'll leave this all open. On the inside, it's not finished.
Right. Yeah. It's part of the mechanical room.
This actually becomes the mechanical room.
Right. And laundry room. That's right.
This would be the perfect room for the office area, honestly. So if we turn this into an office, and we leave open concept here, which now makes me want to take this wall down because it's in my way. Visually, it's in my way. We now incorporate all this open concept as the room and the bathroom's at the end. We only have to come through the floor here, bring all our plumbing at the end back here.
Right.
Right?
Okay, so you want the toilet over here.
Well, you have two choices. You come off this wall with the toilet, or you come off this wall with the toilet. Surprise me, either way.
All right. No toilet at all. They're not getting a toilet. Surprise!
Laundry room. Bathroom at the end. Now this is open.
Office.
Office. Sold. The idea behind this is to show the best possible way of insulating a basement. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay 1-inch foam, not styrofoam, but foam on the floor. We are going to caulk every joint, we're going to tuck tape every joint, we're going to leave a 1/4-inch expansion around the room, and then we are going to spray foam that expansion. When we spray foam that expansion, we're going to put up our wall, which is 2-inch foam. It is lap joints, so they overlap each other. So the whole idea is that the whole outside wall and the floor will have foam on it. So it stops anything to do with moisture buildup. We'll put the 300 dabs on the wall, stick up our piece, make sure we have that little bit in the corner. Later we'll spray foam it, but we definitely want to spray foam this area now, because we're going to come right up to the floor joists. Just to give you an example of how we get moisture in our walls, based on a theory of using a batt insulation with a 6mm vapor barrier, if you have one pinhole in that plastic, that pinhole can fill a cup of water in a season. If you're going to make it airtight, you better make it airtight. Now we're going to use a house wrap tape on every single joint, including the inside corners. Even though we have a spray sealant, even though we have caulking, it's a double protection. We must think about, like the outside of our foundation wall, a single layer of foundation coating is not enough. A secondary membrane is always better. We're going to put down 5/8 tongue and groove plywood, and we're going to tap con it to the floor. We have a thermal break on the floor, which really helps insulation. Okay, so in other words, it'll stop the cool from coming through.
Like Mike was saying, he was very curious about opening up this floor to see what these guys did on the plumbing. My first assumption was that they took it off the 3-piece over here. What the guy actually did was tie into the main drain. This was the toilet. No vent on the toilet. They used some kind of coupling here. No glue. Nothing tight. See this over here? He used the wrong glue on the main. You can see this yellow glue. It's like ABS glue for the black pipe. This is white pipe with PVC pipe. You need the right amount of, right type of glue. Nope, not glued. He's got a union trap here, which goes underneath the kitchen sink. Okay? Everybody thinks they could do plumbing. You know, you just, whatever, you tie into this drain, tie into that drain, put some water pipe. But then there's always problems after like a year.
You know, it's a big thing. And it's going to cost you a fortune to get a good plumber to come back in and fix things.
Cover it up, concrete it over, keep going with the styrofoam. Let's do it. I guarantee everything for a year. Are they back here fixing this? No. What the hell is a guarantee if you don't stand up to it? It's in writing. It's verbal. It's there. Everything's guaranteed. Yes. Well, what a difference with having all the foam in place. You can actually hear how it's deadening the sound, so it's also soundproofing. I like it a lot. It's probably a third more in installation cost, but when you look at the long run and what you get out of it, you're going to get your money back plus in the next 10 years. Don't think about money. Think about spending money the right way.
That valve there, you want that there for the access?
That's something the builders never think of, is that when people finish the basement, the wall that comes up comes all the way up to this point. Right. You put in an access panel here and you can't get to it.
How about if we put that valve, which I like to do is put it underneath the kitchen sink and then just have a pipe going out so you can turn your hose tube off underneath the kitchen sink?
I like that. Okay. Please, I like that.
No
Very
problem.
good.
Okay. The reason why I'm using this and why I'm liking this Ipex pipe more is just the convenience of using it, the less fittings it uses. Like, I know probably already from this line to there would have like 3 or 4 90s on it, and now I have none. So the flow is going to be a lot better, and it goes up a lot quicker too.
I love the product. You look at price comparison just to buy the product, it's more expensive than copper, but what you have to consider is the ease of installation. So when it comes to plumbing a brand new home, it would take less time to do the plumbing. So in other words, you save on the labor. So in the same run, it would be equal. Dan tells me you're playing with plumbing.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I am hooking up the hose bib that goes outside.
Okay, you feel good about it?
Yes, I did some plumbing yesterday.
It's got the bib out. When I look at this, I still see dirt on
Yeah.
it, right?
Oh, that
so
has
you
to be
sand that like crazy,
Okay.
because the cleaner it is, it grabs the solder just like that, okay? Here's the trick I want to show you. The outside edges, okay? I want those clean.
Okay.
Now, some people are going to say, Mike, you're doing it too much. I say no, because once my plumbing's done, I never come back, it never leaks, and I've never had a complaint in all my life.
We stayed till about 7 last night. We knew Joe was coming to start running his wires for his plugs and everything for the bathrooms, the lights, everything. So we're just trying to stay ahead of him a bit, and that's what we're doing now. Trying to finish off the washroom so he can at least start in a corner and work his way out. We've got a couple more walls to build, and we're there.
2 pot lights, receptacles. More than likely, this will be a TV wall, I'm going to assume, so we'll set up for that later with cable. I'll run a cable line through just in case for the future.
I can do that for you too.
We are going to have the laundry room in this location here, so we're going to need everything to do with the laundry setup and go over with Dan how we're going to do this. I believe the dryer's right here, the washing machine's there, that way we can vent directly up and out.
And the other thing I'll do is I'll keep the lighting on one circuit and plugged on another circuit.
I like that. If you blow the receptacle, you have light.
Exactly.
This is a big mistake when they tie the lights in the receptacles. You blow the light and you're in the dark.
Yeah. Plus also, if you plug something in that's drawing a lot, your lights aren't going to dim.
Right. Here's the bay window that steps out approximately 2 feet outside the foundation wall. Now, normal minimum code requirement is to put bat insulation in that zone. I'm in absolute disagreement with this. The cold air is going to come from the ground, because this is about this high off the ground, and just continue to go through there. Anything that overhangs should be spray foam. In comparison to just using bat insulation here, this will be about $100 more. But it'll be the best $100 you ever spend. Looks very good. I think they're gonna like it. The only guarantee that people have out there is to find the right contractor to do the job. That's a guarantee. Well, I thought I'd bring in Digby just to really show about why we want to use the best products. I have the opportunity now to show the best insulation, the best drywall, where you're going to use a mold resistant, and the importance of using a proper ventilation system in a home.
What we want to be concerned about is just this washroom at this point. How are we going to properly ventilate this washroom? We're going to size our fan to give us the proper number of air change to take care of the moisture and the odor within this space.
A lot of people don't know when they're finished having a shower in the bathroom, what do? They turn out the light, they shut off the fan. We should actually run that fan for about 20 minutes after the shower, correct?
That's right. That's the importance of the control part of the system.
Watch the screw tube because you appear to be in the same line as your stud. All right. So if you cover that up, you won't be able to fall. Just careful.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll check it. I'm watching you from afar.
That's okay.
It's not true.
That one's dead on.
This is way out.
You're totally right. Well, I can see it. So, like I said, I'm watching. This is how we teach, right? I'm watching and, you know, give off the pointers, you do it, and once you put it in, you'll see for yourself. Gentle, gentle. Do your waste and overflow, we'll put it in permanent. Okay. Thank you. Good job, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. I am so against using metal in a home, but when it comes to bulkheads, it's better, it's easier, and now I'm into that. I like. Metal bulkheads, I'm fine with. Exterior metal studs, I'm totally against. It's a cold zone, and as long as we have a cold zone that can possibly have warm air, in our insulation system, we've stopped that. We give a thermal break against the foundation. You can't insulate any better than this. But as the old-fashioned to stud and put in batt insulation, we don't have that proper backing behind the studding of insulation or air stoppage. We're gonna have that warm meets cool, creating moisture, hitting the studs, and within 2 to 5 years, you will see where every single screw is. So in the basement, we don't put metal studs in the basement.
Not on exterior walls.
Not on exterior walls. Well, as you can see, we've laminated or sistered. You can say it 2 different ways. You sister the joist in or you laminate it. It's gone over the steel beam and we brought it out to strengthen this area that was cut out. But every time we have to fix something, it causes another issue. I wanted pot lights in here and we can't get the pot lights I wanted in here. Maybe I can do a retrofit.
This is probably the tightest spot in the basement where I picked best spot for the hose bib, tightest spot to work. Be real careful soldering with this plastic here, because if you light this plastic on fire, you're not even going to see a flame. You're just going to see it start going away, but it's actually on fire, melting. If I put my torch like this for a second, it'll take about 10 seconds for this whole thing to be gone and the house to be on fire, and maybe I'm dead too.
Fire stop will be on all the bulkheads, right? Where anytime a fire can come up that wall, and we have to create the fire stop here, so this must be filled with Roxol as well. 1, 2, every one of them. Okay. You know he's going to insulate. He's got his shirt buttoned right up to his neck. He's got his sleeves taped to his arm. I don't want insulation under my shirt. I love it.
Not recommended with bare hands.
Perfect. You know, you stand here and you look down and they're on the money. Describe the line, be precise on it as much as possible. The cleaner we are to it, the better. And let's also take a measurement of these areas and do not hit it. Always keep visual of what's there, plumbing, electrical, where you can't put a screw. The drywall is honestly paperless. It's a different type of product on the outside and on the inside, and there's nothing in this type of drywall that mold will feed off of. This is why we want to use it, especially in a basement. We should always think ahead. How many times do I go into a basement, we have mold galore? because mold will feed off of paper, any live product. We're going to use the 90 on this because mold does not eat that. We'll finish this off with a compound skim coat. Just a flared coat. That's where we'll take everything and flare everything right out with a compound, because it's a nice finish coat, where this is a much rougher coat. So our last skim coat will be a compound. Everything else will be a sandable 90. The numbers mean it dries in 90 minutes, 45, 45 minutes, 20, 20 minutes. So if you're using a sandable 20, you better work quick because it will harden on you like you won't believe. If you just use compound, which you're gonna see 9 times out of 10 in new homes and in any type of renovation, because it's a pre-mix, they don't have to waste time on it. The sandable 90 is an expensive product, but it's very hard. And the benefits to it is mold doesn't eat it. It doesn't like it, but it loves compound. So if you fill all your outside corners and you have any issues at all with moisture, that's where the mold's gonna be. When we're laying floor tile, especially a tile that's 12 by 12, 16 by 16, or anything like that, that we use a 1/2 inch square notch trowel, 1/2 inch wide by 1/2 inch deep. That gives us play within the floor, because no floor is 100% true, and it gives you a little bit of adjustment on the tile to create a true surface is what we're looking for. Not so much level, but true. So we'll just make sure that we push it into place. Notice I'm trying to keep it nice and thick, and I'm just pushing it into the holes. And we want to bring it out and stand that up almost as much as possible. Nice, clean, right across. Now, first thing I'm going to look at is on these tiles, is do I have a grain in the tile? Actually, I do. So let's go to the manufacturer who's already created a grid for us. You see the back of that? Yeah. So we're gonna lay all our tile in the same grid pattern. I'm going to touch my first tile very gently, okay? And I'm gonna let it fall. I'm gonna slightly pull this away. Now we see no tiles are true to each other. You see how we have a little bit of a bigger tile here than we do here? So let's make sure we have that play. I'm gonna pull this one back down because of the kickboard. I'm not worried about it, right? I wanna have that extra space to play with. No 2 tiles are the same size. By touching the other tile and pulling it back, I don't squeeze up the thin set that's in between it and have to clean that. Okay. The least amount you can do without oozing that up in the center, the better. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can actually adjust this to hit just below the roller or on the roller. So what I'm doing is spraying just below the roller so I don't get any overspray hitting the ceiling. Because you're not dipping in the tray, I would say you're halving your time. No back rolling with this either, which is great. I'm really liking this system.
How we doing, gentlemen? Good. Nothing like having a small basement with 140 people in here, eh? Yep. It looks good. So we have carpet coming in an hour. You don't have a ton of time to play. Push it in, scrab it around, push it in. And you won't believe how hard it is on the wrist. Your whole object is to make sure that grout touches the floor beneath the tile. Now, some guys will grout the top of it. I don't like that at all, okay? What we're gonna do is we paint it down to it. I will bead that with silicone. If you grout the top of that, it will crack. The floor's not gonna move, but the walls will. All inside corners should be silicone. Did you find it hard on your forearm?
Yes.
Haha! Just finding all the little imperfections at this point right now. This product I love, Drydex, is just, we'll use this for wood fill, we'll use it for drywall repairs. You see little pinholes, you see little divots, especially now the lights are in, we're gonna start seeing things. And you just quickly do it, man, 15 minutes sand it, paint it. Painters, are we done?
No, halfway.
Okay, we're gonna have to stop.
Heads up, coming through. Watch out, Desmond.
Let's get these guys from the carpet.
You see right here, I just put a tape under the carpet. It is a tape with wax and the iron up to 450 degrees. Now it's gonna melt it and it's gonna join the two carpets together.
I'm feeling really good here. This has been a good day. The guys worked till about 9 last night to make sure that this was not going to be an issue, and it's not. You know, for me right now, it's 3:25. 2-3 hours max, we're done clean up, and we'll give it back to them.
Just making a custom double door unit to access underneath the stairs, a little storage area. They don't make doors that are 13 7/8 by 38, so I made a couple out of 3/4 inch MDF here, and we'll just got a piano hinge that I'm gonna put here, and a couple magnetic latches, and that way they can have some storage underneath the steps, which is always nice.
I'm really fussy with the caulking. I had said to everybody, let me do the caulking. I've done so much caulking in my life. Now, if we leave just the grout in this corner, it will crack. So we're gonna use an almond silicone at this point. And here's the trick, from tile to wall. I wet my finger and drive it directly up as far as I can reach. Stop. But here's the trick, is to go both ways, because by going both ways, it makes it equal on the grout joint. And already the appearance is 10 times better, isn't it? This is gonna look really good. Let's clean up. You know what? This looks really good. This is open concept. I'm gonna go get them. This company claims to specialize in basements. I think the thing that scares me the most is, from what I've seen, I'd hate to see the other ones they've done and the ones they're about to do.
Already, I love it.
Already? You haven't got to get downstairs yet?
Oh my God.
I can't believe it's the same basement. Just have it look in this.
Oh my God. I'm stunned.
Wow, this is great.
So we're no longer cramped in this area with 4 doors.
This is
This is
amazing.
what opens it up, and it's the way it should be when you come down the stairs.
This looks great. Oh.
What's behind door number 1?
My God.
Wow. Oh, this looks amazing.
This
is
gorgeous.
your office. Looks pretty good.
This actually looks so much bigger than it did before.
Yeah, this looks huge.
Just so you know, little things that we did do, okay, was make sure that you have a smoke detector and carbon monoxide all in one.
Right.
And so you know, it is linked to every other one in the house. If this one goes off, they go off. Everything's wrong, electrical, plumbing, structure. Everything here was wrong. And the worst part was, it was right in front of your eyes on the finishing. It was that bad.
I'm blown away.
So your office is comfortable?
This
Office is great.
gorgeous.
You know the only problem with this whole thing is we might not see each other that much because I might be coming down here.
Or I will. We'll be fighting
So
for the space.
we'll have to fight for some of the space.
And it's your laundry room.
Oh.
Great.
We did not finish this area, and on purpose. It's not because I was tired. It was the whole point is that if you ever have to fish phone lines, wires, cable lines, this is the room to go from side to side, right through the bulkhead to the panel.
Yep.
Right?
Great.
Yep.
Why finish the room when it is the utility room?
Yep, exactly.
How do I know if they're good? Go see the work. Go talk to the people they worked for before. Ask them questions. Did he start on time? Did he finish on time? Was he courteous? Was he clean? Did he charge more money at the end of the job that you did not expect?
Wow.
So, just to start off with, you know that from the beginning, we had gutted this, right? We knew it from the beginning. It was not even a factor that we were going to investigate. It was coming down.
Yeah.
And we noticed that we had duct lines that were dismembered, 1, 2 locations, so you would have been awful cold in the winter.
Oh my
Upstairs, we did start with your floor. We have 1-inch foam.
Wow.
Okay? Each and every joint has been tuck taped and spray foamed around the perimeter.
Yep.
And then we put down 5/8 of an inch tongue and groove plywood tapped onto the floor.
Yeah.
So now we have a thermal break on the floor, which makes this floor warm. Okay?
Yeah, it's very
The
warm.
walls, 2-inch foam, right to the outside wall. Glued to it, right to the outside wall. Tuck tape on the joints, spray foamed on all the perimeters. Every single piece of drywall down here is mold resistant and water resistant.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
As much as I say educate yourself, you can't learn everything and you can't know everything. But one thing you can do is pay attention to what's happening.
It's so bright in here too.
Well, it's just the right amount of pot lights and the right way of using the bulkhead and using the lighting within the bulkhead, and it works for me. It's what I
Yep.
see. I
Yep.
come down and I say, this is what I can do with it. Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited about it.
After you.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Oh, this is awesome.
Wow.
This is awesome.
This is the nicest bathroom in our house.
We were expecting something great, and it was
This-
even better than we could have thought, really.
I can't even believe it. I've never seen a basement like this. It's perfect. It's just, you look around, everything is perfection. This is stunning.
We chose to use the area properly. This gives you a big bathroom,
Yep.
toilets hidden behind the door, which is you want to see, right?
Right.
The
Amazing.
tub, again, is designed for no mold. Okay, that's why I love using these. We have ceramic to give it a nice edge all the way around it.
That's very nice.
They may even come up with a nice
That's
little border
amazing.
because the idea is to bring it up even and join in the center. Not only do we have the foam on the floor and the plywood, we also use a water protection system underneath the tile.
Yeah.
What this is going to do is not only make it watertight, but give the proper subfloor underneath the tile. So nothing's ever going to crack, nothing's ever going to be an issue here. We have a super air cleaning system in here. And this is the
Really?
little things that you need to know about to
Wow.
actually remove the air.
This
Come on up.
is just stunning.
Let's just take one more look at it.
Wow.
The length, you still have a long area, don't
Oh,
you?
this is a huge room.
I love it.
Yeah.
If the other guy's job had looked a quarter as nice of this, I would have been happy. This is amazing. Just amazing.
I gave you the area with cable and receptacle, 2 pot lights on their own switch right there, okay?
Oh, wow.
Now, the
Okay.
idea is, to me, a nice little sitting area and your entertainment's right here.
No, but it's all the like attention to detail that was completely missed. Like even the simple things were completely screwed up before,
Yeah.
and all of these sort of very small but important points are given a lot of attention here. So it's really nice.
This is, I can't even thank you enough. This is
Yeah.
a million times more than I could ever imagined.
Thank
Oh,
you very much.
no,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you so much.
My absolute
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Oh, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Thanks very much.
I'll give you
Oh
this.
my, I was hoping for something that I would like, but I love it. It's just above and beyond.
Awesome job. Thank you. This is the worst June I've ever seen. Adam.
Can you tell who I am?
Damon. Dan. Micah.
Some of that. There you go.
Mike, you're gonna fall!
Where's Sean?
Right here, buddy.
There you are.
I'm always with you. I got your back.
I got a ticket. Thank you very much.
I looked down the driveway, and that was what got me. I went, oh, I could see kids.
Oh, this is not good.
1 month after we signed the papers, we found out we were pregnant with triplets.
Not only is there plumbing over top of the frickin' panel, there's no insulation holding it.
The following year, we found out that one of our daughters had cerebral palsy.
This is a total,
It was inevitable that we would have to renovate.
I just want to kick someone's ass right now. Oh yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. I love my job. Beautiful fall day out in the country, and to see a wonderful family. Jim and Allison started with an addition for their children, and mainly for Annie, who was diagnosed with cerebral palsy.
The good thing was that she was very tiny, so we could get her in around the house. We could get her upstairs to her room. But by the time she was getting near 8, it was obvious that there was no way we could have her in this house. And we had to think long-term as well for her.
And the idea was to give wheelchair access, to give her a bedroom in the front and off the kitchen and make everything a wonderful layout. It works. Everything I see is the way it should be, other than finished. Good morning.
How are you?
How you doing today?
Good.
How you doing?
Good
to see you, Jim. Allison?
When they started on here, the guys were great. Like, everything was going really well. We're not finished.
This is where it starts.
This is where it starts. This is the old home, and you put on the addition.
Yep.
For your
The
daughter?
old farmhouse, yep.
Or daughters, everyone?
Yep. I was really happy with how things were going. Very happy, very excited that we were finally going to get the house for Annie that we wanted.
I'm a little worried with the, I guess you have a peat moss on top of that.
Yeah.
We want to keep that away from the wood. Again, we're seeing a high point here, and it appears that it is. It's running down into the house here. We don't want to see this. I want to see this graded out away from it.
It seemed like everything started to get very slow when they came through the door and came into and started to do the old part of the farmhouse.
That's just concrete. Please tell me there's a coating on that.
There was something black.
They weren't coming out very much, and when they did come out, it just didn't seem like there was a lot of work being done.
This is a big issue right here, I'll tell you right now. I have a feeling we're gonna have to dig this whole entire area right here to make sure that this is properly coated and properly wrapped on the outside of the foundation. We're told here that the contractor completed 7 other projects before finishing this one. Is it because they're too nice? Is it because they didn't demand more? Who knows? But at this point, bottom line is, it's not done.
At some point you think, what can we do? You're sort of just left, you know, with having to figure it out yourself.
I love the windows. Very nice open concept.
Yeah, that's where the girlies play.
So far, everything's looking half decent. Electrical seems to be neatly run. Structure appears to be fine. We have underpinning on this side here. So far, this is not so bad. Love to take a look at this, but you know what? When we bring the guys in, we'll investigate everything, because it looks like you have quite the maze back there. Whoa.
Yeah, that's the old crawl space.
You already have some earth falling down there.
That's where we think the water is probably coming in.
Ooh, you may have a structure issue here. Did they take apart this corner at all?
No.
Okay, we have a lot of inspections to do here.
This was all closed in. This was 2 rooms with an attic up above.
Okay.
A bedroom back there with a wall, a bathroom back there. It was very tight in here.
So we're slightly unfinished. I'm seeing a handmade island in the kitchen here.
Yes, this is our island that we got. It was one of the last things that was done. They're missing the doors. And this little spot was where Annie's wheelchair went under, and this is where she was fed. It actually fell down on top of her one day.
By the time they got to Annie's room, the bedroom, the bathroom, we can see that they started cutting corners and not caring about the finishing, just to get it done and get out of here.
So the idea was just to be off the kitchen here for Annie and We could wheel her in and put her on the bed and then use the bathroom. They put the wrong door in Annie's room, and the bathroom floor was supposed to be ready to tile. It wasn't ready to tile, and the bathtub wasn't ready to tile either.
This is not what we tile over. This is forward linoleum or a vinyl.
Yeah.
And some things I don't like seeing right from the beginning here. It's not a shower, it is just a tub. You have the hand one, but you have regular drywall. This is a real simple thing. I'm a man of my word. I do what I say I'm going to do. If I make a mistake, it's my problem. I will learn from it and I will pay for it. It's very simple. Why do homeowners have to pay the price?
And so at that point, we sort of thought, well, we'll
wait till the spring.
Wait till the spring and try and find somebody to fix the house. In April of '05, our daughter passed away, and that was pretty tough. That was a pretty tough thing to have happen. And at that point, looking at the house, it just became a really sad reminder of what we were doing here, of what we were trying to do. It was all about her. It was all about her. This just wasn't a house for her. It was like a really safe place for her to be. She had a little school around the corner that she went to. This little village was everything for her. It was just a really great place for Annie to live. And to look at the house and to see it as it was, it just made me want to complete it, because this is what remains. And for her, for her sisters, for us, we just wanted to make it really, really right.
They have the opportunity now to make the changes that it's really not necessary anymore to have wheelchair accessibility. But under the circumstances, to this family, they want it the way it was supposed to be for when Annie was alive. So my job now is to make that happen.
The cutest, funniest. She was a great kid.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. We have a beautiful neighborhood here, a little bit of a cool day, but nothing we can't handle. We've got to do major inspections on this house. Armando, what I was looking at was, you can see, he's tried to create a weeping system within, but the problem that I see is it drops right back down into the house, and I don't like it against the wood. Again, the same thing here. We're really high against the house and not allowing that minimum 6 inches we need on the concrete, and now you can see that it's dropping back into the house, especially here.
Well, there's plenty of falls, so we'll start with that. Take it 6 inches down here and just grade it away.
How do you like that brickwork?
This brick is a very soft material, so a lot of movement can occur, and you don't even notice it because the brick and the mortar joints will allow it to move. It's very soft.
This is the area downstairs where it's leaking right here.
We'll go inside and have a look and see.
I agree. And this is the area that supposedly leaks, and now we know that you can see the water stains on the wood there.
Sure.
Let's take a look at this side. You know what? This looks awful curious, because I don't think they're allowed to do this. This house was built right on Earth. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, give me a break. You tell me, Inspector, seen this?
Yeah, it looks like they've cut out a big portion of that wall there.
Oh, this is not good. You have a 2x3 here. You have a 2x4 here trying to hold this bracing in. As they broke through this wall, they've compromised right from this point to this point. Okay, let's go back to the corner and take a look at that corner. This scares the hell out of me. This is ridiculous. This will continue to cave in right here.
That's exactly what's happening right there in front of you. That big hunk just dried out and came down. This whole corner structure of this house has been undermined. Here, this would have been the original level of the stone rubble foundation right the way around. And what happens, like I was saying, what happens, it just keeps drying out, and it becomes more and it just becomes finer and finer and finer.
We've got a major issue here. Everything just sitting on one stone. This is making me sick. Oh my God, this is a total trouble, and a whole lot of it. So they put up two 2x8s, laminated as a beam across this area, and held it up with vertical 4x4s. Yeah, just put a piece of plastic around it so it's not touching concrete. It's not even anchored. You gotta love this. That's wonderful. Why do people do this? Not only is there plumbing over top of the frickin' panel, there's no insulation holding it. Is this supposed to be a sump pump? That's submerged into muck? Look at all the plumbing in these voids. I'm telling you, I just want to kick someone's ass right now.
How's it going, Mike?
No, I'm upset, Dan.
I've been checking out the plumbing from here on. It's, it's all over the place, a mess.
Why would they come down the outside wall when they had total advantage of going right up here? Here's the bathroom upstairs. Why didn't they go directly through the walls upstairs?
Well, you've got water lines on the outside walls?
I got water lines everywhere. I've got water lines in here, okay? I don't even know where they go. Well, why am I seeing them in the outside void directly over top of this panel? See this? This is the way you insulate that? Oh, we got plumbing, structure. This has just turned into a total nightmare for me. How do you do this to a family? Oh. Boy, I hate days like this. Oh, that's not a surprise. That's just not a surprise. This is the window. Downstairs that's covered up with wood, right here. This is old. This is the way it was done years ago, okay? And it's still standing. We have the wood structure here over the brick wall. This would be now a metal lintel, but back then it was wood. It's fine. Although the plumbing is not fine. I wonder how many times they fixed that. If I was a home inspector coming in to inspect this home for a family, I'd say run like hell. Run like hell. You want nothing to do with this house. This here on top of the ductwork is the feed going up into the bulkhead.
Yeah. Thinking through.
How do you do that when everything else here is somewhat half decent? Proper concrete, nice high ceilings, good stud work, good HVAC. And we go back there. Now I'm scared. The more we open, I gotta worry. I got a big worry. So you're just gonna step it back in, right?
Yeah, this wall and half brick. Yeah, I'm gonna take interlock it, join it in, bring it through.
Something tells me this would flood like crazy in the spring. Look at this.
Absolutely. Yeah, no.
I can see right under it.
What we can do is dig down here, maybe 2 feet right the way around, continue that waterproofing up to
6
underneath
inch mark.
the board, and we'll put our drainage board inside that one down there.
Remove all this stuff. Hold off on the toilet and sink. Let's see how far we have to go here. Just start by pulling the drywall here so we can inspect underneath.
My main concern is the floor, from underneath, and if we jack it, we're gonna affect everything.
We're gonna affect everything. I think all we can do is structurally now support underneath.
And maybe pour some concrete.
Level this.
Level it.
Obviously, we're gonna drop the drywall here, dig all this down, and more than likely open it up right here.
Okay, I
so
gotcha.
straight up. And let's just see what we have from there.
Okay. Nice. What does that say? Libby, Maddie, Annie, Horn.
So far, so good, other than the finishing is poor.
Well, this is rare that we come into a washroom and we're here and it's actually vented.
Let's just clean up, pull the screws.
Okay.
Get this out, we get Dan in here and get the rest of it out. The baseboard too, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're telling me there's not a pump in here, right?
There's not a pump in there.
Well, it's got water in it.
There's no weeper being tied into that thing.
Oh, he must have faked it. Or he didn't tie it in, or he forgot to tie it. I don't know.
It's not tied in. We see nothing's in the sump pump, so I'm gonna assume right now all we have is weeping towel around here and nobody tied it in.
Absolutely.
All right,
All
I'll get him to
smells.
dig this and then we'll just keep going.
Yep, because that is the most important, Mike. You're absolutely right, is that we have that positive drainage happening. And there should be a 4-inch weeping tile going right underneath that foundation, right into that sump box. That's exactly where it should be going.
What is that? Look, you want everything. Give me that! Come here. You little brat, come here. Give me that. I'm gonna have to get him something to play with. When I came here and I saw the barn, I thought of you right away, eh? I thought, oh man, Doug would love this. And then I came in and I saw all the wood. And I said, you know what we could do? Because they didn't get the island they wanted. I said, I could call my buddy Doug. We'll take the barn board, he'll rip it all up and plane it down, and we'll build a new island.
People are throwing this out, burning it, and
that's a waste.
It's a waste.
Total waste. Dirty my new truck. Nice, look at that one.
I'm trying to save this mulch because we're going to regrade this to make it look proper. So it works. Right now the drain's not working, the water's sloping this way. We'll regrade it, we'll put his little dry river bed back, and we'll put the mulch back, but without this filter cloth. We don't need the filter cloth under here. 2 to 3 inches of mulch suppresses the weeds. Then after 2 or 3 years, the mulch packs on its own, till it back into the soil, and top dress it again.
Now, how do I tell the homeowners about this?
I looked down the driveway, and that was what got me. I went, oh, I can see kids. 1 month after we signed the papers, we found out we were pregnant with triplets.
Good morning.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Not so bad. A little bit damp out there. A little bit of a rainy day. Nice to see you again.
Nice.
So I wanted to walk you around and show you a few things that I found, okay?
Yeah.
Actually, let's start this way.
Sure. I was nervous because I just didn't want to hear any more bad news. I was just didn't want any more bad news. This was the kitchen.
And you had said right there and then that when they moved the kitchen, you found that the plumbing lines were freezing.
It would just freeze, and then we would just turn off the tap and not talk about it because it was like, we're not gonna fix that.
By code, you must have the copper on this side of the vapor barrier, the warm side of the vapor barrier. This is absolutely minor. Once we walked into the bathroom and took a few things apart, at least the tub was cemented in place. It's fairly level. I don't have a big problem with it. I do have a big problem with drywall around the tub, okay? Minor. Let's go downstairs. You have no sump pump, so I suppose you know that.
We do know that, yes.
Okay, what you don't know is the weeping is not tied into this. Minor. Again, let's go this way.
Keep saying minor, but this way.
Yes. Here's the major. You see this here?
Yep.
This is your old foundation. So as they came in, this is the new guy, as he came in and dug this trench, he's now compromised the structure here. Not to mention here, the whole thing. Because he dug this trench, this earth can fall in, your foundation walls can come in, and your house can come down.
I'm shocked by actually seeing what was in that hole. Because actually when you look at it, you can see that the house isn't supported very well.
You see the outside foundation there?
Oh yeah.
This will continue to fall. We have to pour and support all this so it doesn't fall in. This is extremely dangerous, right here. Let's go in here.
I'm shocked by how many people, like I said to Mike, have been through the house and have never said anything to us. Like not one mention that perhaps you should fix this.
Yeah, it might be as simple as, you know, everybody saying and us also believing the house has been here 165 years. Where's it gonna go now?
Right now, these floor joists are being held by nothing. This is, again, your major weight load. The only thing that is holding this side of the house is this small 4x4 that runs across as your top plate of the foundation wall.
Nobody said anything. I find that mind-boggling.
So what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna do a whole lot. We're gonna dig the whole outside, fix the whole outside, finish off the brick in the front, pull down the brick in the back, fix all your structure by digging out this area, coming in, putting in cinder block, plus a bench system, concrete pads across there. That's a major amount right there. As well as finishing off the bathroom upstairs for your daughter with the bedroom to make it really nice, okay? Fix your bathroom upstairs, which is your plumbing, which leads to it, your air ventilation and everything else, and then finish the outside of the house.
We'll be good for another 160 years. If I live through this.
Holy muckville.
Well, we've found the T connection there. Got it all cleared out. So we do have a connection going to the inside of the house.
I noticed you dug under the block there, so what we'll do is structurally support it off this footing. It's gonna be tricky to make it watertight though, isn't it?
No, once he gets it up there, we'll get
watertight over that.
He'll do a parging on it, we'll prime it, put the rubberized membrane on it. New foundation coating is going up to there.
Maybe 6 inches,
which
nice.
is just a little bit below grade.
Get the weeping in, get the stone in, get this up.
Yes, we're gonna get all this done here. Just, it's not good to leave them open too long with all the mud and everything else. At least if the weeping tile are in and it's covered up with gravel, doesn't make any difference what falls on it then.
We'll leave this up then?
Yep, absolutely, yep. We're gonna leave it up until we're finished out here. We found the weeping tile here. It's not as deep as it should be, and it's not connected to anything. It just ends right there. We're probably 6 inches too short. Don't ask me why they didn't connect it. I just...
Can we take our cinder block right up to this point? Or even up maybe one more?
Yep.
And then pour concrete on top of this?
Yep.
Drive it in? Bring it over that wall?
Yep. Actually, that would make it very, very strong. Have two 90-degree corners there, Mike. This outside corner and that inside corner. I think we get all of this lowered down to about here, Mike. Like I said, about 30 inches from the bottom of this joist.
So we should get an assembly line and just start digging?
That's what we'll do, yep.
This took us approximately 2,500 buckets, 1 bucket at a time, 7 guys, 2 days. Where had the other contractor, when he had it open with the Bobcat, he could have done it in hours. Gonna help me, Buck? Probably fill this bin. I want that dog. Walk around for days like this. We'll find some water. What's up, Shawnee?
No, not much, Mike. I'm just getting this store ready for a scratch coat.
Oh, you've been planing away, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to level this thing out.
Well, you've layered this up upon layer, haven't you?
Yeah, like I say, it was used 1/4 inch intervals, 1/4 inch plywood, 1/2 inch plywood, 3/4 inch plywood, and we're just about there. It's about a day's work.
Well, I heard
to
the
level this floor.
planer going forever.
Yeah, it was a lot. Takes what it takes. I hate walking into a bathroom and think I'm gonna fall over and...
At 2 1/4 inches out, you would think you're drunk.
Yeah, that's right. I got it where I want it for the most part, and I'll do a scratch coat, and then tomorrow we can come back and lay down the membrane.
Okay, great.
The bathroom that's roughed in above Annie's bathroom has to be replumbed. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to cut out some water lines, cap them, and then go upstairs, take the toilet off on the 2nd floor above Annie's bedroom, and redo the plumbing because it's not vented properly. We had the inspector by too, and we have a 3-inch pipe going up to the septic system. We might have to upgrade the septic system. We're gonna see.
If we change the septic tank to upgrade it, do we have to also do all the weeping?
It all depends on the calculations that the code tells us what our design flow is. We base that on what I was telling you before about the number of bedrooms and the square footage of the house, fixture units, and then the other key item that we're going to need to identify is the soil type. There's our line there.
Twice in a row, same spot.
And then if we keep going, if I don't get another one right about here, then we know we're still working on the sewer line going from the tank. Okay, so here's our network of lines for our disposal bed. As you can see, at 3 there. There's 4.
Okay. I gotta try this.
There we go.
Holy crap. Now, I've heard of this.
It's like you're completing a circuit. But,
I've heard of this. You said there was 5 of them.
Yeah, there was 5 from where I started. Now there may be.
I don't
another
believe
one.
this. This is weird. That blows me away. I've seen it, and I just can't believe it, but it did it, and I'm stunned by it.
Right on. Well, now you can do it. So these are yours. You can keep.
Well, thank you.
All right.
You can see me walking around, free. All right, I'll find that water line. Don't you worry. Holy man.
What we've got here is a cement-based product, a backer board 1/2 inch thick, and it's tough. By putting up the orange waterproof membrane here, this totally guarantees the shower for basically as long as you own your home, which I really like. And it only took me about an hour and a half to cut these pieces, put the thin set on. Just had to get the plumbing inspected here, which is done. Now I'll bring this across, and if you'll notice down here too, this tub surround down here will all be tiled. And I'll bring another product which is meant to prevent cracking on the floor, but that will overlap this, making the floor and the shower stall a completely waterproof unit. You're supposed to use the right size trowel recommended by the manufacturer, and that's a 3/16 V-notch trowel. They're hard to find, but at the tile places they have them. That means 3/16 wide by 3/16 deep. And all I'm using here is just the rubber grout float. And it's a good idea here to just use a little bit of muscle, double grease to make sure that the fabric membrane here is going to adhere to the thin set. The working time on this is pretty flexible because the mix we put down is very soupy. We pre-cut this piece and the next piece. Like so, no matter what your square footage, you would pre-cut everything, mix your thin set mortar all soupy, boom, lay it down, just like we are doing now. This process is only going to take me about 20 minutes.
So taking out all these lines and all this pipe, and it's been going everywhere. It was a maze of pipe. Lines going here, lines going there, guys tying in here over the years, tying in there over the years, like spaghetti. But the biggest problem in this house was these water lines going up to the second floor on the outside wall. It kind of makes you sick, but at the same time, you know, it's cleaned up now, and we're gonna get going. One more tie-in to do, and we're done.
Wheelbarrow cement. Let's pour these, get the cradles in. We'll line up our 4x4s where we want them, pour them in place. We're 4 feet deep in the ground, so we've got plenty of bags of Sacrete to make sure that we have enough, because the last thing I want is to be short. Adam came up with a great idea, and he said, let's mix it right in the bucket. I like it. The idea with your saddle is to rest right on top of the concrete, because think of structure. With it being right on top, the weight displacement is a lot stronger. If I push it within, then I'm going to have concrete oozing in. I'm going to have concrete touching, which also will break the top of it. This will keep it nice and flush and perfect for what we need. Okay, now what we're going to do is measure off the bottom. We've got to hit that on the money, level it, and then pour the concrete.
Level.
Okay, 1/4 inch towards the house. If you look down this side, I'm looking right at this side, and if you look right down to the other one, if you look at the top, it matches, and at the bottom, it matches, which means they are perfectly in line with each other. Absolutely perfect. Now that's what I call a bucket. A couple of scoops and you're out of here. Right now, these floor joists are being held by nothing. This is extremely dangerous. Right here, this is perfect, just perfect.
Kind of excited about it myself. They're going to have some nice space down here they can use.
I'm really impressed. Now, the idea would be to allow the concrete to seep down in between the earth and the block?
That's right, yes.
So to fill that void.
Yep.
Beautiful. This is way better than I expected. This is the area here that wasn't supported, right?
Right.
This is the new?
That's right. Right there with that new
So there's a big hole in the back. I can even feel the
That's right,
breeze. Yeah. I can actually see the 4-inch cinder block on the outside here. So you're gonna bring the wall across here, 90, and then back in again?
Exactly.
This is gonna be interesting.
like plumbing.
It's freezing cold outside. We're bringing in 9 meters of concrete. We got the pump guys in here, and we're running this line through here to connect our lines to get in there and fill this up. I love Johnny, because Johnny's saying, piece of cake, Mike, don't worry, we'll be done by lunchtime. Okay. So we don't have a lot of room to maneuver things. This is not going to be easy. Okay, let's go. I'm just creating a dam at this point because they're just getting to the outside of the edge here, so we'll make sure that we have a finished edge here to tie this all in together. And my structural supports will hold all of this from this side and that side.
A little bit more if you got it. Half a shot, please. With this, that's it. I think it's your turn to move there, sir. I believe they want to put a little bit against that back wall there. Nice and slow. Start the pump, please. Start the pump.
All because he dug that trench in there and compromised all the structure, not to mention not even talked about the existing weight load that's on top of the floor joists on this side of the house. The major weight load is on this side of the house. I checked that out. That's probably why we see the floor joist finished here, because the load bearing's right here. But this is still floor upstairs, and that's a lot of weight. Now it's cleaned up. They can use the area for storage. We'll continue to work on this side, work our way out of this area, fix all the duct work, get the new support beam in. And this is what should have been done before.
A little smelly.
Yeah, that's just a little smelly.
What we've got is, if you look at the exit pipe, which would exit the septic tank,
yeah,
it's half full of water. That pipe should technically be empty with the water slowly dribbling out into the disposal field.
Meaning either we're blocked, full, it's not weeping.
It means we're due anyway. It's just old enough now that it's now full of biological material and can't accept any more liquid. So what we'll do is we'll just start the excavation for the new tanks. We'll decommission the old tank while we're at it.
Let's do it. Okay. This is where we're going to dig the trench to pick up the 2 downspouts, one at this side, one at this side. It will allow and pick up the water from the driveway as well as the roof and direct it that way rather than bring it into the house. Grade runs into the house this way. That's an issue. Plus the downspouts, let's keep the water away from the foundation. Okay, what the hell is that? Oh, hey, look, there's an underground cable. No surprise.
It's a self-leveling laser, so we can set the heights on the tank so we don't set it too deep or too high. But it's one that we just turn on and it levels itself, and then all we do from there is set the heights. The tank has to be level because there's only 2 inches difference from the inlet and the outlet. So if we put it in 2 inches the wrong way, the water won't go out the tank, it'll come back into the house. Okay.
How long's the tank?
8.5 feet.
8.5 feet.
Man versus machine.
Set up a solid PVC system carrying right off the downspout, driving it, forcing it solid so it doesn't weep here. Takes it down to the end of the weeping system, and out she's gonna go past that tractor. Septic systems are based on design. How many bathrooms are in the house, how many kitchens, how many sinks, taps, etc. In this case, it was a necessity because we have 4 bathrooms and a kitchen plus a laundry room. We're gonna help carry the load of all these floor joists, which are not in far enough, as far as I'm concerned, over the stone. Right. Especially these 2 here. We're gonna build a wall right across here and vertically support it with 2x4 directly underneath. So top plate, bottom plate, sill gasket, and structurally supported. Just over 20.5, okay? All right. Maybe we should have got Pinky to do this. You can walk around down here. Try doing that without weight on it. Nice. Okay, Pinky, come on, get in there. You can do this. Let's see how strong you are. Smart girl puts her weight up over it. Now look at that wall. There is nothing straight about that. I mean, the 2x4 is vertically or level. Everything is pretty well level this way. But it's up and down like a toilet seat. I really don't care. We have 8 inches of concrete on the floor here. And as long as we have the 8 inches, I can carry the load with the 2x4s the way we've done it and secure this floor.
Have fun. Just tie a rope around your waist, we'll pull you back out.
I don't advise to do that at home. I had a death grip on the floor joist. Cedar is a natural wood that not only smells wonderful, water doesn't normally harm it. That's why you see cedar shingles on a roof, because it's cedar, not a pine, not a spruce, not anything like that that'll rot. Cedar naturally will not rot. Take forever. I could have had this done an hour ago. Holy cow. This is nuts. I think winter came early. Well, we got everyone here today. Steve's here to fix up the roofing. They have a leaf-proof system over top of the gutters, and what that's going to do is no longer allow the gutters to be blocked. It's just a piece of metal that slips up, caps over top, and has been designed to handle an absolute heavy rainfall, that it comes down, controls the water directly into the gutters, and stops the leaves. John McRae and his boys are here. We're gonna try and finish off this weeping system out front. Don't ask me how, because there's snow everywhere. Finishing off the septic system, which you can see we've been buried by snow. The first thing I noticed is that you're actually higher than the septic tank.
Right. What we're going to do is we're going to dose from the treatment unit. It will then flow by gravity into the pump chamber, and then we'll come up and we'll dose this bag. We've got solid pipes on each end. And if you look here,
all the weeping,
there's a weeping network of pipes along this pipe. So it'll fill the pipe, and then it'll all come out of those holes at the same level and down into the bed.
Now, how much earth, there's Bucky, how you doing, pal? How much earth do we have on top of this?
When we're all finished here, we'll have stone up to about here, and then we'll have somewhere between 4 and 8 inches of topsoil on top.
You gotta like this. I just can't believe how much work this is. We started off with the witching rods. You know, to me, that was talk about old-fashioned, and then boom.
I win.
We're running late. We are going to be dark in approximately 25 minutes, which is probably just enough time to finish this. Then we got to clean up. I still got to get the island in. So they're not going to get to walk around with me in the daytime. You'll see it tomorrow. Not only did he professionally make a cabinet, but he professionally wrapped it, didn't he? I tell you.
Gotta protect the good stuff.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Is that nice or what? Look at that. I even love the edges of the door. Awesome. Perfect. What a difference this is, eh? From a simple, silly cabinet they made to such a beautiful finish. Amazing what someone can do with wood.
Just having to look at the house the way it was before, It was just a constant reminder of all these things that we had to do and that we set out to do but never got done.
Well, this was a very specific project. This project was to turn the home into the use that it's supposed to be for a little girl in a wheelchair. How you doing? Welcome to my home. They did not know that Annie was going to pass away. This was a total surprise during construction for her. But the contractor walked away. Like, it meant nothing.
Something terrible happened to us, and in the course of that, you start to kind of feel like the whole things are really uneasy. You know, you don't think it's gonna happen, and then it happens, and you get this very insecure feeling about the world around you.
Why don't we start in the basement?
Sure.
Very good.
Out of all the things that were wrong on the other side, the majority was on this side.
Yeah.
Once he had come through with the tractor here, we could see that he had compromised really all your foundation.
There were some moments I was very worried. When, you know, especially when Mike would say something here is wrong or something there is wrong, I thought, oh, geez, I don't want to hear anything.
So the important part to me was because of the compromising, we had to come in and dig out because your earth, if you remember, was about this high. I found a 2x4 on top of a 2x6 that was supposedly holding these floor joists here. 2,500 buckets of earth later, carried out by an assembly line of people, we came in and put in a cinder block wall to help create a concrete pad all the way around here to create a bench system which holds the foundation in place. This is why I put up a support wall across here. You'll notice that all the vertical studs are directly under the floor joist to help carry the load of the floor. The actual structure that I've created really does go up and down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, for me, the first thing that we should have done was level that in the first place, because you brought in a nice gentleman that did the reclaimed wood flooring, but they leveled the floor from upstairs to the best of their ability. So I could not jack this up and re-level it because we would have thrown everything out upstairs. So at least now you have plenty of room for storage. If you notice, we created that concrete ramp which goes up to the sides there. What that does is holds the earth in place as well as the old stone foundation. Again, benching it holds it in place. It does not allow it to slip or fall out, which is obviously a structural issue.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
Doug is a master at this, let me tell you. I went into a shop with him and we had to reduce the length of it. Well, you got doors, we'll walk all the way around it. He took the shelves on this side, okay, he beat up the edges, stained them, and the idea is there's 10 coats of matte finish on this. Is to protect it, preserve it, and make it look. Is this what you were looking for, by the way?
Oh, yes.
As we started inspecting the outside, bringing in our Mondo, and corrected all the grading on this side until we started digging in the back with John. And that we found that we had to raise the height of your foundation protection membrane on the outside. We actually had to dig down in the back and fix a whole bunch of structure in the foundation in the back where the new meets the old. Put a new cinder block so we could tie on top of that and tie it back into the house, which he was very successful in doing in both the back and the front, and I think it looks really good.
Oh, it makes such a difference.
That brick.
Keep the
I
brick.
love it. Yeah, and that was what was in the original plans, but we never thought we were going to
we'd
get the
lost
brick.
it.
Yeah, we thought that was gone.
We find you have a septic upgrade. Okay, how many toilets do you have? We start counting 4, so we call in our very good friends, John and John. Both of them came in and put in a super, I'm telling you, sophisticated unit that I've never before seen. I want one in my house now that I've seen it.
That was like the lottery.
That was like the lottery, yeah, for us.
We also put in 2 new posts here. We put in a 6x6 and a 4x4 and dressed it up for you. I also built you a beautiful cedar deck out back.
Oh, we can use the back door now.
Yeah,
No,
we
you
can
can
go out
use
the
the
back
back
door.
door.
To take one thing off our plate is fantastic. I'm telling you, it's fantastic not to have to, worry at night, how are we going to get all this stuff done that needs to be done? And why wasn't it done in the first place?
Libby, she's going to be in here now?
Yeah. This is going to be her room now.
Okay,
yeah.
so this is where we broke all out the bulkhead here and broke up all this wall and the ceiling, rerouted all your plumbing back to inside wall and down to the basement to make sure it does not freeze again. We don't want that, especially in the bedroom, right?
Yeah.
Now this is bright. I like this.
Very bright.
We leveled your floor because you were out 2.5 inches from where you're standing to the front. This was so cockeyed, we leveled it and then tiled it, and also we made sure that we put in a waterproof membrane in this whole area that you have no worries about this.
It's a little bit bittersweet coming in here when I first walked in. It's a little bit bittersweet because that bathroom should have been that way, you know, a long time ago. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you.
I just hope you feel better. You don't worry about anything anymore, okay? And if you need anything, call me.
Libby's gonna love it in here, and it's gonna be great. But it's a little bit, you're thinking in the back of your mind, this should have been done months ago for somebody else. We cannot thank you enough for what you've done here.
Well, you just did, and it works for me.
Yeah.
He's grabbed everything we've had on this job site. We're talking rolls of membrane, with hats, gloves, coffee cups. Hey guys, are you hungry? The overalls are good because they hold the beer too, right?
Say thanks, Dottie.
Shoddy? Who's shoddy? To the whole crew, great job. Absolute great job.
I like it. You got orange.
That's Annie's bear. Yeah.
Nice.
I was the only one home. I heard a noise, went upstairs, and I saw flames coming from underneath the door and got out.
I think this is asbestos. Did anybody touch this?
No.
So we went with this contractor, and then just things did not go well.
My God, this house will tell a story.
But every time I came in, I found more and more things going wrong.
Everything else from this point on gets removed?
You know, every time I came, there was another issue and another issue and another issue.
Take this wall down. I never in a million years would have believed raccoons can smell that bad.
It's a disaster. I mean, I don't know if everything has to be redone.
How far is it gone? What is it contaminated? That makes me worry. Most definitely. Oh yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. Ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. Frank and her family's been living here for probably in the area of 18 years. Out of all the jobs I've done, this must be the most life-changing event. Start with a fire in the middle bedroom.
Her friend called me and said that the house was on fire and that my daughter was okay.
Got my cat out, ran across the street, and got my neighbors, and they called 911.
I got out of the car while it was still moving. I just jumped out of the moving car once we got to the area.
The place was swarming with cops and ambulance, fire trucks.
Construction everywhere. Now, the insurance company did their job. They brought in the contractor. They took care of the homeowner. They did their job. However, how well does the insurance company know their contractors? Do they check them out thoroughly? Do they know everything about them?
We were told that if we went with an insurance-approved contractor, that, you know, they would back us up 100%, that, you know, they would be the ones looking after the progress of the house and making sure that things were done in a timely fashion.
Daniela, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Franca, nice to see you again.
We felt more comfortable knowing that the insurance was going to be backing us up, so we went with this contractor, and then just things did not go well.
Now, here's the problems we have in contracting, the guys that don't care. I don't want to say that all insurance companies have bad contractors, because they don't. But the ones who don't care are going to cause you even more problems. Can we take a walk through?
Absolutely. I'd come here and I'd see what was being done, and, you know, I'm looking at a wall that was supposed to be, you know, torn down, and there's wiring running through it, and I'm thinking, why is this here? Well, the kitchen wasn't part of the fire, but we noticed that there was a leak and a water bubble building up.
You know, he said, it's just a bubble, don't worry about it. And we're saying, it's water. If you don't burst it, it's gonna travel.
You know, okay, fine, if you want me to pop it right now, I'll show you, it's no big deal. He drained the water out.
2 weeks later, I come into the house and the kitchen window is now soaked in water. The cupboards are starting to fall apart because it's still dripping.
They had to tear out half the kitchen.
Well, aren't you replacing the whole kitchen? Oh no, the contractor says. Just the damage side. If you want the whole kitchen done, you're gonna have to pay extra money.
The insurance adjuster looked at me and he said, why are you bringing up the kitchen as an issue? The kitchen's being replaced. And I looked at him, I said, well, half of it is. And he said, no, the whole kitchen's being replaced. And so at that point, I looked at the contractor and I said, well, that's not what you told me.
Foul play. Incredible foul play here.
Numerous issues. Like, we walk in one day and there's like 40 some odd, you know, slabs of drywall piled in the middle of my dining room, my living room, and another like stack in the kitchen. And I'm sitting here going, my floor feels like it's caving in.
So you've been out of the house, I guess around 8 months now. 8 months. Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Now we have raccoons living in the house, taking over the home, leaving, obviously, if they turn it into a bathroom. Is our power off to this house?
No.
Okay. We have knob and tube.
They said they were just gonna drywall over it. It's not a problem.
Oh, it's a problem. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. All I know is I've got to come in now, take over, clean it up, investigate just how much damage is done by the animals, not to mention the other animals, the contractors that did not care about this family. Why do we have foam on the outside of the house? A foam board.
So we questioned that, and they were telling us, no, that's fine. That's what you don't need insulation on the outside wall.
We start with the fire. Within a couple of months, Franca's mother dies.
And I was saying that I just didn't have the time to arrange funerals and be on top of what they were doing here, because there were a few things that did not go right.
So they're going to use 1/4-inch fir board over top of all the wood and keep all the studs horizontal and, you know, instead of this way, to create somewhat structure.
I asked them, I said, doesn't it have to be brought up to code? Like, what was once code back in like 19 whatever?
I'm curious what the answer was.
And they said, no, our responsibility is to put the house back exactly how it was. If you want anything extra, then that's a cost to you.
So he's trying to charge you more money.
Right.
On the side.
Right.
Through all the confusion and the death in the family, it's obvious that the homeowners don't even know what's in the house, where it is, what storage, and you know what? They're not even thinking about it. There's a couple of boxes missing.
You know, they told us, oh, they've been put in storage. They must have made a mistake, and, you know, it's gone to storage with all the other stuff. Don't worry about it. We'll get it back for you. And I'd been asking over and over again, like, I really need that box. There's stuff in there that I need. And lo and behold, like, you know, in June, July, I see that, you know, there's checks that were written on my account that were forged, and they were in that box.
Who did it? Sounds like a murder mystery. Who did it? It was the raccoons. Look at this plumbing. By minimum code requirement, the plastic is supposed to be behind if you're going to put the plumbing on the outside wall, which I'm highly against.
The insulation that you're seeing behind that, I pointed out that, like, there should be insulation back there. There wasn't insulation.
We had to argue for that. And they said, don't worry, the pipes won't freeze. And I'm thinking, yeah, they will.
2 months work? 2 months they've been in this house?
3.
3 months.
3 good months of work. They've put in 3 good months in here.
Well, let's be serious. What did they do?
Not very much.
Basically, they were cutting corners, is bottom line.
Yeah,
like things that, you know, I think they thought that they could get away with. And then shortly after my grandmother died, my dad died.
All within a matter of months, devastation within the family. That the fire is the minor part.
It was hard. And the last thing we wanted was to worry about the house. You get things in perspective then.
There's nothing that can upset me more when people are treated not only unfairly, but robbed.
And at one point I had phoned the insurance and said, that's it. I just want them to stop. I can't deal with another death and the house at this time.
So we have obviously a bad contractor that came in here that took total advantage of the situation, which makes me sick.
And they just kept saying, don't worry, you don't have to be here. We'll take care of it. We'll look after it for you. We know you've got a lot of things to deal with. Don't worry.
I'm going to completely take over. I'm going to deal with the insurance company. I'm going to deal with taking this house apart and doing whatever I have to do to put it back together again, to bring them home and give them what they should have. I'm going to turn this into a dream home for you because you deserve it. I think enough bad has happened, and I think it's time we have some good.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. It's just, I just saw the two totally extreme ends of people. Somebody who's going way out of the way to help you out and somebody who's going way out of the way to do as little as possible.
I just don't think that these guys, A, know what they're doing, and B, I don't think that they can really be trusted. And if I was the insurance company, I wouldn't want to be associated with them anymore.
So don't worry about anything.
Thank
You're
you.
a sweetie. I'm gonna fix it, okay?
Some of my friends say to me, I don't know how you get up in the morning. And I said, like, you just gotta go on. Like, life goes on. You deal with it as best you can, and you gotta keep going.
I'm gonna change this whole place. Whoa, I gotta get a bin in here and bring the family in and say, what do you want to go?
Things went from bad to worse.
This makes me sick, absolutely sick.
You know, the fact that I'm a woman doesn't mean I'm stupid.
You got a skunk in there? They ever get sprayed?
Yeah, I got sprayed. That's
Oh,
why it stinks
it's
so
you
much.
that stinks.
Yeah.
Okay, because I smell it. We've been looking around. There used to be a hole on the side of the end gable here. Also looking up the plastic. We can also see that they've dropped through, because the last time I was here, this was not down. So I don't know if there's 1, 10, 20.
Take a look and see what's inside. And if there is something in there, we'll try and get it out. And then it's up to you guys, I'm assuming at this point, to make sure that they won't be able to get back in.
Oh, well, let me see the footprints, paw prints.
Paw prints here and there. Yeah, there's a footprint right there too. Yeah. They could be anywhere. There's no way to know exactly where they're going to be.
I think we would have heard them moving. What do you think?
Not necessarily. You'd be surprised how quiet they can be.
Yeah?
You're going to be looking for a lot of footprints. Where the majority of the footprints are, raccoons all have what they call a communal toilet for the most part. Raccoons will go to the bathroom in the same spot. They've had free run of the place for 8 months, so they know it better than you and I do at this point. Well, there's a pile of droppings here too.
There was only one job I was on before where we had one raccoon and we were able to do it ourselves. We just scared him out of the attic, closed off the entrance. But this house here being vacant for so long, we thought we'd call these guys in because there could be 10 of them in here. We don't know. Is that their pee? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go get the guys to start cleaning up. You wanna do a thorough? Work your way down? I'm gonna pull down the stuff in the car. No sweat, they can live in there easy. All kinds of signs here. I don't know if that's raccoons chewing on that or squirrels. What they've done is they've ripped it apart, squirrels or raccoons, one or the other. So we definitely don't want this. We'll only keep the full pieces. But this just shows they're tearing it apart, trying to make a bed or whatever they're doing with it.
We're not sure why they come and go the way they do, but we've inspected it. And it's not home.
We're gonna close up the outside so we can stop the animals from coming in here. We know we're clear right now, so don't worry about anything. At this point, let's leave all vapor barrier in the ceiling. That is still there, but I want everything down. Let's keep the foam so we don't waste it and throw it into garbage. Throw out the plastic. Okay. Anything that's strapped, we're gonna redo. Since we're putting in a new forced air unit with air conditioning, we can get rid of these rads, give them to someone that can use them. Man, these guys are heavy.
Right now, the meter's in the basement at the panel. We have to bring it up to today's standards, which Hydro wants it out at the front of the house 3 feet by the wall. I guess during the fire, this broke off. As you can see, this wire here needs to be replaced. It looks like it's got some heat damage to it. I can't temporarily hook this up. I'm gonna have to replace everything. That means I'm gonna have to change this whole mast here, this weatherhead here, which is broken apart and it's all rusted out. We're gonna have to call ESA, the authorities, get the permits, meter locate, before I can do anything here.
We don't have a choice, right? We can't put it at the back of the house. We can't put it in front of the house. So let's just do it. But you're gonna prep for a new panel. We're gonna rewire the whole place, kill the knob and tube.
Yeah, and bring everything up to today's codes.
What's the container for, Mike?
A whole bunch of drywall. What are we doing, standing up?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of stuff coming out of this house.
Good. All right. This is gonna take a while.
Hey, Holmesy.
Yes?
Isn't this supposed to be going inside the house?
It won't be going back in.
Yes, it will.
Unfortunately. Well, all this drywall is supposed to do the whole upstairs. It looks like a hell of a lot of drywall. Because you got the kitchen, the dining room, the living room put on the middle of the floor, compromising the structure, so we've got to pull it all out to gut the place, clean it up. Well, we're gonna put up a sign of luck for the homeowner here. I think when we're done, we'll take that and hang it inside. I like it. This way it holds the luck. Bedroom for the raccoons. If I could reuse these floors, I would, but due to the animals using this home as their bathroom for the last 8 months, I'm taking it right down and redoing it. Let's get rid of any incredible odor. I never in a million years would have believed raccoons can smell that bad. I am so going to take all this down. Let's get rid of it. Let's get it out of here. Every time I open up something, I gotta fix crap after crap. Get rid of the clothes, get rid of everything else. Just scout through the boxes, see if there's anything savior. If not, let's clean this out.
Here we go. Daylight.
These are not custom cupboards. Let's keep bringing the stuff in.
These are all junk.
Let's just get as much garbage in here as possible right now so we can get rid of it. You think these guys cared about whether or not to clean out that basement? Not a chance. They didn't want to do this. We're going through it. Well, how do you work around it? You can't. Get rid of it. Start fresh. Look at the wood we found in the basement. This is old pine. I would never, ever throw any wood like this out because to a woodworking guy, this is fabulous, this is gold. And my buddy Doug can take this wood and turn this old door with the old handle into a table. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring him this wood and I'm gonna get him to make an 8-foot table for the new dining room. She's gonna love it. Now it's time to turn this house into the house that it should be. So we're going to take this wall down, restructure it, just to give the kitchen idea that we have a 118-inch counter island with a 36-inch depth. I'm having a custom table made for the dining room. All new windows, all new doors. Let's get 2 guys getting the ventilation units. One hosed out the back, one hosed out the front, so we can grab, obviously in and out. We'll take all the doors off, and we'll keep the doors, we'll put them in the bin, and this way we'll bring it to a reusable store, because some people love the old doors. So masks, units, doors. Go ahead, pick your teams. With a complete new upstairs, no choice for new electrical, new plumbing, new furnace. How do I leave the rest of the house like this? I have to take it down. Not to mention the smell of the raccoons. It's disgusting.
to our third bin today, and we're just waiting here for one more to come. Fill another bin today, and hopefully we'll get framing and restructuring the center of the home. When you look at all this, we still got pretty much a day of demo before we can clean up and safe, and then get to reframing. But that's the way it goes, demo and then reframe, and we got a heck of a lot of reframing to do. Got a sink repair over here, Dan?
Leave this wall up, follow this wall through here, across and down, must stay. Cut it here, take this down, take this wall down, take the new studded 2x4 wall down. The middle wall must stay at this point till we've decided on how we're gonna restructure. Remove everything that they've created in there. Dan, you can work on the plumbing, pull all the plumbing right to the top, and then let's go downstairs. Once again, all electrical gets pulled. We can remove this wall right to here. Cut out the top plate at this point here. These two must stay. Everything else from this point on gets removed. Right from here, take it down. Let's lose that whole wall right across the kitchen. What they've done, you see how they had this, all the plumbing running in the bulkhead here? I'm gonna eliminate that and we're gonna reroute everything.
You wanna throw the dishwasher out with me right now?
All right.
Come on, let's do it.
It's harder to tie into what's there than to start fresh. Especially when everything's gutted back down to studs and you're gonna redo it like that. It's actually easier on your mind. For peace of mind to start fresh. You know you glued every joint, you know you soldered every joint, you know you're testing your pipes. It's best just to do it right the first time and you don't have to worry what you're tying into.
It's nice to see it when it's gutted, that way we can look at it and see what we can do to make some changes. Since we have so many windows in the back, I really see that being the attraction point as a possible master bedroom and not the front. We'll do a standard bathroom, turn this into a 3-bedroom because this is perfect size for a wonderful 3-bedroom. But it allows me to take a look at it now that it's all down and see what I can do with it in my mind. Just take advantage of the space and redesign. Give them a really nice look.
If you can't smell the smoke, then you're pretty much ready to start the repair.
I'm being kicked out today.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
We're not stopping until this is gutted. The whole thing is gutted. See, it's funny, now that we take everything down, we can smell the smoke, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
So what are you gonna do?
Well, right now we're masking off all the items we know we're gonna be keeping and want to keep in good shape. And just make sure there's no obstacles or...
Do you have to spray the brick, or you're just mainly concentrating on?
We're gonna spray the entire top floor here, yeah,
okay,
including floor.
You don't want to start the repair if you or the homeowner still smell smoke. And you have to be careful that it's a reality and not a perception, because some people walk into their house, they see the damage, which is a shock, they smell smoke and they have this association with smoke and damage. They go back into the house after everything's ready in preparation for repair and they still have this sense of smoke. It's a psychological factor and we have to deal with it. Sense of smell is telling me I would continue to seal more here. You've gone this far and you're making this dramatic renovation, plus you've got the other additional element with the raccoon. So that will also help the situation.
Yeah, the whole thing's done sunk in the middle, that's for sure. All the way from the basement up.
You know what? We're gonna jack it up. We're gonna level it. Since we have it completely apart, it's gonna be nothing to jack it from downstairs and level it and then work with a level structure.
Well, I wouldn't say nothing, but it's definitely the most important part.
See, over the years, it's just standard that the center of the house is going to sink, right? There must be a massive weight load here from upstairs to bend this, because that is 3 2x10s. Remove these 2 panels. This one we can keep and reuse.
Yeah, look at all the...
We can keep that as an antique. The old knob and tube, how they used to join them in. This is obviously the hot line, and they taped them up, no morettes, but you know what? It wasn't dangerous until people got tired of changing fuses and they put in a higher amp fuse. That's when the problem started. because there's a higher amp fuse, means this point right here heats up more and arcs and causes a fire. I think this is asbestos. Did anybody touch this?
No. No.
We're gonna pull all this down, but I don't, you know what? I don't even want to touch this until I find out if that's asbestos coating.
I think it is.
So do I. We're gonna have to call in our asbestos team. Due to the raccoons giving up so much wonderful
Little gifts.
yes,
they left
little gifts
behind?
that they left, we've gutted your whole house.
Yeah, because this used to be my living room.
First of all, I'm going all new windows, all new doors in the home, all high-end windows and doors, okay? So that's number one. I took out your bathroom down here. I've taken out this room. I'm taking out this wall, and I'm restructuring. I have Weyerhaeuser coming in, and I had engineers come in and help me out with all the beams. So I'm gonna open this up. We're doing an incredible custom kitchen here. It's gonna be a 36-inch island by 118 inches in length.
Wow.
I'm pulling out all of your old rads, and you're getting all forced air conditioning. I'm dropping your back porch. It's driving me insane. Stairs have to be replaced totally here. This is asbestos that is over top of your pipes. We have a team of asbestos specialists coming in. New hot water heater, new furnace, new service coming into your house with a new panel. Every piece of electrical wiring here will be removed. A whole new structure will be in place here. This is our next move, is to level the house.
I'm excited. I like what I see. I like what I'm hearing, and I think I'm going to be in for a very, very pleasant surprise.
New beam across here. We're going to bring it over the weight load, which is approximately right here in the basement is the existing beam, so that's what moves this out. A new header goes in right to the outside wall. I tried very much to keep this. Okay. We're losing it. You're going all new stairs.
It's a huge weight off my shoulders, huge weight off my shoulders, and I know that it's a huge weight off my mom's shoulders, so that makes me happy.
So what I see in my mind is to drop this wall to approximately this location here. Put in a beam up above, which continuous weight load goes down to the basement. We've already determined this. So now I'm gonna give you a big bedroom in the back here.
I thought I had seen the worst, and I thought I had seen, you know, anything that, you know, could possibly shock me, and then you guys letting me like sneak peek the other day, and now this, like, wow.
Guess your mom's gonna wanna stay up here?
Yeah, she thought I would try to convince you to give me this room and shove her off into the back, but no, I told her this is her room. I think she's gonna love it. I honestly think you're gonna have some serious tears of joy at the end of this.
Keep smiling. We'll see you in 1 month.
I will see you then.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow.
So now I'm just looking for fibers. I've got 2 fibers.
We're gonna have to call in our asbestos team because we're pulling this all out.
We don't want to
touch this. No. It's a war zone. Is this the walkout structure? Yeah. So we're in the dirty room. We go through the shower. Once you're through the shower, you're in the clean area.
Yeah.
This is not a small
This is the biggest
job.
part of this job is setup. The removals are going to take us about an hour or so. They'll be done.
Wow, you guys don't mess around. When I came in here and we took everything down, believe me, this place was a mess. We pulled 2 bins out of the basement alone. And the first thing I saw was this, and I knew it was asbestos. That's why I called you in. Is type 3 the worst?
Type 3 is worse. Basically, what we're doing right now.
This is type 3.
Because it's over so many square feet, right? After so many square feet, you got to set up a type 3.
Okay, so now that we're at a type 3, obviously this is too much, must be totally wrapped. Now you're gonna put in the air unit, which I see right here, the negative air, right? And what that's gonna do is pull out all contaminants, throw it outside, and then keep the inside clean. As you take it down, you'll bag it, make it airtight, right? That way it can go out.
We soak down asbestos when we do a type 3.
Okay.
We soak it down.
With water?
Yeah, with water, yeah. Water, dilute water.
What that does is help keep everything from flowing through the air. Okay, that makes total sense. And the idea is to tent this right off, that we work our way upstairs into the shower unit, which you clean yourself off and get rid of all contaminants. All right, so not recommended for your average homeowner.
No.
As long as you don't touch asbestos, it's not a danger. But as soon as you play with it, move it, break it, it now releases fibers into the air that are extremely dangerous for you to breathe. What these guys are doing is using a mixture of water and glue, and the idea is to knock down the fibers onto the floor, the fibers, the particles. We don't want it floating through the air, so this grabs it, holds it, easier to clean up. Marky.
Hey, Mike.
We got a sample. We're ready to test this out.
Got a sample. I'm gonna set it up, look at it through the microscope.
This is absolutely regular. Each and every time you have a crew come in to do a test, we'll have an outside crew, someone totally independent, to test to make sure it's safe.
Yeah. Testing the air quality within the site. Make sure it's matches what you guys are breathing out here, and then it would be safe for everyone to go inside. Used to be 360 liters to clear of air I'd have to collect to analyze. As of November 1st, it's become 2,400 liters.
So that's 7-8 times the difference, isn't it?
Yeah. The other new thing is forced air. So I take a leaf blower, blow
and
all the
purposely
surfaces.
move it.
Yeah, move all. If there's any fibers that are loose, it becomes airborne. Because of the size of the Type 3 enclosure, I had to take 3 samples, all of which have to pass. We'll find hair fibers, skin sometimes. It sucks up whatever's in the air. I've just taken a quarter of this, so if something happens while I'm mounting it, I've got another 3/4 to work with.
Very good.
I can't see through the filter, so I've got to blast it with vaporized acetone. The filter will go clear.
Oh, look at that.
I'll count every fiber that I see in 100 fields. I've got to look at 100 different fields and count the fibers in there. And not necessarily are they asbestos, but we are on the side of caution. So now I'm just looking for fibers. I move the slide itself around. And I think you're good.
What have you marked?
I've got 2 fibers. 2 fibers in 2,400 liters.
Can I see through this?
Sure.
Just to take a look, just out of curiosity. Oh, that is wild. 1, 2, 3. What is that? Usually they stand still.
It's strong, but it's just not level, right? Like, that's bold.
That's gonna be a little bit of a pain. We're gonna jack it up. We're gonna level it. Whoa. You gotta be kidding me.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning. Tell me this is not the oil tank.
You're standing on it, Mike. About 3 feet down.
I've worked on 120-year-old homes and never seen an oil tank in the ground.
Well, they have them, Mike. They just...
You've seen them?
Yep. I've seen her of them. Very hard to get insurance on your house when you have those in the...
Yeah, I guess so. Talk about contamination. Man, this house has gone through hell, hasn't it?
No kidding.
Let's see, raccoons, asbestos. My God, this house will tell a story. Is there anything in it?
I don't know.
Well, we're gonna have to check, because if there's something in it, we've got to get rid of it.
Yep.
I'm just marking these beams for homes. We're going to place them in the areas that we're going to be inserting them, and just getting it organized so that when we go to do it, it's not hauling everything up and everything's right there where we need it. So just organizing it all here, getting it squared off on the sheet, checking it off, and then we're almost ready to go on them.
This is man-made. It comes from 2 weed trees, aspen and poplar. Okay, so we're no longer using spruce and pine.
Perfect.
Spruce and pine takes 30 years to rejuvenate, where these trees take 15. We take 2 weed trees, and now everybody thinks they're full of glue. They're not. It's minimal glue. It's the way the compression ratio is to create these beams.
I've been in the factory where they do it. They actually bake it off.
It's unbelievable. Heat. I'm gonna carry load on this side of the beam, and I'm gonna jack it up. Floor joists come over this beam like this, okay? So that carries the load. I don't have a continuous on this side. I have it here. So here's where I'm gonna take a temporary beam, I'm gonna jack this up, I'm gonna cut out the nails in here, and I'm gonna pull this beam out. Then I'm gonna put in the new beam and drop the floor back on top of it. Put the big beam in here, right? And we'll carry up underneath it, and we'll get a jack post there, a jack post here, a jack post here. These brick columns have been here since the house was built. Now, over the years, they've sunk down just slightly. And it's just, you can see it, it's probably an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter. They're not going anywhere. These have now settled to the point where they're not gonna move. Why should I remove these and put in a steel column post when they're perfect? There we go, there's structure linings. Now take the same level, go to the other side and see if you're exactly in the same spot with the bubble.
Yes, we are.
All right.
Correct. Exactly the same.
Okay, you wanna give that a couple
Sure,
of
buddy. I'll take it.
Which one it is? Odds are we're gonna go higher. And we do. Oh, yes. Tell me your level. Oh, your level. And we can see now that we're up off, okay? You can see how much we've lifted this area. That's a lot, eh?
Yeah, it is a lot.
Pull off these boards on this side, get that blade in there, cut those nails off so we see this drop, okay? Cut it right here. Okay. Get rid of this piece and then we'll shimmy it out. Gentle, everybody. Can I go there?
There you go. We can back it up.
Watch the poles. It's not dangerous. We are well secured with what we have. We are not hitting the beams. I put in a cripple to hold this in place so it doesn't tip out. It's fairly safe. It's holding a lot of weight, so it's not like it's going to fall either way. Okay, did you look for the ground? Did you look for the ground? Good. There we go. Okay.
I can get it in there, but I don't think I'm gonna make the height. See how it is like this. Yeah, it's good. It's gonna pass.
So it's just catching the wood. We're gonna get a jack post, pick it up a bit, and then hammer it into place. If necessary, I'll lift it up more so we have the room to put it in. But we don't need a lot of room. I can see it from here. It's mainly this beam right here. Good where we are. So, ready?
Yep.
Drop the posts. So we're watching the beam, guys?
Yep.
Now that's what I want to see. Yeah, baby. 2 more to go, guys.
What a mess. An absolute and utter mess. This whole backyard has got to be scraped out. There's stuff in here that has not seen the light of day for years. It's coming out.
What the hell are you doing back here?
Nice mess.
Is this all from this yard?
Yes, sir. Do you think it wouldn't be a surprise, but it still is when you find barbecue parts left in the backyard.
Hey, man, nothing surprised me to do with this house. Well, we have part of a garage left.
We have, the only problem with that is it's very shaky. There's no fence behind it to the neighbor's yard.
Who the hell takes down a garage and leaves
a
this?
wall?
That is unbelievable. That's actually quite dangerous. Man, how do people do this? That's an awful lot of patio stone.
Some of it's going to be waste, but I'm going to use up as much as I can.
Okay, we're going to drop that, we're going to get rid of it, and we're going to build a fence. So, yesterday we finished up the center beam in here, and we've created a pocket sleeve on top of that beam. So now, the idea is we short up 2 temporary walls on each side so we can drop this beam. This will hold the floor joist. There is no continuous weight load upstairs on top of this. It's only the floor, so I don't mind doing it this way at all. The idea will be now to cut the floor upstairs to expose this beam, cut these guys back, lose this beam, put in the new 3 LSL beams, which is manufactured floor joists, carry over top of here, and here's the pocket we've really created to hold that, continuous right to the outside wall. We have the old floor joist coming in that was carried over a brick that has been broken out over, obviously, years ago. This area is now lowered down. They've beamed off and tied off. In the old days, they would just nail it, where minimum code requirement right now is to have a hanger bracket. We have an arrow. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna now carry to this side here. We're gonna bring in a temporary small beam. We're gonna lift this area up true. We'll cut out this area and we'll tie from this beam right to this beam. We'll put in a double header across here. 2 double hanger brackets, and what that's gonna do is level up the floor here. Not only do we have to do it here, we have to do it on that side, we have to do it in the living room, we have to do it upstairs. So there's what I was talking about the structure nightmare. You can see how the old way, they used 2 2x10s laminated together, tied in the floor joists into there, and used a 2x4 underneath as a carry load. In other words, a hanger. Not bad, eh? It's like removing structure. All right, so let's draw a center line and measure back off the center line. Okay, Adam? Okay.
Good.
All right. Nice.
I'm good. You're good? Clear. You gotta add 2 inches. An inch toward the knot.
Oh, that's perfect. We have no upper structure on top of this. So we know we can easily put in a temporary wall there, a temporary wall there, cut out this beam, set it up in place, which we've done. We've measured off the 5 1/4 in thickness and the length, that we can pick it up and drop it in place. And then simply, just as simple as it looks, pull up the floor and get in our hangers underneath. And you can see how much I raised this one area. As we continue, we'll move our way upstairs, leveling each and every floor. Right now, they look really good because if you remember downstairs, we had jacked up the house starting from the basement, which lifted the center all the way up to the roof line. So from where I'm standing, everything looks really nice and true here, as level as can be, true. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna pick up this probably 500-pound beam, 3 of us, 4 of us. We're gonna put one in on top of this ladder. We're gonna get the other in on top of the other ladder. Then we're slowly gonna get jack posts in there and carry it up. Because the last thing I want is on a structure-weighted ladder is to hold one body and a beam. It might be too much, so we're gonna try and maneuver this.
Come to Papa. Oh, good. There you go. Yeah, we're up.
Okay.
1 foot. Whoa.
1, 2, go.
Good. Got it. Down. Okay, down.
Don't panic, we're just gonna slide it an inch. Okay, that's it. Ready?
Yep.
Go. Okay. Come down slowly.
You're good.
That's perfect.
You happy with that?
Yes. Very. All right, you got me nervous now. So far, so good? So far. So far. I have never in my life seen an oil tank in the ground. The last thing I want is to contaminate this earth. We have got a world of hell today. We've got Murray in to cut some trees and remove the branches. We've got the bin guy coming in. We've got the TSSA in to help oversee removal of this oil tank, which now we have the company coming in. They're going to test to see what is in here, if the ground is contaminated, and I'm just finding out all kinds of stuff on contamination and what they have to do.
That's the old dip port for the tank.
It was buried.
Yeah. Well, first thing I noticed, there's only maybe 2 threads into the fitting, so whoever put it in didn't plumb it right.
Okay.
There should be at least 4 or 5 fittings or threads into the fitting.
Would it give you any sign that it would ever leak just by looking at it here?
No, but what can happen in this case is if there's a high groundwater, the water will get in around this and fill the tank. And in doing so, it'll push the oil out if the tank is filled.
Okay.
Make a bigger mess.
Okay. All right, you got me nervous now.
Okay. 20 centimeters. Now that we know there's product in the tank, we'll put this pipe back in just so the dirt doesn't go in the tank. We'll excavate over top of the tank until we get to the tank. Then we'll cut the tank open.
Okay. All right, well, I might as well get these branches out of the way, just out of your hair right now, and we'll get as much out of the way as possible.
ever get scared up there?
At first, when I first started, yeah.
Yeah.
A little shaky.
Other job done.
And I have my fingers crossed there's no contamination here. Let's just say it has contaminated the property. How can we determine a cost on the cleanup?
The level of cleanup required now comes under the environmental guys who are involved. They come and determine how far it has leached into the ground, how far down it's gone into the ground, and what's involved with the terrain around it.
This could escalate into multi-thousands of dollars here. I have my fingers crossed on this one. Can you tell anything just by looking at it? Like, what am I seeing there in the slight beige brown there? What is that?
That's water.
That's water.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign?
It could have come in from the fill pipe.
Okay.
And over time, it's just the venting of the tank. You get warm air moving in and out, and cold air, and it condenses, and moisture forms.
It'll condensate inside.
Yeah, drips down, sits on the bottom.
We could have some in the ground. This is a worry for me that how far has it gone? What has it contaminated? Has it gotten into the water? Has it gotten into the neighbors? Do we have to remove that deck? Do we have to dig up the driveway? How far has it gone this way? That makes me worry. Most definitely. You ever hear that saying, can of worms? Big can. Real big. Kick the can.
This is a great tool, right? Look at this.
That's an insulation puller?
Yep.
It's time to
Good for pulling insulation. It's good for, calling somebody. You know, if you want to poke somebody on the shoulder. Adam, you got a ladder in the truck?
Like, what kind of car do these tires go on? That's an awful small tire. You see that on my truck?
It's good for scraping the floors. Get a new floor in.
I don't think so.
I'm just gonna scrape this paint off now.
This broom sort of reminds me of curling.
It's called the Rapinator.
We felt more comfortable knowing that the insurance was going to be backing us up, so we went with this contractor, and then just things did not go well.
You ever hear that saying, can of worms? Big can. My God, that's ridiculous. This is crap.
Things went from bad to worse.
It's not just a house, it's a disaster. Oh yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. Decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
You know, you look and you see and you think, oh my God, like there was a fire here and it's all full of smoke and stuff. But I honestly didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was pretty contained. there's a lot of damage here.
My mother had been sick and she had been back home, and then shortly thereafter she passed away. And I was saying that I just didn't have the time to arrange funerals and be on top of what they were doing here, because there were a few things that did not go right.
Things that, you know, I think they thought that they could get away with. And then shortly after my grandmother died, my dad died.
It was hard. And the last thing we wanted was to worry about the house. You get things in perspective then.
I just actually wanted to bring you in and show you what we've done so far, what we found, the changes that we have to do, and really what we're going to do to fix it.
Okay.
You ready to take a look?
Yep.
It looks like a hell zone right now, doesn't it?
No, not so bad.
Not so bad?
Compared to what it was before.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. I have completely gutted your house. The raccoons actually had done such a number in this place, we decided to gut it. We did find more smell of smoke upstairs, so we had the company come back in, spray it. As a matter of fact, they sprayed so much that they have removed all the smell of smoke, all the bad contaminants from the raccoons, which I found out was so bad. Once I opened it up, I realized the structure needed a whole lot of attention. So it gave me the opportunity to say, okay, I'm gonna make some changes in here, such as removing this wall, doing a brand new structure directly above, which will continue out to that end. And now I'm going to create an open concept. We have all new beams in the basement right from back to front. We have pulled out your boiler, your hot water heater. We're going to give you a brand new forced air furnace with air conditioning, a brand new tankless hot water heater mounted on the wall, so it's very efficient. All new structure from back to front. We're still temporarily braced until we've continued our structure. We have quite a lot of structure work here. We've had to re-carry structure load under the fireplace. We've lifted up this area. We've lifted up the whole center of the house now to level the floors because they were so badly dropped down the center. Actually, it was just like a roller coaster ride, your floors. So restructuring this area, which had dropped due to rotten wood, in the kitchen, so your floor was so down. And my point was to start from the basement and work our way upstairs.
It's totally blown me away what he's doing, the amount of work he's doing.
In this backyard, we found the whole brick wall, which I did not know was there. That's coming down. It is a very big safety hazard. But worse than that, we have just found that you have an oil tank in the backyard.
We had oil when we moved in and we changed it to gas. And they said that if it was buried in the backyard, it could stay there.
Well, they lied to you because by law, it had to be removed.
I am really happy with the changes. Just making it sound and safe, it's just so great.
We also brought in an asbestos removal team. So everything was tented in. It looked like a UFO movie. Total suits, air masks, everything else, with the guys coming in to remove the asbestos.
Now they say, you're gonna have the best house on the street. And they said, are you selling it? And I said, are you crazy?
I'll give you a hug now. You just go relax, okay?
Thank you so much.
Don't worry about anything. Okay.
I like the house, I like the area. We gave up a lot when we moved here, so it means a lot to me to move back into my own home.
But I can really smell it, which is probably not a good sign. How far has it gone? What has it contaminated? Has it gotten into the water? Has it gotten into the neighbor? That makes me worry. Most definitely. We could have some in the ground. A small hole in the bottom.
Well, it's a hole which failed in the tank. So it's really led to the release of a lot of this product here. And it's gotten into the soil. You can see the stained soil down there.
This is not a good sign. We can see this appears to be oil, am I right?
Yep.
Now we got to do what?
What we're going to do today is just take a couple of samples, have them analyzed. We're going to come back and do a delineation and clean up the...
So a delineation would be a determination?
To define how far the contamination has gone and to what level we've got to
Is that possible we could be digging the whole backyard? And
it's not inconceivable.
Okay. Interesting. Welcome to my world. I'm telling you.
1, 2, 3.
Well, I think we're going to have a bit of a delay. I don't even know if, I think the only thing we can do is clean up the property.
Exactly.
Because we don't even know. They may have to dig right to the end, right to the tree. We have no idea.
Exactly. Until they come back with those tests and how far it's gone, where it's gone to, I'm on hold.
Well, anytime we're going to do a massive renovation like this, I want to make sure I go new windows and doors. The old windows are nice. The lead in the glass, I liked it, attractive, but it was broke from the fire. There was a lot of damage. There was rotten windows. For attractiveness, we're going new. We're going to go new on everything.
I like it. This is a integrated polyurethane foam. It's not a permanent water seal, but it definitely is an air seal. It will expand to about double its size. This actually adds strength to the window as well. Beautiful.
The opening here is when we're measuring brick to brick, we need 37 and a half would be nice. I've got 37 and a quarter. I'm gonna fire up the concrete saw and shave effectively about 1/8 of an inch off each side so that this opening here is the same in here and as well on the other side.
I think we're going to start some plumbing today, get some partition walls up. We've restructured downstairs.
Coming a long way. We've got the 2 doors in, all the windows are in, but we do have some layout issues to contend with for sure.
This house has been a can of worms for me. I think we can now, because I see this post in place, I think we can now come off and go in and just create a powder room here, and it's going to work. A nice little cubby hole in this area. This will be the bedroom back here. So we're gonna have 2 big bedrooms, one in the front, one in the back, small in the center. Sean's put in the beam here. The load that's been picked up to re-level this, we're gonna have to do the same right across. So we will drop this wall, put in a new one, bring it to this point, carrying over the beam, and bring that ceiling height up. What I'm thinking of is keeping the bathroom here, Dan. Using this window in the bathroom and probably this window in the bedroom. So 8 feet by 5 feet, and if we can create that small hallway here, door into the bathroom, stop the wall here. This will be the door to the bedroom. So it'll come out square, go up, cathedral ceiling down, across. It's kid stuff, so it takes more time.
Got a layout for upstairs. We know the washroom's gonna be in the same location as Franca had it before. So I'm gonna start down in the basement because there's a lot of restructuring upstairs. I don't wanna get in their way right now. I wanted to hook up to this stack, but this stack here, they hooked up already and it's loose and I could just pull it out just like that. So the washroom that was connected to this before would have been leaking underground the whole time anyway. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna break the concrete. I'm gonna get it back to a point where I could tie into it and then take it and we'll do it all new. Hopefully we don't strike oil in this basement. This is the drain that they hooked up to. That's what they hooked up to. So now,
Put a bulkhead right around, bulkhead. We're there?
We're there. Good. Nice.
Build the wall.
This is gonna be like a brand new house. Better though.
We're going to go until we find it starts to come clean again. We're not picking up any odors. And we may or may not even pick it up here. We don't know how far it's gone either. So that's the other objective, is to find out how wide it's spread. So we're going to be doing one in the driveway, one farther down, one on that side, but we'll also one through the center of where the tank was.
Okay.
Because that's going to be the point of highest concentration. We want to run down one at a depth. And we're going to put a well in there as well.
We're going to put a well in?
Yeah.
Meaning?
To monitor for groundwater, to see if it's gone down into the groundwater.
Okay.
All right. This is the gray material that we were running across earlier.
Okay, right at the bottom?
Yeah. You can smell the odors in that.
Definitely.
Yeah. This is the point where we reached last time. So from here forward, as we go deeper, we want to find out how far it's gone down. So the next ones will be critical. We'll be selecting samples out of these for analysis. So we can get the chemistry on it, know what the numbers are, and that'll help us to determine how large a scope we're dealing with here.
We're gonna have to get the stairs out right now so we can start restructuring to carry the upper load. So as far as I'm concerned, lose everything here. Just take it right out. Let's just carry it back in temporary support here.
I'll make them like they used to.
Continue a piece in this section up over the beam and then come over 4 feet with another one right across to the double header there, okay? As this is down, we'll go back up, remeasure,
See how far we gotta go.
Figure how our stairs are gonna be. Okay, we've already poured a pad for you in the basement so you can determine where your furnace is going and all your trunk lines today. And what I wanted while I'm here today is to talk about vertical runs. So we are gonna have a bulkhead here, okay? It's gonna run right down. You can use this void. We can build a box this big. If you run any horizontal lines against the floor joists, I want you to come at least 3 inches away from the studding. So I can get drywall directly up, drywall directly over, so I've created a warm zone. We can determine that we can use any run you want along the outside of the wall. So that'll help you bring up, carry off, and then just as another example, say one was here, and then one was equally on the other side of the window. I don't care where you come up, but just keep in mind for aesthetics.
Okay. Okay, Pete. Yeah, you pull.
What this system is probably this is the best water supply plumbing system you could put in your house. What it is a pressure balanced system. You have a hot manifold and you have a cold manifold. And from this T to this first valve and the other T to this first valve is equal length, so that in essence, when this valve is supplying the upstairs hot shower and this valve is supplying the hot supply for the kitchen and they're both on, it will dispense from this T equal amount of pressure. And then when the homeowner comes down, they're just like they're coming to their electrical panel. You know, there's going to be a white 8x10 sheet here marking numbers. All the valves will be numbered, and it will mark all the valves, which one's for which. So if you have a problem with your toilet upstairs, that it's running on or whatever, and you want to close it, you could come down here, follow on the sheet. Okay, upstairs washroom, it's the third one down. 1, 2, 3, off. It's a little bit of finesse work to make it all nice and neat and equal, but in the end, your flow is tenfold better.
So are we ready for you? I had them yesterday concentrate on all outside walls. I'll finish the interior once you sprayed the outside.
Great. We're gonna spray the soffit shut because there's no ventilation there. We're gonna seal it all off. It's non-vented, totally enclosed. We're gonna come up the cathedral ceiling here. Now this is all gonna get done in 2 passes, just to make sure we get the stability in place and the structural strength of the foam. This spot here, we're gonna spray foam here. We're gonna seal this right up down to here. And then you're gonna put your drywall in. We're gonna spray it from the back side and we're gonna join up to the spray foam here. Otherwise, we'd have to put a backing here. We've already got a backing on this side. We'll spray from the back side.
Okay, so we'll do that afterwards. You can't obviously do that in one day,
we'll
right?
make that on the next trip.
So when we do the attic with cellulose,
Well,
Is that what we're doing in the attic?
Well, we're gonna spray the Insufoam first on the
Nice.
on the back side of the drywall.
Nice.
We're gonna make this thing tight. We're gonna heat this place with a candle.
So I don't need any vapor barrier?
No.
Nice. There is light at the end of the tunnel. This is almost to the point of drywall, which now we're on the finishing stages. I'm feeling good. As long as it's the same and nobody touches it, you don't have to make changes. But it's funny what you see when you open this up and go, okay. So we have the drywall guys starting the resilient channel on the ceiling. The idea is to true up the ceiling. If you remember the house being cockeyed, we couldn't get it 100% level. Well, what I'm looking for is 100% true. So he's already started in this room. We can see where we've had to shim down to create the 100% trueness that we're looking for on the ceiling. Just one man now, but he's gonna have this done. Our whole object, hopefully today, is to get that drywall up, get the spray foam on, get the furnace going so we can heat the house and not be freezing in here anymore. But you know what? It's looking really good. Today, really, it's just the ceiling. I think you guys can knock that off in about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
For sure.
So we'll hit all this. The idea is then to come in, come up, straight up, across here, drywall it down, boom. You can hit one side of every wall. I love this drywall being mold resistant, water resistant, so we will use it in the bathroom as well. I would like it very much that if you could run the drywall first as tight as you can to the ductwork. I'm gonna double insulate the ductwork, then I'll build the bulkheads coming out around the ductwork. That'll be the stop of the bulkhead, the beam right there.
Right over here?
Yep, that'll be the stop. It'll be 32 inches
Okay.
inside. We're gonna mimic the kitchen in here as well. I'm gonna be out 16 inches, so that way if you drywall the ceiling first, we'll create the bulks for you. You come back and boom, you drywall the bulkheads. We're gonna drop the ceiling about, just under that ductwork, right in this void here. Just drop the ceiling, continue the bulkhead out, so it looks like, again, we vaulted the ceiling in the dining room. Really, we've done these last little things. The house is yours. You're gonna drywall it, plaster it, and then I'm not coming back until you're done.
The nice thing about these overflows when you work on them out of the tub, if I were to come straight down with this, which is a lot of mistake rookies make in the plumbing, they'll come right down, they'll drop the tub in, and you're right on a joist where your pipe's coming down. So I always measure first, see where my joist is, and then if I have to come a little bit this way, a little bit that way. So in this case, we're coming a little bit more towards the wall. Almost done, we're just doing the finishing. Doing up the wiring, low voltage, humidifier, HEPA filter. And when we do the installs, you can see we do a lot of things very neat. Vents are very well supported. You know, little minor things, clipping the wires. It's nice and clean, neat looking. A lot of the times we'll silicone the joints for the ductwork to stop the air leakage, or we'll use silver tape on the rungs. That way you don't lose any of the air. You know, it's better for the equipment, better for the homeowner.
So all we're gonna do today is you have to do a water sample, is that correct?
I've looked at the well, it's dry inside, so there was no appreciable accumulation of water.
Good.
So that's a good sign, all right? The previous results indicated that we clean here and against the house and the other samples that we'd taken earlier. And the sample that we took at 12 feet, there was a bit of detectable petroleum, but it was within the allowable limits.
Okay.
So we know we're clean at that level.
So since we know it's only in this area, and I'm really happy about that, we only have to dig out and get rid of the contaminated soil.
That's correct.
Okay, so just use this as clean fill, get the other clean fill, top it off, and boom, we're back in business, and I can finish this yard.
Exactly. Once they've got the contaminated material down there, we'll be taking a series of conformatory samples just to verify that it has
been removed. Well, do you believe it? We've had to take the tank out, do core sample test 12 feet deep, drill for a well to test the water. Through all this, we're gonna find out the results to see how much earth we have to remove. You can do this whole house in a day?
We can do this whole house in 1 day.
4 guys.
3 guys.
3 guys?
3 guys.
You know how long it take my guys? A week. I love them, but it would take them a week. And then I gotta repair around some of the boxes. But you know what? They're all learning, they're all doing really good, and it takes years. That's all these guys do, right? They eat, breathe, and sleep with drywall.
What happens now is we pre-filled all the joints with Durabond, so that once the house settles, it doesn't crack as much. And then you put the paper tape on, and that'll dry. And then you come back with a 10-inch machine, let that dry, and a 12-inch machine, that'll dry, and then you skim everything by hand, fix all the imperfections, and then sand it.
Perfection.
Nice and clean and quick.
You believe that? I like that.
Mail.
Thanks, man. Normally, I would make sure that I tile all the floors first before I put my cabinets in. So object for me today is to put in these cabinets because I need this height clearance for the cabinets for perfection. The island will temporarily put in place, remove it again, and finish off the floor and put it back down again. What kind of wood is this, walnut?
Yeah, these are solid walnut frames with a plywood 1/4-inch panel, and it's an ebony stain on it.
And what do you call the front door style?
A shaker style.
Shaker style.
That generally means a square edge on the outside and a square edge on the inside.
Okay.
The dark cabinetry with the stainless steel handles. There's always stainless steel accents in the kitchen with your fridge or your stove or your sink.
This 118-inch island, did you check the setup for plumbing?
Yeah, we're fine.
We're fine, good.
This is a dishwasher falling to the right. On the left, we'll have a garbage bin.
Nice.
It's over there. And I think another cutlery drawer over here.
So we're gonna have it, say, this wide in soldier course?
Yeah.
You're gonna do any soldier course in the top or not?
Exactly the same as the bottom.
Okay, I like that. I've got it the whole place. All new electrical, all new plumbing, heating. The last thing I need to deal with is an old, ratty-looking fireplace. Simple fix, let's brick in front of it, let's install an electric fireplace. It'll work, it'll look good.
With the narrower boards, you can play around with it and fix it. But when it's this wide, you have to be on the money. You have to baby it.
Well, you start right, you end right. This is perfect. Always pick the length of the room, eh?
Well, you got your windows on each side, so you want to elongate the house. You don't
That's
want
right.
to make it stubby.
I think a lot of people don't realize that they make that mistake. They think they can run it any which way, where you always want to run the length of the room. Once you're done, I'm bringing my guys in and we're gonna cover this up so well because I'm not gonna accept a scratch, nothing. I want it clean and I want it covered up. This is gonna be really nice to see. So all the sheeting is nailed down with roofing nails and not spikes.
It would appear that way. Out of sight, out of mind. Like where the customer cannot see what was being done, they come up here, they leave the old vents in, they don't flash the chimneys properly, all right? Because they know the customer's not gonna come up here and check it out.
Okay, well, if they've done this, what else have they covered up? We'll have to take it down and look at it. Put up a new roof. This is minor compared to some of the stuff I saw over on the other side there. It's all rotten. I don't want to see this neither. There's nothing to tie into. You walk on that, fall through, fall off. This is why we have lines. There wasn't even tar paper coming up the side here. I want to see a minimum of weather and ice shield from the roof line to the end gable. They just taken the old crap wood. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, they should have been plywood, but they went right over top. Obviously, we have a rotted area here. This was the hump that we saw earlier, but it's all shingle nails holding it down. I'll bet you pull that up with no problem at all. And you shouldn't be able to pull that up by hand. That's ridiculous. Yeah, imagine the high winds getting underneath that. That's a good shim effect. Yeah, how many layers are there? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's not just a shim, they were shorting the plywood.
I see. So they faked the back, they faked the front. Pitiful. So we're gonna strip it, we're gonna sheet it with 1/2-inch plywood right over it. I guess at the same token, we'll pull up any rotten wood that's there, sheet that, and then go over top of that.
Yeah.
Did you see the little patches they did down there?
Yeah, exactly. They've used a piece of chipboard, which is 7/16 in that area, a piece of 3/8 ply in this area. You can see the height, the elevation difference. And all of that, like the rest of this roof, it just telegraphs through the shingle, and it gives an uneven appearance and can actually cause a leak.
So much for a simple repair that I called you in to do.
Yeah, we wanted just to fix up the venting and get rid of these chimneys, but unfortunately, it's led to a total re-roof.
They should be ashamed of themselves just covering this up. They don't care. My God. If anything, that spray foam's holding that roof up. Plywood is so much stronger. This is crap. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, the outside edge, you can see how they tied in everything. We're gonna have to keep the good ones, cut off all the old ones, and get a 2x6 front, come back out again. I'd rather come up in, but I can't because we spray foamed. I don't have a lot of height over that window, but we probably have enough just to fix it. Let's get the rest off and fix this piece of crap. It is a piece of crap, isn't it?
It's a total piece of crap. Unfortunately, we were really here just to fix some vents, repair a couple of flashings on the chimneys, that sort of thing. But, I mean, the flashings were completely done wrong. The chimneys were non-functional anyways, so we got rid of those. The roof boards were completely out of whack and original, so we've ended up having to rip the whole thing off and redo it from scratch. What we're putting in here is a layer of ice and water shield. When we took off this area of roofing here, we actually noticed a bit of moisture underneath some of the shingles. And what this ice and water membrane will do is will allow it to wick out on top of this roof as opposed to seeping down in behind it. And this roof's going to be good for at least 25 years. It's going to keep anything from happening to the interior, all that brand new drywall, that brand new paint, that brand new kitchen, those brand new floors. And that's really what we need to do here.
What is this? It's a sled. It's an old-fashioned sled. No? I bet you that's the round part of the bottom. Very nice. Okay. Now, who uses that many nails, eh?
Doesn't squeak later.
Probably the first time we've actually put the stairs together at the job site. Yeah. But I understand it because there was no, if this was made like this to try and get it in through that door and try and get it in a position,
You would never know.
yeah, I have to agree with that.
This isn't a big room, but you want it to look big. That's why there's an open concept ceiling. Use a big tile, less lines, and do a brick pattern will open up the room.
What color is that?
Corn silk.
That's perfect. That'll dry just a little lighter.
A little tiny bit lighter once it's dry, not much.
Anytime you're doing grout for the forearms and the wrists, that is an exercise in itself.
Definitely. I try to switch hands while I'm going through it.
They're actually the best time to dig a tree is when it's dormant, which would be in the spring or in the fall. When it's dormant, you can dig the tree as much as you want, no problem. It doesn't shock it.
That's normally what kills them.
It's normally what kills them is the shock.
I like the little corner. You created that little corner off there just to give it a little bit of a... I can't actually wait to see that you get this done. What about the tub? What are you doing with the tub? I noticed you didn't get rid of it yet.
Oh, no. I'm going to tip the tub on its side, create a bed in front of it so it looks like it all spilled out, and it spilled out soil. And there's going to be a whole bunch of bulbs planted in the middle, so in the spring, she's going to be in for quite the surprise in our garden. My goal for today is to get all the beds in and planted, because we work our way out. We take the beds, plant all the beds, then we do our final grade, and then we lay our sod, roll it, and we're done.
We're decking the deck in 2x6 by 16. The thing about cedar that's great is it's a soft wood. It's like softer than pine to work with, and you know it's gonna last because it's an exterior wood. It actually comes from a rainforest, so when it gets rain on it, it doesn't rot. The reason I'm doing such a small gap here, it's only probably a little over 1/16 of an inch, is this wood is still fairly wet. Over time, I mean, it's going to be better if the gap's small now and gets a little bigger later versus doing, I could do a 1/4 inch or 3/8 of a gap now, but once the wood shrinks, that'll be up to a 1/2 inch.
Johnny's done a really nice job of trimming out these windows. What I'm doing is I'm just doing the corners. I do all the seams with a caulking sealant that you can paint to, and it just closes up all your gaps. Any little gaps you see everywhere, it'll just close these right up, and looks really good on paint. Just makes everything really nice and tight. So I'm just gonna finish these up.
We sanded the treads, which makes them very smooth, and we want to look for any manufactured areas like corners where the riser meets the tread, anywhere there's a possibility of the manufacturer spilling glue. Then we're going to condition it with water. By using water, it gives us an opportunity to see if there's any glue. I look for those areas, sand that down as far as I can, and you really got to be careful with that because that will not take stain. Water does a tremendous job of conditioning or opening the pores of the wood, allowing it to take evenly. That's basically the biggest trick with staining, making sure it's prepped properly so it accepts the stain evenly throughout. So it's looking really nice. The ones I finished already look great.
Ready to put the counter in?
Yep, we're ready.
Let's do it.
Basically, it's 93% quartz, 7% resin, and a little bit of color. And they combine them in a formula to give you different looks to them. So they take this and they mix it up, they put it into a mold, and they compress it. So they put 100 tons of pressure on it to make it into a slab. Polished like granite, it's cut like granite. All it is harder. Low maintenance, no worries.
We're just installing all the fixtures, the kitchen sink, faucets and stuff. Here we got a 4-piece kitchen sink faucet. We've got a sprayer, hot and cold feed, spout and a soap dispenser. But it just pulls out, put the soap in, pour the soap in, put it back in. This house was plumbed in IPEX pipe, the blue pipe, the water supply that you've seen everywhere. What I'll do now is when it comes through the floor in this kitchen scenario in IPEX, I'll connect to copper now.
So we make sure that we secure the middle one and the whole bottom for strength. The rest are just tacked in, right? And glued.
The pressure of the nail gun, as you're nailing them, when you start at the bottom, if you just nail, it has a tendency to push the handrail up. So when you get to the top, all the pickets are now leaning off level. So if you secure it top and bottom periodically, then it can handle that type of pressure.
Makes sense. He's been doing this for a while.
So in this house, we did the ceilings and trim dark and the walls light, which accentuates the ceiling and the trim, and the walls kind of, blend in with the bulkheads. Certainly not typical, but I think it looks great in this place. And they've used poplar for the trim. It's a nice trim, so it's gonna stand out.
Well, the thing is, you can either spend your time on the structure or you can spend your time on the finishing. We chose to spend our time on the structure, and our finishing is going rather quickly because everything is level and true. Had it been the other way around and we rush through the structure and blah, blah, oh, we don't need to do this, we don't need to do that, then we'd be taking all our time trying to do unsquare edges and make things right. That's just pain in the butt. So this is really the way to do it. This is level. The door is hanging nice. Now, all I have to do, throw the levels out. I'm just gonna adjust this until I have a nice gap between the door and the jamb. Now you can see that's a nice gap right there. That's about 1/8 of an inch. I know my doorknobs are gonna be at 36. So I'm gonna make a mark. I'm gonna make sure that area is shimmed and reinforced for my lock set. That'll work. Now you can see all the way through. That's a uniform line, and I didn't even use a level once.
Normally, we'll install the hood first and then tile up to it, but we had the tile guy in, so I said bring it right up and we'll install it afterwards. I had the room because the back of the cabinet is a 5/8 board, much like this thickness, rather than a 1/8 of an inch board that you're used to seeing, the very flimsy backboard. So all I have to do is really drill through the tile. I have to make enough room to allow my toggle bolts to go in and clamp and grab the back of the wall. I have a stud marking here, so it requires that this bracket has at least one screw in the stud. I have that. This one's fine. Under the bead. We're done. Okay, sir, it's all yours now.
Gas pipe was tested up to the shutoff. So now that we're hooking up the stove, we're gonna test the line from here to the stove to make sure we don't have any leaks. So you would use just a soapy solution, soap up all your joints, and then just make sure you don't have any bubbles. If you have no bubbles, you have no leaks. No bubbles, no trouble.
When a family goes through this kind of tragedy, that not only was there bad contracting here, but a world of pain, I'm gonna do my damnedest to make their lives different. It's a new day, really. For them, it's a new day. That works for me. Good.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Look at that.
Wow. This looks
Oh, the top.
amazing.
Well, 2
Love
weeks
it.
ago, we looked at the roof. We went up to put a couple of vents in, realized that the roof was completely rotten and totally done wrong by whoever did it. We stripped the roof, resheeted it. We also took the shingles off that dormer,
Yeah,
put
I
up
like
siding.
that look. It's actually what I always wanted to do. I really like that look.
Well, now it's definitely safe. Not to mention all new fascia, eavestrough, downspouts, obviously a new cedar deck for you. We've closed it in. You have a gate on the other side. All new windows and doors.
That smells good.
It smells good, doesn't it? Come on, let's just walk up and take a look. This family's gone through hell as far as I'm concerned. It's now an opportunity that I have to make their life better. Have you been excited waiting?
Yes, I'm really excited.
Sure, definitely.
And nervous.
Wasn't expecting this though.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Holy crap.
Take it down, do it again. It might have been easier if I took the house down and built a new one, but that's their home.
This is so nice.
And the soffit, no lights.
Oh, look at how lights are on the porch. Oh, that's so cool.
New electrical, new plumbing, new heating, new air conditioning, you name it, new. New floors, new cabinets, new. The only thing that wasn't new was the brick. We kept the old tub because it was Tea's idea to tip it over at the end there and fill it full of tulips so that it will just overflow with tulips coming out of that tub.
You don't even know how appropriate that is because my grandmother had a bathtub on her front lawn that she planted flowers in.
Is that right?
Yeah. She used it as a planter.
The least that I could do for them was to help change their lives. And it's not often that we see death in the family, and it's not related to the contracting, it's the timing of events. But when things like this happen in life, I think we deserve a change. I think they all, deserve a better step forward. And we have in memory of your mom, her name, the plaques I had them made up.
Even her name.
Cool.
Yep.
That's very, very, very cool.
This is so nice. Oh, I love.
I'm not gonna go halfway. Halfway doesn't work for me. I either go all the way or I don't do it. Here's one of your major beams that was replaced. All we did was put up 2 walls right down the room, lift your house, pull out the old one, put in new ones. We had engineers come in from Weyerhaeuser. They were fabulous and helped me restructure and design so I could put it all together. Brand new furnace, air cleaner, HEPA filter. You couldn't probably get a better system for cleaning your air as well as making sure we get rid of any contaminants with the HEPA filter. Brand new washer and dryer for you.
Awesome. Wow. Very nice. Oh,
It talks to you.
okay.
It talks to you.
Isn't that nice?
Both of them talk. Okay.
Yeah, I think it wants a quarter. Obviously, we had pulled out all of your hot water system, all the piping, absolutely everything. And again, removed the asbestos that was clear right down the center here. And wait till you see what it took to do that. This is the new IPEX system that we brought in. And what this does is extreme pressure balance, about the best piping system you can put in your home. We put up a tankless hot water system. Again, one of the most energy efficient things on the market. When your taps are off, it doesn't do anything. It's when you open them up. Fires up instantly. And it only uses gas when you turn the tap on. My reward is each and every time seeing the look on their face when they walk in the door. After you.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, this is gorgeous.
Oh man. Holy.
Oh my God.
Wow. Oh my God.
Look at the staircase. Oh, we do have a fireplace.
Oh
You
my
have a
goodness.
fireplace.
Oh my goodness. This is nice.
So let's talk about what we have done. Let's walk in and take a look. Let's focus on the fireplace at this point. So what we did with the fireplace, because I hated the stone.
Oh, come on. You didn't love that
I
painted
absolutely
stone?
hated it. So we re-bricked it and we installed an electric fireplace. And also, it's a heater, so you can actually sit and be warm with it, okay? Do you remember your barn board you had in the basement? A good friend of mine, Doug, made you up a table.
Oh, wow.
This is amazing. This is very cool. It's like a harvest table.
It's like a harvest table.
It's very nice.
So you can push it against the wall and sit around. We've also made, well, here, look at your kitchen.
Look at the kitchen. Oh my God.
I was able to
Wow.
Oh my God.
get you all new appliances.
Oh my God.
This is amazing. Now they'll expect me to cook.
Okay, I don't recognize this house.
This is
Well,
totally different.
it's been opened. Come on in.
Yes,
I'm
let's
just afraid to walk in. I feel like I'm walking into somebody else's home.
I even love on the
I
side
got a new
here.
dishwasher.
Yeah, here. How do you like that, eh?
Oh, this is so cool.
So we have one garbage, one disposal.
This is amazing. I thought that I would have no wall. The kitchen was going to be sitting in the middle of big area.
Now, if you notice, when you come in, you can't really see the kitchen so well. You've got to come around to see it, right?
You gave us beer!
Get out.
Ask for celebrating. As if you want one.
Oh, wow.
This is just your simple powder room.
It doesn't look simple.
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
It's so
It's a little different than the
nice.
other bathroom we saw here.
No kidding.
Very, very nice.
This is really, really nice. I like this. And the mirror.
If you notice, I darkened the trim, lighten the walls, and I hit the ceiling in here dark. And then it gets into the kitchen, everything else is light color, and then dark again on the ceiling here. It matches all the trim and the baseboards. Let's go take a look upstairs. Now, this probably doesn't look the same either.
Not even close.
We started from the basement, putting in all new support beams, jacking the house up because it was unlevel, dropping down in the center. So we put in all new support beams, picked it up, which brought it all the way up to the roof line. Major load bearing across here. And what we did was try and create a cathedral, so open up the room a bit. If you've noticed, I closed off both sides and given you a closet on both sides. Okay, so whoever takes this room has a closet on both sides.
I love the floors. I really love the floors.
Actually, so do I. I chose the wetter place. It just worked for me. This room also has 2 closets because I figured the smaller room, let's give 2 closets.
This is really, really nice.
Oh, wow.
Due to the square footage, I was unable to give you 2 bathrooms upstairs, so I made an ensuite to this bedroom to be able to come into here. Nice and simple. Cute little sink. The idea is to make it look bigger than it actually is. This room I looked at because you had the 4 bedrooms. It didn't work for me at all that you go through one bedroom to get in the other. I reduced it to the 3 and made it that you had an area to put the bed with a sitting room on that side, closet. I've done my part. I can now walk away and help someone else, and I feel damn good about what I do. I feel real good about making their future different. So my job's done, I can go home now?
It's better than winning the lottery.
You just won the lottery, I'm telling you. You did, you did.
It's better than winning the lottery.
Now, did I pass?
Oh yeah, flying
Good?
colors.
Flying colors?
I
Thank
don't
you.
even know how
Very
we'll
nice.
ever thank you. Like, never. We can never thank you for this, never.
Well, you know what? Just you getting back home and living a different life, that's thanks enough for me.
It's amazing. Come. Oh, this is so cool. I love this house. Hi, guys. Fancy meeting you here.
I'd say. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Oh, I just like Mike.
It's a really nice home. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Our pleasure.
And Pinky?
Yes.
Pinky.
She worked her little butt off on your house as well?
Not as much as him.
No.
Did you like it?
I loved it. I
I'm so
absolutely
happy.
loved it.
It looks really, really good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's strong. I can tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna have wine. We're gonna have champagne. We're gonna have everything.
Okay, let's do it.
It's a party.
Okay. To the Holmes team. Cheers. Another excellent job. Damon, Johnny, Micah.
Hey, cheers, buddy.
We bought a new home thinking that we would be protected through the warranty program.
It's not major. So far, I like it, other than cheap crap.
And we were really excited to come in and to own our own home.
You can smell it. It's already starting.
Little did we know that there was going to be more problems with a new home than there is with a resale home.
This is really upsetting me. Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. So you think buying a brand new home, everything's going to be perfect. You're not going to have a problem. As a matter of fact, what I'm seeing in the last many years is more people want to buy a new home so they don't have problems with contractors. It's valid. Everyone's scared.
We thought we'd buy a new home to avoid all those problems that a resale home might have and picking up other people's problems, and well, that didn't work out.
You buy into the brand new home, and it automatically comes with a 2-year, 5-year on the foundation home warranty program. Now, this is designed for the homeowners. This is there to help you. But I'm hearing way too many stories that state the opposite. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Mary Jo.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Look in. How you doing, Lucy? In this case, Mary Jo and Gary bought a beautiful home. They've been here for 3 years. And what's happening? Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 tubs and 2 different bathrooms, identically the same, problem after problem. Want to take a look?
Yeah, come on in.
Thank you.
We noticed there was rust in the tubs, spoke to the builder, and they said, sure, no problem, we'll come in, we'll replace the tubs.
So I guess we'll start with the main bathroom.
Yes, please.
Well, you know, it looks good.
Sure, everything looks good
does
from
look
the
nice.
outside. They came in and tore down 2 rows of tiles, tore the tub out and put in the new tubs, and 4 months or so after that, we noticed it was happening again.
What did you notice?
We noticed that the tub started warping, and then the porcelain cracks, and then the water pools in the cracks, and then it starts to rust.
You would have thought after the second tub installation, somebody would have said, let's buy a better tub. We don't want to come back here again. Let's fix it now so we don't have to come back. But no.
That didn't happen. They said, no, we have to put in the same tubs because the manufacturer of the tub is actually paying for the repair.
The vice president of the company and his engineer came and inspected our tubs, and they were baffled.
And they just looked at him and went,
This bathroom looks really good right now. I'm not seeing any problems with the tub, but let's go see the other bathroom.
Okay. We got smart, and we noticed the warning signs. So it wasn't a month after those tubs were in that we saw it starting again.
They ended up tearing down all the tile because they couldn't find tile to match.
Again, nice and clean. Tell me about this one.
It's been replaced 4 times as well.
Same as the other bathroom.
Same as the other one.
All within 2 years.
That's right.
Okay, same tub, same tile, same look, same way.
Yeah.
And when they tore down all the tile and the wall, there was mold like crazy.
I'd be freaking. I'd be down there picketing saying, you guys suck. Whoa,
Yeah.
look at the mold. Whoa. Now, is this on this side of the plastic or on the other side of the
This
plastic?
is on this side of the plastic behind the drywall. So
It's
So the
between
drywall
it.
on
It's
here.
between it.
And then we said, well, what about the other bathroom? Because there's mold there too. He said, well, there's nothing there. So
They refused.
they refused to
They
do it.
refused to open the walls in the main bathroom.
They refused to take this down.
That's correct.
That's right.
What was their wording?
I'm not taking it down.
I'm not taking it
I'm
down.
not
This is
taking
the
it.
builders.
That's the
builder,
builder,
right.
yeah.
Why?
Because it looks fine.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
Okay. In this house, 8 tubs have been installed, and nobody's learned from their mistakes. As a matter of fact, everybody's washed their hands of it. The builder said, we're done. You're not getting any more tubs. We're not going to keep paying for this. The warranty program, it looks fine.
The field representative came in and said, oh, the tubs look great. You know, what are you talking about? So we showed them the pictures.
Okay.
Not good enough.
Pardon?
Not good enough.
Why isn't the builder covering themselves and protecting you, the single most expensive investment in your life? Why aren't they standing up for their mistakes? Like they're going to say they are. We came in and did this, right? But they didn't fix it.
That's
Here
a water test
what
to
we've
show
done
how the
is
water drains.
We've colored the water to make sure that we could illustrate how how it is draining and where the warpage in the tubs are
And then the water pools.
and the water
Won't
pools.
actually drain.
warp here. We see that it's starting to sink down in this area.
Right.
Why aren't they standing up and doing it better and standing up saying, you know what? We build the best houses and we guarantee it. Forget the new home warranty, we'll cover it. No one's gonna do that, are they? Do you want 2 tubs or would you like a shower?
A shower would be great.
Okay, because I'm a shower person. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
But we want to keep a tub because for resale purposes, a tub is very important in the house. So if you have 2, why wouldn't we turn one into a shower? Okay, let me get my guys, let me get everything I need. We'll open it up and I'll bring it back to show you what I found and let you know what I'm going to do to fix it.
That's great.
That would be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
keep smiling.
We'll try.
Won't be long.
Yeah.
And I like the way you did this. That is really
you.
good. I wish more people did that. That just shows evidence galore and it stands up, but obviously it didn't help you enough. That's why we're here.
We're confident that he can make it right.
Please.
Please.
Go figure. Like I said, they're a good builder. But anytime you go cheap, it doesn't matter who builds it. That's it. They could have sold this house and nobody would have known the difference. No one. Until we come in and open it up. We're gonna gently remove this. We're not gonna hack and slash. So we'll just start with pulling out the mirror. We'll leave the light in for now so we can use it. Pull the sink, pull the toilet.
Really nice. Let's silicone the trim on.
Yeah. Your toilet's been rocking since the beginning. Seat's not tightened. This is a perfect example of production housing. And see the sponge gaskets, Steve? Because they're all
use the wax.
Yeah, because they're continuously pulling these things off, putting them on. Sometimes they'll put on before the floor goes in and the vinyl guy comes in.
Right.
And he takes the toilet off.
So it's holding water?
Right, it holds water. So now you have like moisture and you have dampness and it's dark and
Yeah.
And what comes with that? Mold, right?
That's right.
PL this one?
Nope.
This is cement board. Now, I love cement board because mold does not like it at all. So we use green drywall and cement board in this one area because this is often the area that breaks on the tub and people see it split. Why didn't they just use it in the whole thing? No mold. It appears to be on the outside wall.
This mirror wasn't gonna go anywhere, that's for sure.
That drives me insane. Why do my pipes bang? Because they're not secured. There we go. See how the tub's installed? This is an aluminum nail, fine. The point is what they're doing is they put the tub in, drive a nail, and it supposedly holds it in place. I think it's the tub installation. So we see your basic cheap tub, okay? All braces, very cheap, thin gauge. We see the foam, and the foam is designed to serve 2 purposes. Because the gauge is so thin, they'll put the foam on it to keep it nice and rigid on the bottom. But they add a spray foam because they're trying to solve the problem as to why the tubs are buckling. All right, so far we haven't seen any mold. Due to the way we see the plastic, we can tell that this was possibly replaced. We see how it was tied in with tuck tape on the corner. We'll see more as we pull this wall. Something that slightly bothers me, we do see great building practicing here, other than cheap stuff. Let's remember cheap. We see the vapor barrier. It is a 6 mil vapor barrier. Unfortunately, it is not down to the floor properly. We have the proper building wrap, which is required by code to come from the outside and wrap back up again to complete the seal at the bottom. Problem being, what we have here is because the plastic is not down to the floor with an acoustic sealant across the bottom and tuck tape in the corners, it allows the moisture to come through. So this is going to give us moisture underneath the tub. Air movement, which is what we don't want. So this is incorrect. So far, it's not major. So far, I like it, other than cheap crap. You know, cheap crap you're gonna replace in the future. This is why I always say spend your money right the first time. There's minor mold buildup here. Very minor, but we shouldn't be minor. We should be zero. It's just, we see mold. It's already starting, you see that?
Smell it, eh?
You can smell it. It's already starting. It's on this side. We're gonna see the mold simply because we have an issue with airflow within the wall. What is that airflow? We're warm on the inside, we're cold on the outside. When warm meets cool, we have moisture. This moisture is gonna cause mold. This is really upsetting me. By code, we wrap the outside stud to protect that stud from moisture. This should be tuck taped to that plastic. It's going to help stop any air movement, which we really want. To go to the extreme of all of this tuck tape in the wrong areas, wrong practice.
Shouldn't be that easy. There's a bunch of mold.
When they build homes, you buy it by the paint, you buy it by the floor, the cabinets. We're not looking at what we need behind the walls. This is the whole education about this. Why do we need this? So we don't have to come back in 5 times and still see mold. That's why. Let's talk about this exhaust fan. This is a good brand name. This is not a bad name fan. We can do a thorough test on this and more than likely find out it's not adequate enough to pull the contaminants out of the room. Real simple test. You know what? Find me a Kleenex, please.
Mike, it's not grabbing the Kleenex.
It's not grabbing the Kleenex. What does that tell you? This is extremely light. If it's not grabbing and holding the Kleenex, it's not pulling air out. We're gonna replace that fan. We're gonna pull all the screws and the nails and we're gonna gently pull the plastic down. We're gonna put it in a bag and take it out so we don't have so many fibers in the air. Feel how cold that is. That's extremely cold. We don't see the mold. Good sign. That means the plastic was doing its part by keeping the cold on the outside, but unfortunately did not stop air movement.
Well, you can see here we have a little bit of mold in between the, it's actually on the surface of the plastic. Yeah.
Did you get gloves? Okay,
Yep.
it's again surface mold, same thing I found in the other bathroom. Obviously, again, they replaced this. We can see the tuck tape. They did replace the plastic in there.
I mean, it's not a nice job, like the cosmetics of it's not very nice, but, you know, they obviously wanted to, I guess, fix it.
No, they tried. Honestly, they tried. Sean, this is all about the products they've used. There's nothing else.
Yeah, cheaping out on the material.
Yeah. All right, well, just keep taking your time. I'm trying to keep the dust down. Get it all out, then cut out the plastic, wrap it up, put it in a bag, get rid of the tub, make sure Dan folds that out, and we'll keep that stopper. Let's pull the casing, light, hold the ceiling, cut it. Just at this point, hold the ceiling until we get the new exhaust fans. Get the vacuum, we'll completely clean it up, pull all the nails and screws, and we'll get ready to go new. The builder's good. Buy better stuff and tell the homeowners why you're doing it. They'll pay for it. Obviously, we gutted both bathrooms, if you just want to come and take a look. It is a total gut.
Oh my gosh.
As we pulled this down, we found more mold. As a matter of fact, I kept the pieces to show you. Not only did we have mold on the plastic, this was replaced, whoever did it last time. So we find the mold on the plastic, we find the mold on the drywall. The vapor barrier that's supposed to tie into the wall plates here was not tuck tape. So this is going to allow air movement coming through the plastic, as much as underneath the tub, the vapor barrier was not properly secured to the wall with an acoustical sealant across the bottom. This makes it cool under the tub, so cool air coming in, meaning warm air.
I thought I had done all of my work because I had checked out some of their sites, I had gone knocking on doors, I had asked questions of homeowners that had purchased their homes before, and everything was good.
Why did we have problems with the tub? The structure here is fine. There's nothing wrong with the structure. It's nothing to do with the structure.
Even if they said they had a problem, they said it was solved quickly and they were satisfied.
The tub is the cheapest tub you can buy. This is why it was caving in. They even tried to spray foam underneath to help it. It's only going to make it worse. This is the #1 factor in your bathroom, an exhaust fan. Minimum code requirement tells us we either have a window or an exhaust fan, and at a minimum this size is 90 CFMs, 90 cubic feet per minute of air movement. I took a Kleenex up to the fan to see if it would hold the Kleenex. Wouldn't even hold the Kleenex, didn't even grab it, didn't even somewhat pull it. So here's the big fault of the builder, is using bad products. I'm gonna come see the other bathroom? Same thing, we took everything down. The other bathroom was worse on the mold. We only found a surface mold on the vapor barrier in the corner here, but this tells me in no time at all, because it wasn't too long ago the bathroom was done, you're gonna have a lot more mold. So good practices, again, we see the steel plates in front of all the copper pipes. We wanna make sure we don't have any rattle. We have the pressure release pipes on top here. Everything is very much proper. Problem being cheap products.
I still don't know if I'd buy a new home. I'm not convinced. Not convinced at all.
5-6 days, and I'll bring it back to show it done.
I can't wait.
Okay?
Yeah.
Tell Gary I said hello.
I will.
We'll see you
Thanks, Mike.
tomorrow. Take down all the wood, 2x4s, take down the drywall at the back. Let's lose the tub board, let's lose all the vapor barrier, drywall ceiling, all the bulkhead, lose it.
What they did here was they have blown-in insulation in the ceiling. They did the right thing by putting vapor barrier up, but what they didn't do was tape these seams. So when we go to pull down this bulkhead, they've attached to part of the bulkhead on both sides without taping the joint. So when we pull this down, this is all gonna fall off. So what we're gonna try and do is just tape it up so that we don't get covered in pink insulation. We wanna keep that up in the ceiling, otherwise we gotta get more in.
Tarred and feathered. We'll tuck tape this, and then we'll take the rest of it down. Tuck tape!
I will use the same insulation, but what I'm going to do to make it easier on us and give us a good R value is I'm going to put in batt insulation in here. We're going to plastic it, and we'll go back up into the attic, and we'll push the blown in right over top of it, so we have a nice amount of insulation here.
Dan, I think I'm just gonna make my way over there and start clearing the other one. Okay. See you guys in the other room. This fan was rated for 90 cubic feet per minute, or CFMs, and we're gonna put in one that's 110. A little better. It's also just a little bit better of a product. I just beat this 2x4 out so that I have a better connection. And then this slides right over top because I'm aligned properly. And we're just doing this like we always do to make sure that the airflow is contained to the pipe instead of moisture flowing up into the attic.
I just finished shutting the water off downstairs, draining the system. We're gonna move this shower valve, which is at 32 inches off the floor, standard, anywhere between 32 and 34 inches off the floor for a steel tub insert. So we're in the ensuite now. Mike's gonna change this to a shower area. So we're gonna move it to a standard 4 feet center. And we're gonna move it over a little bit because showers are usually 32. So we'll move it to a 16-inch center, 4 feet high, which is a very comfortable height for a shower.
Oh my good God. This is why I always talk about the importance of putting the crown one way when it comes to your vertical studs. Don't just think of your floor where your crown has to come up so that it settles down to a leveled edge. Think of your walls as well, because if I have a crown, say this side is the crown, and it's out this way, and I have this one with a crown this way, and this one with a crown this way, I'm gonna end up with a wall that goes like this, exactly what we have. I'm not even touching this one. Forget that. Look at these 3 studs, right? So that means this one here.
You gotta go the other way.
Is thick, yes, that's so what we're gonna have to do on that one is cut in on that push and put a screw in it. You see my guys do it all the time. They look down that 2x4, find the crown, mark the crown, put all the crowns the same way, and it eliminates this problem. It's not gonna be enough.
So cut a bit more out?
That's a really bad stud. I could just as easily pull out the stud. We do have an electric cord running through the wall. We don't want to cut and do that. This is not a load-bearing wall. If anything, this one here is a load-bearing wall.
Better.
Oh, it's way better. Get the new tub installed, start the drywall, have the fan in. We'll do pretty good today. Cut out here, and move that up and out of my way. Reroute this so I've got at least a 10-inch clearance.
No problem.
Now we're gonna make sure we put a high-quality thin set. This is a modified thin set that we want on the floor. And this will help bond down our Wonder Board on the floor. So we have double adhesion. We have screws and, in other words, mechanical, and adhesion within the adhesive. Oh, baby Bubba, there we go. Now, it says on the directions, and we always read directions of everything, to keep 1/8 of an inch in between each sheet. The idea is that when you put down the next layer of thin set, you'll fill that gap. I suppose it's going to allow for any expansion.
Create a stronger bond.
And create a stronger bond. Very good. It actually bonds the 2 edges together, which is what we're looking for. Oh, she's perfect.
If we didn't use the acoustical sealant, we could have put red sheathing tape here, which would seal this to the attic. But since we have our acoustical sealant, which I believe is a better, tighter seal, especially over the long run, we're good to go. We're sealed all the way around and at the perimeter down low here. I do not have acoustical sealant here because I have this piece of plastic continuous to the corner, and down I have acoustical sealant at the bottom. Now, the final phase to my envelope is to fuse this across my vapor barrier and his and wrap it around.
It's a metal tub, foam bottom, but much thicker metal. So I wanted to put in a steel tub to show there is a difference between the tubs. So I'm gonna let Dan show you how to put a tub in. So pay attention, eyes open, ears.
All right, sounds
You
good.
should be able to do it by yourself next time.
15 3/4 off the ground.
I'll give it some play now. If it's gonna touch the floor or not, it's gonna give it that 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 inch, so the tub sits level.
Oh, that's perfect. When we measure the back of the tub for the piece of wood, and we put the piece of wood at the back, and this happens almost every tub, it gets out a little bit at the front. It's hard to get the exact measurement. So now what a lot of guys will do is shim the front to get this level, because it's sloping down like this. It's wrong. You can't do it like that. The reason you can't do it like that, if you shim the front now, your styrofoam pad will be off the floor. So it's a lot of work, but we gotta pull this tub back out, get that 2x4, take it out, put some tuck tape on all the holes, and redo it again.
I see a lot of people put their board right down on the tub. Mistake. Absolute mistake. The idea is to ride your board on top of this lift so that my backer board is nice and tight against the tub and doesn't push out, because this lip comes out further than the tub. This tub is designed to fit, yet we have a space here. So if you cut the board to come down around the tub, it pushes that lip out like this, and by the time you tile it, you can see down at the bottom, it comes into your tub. We secure it in place, and then we're getting ready to put up the curdy on top of it. We will thin set that joint right across here, and the tile comes down to the tub. Thin set is waterproof, tile comes down to the tub, water cannot get up and over the tub. If you notice, we are using a proper backer board. Now, I could use this drywall because it's a mold-resistant drywall as well as a water-resistant drywall, but we still prefer to have a more denser board in the back. Now, we have special screws. If you notice, they're a very flat head. They are not drywall screws. We want nothing in the area that can rust, that can fall apart, that can mold, anything. Proper screws, proper boards, proper tiling, proper technique. So you can do this, finish this, do this, drywall the bathroom. Normally you'll see people try and go vertical, in other words 4 feet on span, and screw it in, but if we can go horizontal with no butt joints, we don't have to worry about the butt joints here because this is being tiled. That's the way we want to do it. Works perfect, bevel on the bottom, bevel on the top, so it makes it really good for plastering and creates that perfect 90-degree corner. Rather than being 2 butt joints in the corner and then we plaster it, it just actually comes off the 90-degree.
Time has arrived where we put in the shower tray system. Now we're cooking with gas. This is a contour fit. In other words, it's about 1.5 inches here, goes down to almost 1/4 inch here. So we have contoured so the water goes to the drain. I'm ready to go with my dry fit, and I'm just putting down the thin set mortar here. So in this case, the best thing to use is a thin set that's fortified, that's got glue in it. Because the glue is going to bond to the floor here, and the concrete is what we want for strength. I'm going to make a nice thick bed here for my curb and my tray to lay on. Okay, I really only want to lay this down once. Probably the coolest thing about this product is that it's foam. It's not concrete, it's foam. But it's extruded polystyrene. It's foam made under pressure, so it's very hard. And look how perfectly contoured this just goes down into the drain. Drain line, drain line. It's not like if you were down here with a sand mix, a concrete mix, trying to get it all to go to the drain, messing around. This is a machine-made, perfectly contoured drain. I love it. It's just super tight. And I'm almost done. And only we've been here for 10 minutes. It's okay to join this all together because what we're gonna do is, now that I have a base, I'll be waterproofing the entire walls with the membrane system all the way around, bringing it down into a waterproof tray. As long as I use a membrane strip along this edge and I got my water going to the drain, I've got no problem with a leak. Yes, another seam, but again, once we wrap the system all the way around here, it becomes one, and we're good to go for tile, completely waterproof. Thing of beauty is nearly there. So now when you're laying this stuff down, you're thinking about your most traveled area, right? Since the door's there, tub's here, so we want to have no seams on the traveled area. So your mix should be soupy enough to pour out of the bucket. What I'm using here is a 3/16 V-notch trowel. That'll leave a pretty good groove for anything to bond to it. Line it up, and we just want to set it right down on top. I'm going to do this according to the manufacturer's specifications, which is to put the corner strips in here. And this is a fairly involved process, but we're going to do a corner piece in here and then waterproof the whole thing. It's pretty foolproof, but if you build it up too much or you'll start to lose your 90 degrees in the corner, which is very important. So this tool here, the drywaller's corner trowel, is a technique that I've just been using to make sure I keep a 90-degree corner. And then all you want to do is make sure that you're spreading out, pushing out the thin set a little bit from behind the membrane. The moisture in the thin set, the soupy mix, will start to get sucked into the dryness of the backer board, and my curdy may not bond properly. So I got to be very quick here, go all the way around, start the sheet here, go all the way around. So we'll start in this corner, and we'll do this whole sheet from the center, down and up, just the way the lines are going.
Yep.
And then up. Start at the words in the middle, go down. And once you've got that corner good, like you see that mortar start coming out like that, then don't mess with it anymore and try not to pull it off the wall. So here we can see our overlap starting to take place. This piece is going over the corner piece that I put in earlier. And then we're gonna do another one across here. We're gonna do the tray, and we're gonna actually completely waterproof this bathroom, which is gonna be wicked.
See, this one here goes with these two colors, right? Especially the black. This will be the bathroom floor there.
All right.
The only other thing is paint. So today, we've come in, now the drywall's up, the plaster's done. We give it a primer coat so we can see any imperfections, which we see minor. You know, something so minor like this, I love it. That easily is filled later with a little bit of dry decks. And object now is to tile and paint to the tile. So we will today tile this area and the floor and start the other bathroom as well. Before you know it, sink, toilet, trim, paint, out. Well, I've already checked everything and put up pieces of tile and marked it off to see how it would fit in the back wall. We should be almost perfect with the back wall. We may have to cut a sliver off of that side.
Right.
So I'll start on this side. Our tub is level. We've designed it that it has a 1/16 of an inch inflow, so we'll make sure that our tiles are just off the bottom.
At the just back. Okay.
Same distance as a grout joint.
Right.
And I'll start here. Once I get this area done, you continue, and the two of us will just try not to rub elbows. And
that sounds good.
Did you bring a rubber ducky?
No.
Now, something else we want to do, I don't care which way we start. The idea is to do a horizontal grid line and not vertical, because if it's vertical, it tends to slide down. Horizontal tends to hold it in place. So you can start it any way you want to get the wall.
Go that way.
Yeah.
Right.
So Damon, I actually want to start just above the tub, okay?
Yeah.
The idea is that I'm going to push it down rather than let it fall down. So I'm just going to push it to where I want it.
I see.
And it'll stay there rather than trying to pull it up or anything like that.
Right.
Now, we have a mesh back. Because we have a mesh back, we don't have to butter the back of the tile.
Okay.
So we'll just trowel the wall, put them in place, make sure we rub it all in so it grabs nicely.
Okay.
Just want to do a border right there.
Oh, that'd be nice with the other tile.
Yeah. So what do we think? 2, 3.
I like 3.
I like 3 too. I knew I wanted to add some extra color to it, so I thought, you know what, we'll create a border. This is a great solid color to continue out the tub, and then break it with a border. And as we go, I may step back and add another one in, but normally to keep your border low looks really good instead of having it high.
I really like it the way it is.
Just the one?
Yeah, I really do.
Keep it low.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna agree with you. Let's keep it simple. Mud it right up to here, right across.
2 sections.
You mud, I'll tile. Last tile is really a pain in the butt, but it looks gorgeous when it's up. Now, this is obviously a back to the tile, and what they've done is it looks like they've painted it so much that our thin set that we use doesn't bleed through it. The important thing, honestly, is to take a look at it and see if you see any bad tile sitting in place. If you do, cut it out now. Because once we adhere it, we can't see it, right? Now we're gonna put up all these tile, we're gonna let it set a bit, we're gonna wet this down and then pull the paper off. If you pull it off too soon, you pull the tiles off. Honestly, this is some of the hardest tiles to lay. If you wanna look at another hard one, it would be granite on the floor, because it must be perfectly straight. This is forgiving because it's less than 1 inch by 1 inch, and each tile It is forgiving, but at the same token, I can't see the tile. Fun? Wow. Maybe we can leave the paper up and freak them out. It's grabbing it good, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good trowel for backsplash.
Like any other tile, you really got to have a good eye to look at all your lines. The real problem is having paper in front. I'm going to concentrate that I'm nice and true on this, and I can feel it actually by running my hands over it and making sure I have the same space in between each and every row. By having that, I'm going to make sure that I'm in line within reason. Because it's a small tile, we can maneuver it and manipulate it, and really it works to our advantage. It's something you take your time on. We're talking $3,000 worth of glass tile here. A lot of money. This adhesive is just grabbing it, so that's fantastic. Why do I always gotta pick the hard stuff? Always, always, always. Oh, don't keep it simple. No, no. Gotta go for the luck, right? Could have used any towel. Could have used porcelain, could have used slate. You know, I gotta pick glass. All right, your turn. I'm wearing square by quite a bit. I'm not impressed. Holy crap, look at that. These three get done in the order that we have it.
Yeah.
Not on the top at all, not on the bottom at all.
I'm down with that. I like that.
Yeah?
Yep.
This wall to this wall is unsquare. I mean, our tub's right against the outside wall, so they'd obviously built the walls totally out. Yippee-yi-yay. Here we go. This shows you the importance of any time you're gonna tile is to check the room for square. How do you do that? Do you just take the square and put it up in the corner of the walls? No. Lay out some tiles, compare it to the tub, what's it gonna be like from the tub to the outside door, and then to start to determine how you're gonna hide an unsquare finish. Personally, I'd like to come full tile off the tub, full tile off of this wall. I want two surfaces, so two walls that I'm gonna come off of square. I'm not so worried about this wall with the cabinet, the toilet. But since I can't come off this, I now have to come off the tub and create the illusion that it's square. So we'll back it off, we'll do a cut against the wall so each cut goes in. Only a trained eye would see that it's unsquare, but we don't have a choice, because if we just went off the tub and tried to go off this wall, we'd throw the whole bathroom out. If you notice, you see how I lay my tile? Keep it close to the other ones, push it down and over. Trying not to allow it to ooze up in between, right? Just gonna push it down to create equalness. Cutting out for the toilet. So I'm drawing a circle. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's under the toilet. With the grinder, we can just take the wheel and cut around it, cut around it, cut around it, and then knock it out. That's what I would like. I don't want to see a piece under the toilet, big mistake. So we'll see how he does with the grinder.
No, you're doing perfect. Keep going around like that. I just want you to go a little wider. Okay? Because you've got forgiveness, because I figured you could use that thing and snap it after. That's part of it, but I'm just saying you're gonna have forgiveness anyway because the toilet's gonna sit on top of that.
Okay, so it's going the outside line.
Yeah,
no
that's
more.
right.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Makes sense. Spent more time in this bathroom than the other one doubled. Anytime you use smaller tiles, it's a huge challenge. You know, obviously the bigger the tile, the easier, the faster it is. The smaller the tile is quite the opposite. It's the longer it takes. You've got so much cleaning to do to set up for the grout. Hours. You have patience of making sure every tile looks perfect with every other tile. It's so much easier with a big tile. But, so you're using sanded?
Yeah, you can see here that the tile that joint, once it's grouted, because the tiles are rounded and stuff, is over 1/8 of an inch. So whenever I can use sanded, I want to use the sanded.
I agree with that.
I don't want to see it come up. All we got to do is make sure we let this set up nice, you know? Just pick the right time to come and sponge it all off. But it'll be strong, like it'll be like a concrete wall instead of like, you don't get any strength out of unsanded.
This is the last day here, and usually the plumber's last guy in, so try to get everything installed. 2 washrooms, a couple hours, should be out of here. It's a lined toilet tank, meaning there's styrofoam on the inside. Prior toilets didn't have them, and what you'll see, a lot of the homeowners will notice in the summertime, the tanks with the cold water inside and the hot air on the outside of the tanks will condensate and sweat and it'll drip. And a lot of calls I get when I go into people's houses is my toilet's leaking. And I go under and I check everything, but it's just the condensation sweating from the tank falling down on the floor.
Look at that. That's incredible.
That's a good
6.5 liter flush, boom.
Hey. Might as well take the shingles there.
I'm ready to get the homeowners. Nice. I think I'll close this. I'll let you open the door.
Oh, really?
Just walk right in.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Oh, this is beautiful.
This is awesome.
A little different?
Yes.
Oh, wow. This is outstanding.
All right, let's start. You already knew what we found, okay? Now, what have we done? We replaced your sink cabinet, your sink, your taps. We kept your medicine cabinet because it worked for me. We kept your mirror, new light, new fan, new light in the shower because
Yes, I
that
like
really
that.
makes a difference for me. And I used a steel tub.
Yay!
Okay, because I wanted to prove a point. I could have put in an acrylic, I could have done anything, but it was really important to me to put in a steel tub in this bathroom to show the difference. A high quality tub compared to a low quality tub. How many times do I gotta see it? Brand new homes done wrong. Okay, but are they done wrong? No, because minimum code requirement says they're not wrong, but they are wrong. If we're finding mold in a brand new home, there's reasons why. It's the products we're using and the procedures that we're doing with the wrong products. Tile on the floor.
Yes.
Sure beats the linoleum.
It does.
And
I like the way you
underneath,
finish it off with the trim.
to me, you know what, that's important. Dress it up, it's important. Underneath this, we have D-Trip. On the walls, we have Curdy. It's a waterproof product, as well as underneath the tile is designed to take the tile based on a 200-year-old theory. I love the product. So this is 100% watertight. With everything else, the mold that we found, again, is ridiculous. You're never gonna see that again. Think like a builder for a moment. What does a builder want to do? He's gonna build 300 houses. He's gonna find the company with the cheapest tubs. Does it make sense? 300 houses? I save what, 20 bucks a tub? Think about the dollars there. The 2x2 tile with a little bit of a border in there. Keep it simple, just give it a look.
It looks so much bigger in here now.
And we used to have the bulkhead that came down, well, to about the height of the shower rod now.
Yeah.
And just, it's gone.
And I mean,
makes
Gary's,
the room just much bigger.
Gary's 6'2", I'm 5'7", and you're at the shower head and you're kind of ducking to get under the shower.
Love that white.
Yes, I do
I
very
love the
much.
fixtures that you've picked. They're perfect.
So far,
Very
so
Art
good?
Deco. Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, let's see the other one.
The homeowners never win on this one. They never win. Even when it comes to new home warranty, their hands are tied. Why are their hands tied? Because as long as it's done to minimum code requirement, they can't do anything.
Oh my gosh.
Is this what you wanted?
Yes.
This is exactly
Amazing.
what I wanted.
What we did is we have a kit that can convert from a tub to a shower stall, so that's exactly what we did. We converted it over. I changed the colors just a bit. The light is the same. I picked black and a white, okay? Just and highlighted, if you notice, that's all glass tile in there.
That's. Oh, it is.
Glass.
Wow.
So I highlighted it with accents of black tiles in the middle, which gives it just a little bit of a look. Again, the same toilet, curb, again, all the waterproof products, mold-free on the drywall. And I give you on this one, because the other one's a three-way, the timer switch, okay? For this wonderful fan that is going to pull everything out of here.
No, the
You're
fan
kidding.
isn't
Is
going to
that
be on
quiet
all
or
day.
Is that quiet?
That's amazing.
New taps,
Oh, yeah.
and a little more fancier in here.
Yes.
Just something that goes
Yes.
with the black and white look, as well as that beautiful glass tile.
Oh, this is wonderful.
That's amazing. I love this glass tile.
Do you?
Oh,
Who is left holding the bag? The homeowner, each and every time. Until we stand up, squawk, make a difference, or at least educate ourselves and let the builder know this is how we want it done. I truly want to see the builder stand up and say, hey, we build the best homes available. I think they're going to sell better. Makes sense to me.
the work that you guys did is just unbelievable. And we can't thank you enough.
So I've done my job?
And then some.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. No matter
Pleasure
what,
is
keep
mine.
smiling and
Thanks,
enjoy
Mike.
the shower.
We will.
Thank you so much.
The see through it, I really do. I'll see you next time.
You bet.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
As usual, you guys are awesome, Micah. Great job, man.
Thank you,
You're
sir.
getting better every day. Sean, the master.
Thank you, brother.
I tell
Thank
you,
you very much.
Golgi.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Nice work, Dan.
Dan the man.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Good boy.
A1 Plumbing.
Good game. Nice, lot of plumbing.
Good job. Everybody have a good night. Get some rest, because
Will do.
tomorrow you're not going to believe what we have to do. We'll see you all in the morning.
Take it easy, Mike.
Thanks. Good job. We'll see ya. Say goodbye to neighbors.
I talked to him about the method of installation, and he continues to this day to defend it.
It's only screwed down with drywall screws, which is an absolute no.
I'd sit in here all day long, and they wouldn't come.
That's exactly where our cracks were, right across. We can see that.
I had assumed that if there was a problem, they would stand by their work.
I said, you know, I wouldn't have you guys put the roof on my doghouse.
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job. Janet and Audrey have been living in the house now for many years, dealing with the same contractor that they've grown to trust. Obviously, they do some half-decent work. There's some retaining walls, some concrete in the front of the house, the back of the house, some minor work downstairs. So, of course, when they wanted to do a new tile floor in the kitchen, they knew who to call.
We were very pleased with the work they had done. In fact, we had them come back and do more work at the back. So we didn't hesitate when we wanted the floor done to call them in and have them do it.
I believe this weather's February. Unfortunately, this time, they did the floor wrong. Now, what bothers me more than anything is the price. $4,500 there in that area to do a new ceramic tile floor. Hello, Janet.
Mike,
nice
come
to
on
see
in.
you again.
Nice to see you.
Nice day we have, eh?
Beautiful.
That's an awful lot of money for about 120 square feet. That's a lot of money. So if you're gonna charge that kind of money, you better give not only perfection, but happiness.
We had them do a new floor and didn't get what we asked for.
We got a quote, and in the contract, and it said that they would remove the existing floor.
The day he started, he was putting down the cement board, and I said, "This is not what we wanted." And he said, well, if he takes up the existing floor, it will damage the subfloor. And I don't know why he wouldn't do it. He just had in his mind how he would do it.
But he's arguing with them. He's telling them right out. I don't have to pull it up, but it's in the contract.
Unfortunately, I didn't do anything at that point except let him proceed.
Normally, we're used to seeing the grout crack, but in this case, we're seeing the tiles crack. Hi, Audrey.
Hi, how you doing?
Nice to see you again.
Good. Oh, your hands are cold.
Well, it's a little damp outside, but your hands are warm.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You don't mind if I hold them for a while, do you?
We noticed the first couple of cracks. Then we contacted the company, and the floor continued to crack over the 9 months we had been dealing with them, or trying to get some resolution, to the point where a third of the tiles are cracked now.
Now, we have certain ways of applying the concrete board down, and what I'm seeing in the cracks is that obviously it's falling in the sheets. And we can see it directly running across the floor, straight across and back again. So that tells me this is one piece right here. It's not bonding at the edge, so as you walk, you're snapping the tile. Now, this is a ceramic. I can tell by looking at it, not a porcelain. What's your name? Hello.
They came and said they would fix it. At the same time, they convinced us to have some more work done, which was a countertop and everything. But when I saw the price of it at $5,400.
Now you're getting dirty. Now you're starting to take from people that you shouldn't be taking from. $5,400 for 10 linear feet of countertop.
I felt like they were trying to pad it to, get some money for doing the floor over again, so we canceled that.
I could get expensive granite for less than that. They didn't even pull up the baseboard, which is not so bad. Normally, if we're going to do this and they're going to leave the baseboard, we'll tile it, we'll put down some corner round. And the idea is that it finishes the floor to the trim, it looks good, we paint it, so we see there's no painting whatsoever. We see massive grout on the edges. This is what we don't want to see.
Well,
See how
there's
it's cracked?
See, this is cracked there. There is. See, that's not even. See the grutting? It gets wider as it goes back.
And meanwhile, I can tell they have a saw because I can see the cut, so they have a wet saw.
I know. I wasn't really happy with the quality. When he came to take pictures and see the floor, I questioned him on the method of installation as being the problem, and he defended that.
Then I get a phone call, and they said that it's the joists have moved.
At which point I thought we're in some trouble here because I think they're going to blame us for this.
This is something I'm starting to see way too often. Jobs are being done, there's a complaint, the contractors come back in and take a look, and what they say is, this is not our problem.
There were only two options at that point, is to replace the floor or give us our money back.
It's always somebody else's fault.
We never got an answer from them until I finally filed the claim with the Better Business Bureau. I was very happy because it sounded from their end that things were going to speed up and happen, and basically the company did to them what they did to us, and they didn't return calls, and it was hard for them to get answers from them. I had a home inspector come in and look at the floor joists, and I talked to a couple other contractors.
So you really went in detail here.
I did. I had one come in, and another one I just told what was happening, and they feel that it's the way it was installed, and there's nothing wrong with the floor joists. Their final answer was that they've done everything they can. They're not obliged because the warranty period was up. And that was the very first time I'd ever heard about any kind of warranty. They'd never talked about a warranty.
Oh, so that's...
There's nothing in writing about a warranty. It's not on the contract about a warranty.
Last minute, I'm sorry, your warranty's up?
Yep. And the mediator got the boss, the owner of the company, to agree to come in and redo the floor. And I said, that's not acceptable, because I don't want them back in.
They said because I was a little old lady, they figured I wasn't.
They might
very
have done
smart, but
that.
I got news for them. I would have taken them right to court, because I've been a credit manager for years, and you don't fool around with me.
So I basically said, so you're willing to come in and replace the floor and incur that expense, but you're not willing to settle financially. And I kind of talked him into agreeing to an amount to settle.
For me, you know what? I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna show why it broke, why it's not working, how it should have been done in the first place, and what we're gonna do to fix it.
If you don't do a good job, then we'll contact somebody and have you.
I like it. I like it. I'll accept that challenge.
Okay.
I can't believe these drywall screws. You never use drywall screws. That's the law.
I washed the floor yesterday. I don't very often get down on my hands and knees anymore because every time I do, I find another crack. And I found one just behind
So it has
you.
nothing to do with you not being able to get down there.
No.
You just don't want to see it.
I just don't want to see
Don't want to
it
see the
anymore.
cracks anymore.
You wanna try and keep these, Mike?
Yeah, I do. I do. So let's start by just pulling down all the trim across the top. That way we'll separate them one piece by one piece. Let's save everything. All right. Give it to her. We use the store. Everything but the tile on the floor. Because unfortunately, that sucks. Cabinets are designed to go from finished floor. So if you tile up to your cabinets, you'll never be able to put in a dishwasher underneath the countertop. It won't fit. It's designed to go from finished floor height to the bottom of the countertop.
Okay, I got it from there. Thanks, thank you.
You got that?
Yeah.
The walls are in fairly good shape. Normally, if they're real bad, you'll see me take them down, but they're in fairly good shape. Nothing that we can't fix up cosmetically. So when it comes down to it, new cabinets, new floor, inexpensive kitchen. So on an old counter, this is where you're gonna see it rot across the bottom here. And we do see that you can see the water penetration that has hit this area here, but it's nowhere near as bad as I usually see where it's falling right apart. The back of the countertop caves in. That's when it tells you it's time for a new countertop, sink, taps. And behind the wall here, we see a little bit of rot on the wall, which means water did come down, penetrate it. A little bit swollen in the wood down here. So bit by bit, it did leak and cause damage. We can see that at one time there was a new sink installed here because we do have copper and we've now changed it to ABS, okay? Proper fitting, compression fitting over top. Somebody's even put some caulking on it because obviously it leaked. Well, it shows why. Whoever put it on didn't really do it right. See, again, it's the proper stuff. A 1/4-inch hardy board, which is a good product. There's nothing wrong with it. But they've laid it over 2 layers of linoleum, and the old 1/4-inch looks like mahogany, which was designed to put your linoleum on top. This will probably come up rather easy. Let's go take a look downstairs first.
Floor joists look pretty good.
Everything looks good.
It's great.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the structure. They blamed it on the structure. Go figure. Like, can anybody ever accept the blame that, oops, we made a mistake?
Yeah.
The board they're using is good board in the wrong procedure. So it's just done wrong. I would have put up plywood on this. It's just a smarter move. And then a Detroit, it's just way smarter move.
Yeah.
So this is a hardy board. It's actually a great product. Problem being, it's only screwed down with drywall screws, which is an absolute no. Nothing adhered underneath it. Oh, you got hit by the tile, eh? That shows how sharp the tile is. Medic, is that little cutter or is that another one?
That's just from a little piece of tile right in here.
It shows how good that board is because it's really holding the tile tight. Had that board have been bonded down, you'd have a hell of a time getting it up. Just do a path right through the center down here. Okay. Then we will try and peel it up this way and this way. All right. That's exactly where our cracks were, right across. We can see that. And I said it would be the joint. It's precisely what it is. See, as this board is not bonded to this floor, which creates a floating floor. I mean, you can see how well it's bonded. This is Rhino board, it's not Hardy board. Very similar product. But it's a good board, it's just not adhered down.
You were right on the money though with that seam.
Well, it's everywhere. Yeah. So they are 3x5 sheets, and it shows in the cracks.
Right.
So not bad for 15 minutes work. Another 15, we should be done.
That's right.
So maybe what we should do is I'll throw you in my truck, we'll go down and put a construction boot on your foot, and maybe I'll hold them and you can kick them in the butt. Is that a good idea? Would you like to do that?
very easily.
It's in great shape. You know, even this is usually the bad area where the big base cabinet is. You'll see that it's usually broken like crazy across here, underneath, just because of the cabinet, water penetration, it falls apart. But for what you have, I can easily fix this. As a matter of fact, I can fix it so good that all your imperfections you see, there's a few of them.
Yeah.
I'll break them out and I'll patch them up and I'll use all the right products. Now, what did we find that the other contractors did? They used a great product, the Rhino board. It really is a good product, but it's how you put it down. You have to thin set it down with screws, but they use drywall screws. So drywall screws is a no. Not being bonded down. Had they bonded it down, your tiles wouldn't have cracked, your grout wasn't cracking, which tells me your floor is moving nice and equal. It's not moving independent so much. There was enough on it that it was holding it tight, but because the Rhino board was not glued or adhered to the floor, it allowed movement, which snapped the tiles right at the joins of the 3x5 sheets.
Oh, okay. I feel somewhat vindicated that what I believed and what other people had told me had actually happened to the floor was the truth.
You know, they tried to pull a fast one on you. They didn't want it, pull it up and do it again.
Right.
To them, that's just more work, and I guess if they can, stall it off for a while, eventually you'll go away.
I think they want you to stop calling them and they just try to wait you out. I know now what exactly went wrong, and that's good to know. At least I know that I was right somehow.
I think we'll keep with close to the same layout, a few changes, whether or not, I'm not gonna say anymore. You'll just have to see.
Okay.
But you'll have to trust my judgment. I will make this very nice for you. I'm not gonna, turn this into a piece of crap. I'm gonna make it very nice. And your mom, besides, she's gonna test me, right?
Well, she is, and she's gonna call me and say, so have you chosen anything yet? And I'll have to say, well, we have to trust them. I'm a little nervous about letting them go ahead and not seeing, especially with my mom.
That's the first that's anyone's ever said to me, and if you don't do it right, I'm gonna be phoning someone. I thought that was cute.
Just the unknown, I think. I don't know what he's gonna do, and I think color-wise and everything, I think he always does a nice job in the places that he fixes up, whether it's, bathroom or kitchen or something. It always looks nice, so we'll see what happens.
By tomorrow, you won't be allowed in, but we'll have a lot done by tomorrow. We'll be working on the walls and the floor at the same time. And you know what? Don't worry. I think you're gonna like what we do.
Thank you.
Okay?
I'm sure I will.
We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll just lean it up against the front of it, okay? Thanks, Pink.
We are gonna run this way. We're gonna stagger our sheets so we can get going with hammering all the nails down. We're gonna make sure, I wanna add just a little bit more. So we'll add some PL Premium right across every board. Just a nice little bead, right? Put down the plywood, screw it, make sure we leave that 1/8 of an inch gap in between our tongue and groove. You picked up tongue and groove?
Yeah, TNG. So we got 3 inch for the joist, and we got 2 inch just to hold in between.
Okay. If we glue it, we won't need the 2 inch, but it wouldn't hurt to throw in a couple.
Yeah, okay.
Just bring it up nice and tight so that glue gets in the sandwiches it in.
See that?
Yeah, that's why we're gonna need a filler strip on the end.
Make it square?
Bit of a pain for the countertop. Cabinets are easy on unsquare walls, it's the countertop.
Right.
How about the other one?
This one wasn't as bad. A little bit of space in the corner, but it's,
That one's fine.
Yeah. Now it's gonna be tight, I know that. Down here, but, oh, it's good.
Well, we can see it was just standard. We had approximately a 9-foot counter here, sink in the center, a simple 2-foot island here, fridge and stove. Possible ideas that I have really is, can we get a small island in here? You know, can we come off and just come across this way with a couple of bar stools?
And do a little peninsula type of idea.
Yeah, because it'll define it and give the area of the table over there.
Sure.
We don't have a lot of room. We're about 9 feet wide, so it's not a lot. But if we came out with a little bit, it might work.
If we do bring it over, we're probably looking at going to this end over here, and that's probably as far as you want to get, considering how much space we have.
But you're thinking just a 12-inch depth?
Very small depth.
And if we put the stove back over here?
Then we can get that full depth.
Worst case scenario, would I have to move the stove from here over so we could open that door without an issue?
You'd be okay. I think we'd pull the peninsula out far enough that we'd keep the stove approximately starting right here. You'd still be clear for that opening of the door.
A small island.
A small little counter on the end. That's right.
Island counter, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you mind drawing that up for me?
Oh, no problem.
And we'll look at types of cabinets. You brought in some doors for me?
I did. Let's take a look at a couple colors.
This is it's not cherry, is it?
It's actually, it's a maple, but it's a cherry glaze finish.
Okay.
Beautiful color. It's actually one of our most popular ones.
From the beginning, I like this one. That one just appeals to me. I could put in a nice cream colored tile, a backsplash, bright colored paint. It's really going to enhance it and stand out.
That's right. And work with a nice countertop to balance that color.
Yeah, that works for me. It's not just tile on every home. It doesn't work that way. Get a sharp chisel, hit every single area.
Okay.
Peel it all back, chisel it off. Any lumps in it, chisel it, chisel it.
Damn, all these are happy.
Use your strength. Hurry up.
Oh my God. Okay, it's getting easier at least.
Good. The fridge is not on its own?
No, well, back in the day when these houses were built, it wasn't code at that time to have them on their own circuit. So as we turned off the refrigerator, as you noticed, we lost these 2 lights also. It's on a regular circuit. So what we'll end up doing is we'll make sure that it is on its own circuit now. You're going through the trouble of renovating. And this is the biggest problem that we find in every home that we walk into, and we're in there for something small, and they'll tell us, well, don't worry about the kitchen, don't worry about checking it. We've already had it renovated a couple of years ago. Well, yeah, okay, they renovated by putting new kitchen cabinets and they touched up the drywall and everything looks nice. What's behind your wall? You still have an ungrounded line or circuits that are not on their own.
I guess what we're gonna have to determine is what else is on this circuit. Yep. We do know we're gonna need a new receptacle here, a new receptacle here, and a new receptacle directly over this island at the same height.
2 pot lights right here, or even one.
Even one.
And we can end up coming straight up into the bulkhead and retrofit 2 pot lights.
One thing's for sure, whenever you have old plastered walls, you want to use mesh tape because it just gives it a nice grid to bond to and helps it really keep it from cracking in the future. You can't just use paper tape. It's perfect for this application, but we can't have any lumps. Right. You can't sand it. I don't know. I'll tell you, one time I was teaching this guy years ago, someone I hired. Yeah. He put up so much of it that I looked at it afterwards and I went, oh my God. I said, do you know you can't sand that? Oh, we can sand that. I said, go ahead, try. So he tries. Yeah. I hand him my belt sander and a mask. I said, have fun.
Good luck.
Have fun. Trade. I care more about the top side than I do the bottom. I want to make sure we hit everything. I always use 2 trowels. One to hold, so it doesn't move. Okay. We'll finish trowel it later. The idea is to put the majority on the wall as fast as you can, so you can tool it properly. See, this will work really well. You have to look at how we're going to finish this, right? So if we take off any high point before it dries rock hard, We're now gonna take our second coat and flare it right to here. So if this is the zone that needs to be repaired, we're actually gonna triple that zone and flare it and bring it out as much as we can. Otherwise, we're building out only this area and that causes an issue. We must flare it.
After you paint it, you see everything.
Nothing is perfect. It's the illusion of how you create perfect. So the more we flare it out, the more we keep our true edge when we tile. And then I'm gonna tool it and I'm gonna take off all the edges.
Just the high ridges?
I'm gonna let it sit 1 minute. Things like this, you can come in afterwards. We have to remember it's not sandable. Just take it off, right? Okay. So we will tool it. That's what I call tooling it. Hit it now when it's not totally dry and it's rock hard. We'll bring it down to a nice flared. Now the thin set we used underneath this is a modified thin set. A modified thin set means more adhesion, more glues. We are able to use it underneath because as long as we have one porous subject, which would be the sheeting and the floor we did, and one non-porous, which would be the bottom of the Ditra, the modified will bleed into the wood and help it dry fast. Now, if you were to use the modified on top of this to the tile, what we have is like two pieces of plastic. Neither one is porous. Modified means it's going to take forever to dry, especially on an 18 by 18 inch tile. It won't dry, so don't do it. What you want to make sure that you do is use a non-modified on top of this. So with using the non-modified, we want to make sure we butter the back of the tile. So we'll just do a quick little butter on the back, and this is just going to give us a bonding ability. If you try and go tight to the wall, there's no walls that are perfect. We are putting up a nice thick baseboard on this. I have the room to play. Let's use it, just like that. Thank you. Now we're gonna hold this nice and tight to the next tile. And I mean nice and tight, nice and gentle. Drop her in place. You see how close I am to the tile? Drop this end, give it a push, and then move it away. By doing this, we don't squeeze up the adhesive in between and have to clean it up later. A lot of tile guys that I see just mud the floor, slap them down, push, 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 squeezes up in between. They give it a quick wipe, but they don't clean it good enough. So when you grout it, you see the thin set. Now normally, the bigger the tile, the bigger the grout space you can have. But you really don't want to exceed about 1/4 of an inch. Now you're gonna hear a lot of people say, 3/8 is easy. You can do 3/8. If you look at this spacing, this is a perfect spacing with the tile, with the right coordination of color grout, such as a bone, an ivory. It's the perfect spacing. It's not just tile on every home. It doesn't work that way. What type of thin set to use? What type of flooring to use? In other words, a subfloor. Do I have to build up the structure? Should I double sheet it? Is the Ditra good enough? You really need to know these things. So for your average person who thinks they can tile, you better educate yourself. Someone get me a 4-foot level, please. And once again, everybody's gonna assume you have to be 100% level. That is incorrect. 100% true. It looks straight, it looks level. I care more about trueness than I do levelness. Why? What home is level? What walls are 100% level? So if you try and do everything on level, it could be an issue. You can look and see how it is, if anything is sticking out. And that simple leaning trues it up. Better know what you're doing, putting them up.
I'd say.
Otherwise, you're gonna put them up and go, oops. Why does it appear there's no stud in that one? Filler strips you really serve many purposes. One, If your doors are too close together and when they open up, it allows the space. The idea of a filler strip is to allow space in between cabinets, especially if we have unsquare corners, which we really do here. By adding a filler strip to the one side, fixes that unsquare corner just as fast as that. But you should always have them for installation purposes because you never know when you're going to need them. And in this case, we need them. Say no. No, perfect. What I've done is the center one is catching strapping onto the wall, which is nice and tight. These guys here that I'm putting on the outside is catching plaster. Now, if you don't really overturn that screw, it will bite the plaster very well, and we should be able to damn near hang off this cabinet. I will go in the corner here. What I'd like to do is catch it on a slight angle, but instead, again, I'll try and stay about the same distance away from the bottom, put it on a slight angle, and try and catch the one in the corner. I did. For the corner here, we can see the cherry. Now remember the doors, okay? We have a cherry gable, we have maple on the inside and a cherry end. So the doors will come right to the end. This allows this door here to open easily and not scrape off the wall. It sits perfectly here. This cherry piece here was unlevel to the wall. We've made it level. So we'll fix this little corner here with lipstick and mascara, a latex caulking, preferably. I don't want to use silicone unless I absolutely have to. We're good?
Looks good there, man.
That just holds it incredible. It's just incredible. Look at that.
Very nice.
I think we know what we're doing. We're going to add a little bit of peel on the inside of this. And if you notice, I'm going to go closer to the inside of this because if we put it here, it'll squish out into the wall.
Right.
All right.
Nice.
So let's get the clips, put the clips in, get the shelf boards in place.
Okay.
That way they're not sitting around so we can scratch them. I kind of like this because rather than having the dishwasher right against the wall, they have a 6-inch cabinet. So this 6-inch cabinet works to, with a solid door, it makes it look like drawers, although it's not. It opens up and it's perfect. Just slide the baking pans in the side. It also acts as a filler that comes off so the dishwasher is away from the wall against the side of the sink. It's absolutely perfect. Happy day.
This is the gable end for beside the fridge. It's got to be 24 exactly. So what they do is they send it oversized in case you have to scribe the walls and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it down to 24. That's what we need. So I got to get a nice straight edge on it. What we're trying to do with the tape here is just stop it from chipping. Sometimes the tape will just, you know, grab it in place and it prevents it from lifting the layers because it's basically just a laminate on this. 24 exactly. All right, thanks, boys.
The end gable is really the clean area for the fridge to go. It allows the upper cabinet to exceed past the wall cabinets, which are approximately here. You want your cabinet above the fridge to be deeper. This way you don't have to dig way back over the fridge as the fridge is in place, the cabinet's in front of you. So by tying the gable into the side gable of the cabinet and then the cabinet to the wall secures everything nice and tight right at this point, as well as hitting it on this area and back finding 2 studs makes it perfect. The bottom is a different story because right now it's free flowing, right? It's not attached to anything. So what we'll do is we'll get in the upper cabinet on this side. That way we can attach everything perfect, even secure it to the cabinet. Once the base goes in, it locks everything in place. I don't even have to worry about an L bracket on this because the base is also a 24-inch depth. It makes it perfect. Ties into the wall, ties into the base, strong. The floor is on level, or the cabinet's cockeyed. Triple check, double check, check, check. What we have is we have a duct shooting out across in between the floor joists outside the wall. And the piece that ties into square ductwork is off the elbow. I can completely feel it. It's just off. It's not like right on. So I'm just gonna try and feed it into place with my one hand. If not, I'm gonna punch a big hole in here, fix it completely. The problem being is, once we try and put this vertical piece in, and knock it off again. So, what we're gonna do is cut a hole.
Okay.
Well, this is not a surprise. No insulation around here. Somebody's played with this before, whether or not it's been disconnected. The good thing about this is now we're gonna find out how to get into the attic. We're gonna go up there, we're gonna fix it from up there, and now we'll convert it to round instead of square.
Okay. You know what we could do, Mike?
Yeah, it is a 5-inch line.
It is? Oh, I was gonna say we could send the new guy up there and see for real.
Well, let's send him up there, because he's the little one here.
Yeah.
And we gotta get some insulation up there, because look at the breeze, just airflow from here going up.
Well, you can see a roof vent up there, can't you?
Yeah. Man, the things we find
Yeah.
day in and day out. Can continue work with Dan and Matt to get in that cabinet, get in the corner cabinets, get a filler strip on the inside edge. You're going up into the attic. You can have someone work with you. You're gonna need snips. You're gonna need tape. Bring up some metal screws. What I need you to do is make sure whatever you do with all your apples that you bring it down, and we have a 5-inch pipe and people can cut the pieces, pass them up, throw them over to you, as well as the insulation. Stay up there till it's done. All I want is a line coming through about this height here, and I definitely want that piece screwed into the ductwork, okay, so it does not drop. From there, start insulating the void and working your way up, closing it off, and drape over top of the pipe, okay? So we've insulated the pipe.
Okay.
Once that's done, clean your way back, that you have no issues. Work your way out, get the access back in place, put everything back in, okay? Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry you gotta go up there.
That's okay.
I've already put in my time, okay? I put in my time. It's your turn. This is very much like a fast food restaurant today. I want a cheeseburger and fries, please.
Order up. No way.
Today is reveal day. It's finally here. This means reveal day when the appliances come in. So very happy to be finishing this up. It's been a long haul. We've done some really late nights, but these people deserve everything they get. They're some of the nicest people I've met yet, so they deserve all of this. I'm happy.
Not a bad little, like a maple stained cherry look. I like it.
Since we're gonna hit the walls again, just take the tape off. Prime, hit the corner. You don't have to be too deep.
I was
Hit the
doing
corner.
fine, but I figured once you got here, you'd
I'll just
scare me
brush
or
it, because
something.
you know what? I'm just worried it's gonna peel it off. Fresh paint. You know what? This is starting to look really good. We have the new fridge and stove outside that they don't know about, so that's gonna be a surprise to them. I'll take their fridge and stove and give it to a family who needs it. We're gonna be cutting trim. All right, I'm gonna use brown caulking over here. We still have the doors to put on. We'll get them on at the last minute. I think this will work.
This is what we're dealing with. It's flush here, and we got quite an overhang here. So we just want to bring it back. You can see it's out of square down here.
Yeah, yeah.
So you guys can do your magic here.
All we'll do is scribe this edge. We'll mark it with a erasable marker, and that will bring this edge hang over a little bit more, because it looks about exactly what we need is that amount there.
Is that right?
And it should look more proportioned.
Okay, that'd be great.
There. Now we're a lot closer to the wall.
Not bad at all. That's I can fix that with a caulking bead.
That's great, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't take any time at all.
Sure, they're ones. We're gonna put these corner braces up underneath on the build-up right here, through the build-up and into the top of it.
Okay, see that's fast, really nice through the build-up into the top, because the build-up is just air stapled on, and this holds the top right down.
I'm gonna put the range hood in. This here is the damper that will go up in the hole. And all around there's this seam where there's 2 screws holding on. And what I like to do is take this foil tape and tape all the way around, because when I put this underneath, I have no chance then to do that. So this is an absolute must as far as I'm concerned. You can eliminate a lot of airflow and make sure that your range hood is going to vent as good as it possibly can, which is very important. Just making sure that I have 30 inches, your typical microwave range hood, or in this case, we're just going to do a nice range hood and then vent it up top here. Matt, our new apprentice, was nice enough to go up in the attic and take care of that. So all I got to do is get my template here, cut a hole, and duct up through here. That way the range here will be properly ducted with a range hood.
Every time we get down to the last day, for some strange reason, it always is just jam-packed, tight, or go, go, go. Walking around each other like I'm gonna walk over him in a second. But when it comes down to it, we will get it done. We may work a little late, but it'll look damn good. That I can say.
Straightening the sinks here just so I can mark the holes on them quick. Marking the holes for the kitchen faucet. Good.
Let's go directly to the wall. We're going to stay flush with the maple, not the cherry, all right? Stay flush with the maple. Actually, even here is what I care about more than anything. I don't want to see that edge. Let's make this one come out with a finished cherry edge here, so this one butts into it, okay?
Okay. Yep.
Continue across, mitered corner there. On these cupboards here, we're just going to, again, 1 miter joint straight across in. Same as that one. Contour cut that other one out to the outside edge, because we're going to have 1, 2, 3 cuts on that one. I'm figuring at least 2 more hours. Could be a late night. More than likely with the minor little things. If we're lucky, 2 hours. If we're unlucky, 4 hours.
That's great, yeah.
We'll go around, Dave, and adjust these later.
Yeah, exactly. If you can throw them in, we'll all adjust them at the end.
Okay. Got the drill ready?
This has been a long, long day. And I want to say, you know what? I think we pulled off a miracle today.
And the other front.
Oh, did you?
Very, very impressive. I'm gonna go get Janet and Audrey. Come on up. I want to say I'm sorry to keep you up late.
Oh, that's all right. I'm always staying up late.
But it takes what it takes. I think you might like what we've done.
Holy crow! Oh my goodness! Oh gee! Oh, I got a new stove and a new fridge. Oh.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Wow, is this ever something? Oh, he took that crappy lamp down, laid down to the fan. Look at this.
You have a dishwasher.
What?
There you go.
Oh, Mike. Thank you, guys.
You like it?
Oh, do I ever? Ooh, thank you so much.
You know what? You're welcome so much. Every once in a while, I do a job that pays off so well for me in the end.
Isn't that gorgeous?
I wanted this island, and that was what I was trying to put together, that you had more counter space, got the island, and had a more usable workstation. As you can tell, we took your stove and moved it over a bit. I saw in my mind to put a bulkhead right around the room, Okay, and that just gave it a little more character. This is something sort of my signature, but it's to me, it gives it character.
It is really unbelievable.
Brand new stove, fridge, dishwasher, sink, taps, hood, stainless steel hood.
Yeah. Oh, gee, everything. Wow. And look at
And
the
I
space
did a little
here.
bit of a different design here.
I didn't even know we could have this. I didn't know there was enough room.
No.
Does it work?
Isn't
Yeah, it does.
Isn't that
There's lots
nice?
of room.
Oh, yes.
I mean, what'd we do? We did a small kitchen. It was a small job. But to see such a gracious face at the end, I love the job.
I'm telling you. Oh, gosh, I can hardly wait to start. Want to stay for dinner?
She's a firecracker. If I have to say it that way, she's a firecracker. So, is my color coordination good? We got some backsplash there, nice porcelain tile.
Just beautiful. Oh, and you know what I like so much is having a outlet up here that I don't have to pull the fridge out. And
Yeah,
go
we
down
brought
the-
Frank in to make sure that we
Oh.
added and checked out your
Look at
electrical, make sure that we made sure you have a separate line now on your fridge.
Oh, it's just, I can't believe this.
And you have a couple lights above the sink.
I know, the pot lights up
There's
there.
your switch right there.
Yeah, isn't that gorgeous?
And I'll
oh
tell
my
you-
gosh. Look at that. Oh.
She was so amazed of the little things that we did that I thought were little, to her were huge.
Gee, what do you know? And they even roll nice and they don't wiggle from side to side. Look at that. Oh, Mike. Oh my gosh. Peekaboo. Oh, isn't that nice? That's a good liquor cabinet. Is that ever gorgeous? Oh, I'm just all shivery.
From a simple kitchen job to such a gracious ending where she grabbed me and kissed me 5, 6 times. Even when I left the door, she grabbed me right by my cheeks and smucked me right on the lips. We also made sure that you were able to,
Oh, for goodness sakes, you mean
just in case you gotta have a shower in the kitchen.
I can have a shower in the kitchen?
That's the idea. Just in
Because
case.
I can't have one in the bathroom.
Oh, you can't have one in the bathroom? Don't make me get my
Well, we're
tools.
gonna have it. We're gonna have it.
I gotta go fix your bathroom now?
Somebody you know, sure. You're gonna do it all over.
That makes me happy. It's not the kissing. What makes me happy is the look on her face. The little things that we did made such a difference in her life.
Oh, I just can't tell you how pleased I am.
Well, I think you just did. You know what? I feel really good and I got goosebumps. That's where I smile. That's where my day is worth putting in everything I do. Such a small job to such a huge ending.
Would have been so happy with just a new floor, but this is more than can even.
To me, this is on me.
I
This
just
is
feel-
my pleasure and
I
my
just
gift
feel
to
like
you.
crying.
Thank you so much.
I really do.
Really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome.
It's
Really.
I tell you guys, it's.
Hey, give me a hug. Give me a hug. You deserve it.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you
You're
so much.
so welcome. Now you're just gonna have to cook me a dinner.
Oh, I will. I will.
Okay.
That's a promise.
That's my pay, okay?
That's a promise.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Thank
a
you.
promise. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Janet.
Okay, thanks so much, Mike.
Thank you, dear.
I just appreciate it so much.
I hope so much you enjoy.
Oh,
And I look forward to this dinner.
oh, you get it.
Now, this is the way it's supposed to be. The relationship, she tested me at the beginning. She said, if you don't do this job right, I'll be phoning and complaining on you. So have I passed? You're not...
Oh, yeah, you're passed.
I passed?
You're passed.
Because I know you said if I didn't do a good job, you were going to be calling someone.
Yeah, I was going to report you, wasn't I, or something like that?
Okay, now who are you going to report me to?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Somebody challenged me that way, I'm going to step up to the plate. Now, it wasn't a lot of work. It was really easy. But to see that smile at the end,
That's good.
I tell you.
I'm cold.
Like it?
Oh, you like it?
Oh, geez,
That's awesome.
Oh, you're crying.
No. Could have gone up into one of the bedrooms for Pete's sake.
That would have been nice, but for Pete's sake, he made us stand out.
Yeah.
You should have told me. I would have kicked him. You guys are great. I tell you, I'm gonna miss you all.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you too. This was really fun to do, actually.
I wish you could come every day. They tell me I gotta work for another 10 years, so I don't know why I can't work for Mike Holmes. That's right.
you can work for me any day.
That's a deal.
Shows up, he's full of energy, yeah, had great ideas. What's not to like?
It's unbelievable. When can you pull tile up like that? Never, never.
Very polite, educated, could hold a sentence together. What's not to trust?
It's not bonding to anything. That's just ridiculous.
We're looking at this every single day, wondering, how am I going to fix this? How am I going to fix this?
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. I love my job. Quite the voyage, you know, for someone that just comes from another country that wants work done, that puts faith and trust in someone that is supposedly a professional. Susan and Tony bought the house within the last year, probably around 7-8 months ago. And the idea was, like normal, you come in, you buy a place, you get it ready for what you want to move into.
Because we were under time pressure to get the house before school started, this house was actually empty, so we knew we could do a quick settlement, which we did. Went ahead in 2 weeks, which was great. And the house needed a lot of work, it needed a lot of updating.
The contractor was kind enough to really bring them around to look at different homes, give them ideas of what he could do for them. Come highly recommended.
He was very helpful, very personable, and we were delighted to have found a contractor so easily, someone that would help us.
Tony. Mike, hi. Hi, come in.
For the most part, in the beginning, he turned up on time, he kept showing up.
The painting got started, the carpeting got done, and that seemed to go okay.
You know, this really doesn't look bad from walking in the front of the door.
On first view, it doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty decent, but as we progress down the hall, you'll see that things deteriorate pretty dramatically.
Well, this is one whole lot of tile. This is right from the front door right through into the dining room.
Yep.
Closet, laundry room, bathroom. Is this how we finish bathrooms? I guess he was going to cover that up with corner round.
The issues really started when the tiling started.
The problems with him showing up started around that time also. I think the job was too much for him. And I think by that point, it was also all about the money.
We don't have grout. I can also see right off that we've had grout repairs.
We have. The tiles in the middle here were very uneven, and we asked him to, redo them because they were so uneven, and obviously, it was
height difference?
Height difference, yes, height difference. And he showed up at the door. He was very upset. He said his mother had been sick, and of course, we were very sympathetic to that. And he said he would absolutely finish the job, whatever it would take to make us happy. And he did start to show up again.
I like the black, I like the amount, and I can't believe how straight that line is down here. So we do see talent within laying tile. What's up with the kitchen?
We started to install that ourselves. When we hired him, he was initially going to work with us on doing this, but as the relationship broke down, we decided we would go ahead and do it ourselves.
Basically, couldn't finish any of the cabinets until we had the floor finished. There's still tiles that were pulled out and grout that's not finished at the end, and it's not finished into the corners.
What's the tape on the ceiling?
We were looking to put an island in here.
This is for the island.
And so that's just rough positioning so that I had some idea of where, for those lights at the end, would line up with the island somehow.
Okay, that shows you know how to plan ahead. This is not how to hold up a temporary sink. I'm pleased to see that we have a temporary sink here. The problem being with it is that he's anchored it into the windows. You're gonna put dishes in there, you're gonna fill it with water, and you're going to automatically lean against the counter.
Yeah.
I can't believe it hasn't snapped and come off. 4-inch line on your hood is incorrect. You need a 6-inch line on a microwave hood. Okay. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Okay, but it's neat. This shows me you're doing it. And the tiles alone, is not bad. However, oh my God, this is gonna be a lot of work. I can tell by looking at that one area has already been touched up.
It has, and it's also cracking. If you step on the area over there, the grout actually cracks. In fact, this whole 3 or 4 tiles here, this was done separately at a different time, and all of this moves and cracks when you walk on it.
He claimed that he's been in the business for 20 years. It shows in the work he's done, but what he doesn't understand, obviously, is old technology does not work with new minimum code requirement today. This is the method that was used 20 to 30 years ago. We're right down over the OSB, and they put down a metal mesh and then a scratch coat and tile over top of it. 20, 30 years ago, even 30, this was acceptable. Why? Because we had 2x10 for filler joists, not 2x8. It all has to come up. I cannot fix it. I have to take this up, and I've got a huge problem here. That's removing that metal lath from the OSB. He should have beefed it up. So he may have tiling skills, but he doesn't have new methods and understanding of why the structure will not support the tile. You're going to continue to see cracking. It's not going to stop.
Right.
How did you get a hold of me?
One day, Tony happened to be home, and there was a big knock at the door, and we were really devastated. It was the tile company. They were looking for the contractor because he had bounced the check for the tile.
He bounced the check with the tile guy?
Yes.
Yeah, with the tile company.
With the tile company.
The
And he had written our street name on the memo part of the check.
They actually drove around to this street, saw a bin in the driveway, got out, took a look, looked inside the bin. Ceramic tile.
We invited the tile guys in, and they took a look at the job, and it was at that point that they started to show things to us that were not correct. And they were great. They were so helpful. They were, wonderful with us, telling us if we ever needed any help to contact them. So in a moment of madness, I called the tile company. I broke down crying on the phone with them, and we started talking about things we could do to fix the tile. And they were laughing, saying it was a job for you. And little did we know, they contacted the Homes on Homes show on our behalf.
The supplier said, no matter what, if Mike doesn't do this, we're gonna help you.
They offered to supply all the product that we would need, and including the subflooring, to complete the job.
Now this shows the people here, how good the people are. There is a difference in money still owing to the tile company. There was a $3,000 and change difference owed to the contractors, so the homeowners paid the tile company. That's beautiful. You're out of pocket everything.
Right.
Pretty much,
we
yeah.
paid for the tile twice.
Okay. Do you know how much it's gonna cost to pull this up and do this right?
Lots.
Job's gotta be redone as usual. Who is left holding the bag? The homeowners. We'll see you soon. Just keep doing what you do. We'll be smiling in no time.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Take it easy. Unbelievable. Now you know why we're here. I've actually pulled up carpet that was harder to pull up than this. Okay, don't you worry. We'll put down a new floor for you, new kitchen. You'll be running around like it's just nothing.
Thank you.
Make it safe for you. It is a total shame that we have to pull all this tile up because it looks pretty good, but unfortunately, it's not going to work. It's never going to stay, and we're going to redo it. So we'll move everything, plastic up here, start this way back, move everything from here into this room here. Object today is all tile gone. Right now, the first piece came up, obviously, because it was not well bonded. It did not stick to the bottom. It was a dry mix. So if we get lucky, half of it will come up this way, the other half is going to be well secured. This is barely stapled down. It did not bond to the OSB. It has not bonded to the tile. He's obviously used a non-modified thin set, so I have a feeling we're in for a lucky day.
Good.
Let's concentrate on just the tile right now.
Okay.
Okay? Because that's going to raise dust, so we'll wait off on that. There's one that had bonded to the tile. But because it's not bonded to the floor, it came up.
Right.
There is a lot of black tile here from the front door to the very back of the kitchen. That is high maintenance. Let's compare it to a black vehicle. It's hard to keep clean. There was absolutely no way of repairing this. Not a chance in hell of repairing this because the grout would continue to crack on a monthly basis. The tiles would eventually loosen and snap up everywhere. They're coming up without even breaking. You can see all the characters from his trowel. It's as if he troweled the floor, grabbed the tile, and just placed them down, placed them down, placed them down. He created a nice level surface with the thin set, and just tile after tile. By the time he got to a certain area, it was dry. There was no pushing it in. There's no buttering effect. Makes it easier for me, but I shouldn't have to be doing this. Never in a million years would I believe it. I have never pulled it up that easy. This was my worry. See that? My biggest fear was to pull up the thin set. I knew the tile was gonna come up fairly easy. I thought half and half. It's all coming up in full pieces. It's all non-modified. If we have a porous surface, I'd use the modified, we'd be in hell right now. This is gonna come up so clean, you're not even gonna think it was even tiled. That's incredible. But it goes to show, certain ways of putting something down, such as tile here, does not work. He's definitely gone across like this. Move this way back, that's what he's done. Wrong staples, wrong procedure, wrong thin set. This has taken 25 minutes. If this was placed right, we wouldn't even be out of the kitchen yet. Unbelievable. Make sure that we plastic off this area right around. Let's tape it to this area, so if I have to do repairs, it's minor repairs. Right around, okay? Drape this whole area so it doesn't go upstairs. We'll start sweeping from the kitchen this way, nice and gentle. We use our vacuums for the finer dust. Drop that plastic, move the fridge, move everything else out. Clear the base. We'll pull all the base cabinets, pull all the tile. We are gonna have an early day today, guys. We have pulled up 90% of the tile without breaking it or harming it. Impossible. Impossible. Every single one. Okay, let's make sure we vacuum out all the duct works. When we clean this place today, it's like we weren't even here. Pull all the baseboard in this neighborhood. Let's pull the drywall off the edge there. So it's more investigated today. I'll take everything down. Thursday, you do everything. Okay. Let's split up. Plastic, away we go. Save the tile, take your time. Let's preserve every tile possible. It's almost like carpet, isn't it? This came up so easy. I've never in my life removed any type of tile or thin set without any problem.
Really?
This way. We saved 80% of the tile.
Wow.
And the only reason we threw out probably 20% because they were the cuts or it had a little bit of adhesive on it. We just threw it in the bin.
It is incredibly shocking to be back in this original position again.
We look at the kitchen, and I braced your cabinet just a little differently because that doesn't work for me, right? The way it was hanging off the window.
Right.
This is secure. We've hooked your stove back up. We have some plastic on it right now, and we'll take that off for you to reuse for tonight. Now, I want to definitely tile just to the front where we see the front entrance, okay? I want to bring in the exotic wood. I'm going to bring it right through into the dining room, and we're going to start tiling again from the kitchen only. Now, we're going to change the color of tile, and we're going to change the style of tile, right?
Okay, yep.
Okay, so I'll confirm with you just on the tile. I won't confirm anything else.
Okay.
But I have to change this kitchen.
All right.
Okay, because I need to sleep at night.
Okay.
You know what? I understand what you were doing. You were trying very hard to finish it on your own because you ran out of money, and that's totally understandable to me. But the design does not work for me, and I know what I can do with it and I think it'll put a smile on your face. I'm going to pull down your ceiling, I'm gonna pull down your bulkheads, I'm gonna run the proper 6-inch line that we need for the microwave hood. I'm gonna re-drywall it, fix all the unleveledness of the bulkheads, and I'm not gonna tell you anything else from there.
All right,
Okay?
surprise.
I have to surprise you.
We are delighted to let Mike do things in here that we don't know about. It will be amazing to actually have a house that we can live in and enjoy.
You notice we did have water issues,
Right,
and that should have been
okay.
addressed right away. We will fix this. We have it
Okay.
on both sides now that I've
Okay.
opened it up.
Okay.
I'm happy that it came up easy and makes it easier for me to fix it. This
Right.
was my biggest scare, was getting up the thin set, but we just peeled it up like carpet. It was
Right.
ridiculous.
Oh, that's unbelievable. It's
Very dry mix, wrong thin set, wrong procedures, but good for us because it came up easier. Bad for you because
Right.
you're paying twice. For now, you can use everything you need to use. We'll come in and out. We'll create all the subfloors that we need to do for tile. Once I've gotten to a certain stage, I will block off the kitchen and you're out of luck for a couple of days.
Okay, I can live with it. It's been a nightmare. It's been an emotional roller coaster, but at least we know there's going to be an end to it now.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Thank you very, very much.
We should not be using any type of metal mesh on the floor with thin set. We call it scratch coat. It doesn't work anymore. We have to beef it up. We have products we can use. We can use a concrete board, Wonder board. There's many different types. Hardy board, they all work because we thin set that down, we screw it down, and it gives us a much stronger floor.
Bringing in a hair. That's good.
So you're the man, you're Ton. You're the one that saves people, eh? Another one out there. I really love to hear that. I think that's very admirable that you do this. That, you stand up to the plate and say, hey, we're going to help this family.
The customer was unhappy, so it's not good for our industry, I think. So we should help. So we did.
Now the homeowners made a valiant attempt here. They got all their lighting where we want, but this is what you call a retrofit pot light. Nothing really wrong with it, but I want to see what's going on in the ceiling anyway, so just pop all these pot lights down.
I want porcelain at the front door. I want to do probably an exotic wood right through, wrapped around the stairs. I would love to do an inlay right here. This has character in it, right? It almost looks like an old, new look.
It's a hand scrape floor.
Right. And this is what's drawn my eyes to everything. You know, when I see the standard that everybody likes, even though it's a high-quality wood, we are talking high quality, I'm seeing character.
It's individuals who actually have scrapers, and by hand, they scrape it off, and then it's finished.
Beauty. I was just getting started, man.
I'm sold.
Excellent.
A couple more nailers.
They have a new kitchen in here. They're not allowed back in here. From the front door to this point, we chalk a line.
Oh, okay. We've actually maintained square from the front entrance, from the foyer, through to here. We're gonna have the same line like Mike wanted. Have the Dietra go square with the structure. That way when we're tiling, we can just follow a line in the membrane, knowing that that's bang on and square. And we've carried it right from the front, about 50 feet or whatever this is, to the back wall. So now we're set square, ready to lay Dietra square to the structure, which will just enable us to do a lot more of a square finished tile job, which is what we want. This will be the first run of Dietra, which everything will square off of. So this one is important. And once we lay this down, we'll plot out the rest both ways off of that. And a lot of square footage here. Okay, that's good.
Look at this thing, pal. It's a toolbox. Oh, I'll be damned. You see this?
There's a bed in here. I'm gonna go in the bed.
Is there a bed in here?
Yeah, there's a bunk in the back.
Well, if it opens up like this, could you imagine?
You gotta bring tile to Timbuktu, then you can just take a nap when you get tired. I like that.
Look at this.
That's it.
I want one. Easy. Look at it, parks in the garage. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. What do you think of the big tile being laid straight out standard stone tile?
Generally, I prefer the 45, but if the floor is not flat...
You mean this way?
Yeah.
Diamond pattern?
On a diamond. If the floor is not flat because it's such a large tile, before long you're trying to build up with inset.
I can determine where our humps are, and if it's just the one, we can do our join there, right? That's not an issue.
Right.
Turn it on the diamond pattern, which I think we have the layout for, and I really think it would work in here.
The only other thing you could do is do a combination pattern with the 20 by 20 and the 13 by 13, which would give you a cobblestone look. That would be
like that.
That would be a little bit easier than the 45. And again, same idea. If the walls are at a square, you've got a big piece, smaller piece, big piece, smaller piece.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Sold.
This is the original kitchen pipe coming down. Because it's going across the wall upstairs, and the dishwasher's gonna go there, we gotta reroute it around on the other side. I'm just gonna cut it down here. Look at this though. This is, all this black area is where some plumber, I'm assuming, or homeowner in the past almost burnt the house down. They were trying to solder one of these fittings up here. It's unbelievable. Caught fire here, caught fire here, caught fire here, caught fire here. And then he tried to put it out with something. It's coffee. It looks like coffee.
Brent and Ron just showed up, bring us more Deidre, and are just giving us a hand here, helping out. So right now we're just building up this edge a little higher because we have a couple humps in the floor. Start from this point, get our trim up, and then we'll start from our trim over. Twice?
What did you just spray over that?
It's the aerosol hairspray.
Hairspray.
Yeah. Non-scented.
Non-scented. Obviously, that's to keep the line there.
Yep. More out. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
You happy?
Yeah.
Okay, come over here and just tag that down, please. Now, this is the impressive part. He cuts a porcelain tile, he takes a diamond sponge, and he cleans the edge so we get an edge similar to the one that's here. Just a nice clean edge. I can't cut myself. It's going to go nicely against the trim here that we've put in place. Very happy.
You see the pattern start to form.
Oh, I love it.
Each small tile surrounded by 4 big tiles and vice versa.
I love it.
Big tile surrounded by
4 small tiles.
Porcelain definitely has to be dried because otherwise you get what's called a water bond, and the tile will just pop loose. You can have perfect coverage, but there'll be water separating it, and that's not good.
It's perfect, Ron. I mean, perfect.
Good.
And you did that without a level. Perfect. Installing the cabinets. You guys have been working really hard. All new drywall, built out the bulkhead on top up here. making sure that the fridge will sit in place and that we have an equal distance out on both sides. Because as the cabinets go up, we'll have crown molding, so that has to equal all the way around. And of course, Sean leveled that. Way to go. I can see it right away, because this was something that annoyed me. It was out a ½ an inch, and you would see it as the fridge sits in place and comes out. If the fridge is level, something's gonna look unlevel. Nice. They didn't see me.
I know it's painful, but the best way to go is actually removing the nosing, raising it up because we have original nosing. It's already curved. It's probably the same color as the floor, very close to it. So take all this off, raise the nosing, cut the pickets, another 3/8, and that way it's pretty.
Now, who is going to go to the care that you just did to do that? As a matter of fact, you know, even I was looking for a different angle. Do we put in a piece of, you know, quarter round and mold it to fit the round area? This was the smartest way of doing it. I really like it. I'll never forget it.
It's usually the way we do it because you run into height differences, and also you run into height differences at the nosing and how you tie it in, and just ends up looking like crap if you do it the other way.
Oh, look at that. At the beginning, when I first walked in, I saw the tile. And one of the first things I noticed, besides the length of the tile, was they had an area carpet at the bottom of the stairs. It was a funky one. It looked pretty good. In my mind, I saw replacing the area carpet with this. Let's just throw it on a third one. It doesn't work there for me. So we started putting together the layout before the floor went in, what were we going to use as a tile, how were we going to match the front to the kitchen. Brent introduced these 3 pieces of tile. I just visually looked at it and I said, that's just a ticket. Unless I do a 4th. Stick with my original thought. Oh, you know what? That's starting to work. This works for me. Oh, this nice. That just stands right out. Oh, look at that. That is exciting. I'm happy. Cool. Thank you.
What we've done is we cut the difference off the pickets, difference that we raised the nosing. We've drilled little holes here, and we're actually redoweling them, so that way, once we put it into the banister, it becomes one solid piece again instead of just tacking it with a couple of finishing nails. So it's as good as new.
It's not too often I can meet someone that can cut a circle with a table saw. Look at that fit.
It'll be a nice surprise if we block it off for her, because it seems so far she's been tempted to come in here and, you know, people start thinking too much. It's not good.
Well, we have the guys just doing the plastering touch-ups. Chris is laying the floor. It's looking pretty damn good. Unfortunately, we're unable to cover it up and keep it away from the homeowner, which kind of bothers me, but he was here on the weekend and they were home. As long as they don't see the inlay, but it gives them an idea of what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep them calm because they are slightly full of anxiety, okay? Wondering what's happening to the house, the dust. But it's looking good. The cabinet guys will be back. Unfortunately, the gable is a special order here for the fridge. Now that we have them in place, we can really see the layout. It works out wonderful. We have the drawers on the island for pots and pans, so this is really good workstation in this area here. Crown molding's up, it's looking really good. They have some of the light balance up, so Frank will be back in soon, and we'll make sure we get our lights in underneath. We've had Brian and Gary come in on the weekend, and they moved that gas line for us. You gotta love those guys. The lights work out perfect. It appears right now they're off center, but they're not because the island will overhang about 14 inches on this side. Again, on that side, the lights will be absolutely perfectly set over the island. Hey, it's coming. You know, this is a lot of work. It's not like we can do this overnight. This is a lot of work, a lot of tiling, a lot of setup, a lot of plastering, a lot of fixing.
What we're going to do now is I need to make a template for this curve here. So what I do is I actually lay it on top of the floor, tape it down, trace the curve, transfer it to one of the boards, and then proceed to just cut it right out. In the old days, with the old side strapping 1x8 subfloors, they would use tar paper similar to what they use on a roof to give you a vapor barrier to the basement. Which there you'd need it, right? But in modern houses where they're sealed top to bottom, you really don't need a barrier of any sort. The only real purpose with wax paper is it helps us kick the floorboards together when we're nailing. They say it's a vapor barrier, but really if you got 10,000 holes through it, what kind of a barrier is it?
We're doing about 400 square feet here, so I don't want my grout to be too hard or too soft. That looks good, actually. So now we'll just take this inside and let it sit for 10 minutes. You should always let your grout slake up for 10 minutes and then go to grouting. This is a little sequence we call the Brothers Grout.
Imagine going through this since, man, we're talking, 5 months now. So you're without a kitchen. Everything's done, pulled apart, new carpets, tiles down, trying to finish the kitchen, and then we come in and take it all up. We turn their house upside down. We give them a room to live in with the fridge and stove actually in the living room. I mean, I understand the frustration, so that's why I call it divorce dust. But we come in, we do it right, and we do it quickly. She's got a little baby here. There's dust in the air. Would have been nice had they have left the house. But if it was done right in the first place, I wouldn't be here.
What? No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain.
That's right.
So we're a little bit deep here with the flange, so I'm just gonna use another gasket and longer bolts. Within an inch below the tile, if you use 2 wax gaskets, you're fine.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
You ready to do another countertop for us?
You bet.
Since I like the other one so much, you know what? This looks really good.
It's a nice color.
It is.
Looks like the real thing.
If you look at it, I mean, right over at the beginning, you're gonna say it's an odd color. But through all the coordination of the tile, what we're gonna do on the backsplash, the color of the kitchen and the maple, I think it's a perfect, perfect fit.
Look at that. Beautiful. The reason why this is being put together now is because the 2 legs are over 60 inches, and 60 inches is the maximum length that we can ship on the truck. If they try and squeeze it in, it's tilting and then it's banging around, and the miter glued at the factory could break open or the whole countertop could break. So when they're these lengths, it's a good idea to glue them on site. Once the countertop is all screwed in, the glue is still curing, and then it makes a really nice tight seal.
Fixed it. Nothing.
Yeah, Mr. Perfect, get out of the way.
Well, I'm almost done the inlay. Just gonna first lay this out, and I'm gonna determine my height difference, my layout. I'm gonna take my time on this now, so that when I go to lay it, I'm perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'd rather be perfect now, so that when I I'm ready for thin set. I know exactly how to lay it. We measured everything out to set up for the flooring, because everything had to start at this point. If you're gonna do an inlay, that's where your flooring starts. You can see this 1-inch strip that he's created. He's ripped this down and created a border around the floor designed perfectly from plank to plank, removing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planks. So planning ahead in detail allows me to finish beautifully. It's a type of limestone in the center here, and we will enhance this when we're done. The porcelain we do not have to enhance. We will, once everything's set in place, we will grout everything, and then we will enhance, make sure we keep this clean. You have a choice of enhancing it first and then grouting, or grout it, clean it really well so it doesn't absorb into the porous stone. It's not heavily duty porous, but it is porous. And then we'll put an enhancer on this, which will actually darken this to the shade of the tile. The enhancer, we can see nice dark tiles within, light tiles, which I really like. By putting in the enhancer, all it's going to do is, really, if I take and wet that tile, you start to see a little bit of character in it. That's what it'll do, is really, it just makes it look wet. What I'm gonna do is put all 3 medallions in place first, then I'll get the deeter and I'll cut strips on the outside edge in between where all the 6x6 are going, because our thickness is your standard 3/4 inch, and we should have the deeter down and then the tile. That way we can set it easier and help the build up with it. It'll also serve as strength beneath it. Under here, I don't need it due to the mesh and everything else with it, the concrete board that we have down. But more than anything, I want the build up. That's why we'll use the deeter on the outside. One thing I've learned is that quality is hard. I'm not just gonna throw it down. I'm gonna make it perfect. Oh, isn't that nice? Oh, look at that. Do you see that? That is fabulous. We're up here, looking down. What do you see? Well, we got everyone in today. The cabinet guy's finishing up. Looks beautiful. Countertops on. We can see the overhang on this side, which allows a couple of bar stools. Overhang on this side, which allows a bar stool. Because you know what? The kitchen's always an entertainment area where people tend to stay. I think more people are in the kitchen than they are in the living room, if you think about it. Little things you do that make a huge difference for look. Independent lighting, so we have lighting under the cabinets, plumbing, electrical, the glass door in the corner, which breaks that cabinet look. It's really nice. Hardwood. Tile backsplash. This is such a gorgeous tile. Again, porcelain, the mosaic. Countdown begins. That. Whole lot of work to make that look the way it does. Because now we're having tile meet wood. We do not want to grout this because this area will crack like crazy. It's just 2 separate substrates that are going to move. So we have a siliconized sand that matches the grout. We will clean this out, we will bead this across, it'll look like grout, but it creates a flexible joint, much like an expansion joint. These are things we need to know when doing this, because this way, this will always look gorgeous, and that's the idea. That is fabulous, and look how well it stands out with the floor. We choose the dark floor, right? Beautiful dark floor. We'll shine this up later on. Nice.
Last couple houses, we've kind of been going non-traditional with the color scheme. Mike's been selecting a richer tone for the trim and ceilings. We're matching the trim with the ceilings, so it looks really nice and it warms the room up.
Yeah. Perfect.
I can't wait to actually see it cleaned up, you know, all the paper off.
Yeah, with the hardwood.
Very nice. Good
Sure
job.
beats 12 by 24 slate.
Good job.
Thank you. You too, buddy.
Want a coffee?
I love coffee.
I'll get you a coffee.
Well, you're gonna get me?
I'll get you a coffee.
Oh my goodness. He's not really getting me a coffee, is he?
Get you a coffee as promised.
Thank you very much, Michael.
You're welcome.
Well, just like every day. Yeah, I think we got his.
All hands on deck. We're doing everything together. What'd you do? Put this on with your pliers? By hand? Did you just take that off?
Yeah.
I loosened it.
Okay, I'm kind of short, so you're gonna have to take a look at it.
I would say yes. All right, onward. It appears to be mine. Every once in a while in my business, in my world, I fall across the best of the best, the pros. Just let them have their house back. I was here because of a tile company that recommended me to the homeowners. They're here. You ready?
We're ready.
Come on home.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna give your house back.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Sweetie. We put a little surprise in the middle of the floor for you.
Wow. That
Nice.
is awesome.
You like it?
I love it.
That's totally cool.
It is really cool.
This tile company cared so much, they stepped up to the plate big time.
It is nothing that we could ever have imagined on the floor in here.
Well, I'll
It
tell
is.
you, I saw the carpet you had when I first came in, and it was an area carpet, right? So
Right.
remember I said,
Yeah.
let's put tile at the front door to save the floor. Let's
Yep.
go wood. And the idea for me was that I saw the area carpet, let's give you something that works here. Like, it draws your eyes to it right away.
Oh, absolutely. It is absolutely spectacular. I've never seen anything so beautifully done in a residential home.
They gave us the tile. They stepped forward on all the adhesion, all the thin set, and everything else that we needed. Whatever you need, Mike, you got. We did a lot of touch-ups with trim, obviously, put in all new quarter round. We had to cut your doors down once we fit all the floor through. Your bathroom is now complete. It has been taken apart and put right back together again. And well, it's brand new again. I took away your full finish on the ceiling. I don't know.
Thank you very much. It wasn't ours.
Oh, dear. It was truly about someone who cared about the homeowner. I was blown away by this company, I'll be honest. I've never seen anybody stand up to the plate like this and say, hey, not only do I want to give you whatever you want, we want to come help you.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Quite a difference.
Oh, it's quite a difference.
Well, I said the layout didn't work for me.
Right,
Okay, and
right.
why it didn't work is we had the neo angle, we had the pantry in the corner, and the fridge was totally in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
So we actually moved your stove over to the left. We actually had to move your gas line. We moved your fridge. We took your complete kitchen apart when it comes to electrical because there was a lot of things with the electrical that would not have passed code.
Okay.
Not to say that you did it, okay? Because there was actually more work beyond what you did.
Okay.
I know you wanted granite, so I chose a look that looks like granite.
It
Okay?
looks great. It looks great. It's unbelievable to go from what we lived with for so long to something that is so polished.
For months and months, they've been living in dismay. They have been living in dust. They've been living without a kitchen, and she's got a baby she's taking care of. I understand what's happened to this family.
It's been a long time since we've been able just to relax or think about, settling in a house.
Doing something different instead of thinking about the mess and how we were going to get out of it. It's amazing. I love the lights.
You love the lights?
Yeah, I love the lights. I thought I was going to miss the 147 pot lights, but
The pot lights work, okay? But it wasn't quite with the design based on the cabinets. What you're gonna find is you're gonna be shadowed over the counters. So that's why I removed them and I put in choice lighting. And you notice we've reduced the cabinet. We've given new glass with lights inside the cabinets. I don't know if you noticed, but I got you a new dishwasher.
You did get us a new dishwasher. Fantastic.
Well, everything's stainless steel.
Right,
You know,
the other one
I
was-
couldn't put in the black one.
No.
If you notice what I did here, the idea for if you were to look at the angle, everything continues down, as in a full tile, right? Right. A 20 by 20 tile, you see it looking down. This has all been reinforced to take this load. We've put in all the right products. You're never going to see this break. You're never going to see it crack again. And it kind of looks bigger, doesn't it?
It does, and I think the layout of the tile has just enhanced the beauty of the tile. It's stunning. It really is stunning.
I don't know, it works.
It works. It works because you've taken the fridge away, and that is really attractive. It definitely works. It really is beautiful.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you so much.
welcome.
Oh, I can't believe it.
By the end of it, all's good. Again, reminds me why I keep doing what I do. Thank you for your
It
patience.
makes a difference.
Thank
It
you.
just makes such a difference. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. We'll see you soon. I'll see you there.
Okay.
Oh, you know what?
You forgot something.
Maybe you want to stay here, right?
I think people don't realize how depressing it can be to live in that mess, and I don't think these contractors think about that when they are doing whatever they do, not finishing jobs. But to have Mike's crew come in was just amazing. They were professional. They came every day and they worked their butts off, and we have to thank them. It's amazing.
Is it good? Give me 5? How about 10? So cute. See you guys.
Bye-bye, Lucy. Wait,
Keep
bye-bye.
smiling.
Bye.
Thank you,
See you,
Mike.
pal. Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
We never ask for anything. We are very independent people. And the amount of generosity that people have shown is just astonishing to us. It's just beautiful.
Were you gonna have an island in your kitchen?
I was.
Yes, it was on the ceiling.
With 147 pot lights all around it. Mood lighting. Well, we need some mood.
We have mood lighting.
Very nice.
As we said yesterday, Mike, right? When I make a mistake, it's perfect.
I had a great time working for you.
Well,
And it was fun trying to hide stuff with you from the end.
It was fun.
why you were
And
digging
I'll
it.
tell you, you stapled those cloths in so tight last night. I had no chance. I
knew you were
I even taped the drop cloth. I got
The cat could still get in, and I was gonna put a mini cam on his head so I could see what was going on.
When you buy a new house, you figure you buy a new house, not an apartment.
Wow, so much for insulation.
It sounded like an apartment. It was just, you could hear the neighbors next door.
They had to close their bathroom to keep the breeze from coming into the bedroom. Do you believe that?
They didn't fix it. They just stuck something there to make it go away.
Okay, did you get that?
Yeah, we got about 47 to 49. Sometimes we even hit 50.
As soon as we heard the sounds, it was over for us.
Oh, yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. This is ridiculous. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. God, I love my job.
When we first moved in, we were gonna stay for 5-10 years because we really loved the house. But the neighbors actually moved in maybe a month or so after we
About a
moved
month
in.
or so, yeah.
And I can just remember when they started moving in, my heart just sank. I couldn't believe that I just bought a house and I could hear them so clearly.
Well, normally you're used to seeing me taking things apart, it's being done wrong, built wrong. But let me tell you, one of the biggest complaints is sound. Here we have a wonderful new subdivision, a lot of adjoining homes. The complaint is, I can hear my neighbor. I can hear them talking. I can hear them playing their music. I can hear the TV. I can hear them in their bedroom.
Nobody was making the excess noises or anything. It was just talking. And when we heard that, It sort of, you know, I was shocked. Just that night, in fact, we were talking about, you know, when are we gonna move out? Like, that's how disappointing we were.
What I'm here for is minimum code requirement. And, you know, I keep talking about it day in and day out that minimum code is not good enough. And if you do buy a brand new home that's adjoined to another home, what are your options? Sylvie, nice to see you again. Guy,
Hi, Mike.
nice to see you.
Thank you.
This is a nice place. I like seeing no cracks in the grout or the tiles here. This is looking good. I like the layout.
We have talked to the neighbors, and they've told us that they can hear us, and they can actually tell what type of music is on when we play it.
Yeah, I definitely hear things. I hear mostly in my bedroom and in the kitchen.
This is the joining wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay. Is it up to the builder to make sure that it's soundproof? No. I don't see insulation, but I do see something over there. It's up to the builder to make sure that it's minimum code requirement. Way in the corner there, I'm seeing a little bit of insulation. Interesting. At a minimum code of 50 on the STC scale, it's supposed to be acceptable that you can barely hear your neighbor. Odds are you're still gonna hear your neighbor if they raise their voice, they turn up their stereo, they get into an argument, they put a nail in the wall. You're gonna hear it. Normally when you have an adjoining house like this, we'll have a 2x6 bottom plate, 2x6 top plate, stagger the studs, come in with insulation. It's supposed to do a sound break. As soon as there's a stoppage, in other words, I put my hands together like this, sound will travel from one side to the other. But as soon as I separate them, sound dissipates. A fire break would be considered the drywall. This appears to be a 5/8 drywall, which I think it is, and on the other side should be a 5/8. In some places, they'll have 2 layers on one side and 1 on the other, and that will give you a fire rating that is, well, 1 hour. Minimum code requirement says as long as we have 1 hour burning time, that should be sufficient. Let's think about that for a second. If you have a fire, that within 8 minutes, the fire department is at your site with the hoses out, putting out the fire. Odds are this is true. But what happens if there's a quiet fire? In other words, no one's home, nobody knows about it, there's a fire next door, it may take an hour before somebody sees it. That sounds hollow, doesn't it?
Sylvie was painting, and she could hear Sylvie painting with the roller going over the wall in the bedroom.
And I could hear this roller brush going up and down and up and down.
Their bedrooms are right next to our bedroom. And just a roller going up and down, she could hear that.
Have you talked to the builder?
No. We haven't told the builder about the soundproofing at all. Reason being is because of how I saw how they handled the ensuite part. There's a lot of air coming through here at one point. So
Okay.
what they've done is actually stick insulation, and if you put your finger in there, you can feel it. I'm not in construction, I'm not a builder, but I know that's not the way to do it.
Yes, I do. So they pulled the kick down and they put up some bad insulation. So you found it really cold. Is the floor cold?
Yes.
Do you have heated floor in here?
No. It's very cold, and if you would have held a piece of paper where the air was coming in, it would have moved.
You don't find it anywhere else, just in here?
A bit in the bedroom, but mostly in here.
Especially in the bathroom, for sure.
Yeah, I just don't have patience for things done half-assed, you know? I don't.
The bad news is obviously we have a sound issue, and in order to address and fix this, you're gonna have to remove your island. All your furniture's gonna have to come out. We're gonna have to tent off galore, and every wall that joins to your neighbor is gonna have to be opened up and inspected, and we're gonna find out why.
I'm looking forward to it being resolved. It's nice knowing that when it's resolved, I'll be able to have conversation and I'll be able to play music. The kids will be able to run as much as they want without, or scream as much as they want, without worrying that I'm disturbing anyone.
So we'll do a test from this side to the other side to determine how much, I guess, decibels we have in sound. Does it meet minimum code requirement? Does it exceed it? I'm kind of hoping, but odds are it does not.
We thought that we bought a quality house. So it was disappointing.
We'll also investigate as to why it's cold in your bedroom and why it's cold in your bathroom, mainly your bathroom. Odds are it's the roof peak out front. Because there's no brick there, we have a cool breeze coming in. It's relying on the batt insulation and the vapor barrier to stop airflow.
I think I could have cried for hours because it's such a big investment, and you just wonder if something so important is not done correctly. It makes you think, what else will happen?
We're gonna take this place apart, okay?
Oh boy. It's all worth it.
I'll bring you back, I'll show you what I found, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a good day, keep smiling.
Do it right and charge it in your house. People will pay. We have the quietest neighbors, but you can still hear the steps, the talking, the kids.
This is the other side of the house. So I set up or brought in Adam's work radio, and I thought what we could do is test the sound off the radio, and then I'll walk through this side. I'll talk to you on my phone, and you stand on the other side, and we'll find out just the sound that is stopped in between the houses here. How much? Do you need to be in front of it, or?
No, actually what I'll do is I'll just stand by the wall here. I'll hold it up. Perhaps you can get a shot of it. And this is a decibel meter.
Okay.
And it'll just register the amount of sound that's happening as a result of
Okay, now I've set this for full blast.
All right.
Okay, so let's... Okay, that's probably enough. What'd you get?
Yeah, we got between about 84 and 86. I think it averaged out around 85, something like that.
Okay, and that's picking up my voice, so as I'm talking, we're in the area of 70, 69.
That's correct.
This will tell us how much sound that the wall is not absorbing or taking over. This is supposed to be a minimum 50 STCs?
That's correct.
Well, let's see what we have.
Okay.
STC stands for Sound Transmission Class. In other words, how much sound the wall will absorb, where decibels is the measurement of sound that we hear. Okay, I got a receptacle here.
Okay, Mike, I'm ready for it.
Stand out of the way of it.
Really, it's not that loud.
Because I'm probably louder than that with my voice.
Yeah, Mike. No, you couldn't see anything registered here at all. And that's probably as a result of maybe a little extra insulation inside the walls here.
Okay, let's go to the master bedroom then. Even though we're above code in STCs, in other words, sound in between the two houses, the problem is that there's high frequency and low frequency. With the high frequency, we have eliminated that. The low frequency is the bass or the boom that from people walking. That would take a lot more money to fix that. Okay, did you pick it up?
Again, the high frequencies are gone, but the low frequencies remain.
Interesting.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm almost here. Okay, I'm here, Mike.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna do the same thing. Just give it about 3 seconds and it'll come on and blare my ears off. It's not that loud though. Okay, did you get that?
Yeah, we got about 47 to 49. Sometimes we even hit 50. The wall's supposed to be stopping about 46 STCs. And we had, I believe, about 80 on the other side, 85. So we're shy on what we should be getting for a staggered wall, that's correct.
Okay, so we found that it was less upstairs than downstairs.
That's correct.
Okay, that's curious. So that means either there's insulation missing in the wall downstairs, everything's done correctly upstairs. So I would say it's safe to say that upstairs meets minimum code when downstairs does not.
Right, we can deduce that we didn't hear anything upstairs, so with the decibels that you had upstairs, I would agree with you.
Now, you heard it.
I did.
But this didn't pick up.
But this didn't pick it up.
Now, why?
Because this is registering anything over 40 decibels, and it's the high frequencies that are being attenuated at this point, not the low frequencies.
Okay, now this is the drywall you're talking about. This stuff here will be the equivalent of 8 layers of drywall.
That's correct. When the NRC tested this, that's what their comments were, acoustically speaking. And the trick here is not the actual metal that's inside, but it's the polymer, the viscoelastic polymer that's on both sides of it, which actually convert acoustic energy into heat, which you can't hear, and nor could you feel that.
If I use this...
That's correct.
I'm going to stop really the high frequencies, but not necessarily the low frequencies.
That's correct. The screaming, the yelling, the phones ringing, things of that nature, and any kind of bass that happens that's on a low decibel level, you'll get rid of that. But if you got a high decibel level of bass where you really crank it to a point of a concert speaker, let's say, this is going to be hard pressed to stop that because this viscoelastic polymer only has so much capacity.
Well, I'm actually going to take this wall down because it concerns me as to why am I hearing more here than I am upstairs. So that's something I want to personally see. Maybe we'll come up with that. And then we'll, you know what, let me bring it back after I take this down.
All right.
So we can do a visual inspection. We can talk about what I see in the floor joists. And we'll take it from there.
Sounds great.
Man, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And I got to get one of these. I can tell my kids, you're loud.
I am always loud. I'm a salesman.
You're loud, quiet. Can you stick your hand in there? Is there anything stopping it? You see what I'm looking at?
Yeah. No, the insulation serves no purpose then, really, because the air is getting in behind it.
I'm gonna cover this up, pull this cabinet in, cover this up. I'm gonna pull down that light, pull this down, and away we go. So what I need to see is how they've tied into the house there. The bedroom's directly above us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna cut a 2-foot channel right across there and a 2-foot right across the front of the house. It allows me at the front of the house to look up into that small little attic they have in the front to see how they've insulated this wall or see if we have any cold drafts, because I have a funny feeling we're bringing an Alex on this one.
Do some spray foaming.
Yeah. This will be an easy job, but it depends on how far I have to go into here. Now, they were saying the floor was warm. However, the front's cold. So just an inspection on this side and the front will tell me how they've done up here. Might be just as simple to get up with right in the front there with Alex to spray the front of the house. What they're trying to do is create a warm zone. So the vapor barrier, you can see they snapped it on here. They've come up right across. I mean, think about the insulation. I can't believe they're not colder up there. That whole front, there's got to be a wall going up the front.
The wind was billowing this plastic.
You know where that's coming from. That's why it's cold in the front.
Yeah.
Drop the whole ceiling.
Okay.
Just disconnect the sink. I need this out. Okay. And then we're gonna pull the countertop. We're gonna leave the island where it is. We'll cover it up. You see, Dan, he leaned on a bottom of a cupboard once and it all fell apart because he should be on a diet, but he broke it, so I'm trying to give him some room. But he didn't hear me say that. Just keep it protected. I removed the doors for you, Dan, so you didn't, like, get away. I didn't say anything. There we go. That's a hard drywall. You know, that's depressing. There was no insulation here. There's also no insulation here. Pull the wall down. Yeah! Well, that's their wall right there. Oh, wait a minute. We have a double wall. This is again showing me the builder cares about what they're doing. They did a double studded wall rather than a 2x6 with bottom plate and top plate and staggered studding. When I'm visually looking through the hole, I could see the distance in the back. This would equal a 2x6 distance. Right away, I'm thinking they did stagger studding, which they can do. But in this case, because it's a double wall, and I remember now one of the neighbors saying to me that my neighbor got insulation, but I didn't. And minimum code here was as long as one of them is insulated, the other one doesn't have to be. Okay, so that's a good sign. We see that they have insulated on the other side. I can see it over there. I'm no longer going to harm their side. That's where the sound came from. So I'm gonna take this piece, we're gonna plaster it back in place. There's the next door neighbor right there. On the other side of this, you're gonna see the same thing we saw here. Remember, we also saw, and I can see insulation in there. So that's good. Good thing is, we have a double wall. We have drywall in between, so fire rating is good. We have insulation on this side. For some strange reason, they ran out of drywall and decided to insulate this area. This would now explain why we can hear the music so loud on downstairs in the kitchen and not upstairs in the bedroom. All right, now that we have all the drywall down, this is what we call minimum code requirement. What they're going to do, and it's, again, I'm gonna say this, they bring in the framers, they frame the ceiling down low, they put in a nice, what is this, probably an R30 insulation. Look at these pieces. First of all, cold goes that way through this like a baffle. It's supposed to be this way. This should have been a continuous piece, but the reason they did this was so it didn't fall out on them. They just stuffed it up and then drywalled it. We see the plastic on the warm side, and how we see it is they came up From the wall, I can see it there. They drape across the top, they come down, they tie into the side of this 2x4. So there's no tape, there's nothing around here to stop air movement in here. Anytime there's a cold zone, such as a garage or a front porch or anything like that that has a room above, it should be spray foam. Spray foam's 100%. It's gonna seal it, it's gonna keep it warm. Cost factor, we know that spray foam is 3 to 4 times more cost than bat and vapor barrier, okay? Problem being, they bring in a contractor or a carpenter that frames all of this, then we bring in the insulation crew that puts up the insulation, has a hell of a time getting that plastic up there, because think about it, this is all built first, that's why they made the plastic come across and tie into the center 2x4. Spray foam the top, and don't build all this, so which one's cheaper? Look at that, eh? So the day they catch on to this and brag about it, hey, we spray foam it, your rooms are gonna be warm. That's what I wanna hear. My bedroom's warm, my bathroom's warm. So to the builders out there, a fine builder here, add 2 more formulas to his project, spray foam and soundproof drywall. Okay, we're talking sound, this drywall here, right that you see in this room, is the equivalent, 1 sheet to 8 sheets of drywall. If that doesn't give you sound, I don't know what does. Oh, let's maybe beef it up a bit with some sound barrier insulation, bat insulation in the wall. I got proper safe and sound insulation. Serves 2 purposes. 1, sound. 2, fire. That's a neighbor. I don't want to hear them, and I don't want their house on fire setting my house on fire. Makes sense to me. Look what I see in the corner there. See the ductwork? The ductwork travels up this wall right here. That will supply, that crosses over. Oh, I'm hoping it's not air, like a heated line above this trying to, because it's against code to run a hot line in here and keep this floor warm. I'm starting to think they did. I do see the ductwork, whether or not that runs to the front for the windows, but it's not insulated. You really do get what you pay for. You buy a beautiful home, you hear their neighbors. A couple more dollars, you won't hear your neighbors. Put your money in the right place. As long as we build minimum code, it's never going to work properly. Here I am, brand new home, taking this down. Come on in. Let me show you what I found. Well, we sort of made a mess of your place.
Good.
Well, we did cover everything up, believe it or not. We've actually protected your floors right through, your stairs. We haven't really gone upstairs yet for anything, but I'll explain that in a minute. Let's walk through. In your living room, we lay down not only drop cloths, but carpet. We make sure we walk on the carpet. I will not scratch your floor. I will kick everybody's butt if this floor is scratched. They know the rule. Everything gets covered. Your cabinets, your curtains, your couch, everything is covered. Obviously, you have a new sink location.
I see that.
So if you wanted to do your dishes, you're gonna have to hook up a pump and a drain in this. Now, it's amazing what gets covered up in my world, okay?
No way.
Everything looks beautiful, doesn't it? Great drywall, great paint,
Yeah,
great
looks
plaster,
Yeah.
crap wood. So crappy that, look at this wonderful piece of hockey stick.
Oh my God.
I thought it was the staggered studding. Remember I said it was
Yeah.
2x6 on the bottom and the top? It's
That's
not.
right.
It's actually a double wall. So we have 1 wall on one side,
Yeah.
1 wall on this side. Minimum code requirement in this area states that as long as 1 wall is insulated, you're fine. As we were upstairs, I was on the other side of the house. My sound guy was on this side. I walked around with a radio that wasn't that great. I could actually yell louder than the radio. We picked it up very good in here. As a matter of fact, it failed on minimum sound code in the house, in the kitchen. Now, here's the insulation I saw through that hole. Why do you think we have 2 pieces of insulation vertical there?
That was a door before. They used to go in and out from between houses.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Now, they were supposed to drywall over that. Because now it no longer meets a fire rating. It doesn't meet a sound rating, which is why it failed downstairs.
Wide open.
I will pull this insulation out. I will drywall in behind this. I will replace all the crap studs that are in this neighborhood, re-drywall it with our sound drywall at 10 times the cost. However, it's the equivalent of 8 layers of drywall.
We took pictures while the house was being built, so I think it'll be interesting to look back now that we see some of the stuff.
Even if we did see it, we thought that maybe it was just there for a bit.
Remember that little cold breeze we had in the bathroom upstairs?
Yes.
Come on in. I decided I wanted to see how they did their sound and fire rating within the ceiling up here. So I started by cutting a 2-foot path right across this end, which showed me how they insulated things, and which I didn't like at all. So as you can tell, I dropped the whole ceiling. Now, this is what builders are getting away with. This is an absolute no-no. We have a hot air line coming in, okay? And that's why your floor felt warm upstairs, but the front wall was cold, which I'll explain in a minute. The first time I've ever seen them run a return. This is not allowed. And the reason it's not allowed is you have your car in here and the car's running and you get the emissions off your car, the gases you don't want to breathe in, and it can escape upstairs. That air return will pull it right through the house, and anybody in the house is now, you might as well sit in the car and put your, hose from the muffler right through the window. So we're gonna cap both those lines. I'm gonna bring in my spray foam guy. We're gonna spray foam all your flooring.
You know what? I have a friend that he was showing me. We bought the house basically at the same time. He lives here as well, just about 3 blocks from here. And they sprayed his whole garage. And he said, oh, they must have done that to yours as well.
Everything to do with all the outside perimeters, we're gonna block this 100%. So A, no gas fumes can come in the house. B, we're gonna make it warm. Now, you wanna know why your bathroom is so cold?
Yes.
In this corner, that's your bathroom cabinet right there. You see that piece of drywall? Oh, yeah. That's where your bathroom cabinet is. You see that block at the end there? You just stand right in the corner there. You see that block in the corner?
Yeah.
Now, that is one hell of a cold zone up here. Why? Because that's your little roof on the outside, right?
That's right.
Freezing cold, air coming in, making it ridiculous.
You see the garage wide open like that with no foam, right from their bathroom?
You wouldn't believe the draft when I put my hand up there.
Yeah.
And it's just getting right in your house. So you're gonna be a little cold tonight. So you might have to turn the heat up just a bit.
I mean, to see the end result of why we feel this cold air coming out in the bedroom and the ensuite, it's unbelievable. It's wide open in there.
The builder's way of fixing it was to put insulation under the cabinet, so.
Which they've done, right?
Which they've done.
It didn't change the problem, obviously.
Like, I knew that something else, I'm not in the business, and I knew that something had to be, it had to be a bigger problem, so.
And the Band-Aid wasn't big enough to cover that hole there.
And if you want, since this isn't Taj Mahal kitchen or what you're used to seeing on the show, that normally I'm saying, don't look, wait till it's done. You can come in and take a look tomorrow, see what we've done, and why not? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna encourage you to take some pictures, okay? Take pictures tonight. Good. Take pictures tomorrow. And this way, if you ever sell the house, you can show the next buyer, this is what we did.
Yes.
As I see right down, that's just perfect. That's what I want to see, a nice wall. Look at this piece of lumber. You believe they actually use this? Look at this. I could use this as a hockey stick. It's that corner we want, right? We want to hit that whole corner.
That whole corner right here.
You see that little, right in the corner there, you see that gap? Like they're saying their bathroom's freezing, so it makes total sense to me. Once I open it, that's the bathroom right there.
Yep. We're gonna strip the wall. We're gonna seal off the bat right there on top of the drywall, right there. We're gonna start right there, go right up to the roof line, and then we're gonna spread the backside of this concrete wall right to the end, and we're gonna envelope this steel beam right to the backside here, back up the wall. So basically, we're gonna provide a thermal break all the way around that beam. And then we're gonna come right across the ceiling here.
Will this give us somewhat of a soundproof if you hit that area across there?
Yes. The first way sound travels is gonna be through open spaces, and there's definitely a bunch of cracks there where the sound can travel through, so the spray foam will deaden that a little bit.
So you don't mind hitting above the 2x4 there in that hole zone?
No problem. What we'll do is an air seal right there. That'll do the most spray foam will do.
Excellent, okay. And obviously we have the same issue on the front porch where I've dropped the soffit, and we just need you to butter that wall around, so because that help protect the bathroom from it getting cold.
Yeah, actually we're more than butter. We're gonna spray it fairly thick on there.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're gonna probably 2 inches of foam at least there.
Okay. This is a sound wrap. And what this does is because this box is on that side and it's going to allow sound to travel through the wall, we're going to eliminate that right now. Since it's open and I can get to it, I might as well. This will stick to all surfaces. It seals right around the wire. It's almost like putty. And now what we've done is deadened all sound that can travel through that box. We're going to add, instead of the pink insulation that we saw, we're going to add the Safe and Sound product. So now we have 2 in 1. We have 1 for sound, 2 for fire. This must be minimum code requirement when it comes in between two houses. But it's not, because one layer of drywall on this side, one layer of drywall on the neighbor's side, it gives you 1 hour burning time, minimum code requirement.
I can't believe you can screw through that and there's like metal in the middle. That's pretty cool.
We know we've made the repairs on this area. We did use a piece of quiet rock. It was not necessary, but we had it, so why not use it? Now let's understand the structure for a second. This wall here is a load-bearing wall, which continues right up. This is an adjoining house. This wall is also a load-bearing wall. So picture two studded walls that go directly up, and now instead of overlaying our floor joists and tying in over the load-bearing wall, we've separated this. And what we do by doing that is stopping the floor joist so that we have that space in between. We need that dead air space, which you see across here, which now when sound will travel through the drywall, hit the stud, now dissipates in between the two areas because it's got nowhere to go. Very important. You know one thing, you gotta know the next to do it all right. You do one thing wrong, we have a sound issue, and someone's gonna scream.
What'd you get?
This is from Sylvie. Good morning, Mike. Could you please take pictures of your work today? Thank you. Because remember I told her, I said, you know, I want you to take pictures for resale purposes.
Mm-hmm. Obviously they're not going to be here, so
we're going to take a couple pictures.
Absolutely.
You can say cheese if you want.
Cheese and gravy.
The sound
Work
upstairs
it.
was passed by a minimum code requirement, but since we're here, we're gonna add the quiet rock directly over the drywall, make sure that we do sound fixing around all receptacles, etc. The idea is that quiet rock is the equivalent to 8 layers of drywall. So in essence, it's now 9. We cut a much bigger hole. Okay, we pull it out, we wrap the box, we stuff the area with insulation because it is a box there. Why not back it up? Put back in the piece, caulk around it, do the same for each and every hole. So whatever we open up as an area, we'll get as much insulation as we can. And still make sure that we have that airspace in behind the wall, but fill the void behind the box.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Makes sense. Sure
Perfect. Okay, so you're gonna work with me, and we'll do these walls, knock them off. Give me a time limit. How fast you think we can do it?
Oh.
An hour.
An hour.
That's what I want to hear. Tell you 5 inches, not like ½ inch, eh?
No.
Myself a nailing edge so I can put our pieces that we cut back in place. This secures it. At the same time, we're gonna add some sound caulking. I'm quite confident it'll actually adhere. It's almost like an adhesion as well. This is a little more expensive product, so we definitely just want to use it for the sound bases. We will use some PL Premium right across the stud lines before we screw. So not only do we screw the studs with 2-inch screws, we also make sure we have adhesion. So in the future, there's never an issue whatsoever. Normally, this is something I never recommend, is to cover up anything, but in this case, we're gonna cover it up with soundboard. Hard to believe putting drywall over drywall is gonna make a difference, but this is not normal drywall. You don't have to worry about putting any seal on this because when you go through, there's polymer inside the drywall that'll coat the screw as it goes through.
So it'll lock everything in.
So it'll lock everything in. You
Right.
don't have to worry about hanging a picture or anything like that because it'll do the same thing to the nail. So you can, it's just like normal drywall when it's done. Nice, easy one for you today. I just need you to get the soffit back up. Obviously, you see that we've spray foamed it.
Yep.
And I noticed when I dropped the ceiling in the garage that the flashing on the top up here, there is no caulking. And I know that's supposed to tie into the mortar, and it does not.
Right.
So you do me a favor and throw up a little
Yep.
bit of caulking.
Yeah, no
Maybe
problem.
take a look at everything on this side here, if you can, while you're up there.
Yep, we'll do.
This joint here is fine. I think the daylight you're seeing was kind of through this seam of the regular flashing.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put a screw in that, tighten it up. We've noticed some cracking, some wear here in the mortar. It's pretty soft and sandy. So we're gonna caulk that, seal that up.
Excellent, not so bad. I'll get you some caulking.
The mortar in between these two pieces of stone has cracked and it's loose. So I'm just getting rid of all the loose debris and we're gonna put some caulking in there to fill it. Because what can happen here, the water hitting this sill can seep down in here, get behind the brick, possibly get at the sheathing, which is something we don't need. So we're just gonna touch up this joint here and the next joint over because it's pretty cracked. The mortar seems a little sandy, so I think it's quite the right mix for this.
Because we removed the 5/8 and put up new 5/8, everything should fit back perfectly without an issue at all. Pinky. This job here isn't about what we see. I mean, obviously, we're gonna put it back together identical. You know, we even got the same paint, the same color. So visually, you're not gonna see a thing other than the one room and the garage, because we cleaned up the plaster in the garage, we painted it, and obviously changed the color in the one room. We matched everything else, but it's not about what we see, it's about what we hear. And now, it's about what we don't hear. That's the idea. Excellent.
With this room, they chose a red, so we're using a tinted primer to develop a deep base, which the red will cover more easily. If you try to put red over top of white, you're looking at 5 coats sometimes. So this just makes our life much easier. Anytime we use a red or a yellow, I like to go with a tinted primer.
How you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Glad to see you back. I guess you can tell we've opened this all the way up, pulled down the drywall. We did. It's no surprise as to why we heard more in the kitchen. It was the walk-through from construction. They never did close it up properly.
All right.
So we did. We pulled down the drywall. We insulated that area, closed it off, and then insulated the whole wall, and then put up the quiet rock. And obviously, it's starting to look like we've never been here.
Well, it looks like you weren't here at all.
Yeah, so are we ready to do a sound test again?
I think we should be, yeah, absolutely.
Hello, Lorraine.
Hi, how are you?
We finally meet. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. So he'll be next door
He'll
measuring?
be next door, yeah. He has a dB meter, and what it does is just picks up the sound. Hey, Ray.
Yeah, hi, Mike.
You ready? I'm gonna turn it on and turn it right up full blast, okay? It's not as loud as you think, so hold on.
Okay.
How is it?
You have it on?
Can't hear it.
Well, it's not reading anything on this side over here, except when I'm talking.
So we were good?
We were great.
And we've done our job. I guess there's no sense in going upstairs because we've already put an STC of 18 over top of existing. Not only that, we even cut out all the boxes. We made sure we wrapped the boxes and we insulated that zone. Anywhere we opened up, we insulated as much as we could and then closed that, sealed that, and then went over top of it with the quiet rock.
Just improving perfection upstairs.
Now, just so we know, your low reading means it's probably under 20, 30, what?
It's under 30.
It's under 30.
Yeah, this is not necessarily used by masterers. It's what we use just basically to get ideas for customers as they trying to identify how they would solution it. Sometimes they have the stereo inside versus the bedroom or so forth. So we actually identify, what we need in the way of an STC, residual on the other side.
So as far as I'm concerned, we have an STC minimum of a library. We've done our job.
On this side, absolutely right.
Now, one lesson about plumbing is to never over-tighten anything. Always just give it hand tight.
Okay.
Okay, now we're gonna go across the bottom. This is gonna hold our trap piece down or our tail piece. Now with plastic, you gotta be careful because if you cross-thread it, you'll really screw it up, right? So you make sure you're on it.
Is that easy to crack too, if you're over-tightening?
It's plastic. Now, because this is a flex line or plastic, polyethylene, you wanna make sure but they don't move around. That's why we got these guys to mount it to the back of the cabinet to hold them nice and secure. We're gonna have shut-offs on it. And you really don't want to be throwing these pipes all around when you're shutting off the water on and off because something could possibly break, right?
Okay.
And always, always, always.
Clean it.
Yep. Always, every fitting, every joint, every elbow. Get that as tight as possible so it doesn't move. We're gonna maneuver that and set up what we need in copper. See how I come off my line?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's really why. It's just because it's not set perfectly.
Yeah.
And why you go one and back, so you stay within that groove. Small tighten, one and back. Okay, nice. Let's see how nice and secure that is now. That holds it, we can reach in. All right, and really, I'm ready to solder. So we don't want to be that hot. We're going to turn it down low because we don't want that much heat. This thing gives more heat than a standard torch.
Okay.
We're going to start from the bottom because heat rises, or hot air rises anyways. We have to sink it to plastic, right? Now, if it's at the right temperature, you see how it slipped out the bottom?
Yeah.
Normally, you don't have to touch the bottom, but we'll do it for safety. I just want that. Okay, is that wet?
Yeah.
Just cool off that ball cock. Our compression fitting will come down. Our 3/8 threaded piece will come down and squish that into the pipe and create a nice seal. But for a backup, we want to make sure we use Teflon tape or at least pipe dope, and always put it on clockwise because that's the way we're threading it with our 3/8 nut. Once you have it snug tight, leave it and see if she leaks. If it doesn't leak, you've done it well. Got it?
Got it.
All right, you can do the next one.
All right.
Good job.
Thank you. Well, I don't really do much, but good job.
The last thing that we're doing here is requested by the building inspector, and I'm really happy to hear it. He was a really good inspector. It's nice to see good guys like that we must seal around the plate for gases coming through. Even though we did spray foam, we're not obviously spray foamed here, only up in the ceiling area. So I said I would gladly do this. I've never seen it done before, but I'm real happy to hear that he cared enough to make sure that I did it. And all it does is just help ensure the gases don't go through the inside of the home. All right. I'm done. I'm gonna go get them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on in.
No problem.
Make sure you take your shoes off. We cleaned up.
Yeah, I can see. Nice.
I believe people buy brand new homes, condos, on the point that they don't have to fix things. If it's brand new, it should be perfect. My number one complaint, issue, is sound. In condos, in homes that are adjoining or tied in or are semi-detached, if minimum code states that an STC of 50, which is your sound transmission, is acceptable, and people know this, then okay. Obviously, you know you're not going to see one hell of a difference, really, because we've chosen the same paint. We took it all down. So, you know what? Honestly, it looks the same, right? The only difference is we didn't hang your pictures, because what I want you to know is that with this quiet rock that we put up, once you put a nail into it, you don't want to pull that nail out. If you do want to change your pictures, just punch the nail in and paint over it. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But obviously, we did take it all down. We took your island out, your dishwasher, your end cabinets, removed all your drywall. We found an opening in the middle, that's the crossover. And this is why we had so much sound coming through the kitchen compared to upstairs. So obviously, we closed it off. We made sure that we drywalled that section, soundproofed the whole wall with safe and sound insulation, and then put up the new quiet rock. My point is, the builder goes to the extreme of building a half-decent home, a secondary membrane on the foundation without even telling the client. That shows the builder actually cares about selling good homes. Where did they fall flat? Educating the homeowner. I think it's perfect. I think it's, just looking at it, you can't even tell that we've been here. And
Well, it's painted better, really. You guys did a better job than I did.
Well, we
Thanks
painted
for
your whole
that.
ceiling. We painted the whole kitchen, actually, the whole thing. And anything we have to touch up, we have to touch up. So let's move upstairs and take a look upstairs. If they want to make more money, and everybody wants to make money, educate the homeowner. Here's how we can make an even better home. Are you willing to pay the price? Now, what I love about this is when we did the sound test up here, we didn't find any, it was actually good. It was at minimum code, so by just retrofitting, in other words, going over top, we had to strip your closet and your bedroom, cover everything up, cut open the walls, wrap the boxes, insulated the area, and then retrofit over top with the new stuff. And you can't even tell, can you?
No.
No, not even. Same, looks the same.
It sounds dead in here now.
What's
As you
that?
can tell, like, it's a weird, different
You
sound.
noticed it?
Yeah.
Homeowners out there don't want to hear their neighbor. They don't want to smell the greasy food cooking next door. And odds are they'll pay an additional $2,000, $3,000, up to $5,000, depending on the soundproofing. And let's talk about air in between the two homes. Now, in the bathroom, did you notice any difference since I've been working on your home?
Yes. Big difference, actually. It was cold the past couple of nights, a few days ago, and the floor is the same temperature all throughout the washroom. Usually it'd be much, much colder near the cabinet where the window is and stuff, and now everything's the same.
Knowledge is there. Using power of information to the homeowners as a builder or developer is going to educate them to the point where they now have the choice to spend a little more money in the right place. Now, this is different.
Beautiful.
Do you like it?
Holy man.
Look how nice this is.
Actually, you know what? It looks really
That's
good.
a nice
Beautiful,
I do
beautiful,
like it.
beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
Were you nervous at all?
No, it's just I saw some of the primer, which is a much, much different color. So
Yeah, it should be-
This is a big surprise because it's not at all what it was.
Thought it's gonna be darker.
much,
We're
much
glad that it's
darker.
not as dark as we thought.
This
it was
is
gonna be.
exactly what I wanted, and to see it on the walls is nice. I love that red room. I've been wanting to paint it. I've been putting it off because it's a dark color. So much work. It looks. I'm extremely, extremely thrilled. I love it. I'll come and do your house.
You got a deal. Let's go see the garage. We do the job. Sure, everything looks good, but it looks the same. The homeowners were thrilled to death that we painted the bedroom upstairs red. Yeah, so I got a smile out of them because what else was they gonna get? It isn't about what we see, it's about what we don't hear. That's the difference. We removed your door opener, we removed the ceiling, we removed absolutely everything. And once again, I was extremely frustrated because I see what they always do, the way they insulate the room above the garage. Not only was the vapor barrier not taped, and they don't get away with this, but they ran in a hot line and a cool line. So that's when I brought in Alex. So we sealed up everything, we put it all back together, installed everything, plastered it, probably 2 extra coats. So it was a nice finish.
Even the walls in here, you can tell that you guys did it because it's finished nicer than some of the walls in the house. Overall, the experience has been just fantastic. It's been great. Everybody's wonderful. I think I'll miss everybody and I'll miss the coffee in the morning.
I'm gonna be on my way.
All right.
Absolute pleasure meeting you.
I appreciate
And you're gonna
it.
come to my house and paint, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you
keep
for
smiling.
everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enjoy it, all right?
We're staying put.
Yeah, we're staying put.
Let's do this quick, because I'm in the middle of the road. I gotta find out which key it is. Quick, get the cutoff saw.
You got keys? I don't have keys. No keys.
I got nothing.
I have too many keys. And I don't think I have this one.
That's not it.
I have new locks in the truck anyways. I'm just gonna put all new ones on.
How did you get this off this morning?
I think actually Adam has this key.
Oh, perfect.
He's not here.
Yeah.
I found the key.
Oh, you found the key. That's even funnier.
You're thinking, well, you had the inspector here. If he didn't say anything about it, it must be all right.
This house should have burnt down years ago.
You expect him to see things and tell you, or at least write him in the report, you know, this looks odd, this is wrong, this isn't per code.
Raw sewage, everybody wants to throw up.
According to him, it's a solid house with good bones.
I am absolutely disgusted with this home inspector.
The inspector never caught any of it, so we were oblivious to it.
Oh my God! It's carpenter ants.
I like the area, I like the house, I just don't like all the problems.
I have so had it with this house. Oh yeah, baby. Mike Holmes. On the money. I've decided now to gut it. Take it all down.
Mike Holmes, I love you.
Me too. Unacceptable. I love my job. It's something I always say to people. If you're gonna buy a home, I don't care if it's brand new, used, get a home inspector. Have it inspected. Make sure that there's no problems with the home.
During the process of buying a house, we demanded an inspection because that was one of the biggest requirements, that everything be in working order when we bought it, and we thought the home inspection would do that for us.
Now understand, what they're looking at are things that we need to know about our home. Electrical, structural, plumbing, HVAC. Spring is in the air. The question is, how qualified should you be to be a home inspector? Good morning. How are you? Eeyore, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Chris?
Hi, Mike.
You prefer Chris or Christine?
Chris is good.
Chris is good. I like that.
Yeah.
It was clean, it was a nice area. The house looked good. Inspector didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
We thought, wow, the guy really, you know, this is a great house. Nothing was really wrong with it, right?
I think the problems we have here is home inspection.
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe you've noticed anything upstairs, or are we just talking downstairs at this point?
We're talking, yeah, downstairs.
Downstairs. Let's go take a look.
Great.
All right, you've been here 6 months. Any issues you've noticed? Anything that is standing out that makes you concerned?
Well, after about a minute of showering, you're standing in an ankle deep in water.
Bathing in the shower, that works.
Yes.
Let's take a look at it. Do we have a workable light in here?
Nope.
We don't know the story with the light. The light has no switch, and it's never worked.
Well, this is not how we do a floor drain. I'll tell you that right now. That's 1.25 inches for one. That is no good. And I see water full in it, so obviously you have an issue with your plumbing. Is this the report?
Yes. First of all, you're not a professional home person, so you walk around with him, or you did, and you expect him to see things.
Did he tell you anything about plumbing? About the bathroom? What did he say about plumbing?
The only thing he said was that it was interesting, and I asked him if it was fine, and he said it's fine.
It's fine.
You can't see everything. Plus, you're not a professional to see those things so quickly.
Or know what to check.
And what to check, right? So you know, you walk around, and then it's only afterward you come in and you start using things, and then things don't work.
Venting. Functional drainage noted throughout the home at the time of inspection. Like, what does that tell you? All right, let's take a look at this then. We see, obviously, they raised the shower floor to do the plumbing from the bottom, brought it up, so it almost appears that it's almost high here, and that might be an issue right there. Brought along the back of the washer and dryer.
When you wash clothes, they don't rinse.
And the laundry sink beside the washer fills up with water.
And they tried to vent off of this line, which tells me there's no vent there. They've come up off of here, run it through a separate line for the washing machine.
And at first you think, oh, the washing machine is no good, even though it's supposed to be brand new. But it's not the washing machine. It's the plumbing around it.
This is the sink. No signs of venting. Carried off, toilet running through, clean out. Total improper venting, not to mention we don't want to see the plumbing like this. It should be actually cut through the floor. This is not how we tie things in, especially. Do you smell anything down here?
The sewer gases that we smell down there are scary, disgusting.
It stinks. There's something wrong. The shower doesn't drain. Well, there's things wrong with it. It's not even close to right. It's against code. And you know me, minimum code sucks. This is an issue. Your plumbing is an issue. This was not explained to you?
No. That was my major, and then we have a major number 2.
Okay, we've had some people in your house playing around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 junction points right here. Why do we hire people? To give us advice, to give us the things that we need to do in life so that we don't have problems. Look at this. You were told right out that everything was fine. Electrical was fine, plumbing was fine, not an issue, that it wouldn't cost money to fix. Let me guess.
Absolutely, that's exactly what was told to us.
We have a lot of signs of rust. Was anything in there at all to do with your heating?
Not at all. They told us that the furnace was 20 years old.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Who's responsible? Looks like no one. What's the sense of bringing in a home inspector if they don't give you the right information? Read the fine print. And it's stated all over the paperwork. We're not responsible. It's what appears. It's what we can see. So they don't lift things. They don't punch holes, which I understand. Nobody wants holes punched in their house. But when it's right there in front of you, you should be able to explain there's an issue.
Can we show you the lights before you leave?
What lights?
The pot lights, the problems with the pot lights.
Sure.
Electricity pops out a lot, right?
Yeah, we get breakers.
I don't know how to explain that, but you know what I mean? You're up here, no, we have to go down there and flip the electricity. The pot lights come on and off mysteriously, and there's a one pot light that burns out bulbs all the time, regardless of wattage. So, and that's that one right there. Plus, under the stairs, there's a halogen light that, it's where the kids play, and it falls out and hangs and...
We have a receptacle box, punched a hole into the ceiling, a cord plugged in. Okay, I wouldn't like the kids playing with this. Look at this, we even have an on-off here.
The problem is, you don't know who the inspector is. I mean, he might be someone who took a 6-week training course.
Was any of this talked about, like this box hanging down like this when the extension cord plugged in?
No.
Nothing.
They might not be qualified to be doing that kind of job.
All right. Where's your duct? Where's your heat?
We don't have one in the kitchen.
You don't have heat in your kitchen? Did you know you require heat in your kitchen?
No.
There's got to be a register in every room of the house.
Sure.
Was this in the book?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, give me a break. I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna take it apart, I'm gonna bring in a licensed electrician, a licensed plumber, I'm gonna bring in all my guys, we're gonna fix it for this family. They just put out enough money. They don't have the money to do this, we're gonna help them. We're gonna make it right. Once I rip it apart, I'll bring you back in, we'll take a look, and I'll tell you what I have to do to fix it.
Okay, great.
Okay? But don't worry, we're here to fix it.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay? Keep smiling. I'm gonna go get my guys.
Okay, great, thank you.
Maybe we just gotta hold up the plumbing so it drains.
Give it the proper slope.
Yeah. He didn't turn on the washing machine.
We didn't see him do that.
He didn't check anything.
No.
Just visually walked around and made a couple
That's
of
what it
notes.
seems like, yes.
One thing we do know is we're gonna take this apart.
Right.
So let's pull out the sink, pull out the toilet, pull out the washer and dryer, protect it with drop cloths, pull out the doors, protect it, keep all the track, keep all the hardware, tape it to the back of the door. Start putting it in a bag and tape it to the back of the door.
Okay.
Pull the racks out. The sink, the cabinets are still good. We'll keep them. Maybe we'll incorporate a small laundry room on the other side, dress it up somewhat nice,
Right.
and make sure we put in a proper bathroom here.
All that water was sitting in that pipe, so it's all coming back.
It's not dead.
Check this one for me. Possible that those are hooked together?
Is that it?
Okay, buddy, that's it, man.
Okay, check to see if there's power on the heater, please.
Sure. Okay, there's power in the plug. There doesn't seem to be power in the heater.
What? I shut off the dryer, which is the 30-amp breaker right here. Here's the dryer, and it disconnects the heater. Where's the junction? Drop the ceiling, please.
Okay.
First thing I would have told the homeowners is you have an electrical spaghetti factory in here that needs to be addressed immediately.
Another junction box up here. Live again.
I have just shut that off. Hey, why put an electric heat? We got a furnace. It's a small house. Tie into the electrical, tie it all up. I don't even know how they ran this thing. There's a freaking furnace here.
1, 2, 3, 5 more over here.
5 more over here? 8. We have 8 junction boxes in this one little, what is this? Roughly 8 by 10 room.
I shut you off. You've got to be kidding me.
No.
You've got, there's where they tied in the 220.
Yeah.
They brought off other lines off the 220, came down for the dryer. That is totally unacceptable. Totally. Now, here's a wonderful example of what we don't want to see. Not only is this line tied into that box over there that represents a 220-volt line, they've even marked it as a 220. Okay, I've already disconnected it. So what'd they do? All they did was put on Marantz, okay? We can see the red and the black, which means 220 volts. Now, I have disconnected it, but when you're going to do this and you want to kill a line in the ceiling, you put the black and the red together. You're pulling it together. That way, if somebody turns it on by accident, it trips it, and it cannot be used. Just sitting that wire up like that, unacceptable. Now, the electrical is 10 times worse than the plumbing. Do me a favor, disconnect the plumbing, cut the drain, get it all out of the way here so I can drop the walls.
Sure. No glue.
Really connected on down there.
Uh-oh. Water's on this one. What a smell.
This stuff's just falling apart, even if it was all glued properly.
Hard to talk. Everybody wants to throw up. But this is what happens when you don't vent your plumbing, you don't your plumbing drain properly, you don't glue your joints, you don't... This is what happens when you have a handyman do the plumbing.
I don't really like the smell. Let's say we get these pipes right out of here.
That's good.
Okay.
This washroom is as good as a closet. They should have used it for storage.
You got some mold, eh? Nice. Look at that.
The smell's just getting worse.
Is that mold for sure, Dave?
Yeah, that's mold.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that smell is. Okay, this is a surface mold. It's not a huge deal. However, it stinks. I did not honestly expect to see mold underneath the vinyl, but it all makes sense to me now that I see it leaking from the washing machine, leaking from the corner that just slipped out. So obviously that slowly dripped. The floor is running this way. It got it. Roll it back out, cut it in strips, roll it up gently, put it in a bag, close the bag, carry it out, okay?
No problem.
Plastic off the door.
Okay.
Shut off the furnace. Roll it out, cut it, strip it, bag it, get rid of it. Let's get the spray. Spray the floor, clean the floor. Once it's done, we'll continue. I have a lot of mold that I have to clean up, and I would bring it down to show it, but I'm concerned for your kids. So is there any way that, is there a place you can go for the night?
Yes, we certainly
Because I'm going to be doing not only a major cleanup, but I'm going to be doing a spray over top of it to kill the contaminants. Okay. And reading the directions, it says you shouldn't use around children until it's dry. Okay. So if I could actually get you to pack up and leave. That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. We'd be happy to.
All right, it's coming up pretty good, but it's only a surface mold, so it'll be easy. You're just using soap and water, right?
Yeah, just soap and water.
Okay, we'll scrub it once, and get rid of the water, and get rid of the rag into a garbage bag. Scrub it again.
All right.
And we're gonna lay down plastic.
Okay.
And conceal it until we drop the rest of the room.
Yeah.
We're gonna pull up the plastic, and we're gonna put on our mold spray down on the floor, which is why I wanted the kids more than the reason I'd even gone between the spray and the mold.
Right.
Once it dries overnight, we're set.
Okay.
Okay? This has got to be the worst electrical I've seen in one small area. The worst I've seen.
It's funny because when I was cleaning out the basement yesterday, I complained to her. I said, you know what? Something smells down here, and it doesn't smell right.
It's going to be hard to tell a point to stop fixing the plumbing here now. One of those houses where it's been tied in over the years here and there. Everything's loose. I just pulled this 90, or the stack here. It wasn't glued in or anything. Sewer gas was just filling this basement. It's almost like everything that you could do wrong, they did here.
Look what they filled it with. Plastic. Is that a plate on there? It is a plate, eh? It's live. It's live? Concrete base.
Okay, they use the concrete board and the jam to try and keep the water tight, so somebody has knowledge of shower stalls.
Yeah.
It's the drywall with mastic, so they don't have knowledge of mastic and tile.
Right.
Where it can bleed through the grout and get into the mastic and create mold. No signs of mold yet. Laid some bricks in the bottom. Poured a concrete pad on top.
Right.
No membranes. So we're relying solely on the join of the corners, not to wick through the wall.
Unbelievable.
I've never in my life seen so many junctions in one room. Why do my pipes bang? I haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
I got a bad feeling we're gonna get this whole basement. Can you imagine?
I'm just gonna pass you the whole thing.
Everything in here out there. Here we go again. That's a good way to run plumbing, you frickin' morons. Look what they did. They run the plumbing right from the wall here, where someone can easily put a screw in the pipe. This is kind of scary. It runs up the wall here. Are we over the top of the door? You're damn right we are. There it is right there. Oh, how cute is that? Okay, there's your second one. Lovely day.
You want to tell me the bad news now? Are we going all the way with this?
Yeah. We're gonna have to get rid of the TV, the couch, all the stuff, get it out of here. Got the whole thing. Man, I know how to find them, don't I? Just a simple plumbing problem. Oh, did you find another junction?
Yep. You're right. Didn't even see it yet. And another one here.
Like, look at the spaghetti factory of wires here. Right here.
Yeah.
How did they even figure out how to tie in? I swear to God, somebody's come in, wired it, and went, let's see if it works. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers.
Well, look at this. They even took the side off because they couldn't fit any more in through the actual holes they give you.
Side.
And they came in the side just to add more to it. That's unreal.
This is where you want to bring in electrical inspectors and, but it never leads back to anyone. Who's responsible? Great question. Obviously, everything was done without a permit. How many different people played with electrical in here? Just like the plumbing. Dan's pulling out a hot water line that runs in a continuous square. Continuous. And then tapped off 2 feet off of it. Like, that's plumbing. Why don't they just put up another layer? How would a home inspector not imagine this? You see it, we're in front of your eyes. What's where you can't see it? Look around. Look around. Look at the way things are done. Odds are there's electrical hidden in here, and I'd put my money on it, is what I'd say.
There's the mold. I knew it.
The irony is, I expected mold here.
Right.
And not here. And there was probably 100 times more here than what we're seeing.
Yeah.
It did get through the grout. It did feed off the mastic and get into the drywall.
Look at that. Well, this would be, I think, number 17, Mike? 18. There you go. It's broken. Nice.
Sand.
Look at that.
They filled it with sand and brick. Chunks of it.
That is unbelievable.
And there's one of the main reasons we take everything down.
What is that from?
That's just because this washing machine leaked out and it's wicking up.
Right.
pull the wall, get all the insulation on so we can do it properly. As soon as we're finished cleaning, we'll spray this floor, we'll shut it down, turn on the furnace, get out, come back tomorrow morning and continue.
No problem.
Yeah. See that, bud?
Oh, yeah.
Ants. Ooh, my.
A lot. And they're eating in right into the wood.
Look at the nest. They got a nest of them.
And behind the paper?
In behind the paper.
Whoa. Look at that.
Wow, they're just gonna love the moisture in that wood.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at the nest in there. Just take that right outside.
All right.
As quick as you can.
Okay.
Can you fathom the thought that we come in really just to put in a new bathroom?
Look at that.
Yeah, it's carpenter ants. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. It looks like they're not going to be home for a few days because we're going to have to make a look at the holes.
Wow.
Right through. They will eat your house apart.
Yeah.
Now, how far have they gone is the question. Hopefully, they just love to stay in this one neighborhood, but they started to work their way up, and that's not a good sign. Oh, they're everywhere. Look at them. Oh, my God. Ah. In one room, we have plumbing problems, which led to electrical problems, which led to massive mold, a few thousand ants, more mold in the corner, 18 junction points in electrical, all the plumbing's wrong, and we just started. Yeah. You ever get the feeling you're locked up and you can't get out? That's one room in that bin. One room. This is the drain.
This is the drain.
This was the vent for the washer and dryer.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah, but where does that go? They've capped it.
They've capped it, right.
It's capped right there.
So now did they put that T in, or was that T in there for something else? I don't know.
I can feel the pipe going back into the wall, and I can feel it going up. This window here in this sink is directly above that other window downstairs. The window here where that drain's coming down in the basement, and we have our kitchen sink at this window here. You see they're directly above, and we know we have our kitchen sink drain in the center underneath the cabinet coming down, and that's that one pipe going through, shooting through the duct. The other pipe is on the side here, and as we said inside, we're probably assuming it's tying in above 36 inches above that kitchen cabinet, going up this wall and shooting across, and it ties into the vent going through the roof up here. Another thing I wanted to check out here was the weepers tying into the floor drain with the older houses past the 70s and into the early 70s. The weepers and the downspouts from the houses used to tie in together, go underneath the ground around the house, come in and tie into the floor drain above the trap. One reason would be to get rid of all that water and bring it out to the street. The reason why we don't do that anymore is so the sewage plant doesn't have to treat that much water.
Okay.
All right, that's tied into here.
Yep. Standard weeping, double line going out, ties it on the outside. Old line kitchen drain, vent, everything would tie into the stack that was right here. But why is the stack tied into the weeping and not the sewage? It's that line that's got me confused. Weeping, I accept. We have a clean out for sewage, and I'm pretty damn sure this is two separate lines that go out and tie in outside.
I know what you're saying. I accept that too.
Weeping
That's
goes
right.
in here. We
That's
have
right.
a clean out for the weeping and a clean out for the sewage.
Right.
Why is that line
Tied in there.
tied into here?
Right. Yeah.
Tell me I'm going to be bringing in my scoping guys. You know what? I'm just going to make the call. I'm going to have them come in. We're going to find out where these lines go to, where they tie into.
Yep.
And maybe we're breaking up a whole lot more floor than we want. That's disgusting. That's not full. Tell me that's not full.
I could
Tell
put
me.
my hammer in.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You could put, I'll put yours in then.
Let's let's pull all the drop cloths off the stairs, take them outside, shake them out, get them ready for something else. Since we're gonna pull this up, let's drop the baseboard ASAP, and I'm gonna start cutting the carpet in strips so we can use it as runners rather than throw it in the garbage.
Great.
Yeah, let's carpet over everything, right? Let's cover up everything. It's drywall over everything. God, man. When do people stop doing that? These are 12 by 12 tiles. You could have scraped them up with these. We saw all the joints, which means there's no tape. Just the plastered finish all the way around it. No tape in the corners, okay? We see that. It's right there. There's no tape. Somebody threw up the drywall over top, plastered the hell out of it, painted it, and called it a finished basement. Just wondering why they had an access here. Oh, somebody had a problem with the bell in the past. One already. Major no. Major no. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Look at this one. That is a telephone line, and that would explain why they had to cut a hole here to get to the telephone jack to run a new line, because somebody pierced the line. Yeah. They use boxes galore, use pieces of drywall, use pieces of tin test. Unbelievable. Oh, God. This should be a double gang box, not 2 singles. Obviously, no intelligence here whatsoever. And again, is there any intelligence anywhere here? No?
Started demoing the other room. Mike had a feeling that we were going to find some more ants. So, you know, we didn't find any in the rest of it, and we were pretty happy about it. But as soon as I come under the stairs here, I seem to be coming across about 20 or 30 at a time, and we can see as they're eating through the wood, they actually leave debris behind, and that's what that is there in the corner. So this here would indicate a lot more. So we're getting closer to them. You can start seeing them all moving in behind here. There's a couple there.
Perfect timing, because we just found some more ants here. Not a ton, but at this point, you know, we're gonna keep looking. But let me show you in here first, where it all started with the bug problem. We found a mother nest right here yesterday. It was phenomenal. Had to be 1,000, at least 1,000. They came in through the holes like crazy. We got it down quickly, tried to get as much of the ants out as we could, and then we sprayed like hell. Once we thought there was none left, and sure enough, they jumped out of the hole and committed suicide. Sure. Concern, you know, we have the deck right there. That's what I'm thinking. If they started here, will they get into the deck? And sure enough, we started to gut the other side, and we're now starting to find the ants on the other side. Now, I have a question for you. Carpenter ants normally will stay in an area that's moist with the wood because they have to feed off it, right?
Absolutely. They actually don't feed on the wood. They live in the wood. When you get wet or damaged wood, it's a lot easier for them to nest in, to tunnel, to make damage, as opposed to new studs.
So what they did was they made a home here.
Absolutely.
Okay, unlike termites where they actually will feed through the wood, is that correct?
Yeah, termites will feed on the wood. Carpenter ants will nest in the wood.
Okay, so far so good. We think we've got this. We know we have more issues over here. Does that possibly mean another nest?
It's very possible. This could be the mother nest here. You may get sometimes in different situations satellite nests where they may move a little further down depending on the situation. Sometimes they outgrow the area and they have to move a little further down. They may go up. Towards the end of the day when you're all done, we'll do a good residual spray. We'll probably, if you found a lot coming out of here and there's already holes here, they may be in the brick as well. So what we'll do is we'll drill some holes, and what we'll inject is to kind of help flush them out. If they are in there, more will come out, and then we'll know.
Which means the possibility is they could be living right within the whole void.
It's possible, but if you found the nest on this side of the wood, they prefer to be there rather than in the brick, because the brick is going to be colder.
Makes sense. Let's have a warm home. Okay, Damon.
Yes, sir.
Ready for your challenge? Get the rest of this down?
Yeah.
And in 1 hour, I want you to design this basement on paper for me.
You're kidding me.
Nope. Bathroom.
Yeah.
Total. Laundry room. Rec room. Usable space. Show me what you can do.
Done.
One thing I love about old construction is how they did things. Let's see how they studded the wall. Even though here we're 16-inch on center, here for some strange reason they're 24, but they braced across the center, normally at the 4-foot mark. Notice how clean these 2x4s are, and I'm telling you, the wall is 100% true. It's not warped, so it's quality wood. with braces with a cross membrane across the back. What this does is make such a beautiful structural wall that does not sway. Today, what do our walls look like? Like this, because we have a crown in, a crown out. #1 wood. Look down that edge, it's perfect. That's it.
Got it. This is a very nerve-wracking thing to do. You know, Mike's done them since the beginning. So for him to actually let me do this was very nerve-wracking to begin with, and I just hope he likes it.
Giving him the opportunity to design this himself helps me teach him on how to think ahead. That's the whole point in this business, is I have to think 10 steps ahead.
Come out of here, boys. Good luck.
59 minutes. It's helping him understand how I see things. And really, in the long run, it teaches him. 58 minutes. Okay, we have our standard floor drain. Okay, we're very, very sure that the weeping system comes off here, which would be the weeping tile outside. I'm assuming in the past there was a vertical stack up to about this height, and the sink came off and the washer and dryer were over here. I would take it the laundry tub was here. So it would be a small 4-inch that came out of the floor, where we have a 3-inch over there. I guess the idea is to pull the insulation, see how that ties in, because we know we have the clean out here, we have also the sewage here and the clean out here, and we know that within so many years ago, there was 2 lines that went out, then they tied in outside and went out to the sewage, correct?
Yes, and depending on the age of the house.
And depending where as well.
And where, yes.
So I need you to visually see everything in the floor here, and especially because when we had the toilet flushed and we could see the clean out from this side, it backed through.
Okay. Okay, Chris, go ahead. Going through the trap now.
Going swimming.
Going swimming. There we go. This is tree roots.
That's nice.
That's common with the clay drains. The tree roots will grow in between the cracks in the clay pipe where they're joined together.
Well, there's just a lot of crap in here.
Okay, hold on. We should be coming to the clean out area.
You see it now?
Yeah, you can see the
There's a Y here.
There's a Y.
That's our feet.
Now that could be the there is a downspout in the ground on that corner of the house. So that could come over and tie in. What do you think?
That is coming off of the right-hand side.
You know what we can do? Is just flush the toilet upstairs.
There you go.
Okay.
That's your stack connection, yeah?
Now you notice how that isn't really racing out, is it?
It shouldn't be coming back towards us like it did.
It did. So we know that that's fairly good.
There's a couple of areas of minor backfall.
But we did see around right here, weeds.
Yes,
roots.
Tree roots. You can hear the sound going up. It's pretty much idiot-proof, so it's just perfect for plumbers.
Okay.
Jackpot.
You're picking up right now is the end of it?
Yes, on the end of the camera is a transmitter, and this has a series of 6 antennas built in, picks up the transmissions, triangulates the position, and right now our camera is directly below us here, and we're 12 inches deep below the floor.
Oh, that is cool. However, we have roots right here.
Correct.
One thing I never expected was that we'd see roots, actual roots, inside the house.
Well, I was outside earlier, and I was looking, and they have a large tree in the front yard. As a rule of thumb, we use that the root system is about 50% larger than the canopy of the tree.
So if the canopy of the tree is huge...
If the canopy is 50 feet in diameter, you can expect the roots to be 75 feet in diameter.
Bigger?
Bigger than the canopy of the tree, yes. And quite often in houses where the trees are close to the house, it's been trimmed back many times. So the canopy is artificially small. The root system can be even larger.
Okay, I saw that tree. It's overhanging half the house.
Correct.
Which means you're telling me the roots are going to come right through the floor here.
Absolutely. Probably anywhere you dig in this basement, you're going to find roots. This is like wax gas.
How do you shut this up? One room, I don't get this.
One small bathroom.
Wouldn't got a house in a day, not this place. Okay, so from what started from a smell, led to many things as we started to come down, and we noticed that obviously the plumbing was incorrect. We saw a few electrical issues as well. So as we started to take things down, let's look up for a second. Junction point, junction point, junction point, junction point, junction, junction, junction. Considering how many were in this room, we're talking 18 concealed junction points in this room alone. The more we checked into the electrical here, the more I went, oh my God. This is the worst electrical I've seen in my life.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this.
Neither was I. Not at all.
I brought in my HVAC guys. Your furnace is 20 years old. We also found that the ductwork above it, which leads to the second floor, has been disconnected, and you have major heat loss right there above the furnace.
I wasn't expecting this.
No.
No way. I just thought, okay, well, you'll find some mold.
When we pulled up the vinyl floor, we found your major smell. We had so much mold, this whole floor was nothing but mold.
Wow.
We found a mega nest of carpenter ants.
Wow.
And I mean a mega nest.
I mean, a nest of carpenter ants, you know, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. Freaked right out.
Here's an even bigger surprise. Throughout the whole outside of your property, you see that big tree on your front lawn? Well, that big tree, you see how big the top of it is? Imagine the roots. The roots are bigger than the top of the tree. And I don't mean thickness, I mean in span. They have climbed right through underneath the concrete and broke through all your clay pipes.
It's crazy because Mike came in here and saw the problems
Right
immediately.
away.
Yeah, your plumbing doesn't work, and he was right. It didn't work.
It didn't
Your
work.
electrical wiring is all wrong, and it was all wrong. And you know, he guaranteed us we'll have mold down here, and we had mold, even more than maybe he expected. But the carpenter ants, you know, I mean, wow.
We continued to gut. We found more carpenter ants on the other side and a hell of a lot more junction points. So in total, we're in the area of approximately 40 junction points in your basement, which is just unheard of.
I'm just freaked out. Who would have known? You know, you walk into this house and you look at it and it looked great. And it didn't take Mike long to find all these problems that should have been caught, or at least some of them.
All the signs are there. There's something wrong. Someone's played in here. And that's what we can see, especially on the side that wasn't touched, in other words, finished. But we can see the electrical and plumbing that says there's obviously foul play here.
You know, it's different when you buy a fixer-upper. You know that you're going in to buy a fixer-upper, right? But when you buy a house that, after the inspection, it's great. There's nothing wrong with your house. And you come in, and all of a sudden things start not working. This is bad, whatever. The shower doesn't work. Then you start thinking, well, and maybe it's not so good. Maybe it's not the house I thought I bought.
We're going to make it warm, safe, and sound. And we're going to turn it into a much better look. Thank you. So don't worry, okay?
Sure.
But please, I need you out for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Starting today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Basements are scary places. Now I know why the kids don't want to come down here.
Now, this was a little bit tough because of where the stair layout is according to these pillars. So I had to really sort of think about this. So this is what I'm looking at. You're basically looking at it like this.
Okay, we have 2 pillars. I
Right.
don't want the pillars to stand out, so we should incorporate them into a wall space. I agree with your closet.
Right.
No access on this side, strictly here. So what you're trying to do is create open concept, right?
Exactly.
So you have an office play area and possibly a rec room.
Yeah, I also heard that one of the kids, they're sleeping together. So eventually they're going to want to take over that office upstairs. These kids are going to get older. They're going to want to take over that office, thinking of at least bringing it down here. So having it all open concept, so if they need the kids down here, she could still work with an office and have the kids down here with her as well. So that's why I wanted to keep it sort of open concept.
Good. So why not put the bathroom over here?
Okay.
If that wall goes across here, and our laundry room is there, and our bathroom is here, we're away from the panel. We feed 2 purposes, bathroom, laundry room, so drainage comes right in across here and ties in. Love it.
Yeah.
However, if you took that bathroom and put it here, we've now opened it right up, right?
Love that idea.
Completely opened it up. So we have an open area here. It's going to make it look 10,000 times bigger than it was when we first walked in here. So I need you to redraw this. I want you to bring the wall across here and hiding this column within the wall, bringing it down, give me a door to the furnace room and the laundry room. You're gonna have to incorporate this with Dan, how functional the toilet will work against the shower. Where should the toilet be? Is it at the end of the run? Is it at the beginning of the run? Because believe me, it's extremely important.
Okay.
Now, perfect around the stairs, having a closet. Now you're gonna come across with a wall here and a wall here, and now I need you to come up with an area as to where this wall should be.
I see.
For the bathroom, hiding that column.
Okay.
Turning this into a functional rec room.
Just big open space right in here.
You got it, man.
Nice.
I've never seen so many roots. Fine. Even over here when I was digging here.
Isn't that unbelievable? And the tree is about 20 feet from the house. Not a good sign, eh?
No. So this is the final one for our amendments and everything.
Okay, I really like this, Damon. I like the way we have an office here, and the open concept works for me rather than closing it off.
Right.
I like the way this is now opened up because it just makes it so big here. Let's do an open doorway as big as possible, please.
Okay.
6 inches off this wall, 6 inches off this wall. Keep it open concept, no doors.
Okay.
Tub, toilet, sink, bathroom's good. Door to laundry room here now.
Yep, right here.
Really good. Washer, dryer, tankless hot water.
Yep.
Good job.
Thanks, buddy.
Keep doing it.
Thanks, man.
You know what, Mike, with all due respect, I'm not going to bother tracing this down. You know what, I'm actually going to pull one of your lines. Take it all down.
We want a safe environment for the children down there because, you know, they're always getting into things down there, and we want to make sure they don't get hurt.
First things first, there was a bathroom in here, shower in the corner. As we started to take things down, because it all started with a smell, that's when we started to notice the electrical was beyond the plumbing. Take a look. We're used to seeing the junctions like this, right?
Well, yeah, if this was all concealed, it would be against code.
Okay.
Because they all need to be accessible. So when you end up placing this one as high as you just did, you're telling me that you're planning on drywalling from here to here, and that's all going to be left up high, against code.
We had a wall in here. We had the shower on this side. That was a covered up box.
Nice. Probably live behind there?
And that's mastic. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. This was all closed in.
Even these junction boxes here?
Yep.
Okay, all these boxes were concealed behind, and these pot lights were put in.
That's correct.
This was brought on the outside, or was an additional box?
Oh, it was in the wall. This is where the shower was.
No, you've got ungrounded lines on these brown ones here. These are all ungrounded.
They ponied off for this to run the electrical heater and the dryer, brought in 2 other lines. Let's follow these lines for a second. These 220 lines. What do we see here?
It's a 220 line. Just hang, it was just
like that.
What's the matter with this guy?
This ground, you're gonna see these everywhere, Frank. Everywhere.
What?
They ran an independent ground to ground certain items that obviously were not grounded. It's everywhere.
This cab tire, they ended up leaving this behind as like extension cords. You use that to make extension cords. This is the way they were giving the boxes ground.
That's correct.
You're kidding me.
No.
And this just runs upstairs and picks up a ground somewhere upstairs.
Yeah.
Hey, look, there's already a fire that's broke out in there. You can see all the corroded lines in there. You see all that blue stuff or greenish stuff? Yeah. That's all oxidization. It's already happened on that copper line. It's inexcusable. It's common sense. You got 3 wires trying to go through here. One's gonna go outside. Like, use your head. I'm just overwhelmed with all the other stuff. I'm allowed to say stuff. I can't say what I want to say. The other things that are here, like, and I can't even fix it. I have never seen this many junction boxes in a basement till this day.
This here, it's grounded in the panel.
Yeah.
Followed it back, goes over towards the furnace. It's connected again, and it's wrapped around BX. Now, I don't know if they're trying to use that as a ground.
I'm not an electrical inspector. I think that if an electrical inspector was to walk through, he'd take one walk down, start looking. The minute he'd see all these junction boxes with all the wrong connectors being used, he'd walk right back out. Have you even checked this?
Tried to follow it. I don't know where it goes.
Nice commercial. This is for motor starting switch. Beautiful. In a house. This guy just found any scrap he could and just used it. What am I inspecting? What am I inspecting? It's, I'm inspecting a home fire just waiting to happen. It's a circuit. It's a dedicated line that comes into here, and then it goes nowhere. Nowhere.
Unless
they're using invisible wire.
Unless
That's it. I quit. Okay. We just noticed that there's a wire coming from the electrical panel, stringing across these floor joists, and then this brown line here comes into this box and then went nowhere. Like it just disappeared. There's nothing coming out on the other side or whatever.
I shut that down. It's its own circuit, which is
Yeah, but
lovely.
see where it goes?
Nowhere.
No. It goes somewhere.
Oh my.
It comes up to here and up. And the funny thing is, I turned around and said what you said. It's going nowhere. These idiots just, I don't know, maybe they were planning on using it later time.
So at
Joe
this
said,
point-
no, let's open it. He opens it and there's a line in there that's going into the ductwork. This is
That's
cold
hot
air.
air.
This is hot air.
And around it as well.
Come on. I'm thinking we start in that kitchen, get the necessities wired, bring them here, leave extra wire, temporarily run those, then just kill the rest of the house. Can I retire after this one?
Can I get you a beer? Can we go for a beer?
Please? Two.
Let's go for a beer.
Something strong?
Let's go punch the line then.
Strong.
Let's go for a beer. Joe, see what we can do, Joe. I'm trapped on an island. It's all right, it's my island. I just need a chair and a beer and I'm fine. I'll be back soon.
Very happy with that now. That's very snug, very tight. I bet you I couldn't pull that out.
Nope.
Perfect. Mike 1, Dan nothing.
Hey, you're wearing my hat.
Mike Holmes on the white helmet.
I'm singing in my head.
Hey guys, power's turned off in the house.
Go ahead. Who touched my bum?